When the doctor has a plug. Chapter 690 to Chapter 767. Chen Song was stunned. What? What do you mean? Li Baoshan sighed. This child was good in every way, he was just too humble. It was fine if he was humble when performing surgeries. He did not expect him to be so humble and low-key. Thinking of this, Li Baoshan pointed at his phone and said, "Donate." "Thank you so much for the donation." Chen Song was stunned. He thought of how he had fooled around by reposting it without adding anything. He immediately blushed. He quickly said, "Director, I'm sorry, I'll definitely repost it properly and write it well. I'll treat this as a mission and work hard to complete it." Li Baoshan was dumbfounded. "No. I'm saying that you did a good job." Chen Song quickly shook his head. No. Director, I was too busy just now. I'll do it properly now, after all, I'm the deputy director of the department. I'll work hard to improve my sense of responsibility and do my job well. I'll repost it again. Chen Song was a little ashamed. How could he have reposted such a meaningful mission from the director? Why didn't she add some touching words of her own? Thinking of this, Chen Song did as he said. He hurriedly appealed to the tycoons to donate again and even added a few touching words. Suddenly, Tian Xianlan's phone rang again. "Director, it's again. Hu Chuanjin's donation, 500,000. Xingyu. The superstar Xingyu also donated 500,000. Oh my god. Clear Sky Culture Media also donated 500,000. Tian Xianlan was so excited that she had already stood up. "Director. 5 million. 5 million. Li Baoshan was also shocked. He quickly got up and picked up the phone. "I'll call Director Qin." This amount of money was too much. Li Baoshan felt too much pressure. He had to call the director. After Qin Xiaoyuan heard the news, he threw down his pen and ran to the emergency department. 5 million in charity funds. This was not a small number. After Qin Xiaoyuan came, Li Baoshan immediately added fuel to the fire. "Director, this is all thanks to Director Chen." Qin Xiaoyuan's eyes sparkled when he heard that. He looked at Chen Song excitedly. "Xiao Chen, not bad. You're amazing. You're the hero of our second provincial hospital. You are the benefactor of those patients who are waiting for rescue." Chen Song finally understood what was going on. He looked at his phone and saw so many bosses who were collecting donations. He was instantly touched. To be honest, this was something he hadn't expected at all. He felt that most of them were just acquaintances, but he didn't expect that they would all donate at this time. The one that touched Chen Song the most was the old landlady. Chen Song looked at the chubby avatar and couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought that he would donate 300,000 yuan all at once? At that time, his total rent was 20,000 yuan. Thinking of this, Chen Song felt a little emotional. There was also Jin Qingji, Xingyu, Gui Yongliang. Seeing these people's avatars, Chen Song was really grateful. He would call them one by one to thank them when he went back tonight. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but sigh. Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned when he saw Chen Song sigh. He and Li Baoshan looked at each other. Wasn't that enough? It was already 5 million, to put it bluntly, it had already exceeded everyone's scope of thought. It had set a record. Qin Xiaoyuan couldn't help but sigh. What a good child. He comforted Chen Song and said, "Director Chen, you're already very outstanding to be able to achieve this result. You can't be so harsh on yourself. There's no need to sigh. You're already very good." Li Baoshan also took a deep breath and nodded. "Yes, Xiao Chen, I have to talk to you. You can't be so strict and harsh on yourself, whether it's life or surgery, you're already very outstanding. But, if you're still not satisfied, you're being too harsh on yourself. However, it's no wonder you're so outstanding." Chen Song was speechless. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Soon, the news of the second provincial hospital's donation spread. During lunch, the young nurses were all discussing it. A young nurse from the second provincial hospital said, "I heard that our department has raised a few $1,000,000. When the surgical nurse heard this, she immediately told her roommate from the first hospital of Eastern University, "Let me tell you a secret. The emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital has raised tens of millions of charity funds. The nurse from the first hospital of Eastern University immediately passed it to her university classmate who worked in the capital. Let me tell you a big news. We have a hospital here that has raised tens of millions of charity funds. Rumors were as fierce as a tiger. In the afternoon, everyone in the emergency department was immersed in blissful joy. To be honest, no one had expected that the emergency department would have such a proud day. The entire hospital knew that the emergency department had raised a charity fund of several million. When the nurses in the entire emergency department went to the pharmacy to get medicine and went to the restaurant to buy a house, they began to walk sideways. Chief Housekeeper Tian Xianlan felt a sense of pride and exaltation that brought honor to her ancestors. It was too awesome. Who would dare to look down on our emergency department? We have a group of sugar daddies. This news quickly spread throughout the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Even the other hospitals in the health system in Ammoniang City knew about the 2nd Provincial Hospital's fundraising. One by one, the chief directors repeatedly confirmed the news to Li Baoshan and Xianxia. Their eyes were instantly red with envy, jealousy. Wang Xiangyuan looked at the people around him and immediately gave an order to organize a meeting of the department's staff. We've also become this charity fund. However, the head nurse quickly reminded him in a low voice, Chief Wang, have you forgotten? When we were established last year, we raised less than 500,000 yuan. After we used it up, we couldn't raise any more. In a fit of anger, you simply disbanded it. Wang Xiangyuan was at a loss for words. I was just joking. The same thing happened in the emergency department of the provincial people. Zhang Pei stomped his feet in anger. The chief directors of the emergency department were furious. What right did Li Haitan have? Looking at Li Baoshan showing off the details of the charity fund and sending it to the Dongyang emergency department group, they sighed and said, so much money, I'm so stressed. We have to set up a special team. With so much money, we can't manage it. When the chief directors heard that, they were even angrier. Too despicable, shouldn't they kill this fellow and keep him for the new year? Calm down. After forcing themselves to calm down, the chief directors began to ask around. After asking around, they immediately fell silent. It turned out that Li Baoshan had only raised a few 100,000 yuan. The other few million were all raised by the newly appointed chief, Chief Chen Song. Instantly, everyone was really jealous. There was no other way. Who asked him to have a good deputy chief? Of course, there was a very strange phenomenon in this world. The path of jealousy was never lonely. Lemons usually grew in clusters, for example, at this moment. The directors of the hospitals learned from the painful experience and made up their minds to give special treatment to special people. After all, look at Xianxia. What right did he have? Now, everyone could already predict tomorrow's newspaper. Under the leadership of Xianxia, the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital flourished, raised a charity donation of 5 million yuan. Why did Xianxia have such a political achievement? Me, Zhao Shouping was not convinced. Qian Liang sighed and looked at Zhao Shouping. You deserve it. Qian Liang looked at the moon in the sky and suddenly understood Zhou Yu more and more. Why didn't he give birth to a good girl? Sigh. P.S. Hee. Thank you to Duanwang for your 10,000 tip. Thank you. Thank you for your vote. The next day, Chen Song packed up his things and went to Seoul with Qin Xiang. For this trip, Chen Song had prepared a lot of special snacks for his flight. He planned to open up the 3 free skill books to enrich his life after school. Chen Song opened his inventory. He now had a level 4 golden skill book, 2 purple skill books, and a blank copy of the skill book. The blank copy must be something good. Chen Song felt that he should keep it. The level 4 golden skill book was even more tempting in Chen Song's eyes. Without thinking, Chen Song opened it. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained bone polishing plastic surgery, perfect level. Chen Song looked at the system notification. Chen Song was silent for a moment. Bone polishing technique, why did it sound like a martial arts secret manual? It was similar to the bone dislocation technique. Chen Song quickly took the surgical skill book and looked at it. The golden skill book looked very dazzling. He had to admit that perfect level surgery was different. The feeling of the golden light was very shocking. Ding. Bone polishing technique, minimally invasive plastic surgery and other treatments on the facial bones. By improving the facial bone structure, without affecting or damaging the nerves, the facial shape, structure, and appearance are more aesthetically pleasing. After Chen Song saw the skill description, he was instantly happy. This was a good skill, and for the current Chen Song, it was a rare skill. Up until now, Chen Song had reached a very good level of microsurgery on the facial skin. Especially with the help of beautiful eyes, Chen Song could fine-tune the facial structure to achieve a better effect. However, Chen Song had always been unable to change the bone structure. Chen Song had always wanted to learn, but Zhang Zhixin's ability was very ordinary, and so was Yang Tao's. After all, in the field of bone polishing, the development was very slow. After being influenced by the concept, people slowly accepted it in recent years. The plastic surgery hospital in Ammonium-Yang rarely performed this kind of bone-grinding surgery. Most of them went to big places like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, or even abroad to perform bone-grinding surgery. In the end, it was still a matter of perception. Plastic surgery had always been a process of continuous acceptance. 10 years ago, many people were not used to having double eyelids removed. Now, double eyelids and eyebrow tattoos had become a trend and rhythm. In the beginning, only a small group of people could accept bone grinding, although more and more people had started to try it in recent years. The development was still very average. The technology and instruments used in the country were mostly from Korea and Japan. However, this technology was very popular in Korea, and its development was extremely fast. It could be said that the bone polishing skill was a very good skill for Chen Song. It had a crucial impact on helping him further improve his medical beauty skills. Looking at the golden skill book, Chen Song's heart was filled with delight. What a bountiful harvest, a good start. Thinking of this, Chen Song could not wait to open the remaining 2 purple skill books. Ding! Congratulations! You've obtained the Dermatology Emergency Surgery Skill, Burn Scab Removal, Master Level. Ding! Congratulations! You've obtained the Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery, Master Level. Looking at the 2 skills that appeared next, Chen Song's heart was filled with excitement. These 2 skills were too practical for Chen Song, whether it was the surgery of the burn department or the surgery of the pancreas, they were all very critical surgeries. For the emergency department, it was rare and very necessary. Chen Song did not even think about it. He closed his eyes and chose to learn it. Xianxia looked at Chen Song's excited expression and thought that it was anticipation and excitement. Thinking of this, he could not help but smile. Young people were easily nervous. At this moment, the second provincial hospital was bustling with noise and excitement. There were many luxury cars parked in the second provincial hospital's courtyard today. Xiao Tianhua's Maybach, Zheng Wutan's iconic Rolls-Royce Phantom, and some Mercedes-Benz BMWs. It made the entire second provincial hospital's status rise by several levels. Zheng Wutan and his wife, Zhang Aixiang, handed a 1 million yuan check to Li Baoshan. Director Li, this is my humble token of appreciation. I hope it can help the emergency department. Li Baoshan's hands were filled with excitement. Thank you so much, Director Zheng. With this money, I don't know how many patients can be treated. On behalf of all the patients, I would like to express my gratitude to you. Indeed, from the beginning to the end, the Jing Group had already donated 2 million yuan. Xiao Tianhua also handed over the 1 million yuan check with both hands. Li Baoshan looked at the checks and was extremely excited. He could not calm down. How many years had it been? When he was in the capital, he did not feel this way either. He was too excited. It was not because of the money, but when he thought of those critically ill patients who had a chance to be saved, he could not calm down. One after another, many people came. Fu Yufeng and her husband, Gui Yongliang, also came. This time, Gui Yongliang was sincere. After all, Chen Song's surgeries on his wife were really too good. Not to mention the facial plastic surgery. After his sister-in-law finished her breast surgery, Fu Yufeng also hurriedly went to do it. In Gui Yongliang's opinion, the 1 million yuan fee was too worth it. Today, he specially came to donate. Most importantly, Fu Yufeng's best friends, the country gentry and rich people, all wanted to get to know this Dr. Chen Song, but they could not find him. It turned out that Dr. Chen was a doctor from the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Fu Yufang told the news to those rich women. Today, 7 or 8 of them came, and all of them had the ability to make money, in order to befriend Chen Song and Jing Guotan, who Chuanjin also specially came today. He had originally prepared 500,000 yuan in cash, but when he saw that everyone present was so low-key and luxurious, he hurriedly asked his secretary to go to the bank to prepare a check for 1 million yuan. Today, the leaders of the second provincial hospital and the other directors also came. Seeing so many people come to the emergency department as if they were at the market, they were all envious, but this money was from the emergency department's charity fund for critically ill patients. It was not managed by the hospital. If you insisted on managing it, there was nothing you could do. However, if you angered these rich people, you would not have a single cent. Li Baoshan was so excited that he was about to cry, and Yanjun was even more so, although they were all directors. In fact, they had seen too much of the fickleness of human nature. They had seen too many joys and sorrows. After helpless things happened one after another, they were helpless. How many people in the emergency department ended up giving up on surgery because of financial problems? Li Baoshan looked at the crowd and was so excited that his nose turned sour. He almost cried and quickly turned his back. However, he was still photographed by the reporters. That day, the second provincial hospital held a special charity fund meeting and invited these rich people who donated money to participate. This time everyone learned their lesson. They directly said that Chen Song would be the person in charge of the foundation. They would have 1 vote to veto and 1 vote to approve, then, they would organize a special person to be in charge of this sum of money. They would make a detailed catalogue openly and transparently. The specific direction of each sum would be announced online. The hospital had nothing to say about this. After all, this money was pulled in by Chen Song. However, to the disappointment of these rich women, they could not find Dr. Chen. In order to appease this group of country gentlemen, Xianxia could not help but tell the truth. At the same time, he sold his son-in-law for a good price. Director Chen, he went to Seoul to participate in this year's International Plastic Surgeon Conference. He also went to the International Plastic Surgeon Competition. He went to win the award. When everyone heard this, they were immediately excited. Dr. Chen had gone to gild his skills. When he came back, his skills would definitely be better. There was also that big prize. It was definitely amazing. The rich woman, who was in a good mood, immediately donated more money. She was looking forward to Chen Song's return. After alighting from the plane, Chen Song heard the system notification. Ding! Mission triggered. You will be awarded the World Plastic Surgeon Association's Best Doctor of the Year. You will be rewarded handsomely. Chen Song was overjoyed. He was full of confidence. He felt that he would gain a lot from this trip. According to the agenda of the conference, he would report tonight, have a meeting and academic exchange tomorrow, and select the best doctor the day after tomorrow. On Monday, he would bring everyone to Seoul for sightseeing and eating kimchi. Chen Song was not interested in the last day. He was here to get the award. After he got it, he would go home to accompany Qin Shaolik. Was there anything better than Qin Shaolik? No. Even if there was, he would say no. In the hotel, Qin Xiang brought Chen Song to meet those department directors and specialists from China who had come to attend the conference. There were not many people, only about 10 of them. Many of them did not like to attend the conference. They felt that it was meaningless. After all, the development of the Plastic Surgeon Association in China was average. Most of them were guerrillas, and there were not many regular soldiers. In the end, it was a cultural difference. Everyone who came to attend the conference either liked to join in the fun, or they were serious about this. A group of people gathered together and started chatting. Chen Song finally understood that the National Plastic Surgery Association and the National Society of Dermal Surgeons were two different organizations. The National Society of Dermal Surgeons was more professional and had more bosses. As for the National Society of Plastic Surgery, some bosses in the field of dermal surgeons were interested in joining it. Although it was established, its level was not high. And this conference was mainly about plastic surgery. Chen Song realized he had not joined the National Society of Dermal Surgeons. Previously, Lao Qin had fooled him and said he had joined the National Society of Plastic Surgeons. If he had not listened to everyone's conversation, Chen Song would not have known. Chen Song followed behind Qin Xiang and did not say anything. He just listened. As for Chen Song, as a newcomer, no one paid much attention to him. But he heard a familiar name. The king of Ai, Wang Chen. Wasn't this the name of the man who did Wang Zhuxian's eyes for Xiao Tianhua? Finally, when it came to the candidates for this year's competition, Chao Xian introduced them to each director. This is my student, Hu Xianwen. Xiao, who has always been developing his career in Korea. When he returned to China this year, he became my doctoral student at our hospital. I thought that since it was a competition, I should give him a chance, so I signed him up. Oh right, Director Qin, I'm really sorry. There's nothing we can do about it. We only have a few judges, and we can only recommend a few people. Qin Xiang smiled. It's nothing. Chao Xian smiled and said, only a few of you are participating this year. You have to work hard and do your best for the plastic surgery industry in our country. The young men nodded. Qin Xiang couldn't help but say, President Chao, it's not just the three of them. Chen Song is also participating. I also signed up. As soon as Qin Xiang's words came out, the surrounding directors immediately looked over. Lao Qin, you're participating too? Aren't you too good at joining in the fun? Just let the young man participate. Why are you here to join in the fun? Besides, where did the quota come from? At this time, everyone looked at the handsome young man behind Qin Xiang. He was quite spirited. They all nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, there was a knock on the door. After opening the door, they saw 3 or 4 foreign men standing outside. Peter looked inside the room curiously and couldn't help but ask, sorry to disturb you. Is Chen Song here? Chen Song froze. He stood up and looked at Peter and the others outside the door. He hurriedly greeted the directors. Sorry, teachers. I'm going to meet a friend. You guys can chat. With that, Chen Song hurriedly stood up and walked out. Peter couldn't help but laugh. I called you. Why didn't you pick up? Chen Song smiled awkwardly. The directors were all chatting, so I turned my phone on silent. I'm really sorry. Peter and the others smiled. Chen, you're such a polite person. Luckily, the waiter told me that you were chatting here, so I had to knock. I'm here to help you with the procedures. Hearing Peter's words, Chen Song couldn't help but apologize. After all, it was his business that had to be handled personally. Peter brought Chen Song to register the information he needed to prepare for the competition. It had to be said that with Peter leading him, the whole process was very smooth. No one stopped them and they even saved a lot of red tape. Chen Song had already prepared the information in advance. He quickly finished the procedures for the competition and also for Director Qin. At this time, Chen Song also realized Peter's influence. From the conversation in the room just now, he learned that each judge could only have 1 vote and 1 candidate. As the deputy team leader, Peter had an unlimited number of candidates. He alone had 10 votes. This meant that in the final selection of the best plastic surgeon of the year, Peter alone was equivalent to 10 people. There were less than 50 judges, so one could imagine Pate's power. However, other than Peter, there were 3 other deputy team leaders and 1 team leader. After finishing, Peter smiled. Tomorrow's meeting is very important. Don't miss it. There will be a lot of advanced technology talks tomorrow. This is the key to the annual meeting every year. Go early. I've arranged a front row seat for you. Listen carefully and you'll gain a lot. Chen Song nodded and thanked him. After chatting with Peter and the others for a while, he hurried back to his room. After Chen Song left, the room fell into silence. A director asked curiously, that person just now, why does he look so familiar? Everyone rolled their eyes. How could they not be familiar? This was Peter. Chao Xian blushed and said, Peter Toby, the founder of America's CIS Plastic Surgery Organization. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder he looked familiar. He was the previous best plastic surgeon of the year and one of the people in charge of this conference. But, how could Peter be friends with Chen Song? Thinking of this, everyone looked at Qin Xiang suspiciously. Because he was the only one here who was familiar with Chen Song. Chao Xian's face was a little red. After all, he had taken the initiative to get to know Peter, but the other party ignored him. Now, a junior on his side actually made Peter personally knock on the door. This made Chao Xian feel very embarrassed. Xianxia saw Chao Xian's expression and took care of his emotions. He didn't say much and only said, "They're old acquaintances." However, no matter what expression Chao Xian had, the others were curious. Were they really old acquaintances? Moreover, Chao Xian felt a little awkward. At that time, Qin Xiang had expressed to him that he wanted to recommend Chen Song to participate, but he didn't. But now, Chen Song was participating through Pate. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Thinking of this, Chao Xian was a little unhappy. After sitting for a while, he got up and went back to his room. Seeing this, Hu Xiangguan also left with the teacher. The others couldn't be bothered with him. After all, you can't do anything even if you're the president. This was just an academic organization, not an institution. It was useless even if you were a level higher. What everyone was more curious about was that Qin Xiang was also participating in the competition. They all began to gossip. After Chen Song returned, he handed the participant card to Qin Xiang. Everyone was envious. "Lao Qin, this is your fault. Chen Song didn't introduce him to us earlier. We could also participate in the competition. If we win, we can have a domestic expert as the deputy team leader. How many people can we recommend?" In addition, the director also looked at Chen Song curiously. "Xiao Chen, you're not from the National Dermatological Surgeons Association, right? I don't think I've seen you before." Qin Xiang was very proud now. After all, when he begged, no one gave him a spot. Peter had given him too much face just now. He personally came to find him. Qin Xiang couldn't help but say, "Xiao Chen just joined the Plastic Surgery Association, but he's quite talented. I wanted to bring him out to take a look. As for the dermatological surgeons, let's go back and add him." Everyone burst into laughter. Not long after, everyone dispersed and prepared for tomorrow's meeting. P.S. Thanks to Buddha and Heart is afraid of you for the 10,000 tip. The competition began in the afternoon. Chen Song looked at the conference hall and clicked his tongue in amazement. It was really too luxurious. Chen Song, who often attended conferences, felt that the standard of a 4 to 5-star hotel in the country was already good enough. However, when he saw this luxurious Shilla hotel, he still felt a little emotional. Qin Xiang whispered in Chen Song's ear, "This Shilla hotel is owned by Samsung. Isn't it amazing? Many Korean celebrities have their weddings here." The resplendent venue began to slowly enter under the guidance of the service staff. In the high-tech conference hall, one could see their seat signs by downloading the app on their phone. Chen Song couldn't help but sigh at the convenience brought by high-tech. Chen Song and Qin Xiang's seats were in the middle of the third row. That was a very good position. Sitting there, one could clearly see the cheongsam of the host and the welcoming lady on the stage. Chen Song swore that he didn't have any intention of peeking. He just felt that the cut was a little high and was worried that they would be cold. After all, it was already winter. There was a detailed meeting process on the phone. It was basically an explanation of the surgical skills and techniques. Even Pater had to explain. It could be seen that in this grand event, the officials were still ruthless. Every technique that went up to give a speech was the specialty of every expert. Qin Xiang, who was at the side, looked at the explanation on the list with an excited expression. Qin Xiang widened his eyes and told Chen Song, "Xiao Chen, you have to listen carefully. These are the specialty of these experts. They rarely talk about it, but every year at the annual meeting, everyone needs to talk about some hardcore things to promote the development of the entire industry. Those who can go up to give a speech are all international big shots. Many of them have won the title of the best plastic surgeon of the year. Look at the first one. Takuto Miyake is the president of the Japan Plastic Surgeon Association and the best plastic surgeon of 2017. He is very good at eye surgery. And this?" Qin Xiang introduced everyone's name as if he was familiar with his family's treasures. This was also his purpose of attending every year. Chen Song looked at the list. "There's none. Are they from our country?" Qin Xiang smiled awkwardly and blushed. "Our plastic surgery industry still needs to develop. In fact, the country is already paying more and more attention to it. In the past 2 years, the plastic surgery competition has been continuously held in the country. In a few years, we will also be able to stand on it and share our experience. At the end of his speech, Xianxia's tone was filled with emotion and passion. When the directors who came along saw Xianxia and the others sitting in the third row, they immediately widened their eyes in shock. The WeChat group became lively. Lao Qin, whose back door did you use? Why are you sitting in such a good position? That's right. Lao Qin, you're keeping secrets. You're too unkind. Xianxia looked at the heated discussion and smiled awkwardly. It's all thanks to Xiaochen. Everyone felt helpless. Soon, the meeting officially began. First of all, we would like to invite Mr. Takato Miyake from Japan. He is an expert in the opening and closing of the corners of the eyes, as well as in the treatment of high adhesions. We would like to invite Mr. Miyake. At this moment, Chen Song realized something. These experts were all very young, in their 30s or 40s. The group of people who were sitting on the stage and preparing to speak were all young faces. Peter Toby was only 37 years old. It seemed that this industry was really a job for young people. It was a test of one's grasp of the times and trends. It was also a test of the precision of the hands. As they got older, many old people were eliminated. Due to the domestic system, it was difficult for young people to rise to the top, and the old people did not have the ability to compete. This created a vicious cycle. A very practical and simple example would be the recommendation of the contestants by the expert judges. There were only 5 or 6 experts in the country, and they could only recommend 5 or 6 people. These 5 or 6 people were basically arranged by Chao Xian. Chen Song was not recommended, and the reason given by Chao Xian was also very reasonable. Chen Song does not have any experience in plastic surgery. Moreover, he is too young and lacks clinical experience. He needs to be observed. To put it bluntly, he came from an unorthodox background. He was too young and unreliable. In fact, Chao Xian was not targeting Chen Song. In his position, nothing could happen to him, because in this competition, the participants had to operate on real people. This required the participants to be very reliable. If there was a problem, the expert who recommended them would be responsible. Therefore, it was normal for Chao Xian not to recommend him. After all, he did not understand him. These people's explanations were very good. Chen Song was soon immersed in it. Coupled with the surgery videos with pictures and text, Chen Song realized that although he could rely on the beautiful eyes and the surgical techniques to achieve many things that others could not. But in terms of the details, there were some differences between him and others. They were really very professional. For example, Takatoshi Miyake. He was very effective in the treatment of high adhesions on the eyelids. He could effectively prevent all kinds of subtle differences in the recovery process due to fine adhesions, fine adjustments. The core was fine. Chen Song gained a lot. At this moment, the system suddenly beeped, ding. Do you want to spend 3 skill points to learn the special effect? Chen Song was dumbfounded. There was such a thing. What was there to hesitate about? How could Chen Song let go of such a good opportunity? Learn. Chen Song, who had 30 skill points, chose to learn without hesitation. Suddenly, a flood of information rushed into his mind. Chen Song suddenly realized that Takatoshi Miyake was really hiding a lot of fine details. If he could learn it with just these explanations, he would definitely be cheating. Otherwise, it would be impossible for ordinary people to learn it. Takatoshi Miyake had missed a lot of key steps. After all, this was his family's specialty and had been researched for a long time. Soon, Chen Song felt that his eyelid surgery was improving. He had grasped the skills of Takatoshi Miyake. The time that followed became very joyful. Professor Lee Junji, a Korean expert in the field of autologous fat transplantation, had taught him the experience of autologous fat transplantation. This made Xianxia tremble with excitement. This was good stuff. Xianxia could not help but tell Chen Song, Xiaochen, be serious. Don't play with your phone so freely. This Professor Lee is the best in the world when it comes to autologous fat transplantation. Chen Song nodded, ding. Do you want to spend 30 skill points to learn autologous fat transplantation? Chen Song swallowed his saliva. F***ck, so expensive, let's wait and see. Chen Song gave up. This was too expensive. But soon, Chen Song discovered that the effect of autologous fat transplantation for surgery was too terrifying. It was definitely not just a filling effect. For example, using a unique technique to release orbital fat, a new layer of fat was laid down in the tissue to establish a good foundation for repair. It was like plowing the land, giving the orbital tissue a new vitality. This was just a flexible application of Li Junji's. Moreover, although Chen Song could understand it, it was difficult for him to fully understand this detail. Chen Song himself did not have autologous fat transplantation. Chen Song was suddenly tempted. What should he do? 30 skill points were not that much. Suddenly, Chen Song saw a blank skill book in the inventory. Could it be used? Ding. It can be used. The target's autologous fat transplantation skill is a level 3 plastic surgery and has not reached perfection. It can be replicated. Do you want to replicate it? Chen Song was stunned. Replicate? Was there even a need to consider it? For Chen Song, this wonderful use of autologous fat had opened a door to the field of plastic surgery. This was no longer just a surgery. It could be applied to all kinds of microsurgery. Combined with Takuto Miyake's surgery, this was simply a perfect match. Ding. Replication successful. Received Professor Li Junji's autologous fat transplantation, quasi-perfect level. Chen Song was immediately overjoyed. Chen Song did not expect that his skill points could be used in this way. Chen Song had attended many conferences during this period, but why did he not have the conditions to use them? Ding. As for understanding the technique well enough, you can learn it quickly with the help of skill points. Chen Song understood. He often did plastic surgery and knew a lot of things. For example, the high eyelid adhesion surgery just now. Chen Song himself had master-level eyelid plastic surgery skills, so when he was explaining and learning, the system helped him to master it through skill points. Thinking of this, Chen Song was very excited, but, looking at the more than 20 skill points in his hand, he began to worry. How should he distribute them? How should he choose? Such an opportunity was rare, but he could not put all his skill points on this. After all, skill points were limited. Chen Song still had to save some for critical times to save the patient. Thinking of this, Chen Song decided to act according to the situation. If there was something he liked and it was effective and useful, he could try to learn it. Today's conference was very good, and the view was very broad. It really opened Chen Song to a new world of plastic surgery. Plastic surgery was definitely not just a way of beauty treatment, but also a very good treatment method. Especially for those burn patients, autologous fat transplantation was also very useful. Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but feel a little excited. He suddenly felt that he should save more skill points and then attend more academic conferences to learn the techniques of other experts. Of course, before that, he still needed to do more clinical trials and surgeries to improve his skills. Otherwise, there was no way to trigger the learning of skill points. At the end of the day, medicine needed to be learned from each other, and one person's ability was limited. In one day, Chen Song spent 15 skill points. It was so painful that he wanted to chop off his hand. He realized that he liked meetings more and more. It was definitely not because of the Cheongsam lady. It was because of knowledge. That was right. The day's meeting ended quickly, and Chen Song was not satisfied. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Sigh, Xiao Chen, you were busy playing with your phone and didn't listen carefully. It was so good. It's really broadening my horizons. During dinner, Lao Qin couldn't help but sigh. The other domestic counterparts also nodded. They realized that this trip was really not in vain. There were many things that needed to be improved and worked hard. When the experts heard Lao Qin lecturing Chen Song, they all said, "That's enough. Lao Qin, aren't all young people like this?" But Xiao Chen, what Director Qin said makes sense. Haven't you noticed? Today, the stage is full of young people. We're all old in the beauty and plastic surgery industry. We're here to learn so that we can teach you when we go back. Otherwise, why would we be here? Other countries' research on this is really good. Let's be honest and not be biased. Chen Song nodded and smiled. Teachers are right. After the meal, Qin Xiang looked at Chen Song. Kid, what did you get today? Chen Song nodded. Yes, I've gained a lot. It broadens our horizons. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Like hell, I'll believe you. Chen Song said helplessly, it's true. I've learned everything. Xianxia sneered. You're too naive. Learned it? Let me tell you, what they taught you is an incomplete version. Do you really think they'll tell you the core technology? They've missed the key points. It's impossible to learn it. But what they've pointed out is a very good direction. When I go back, I'll study it carefully. Xiao Chen, you're talented. We're old. You can learn these technologies quickly. Study it more. Chen Song heard Qin Xiang's words. It seemed that Director Qin knew all these and didn't need to remind him. But seeing his kind advice, Chen Song nodded. Director Qin, I've learned a lot. I'll tell you when I go back. Qin Xiang rolled his eyes. Like hell, I'll believe you. Have a good rest. If you're really good at tomorrow's competition, bring back an award and show those old guys. The next day, the competition venue was full of people. After Chen Song and Qin Xiang drew lots at the venue, they were divided into 10 groups and arrived at the competition venue. The competition was very simple. Each group had a patient. Before the surgery, each participant had to choose a surgical plan according to the patient. This meant that only one of the 5 participants could participate in the surgery, and the other 4 would be eliminated directly. This was actually a very important test. The participation of the judging panel and the patient was a consideration for the participants' surgical plan design. Chen Song followed a few participants from different countries into the room one by one. They had 30 minutes to analyze and design a plan. In the room, more than 10 cameras observed every detail of the participants, including the design. One could imagine what the scene would be like during the surgery. The 5 of them had to design a plan that satisfied both the experts and the patients. In fact, behind the seemingly simple plan design was a comprehensive consideration. The experts considered the safety, effectiveness, feasibility, success rate of the surgery, technical content, and several other aspects of the score, but for the patients, there was only one requirement, and that was whether it was beautiful or not. Imperceptibly, this increased the pressure on the participants. Everyone had 30 minutes to prepare, communicate with the patient, and finally design a plan. The patient would also provide an intention score for everyone's final plan. Therefore, the difficulty of the first round was highlighted. Soon, it was Chen Song's turn. After Chen Song came in and saw the patient, he could not help but hesitate whether to give up the competition. He finally understood why the participants outside were sighing. It was too difficult for the doctor. This. Could plastic surgery work? Chen Song also felt that it should be melted down. Sharp corners, high cheekbones, thick lips, eyes similar to sister fangs, lack of elasticity on the face, fleshy cheeks, and a protruding jaw. This was a big project. The examiner glanced at Chen Song. Candidate, please take a seat. Are you ready? Chen Song took a deep breath and wanted to ask if it was possible to change the patient. However, it should be impossible. Thinking of this, he nodded. I'm ready. The 5 examiners were also stunned. So fast, are you going to give up the competition? To be honest, after seeing the patient, they actually considered for a long time whether they should be examiners. After all, this was a difficult task. Not only was it difficult for the candidates, but it was also a test for the examiners. Then, let's start. Chen Song nodded and looked up at the woman. He activated the beautiful eyes and began to consider her face. Seeing that the beautiful eyes could be used, Chen Song breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that it would crash. It seemed that there was no problem. But what should he do next? At this moment, Chen Song stared at the woman and kept thinking. He held a piece of paper in his hand and kept drawing. This was really a big project. Forget it, let's take it slow. As long as he was good at it, Sister Feng could win the beauty contest. All the best. The eyes needed to be fixed, the bags under the eyes removed, and the fat removed. The cheekbones needed to be polished, and part of the bones under the jaw could be chiseled away with equipment, thus reducing the contours of the face and improving the shape of the face. As for the lips, Chen Song felt that there was no need to do anything. After all, some thick lips could be slightly treated to make them sexier. However, there was no flesh on the cheeks, so she definitely needed autologous fat transplant. looking at the woman's face, Xianxia quickly began to design. Then, he organized the equipment and studied the feasibility. The whole process was very busy. Seeing that her design was getting better and better, the woman's face became redder and redder. Looking at how handsome Xianxia was, she wanted to give Xianxia high marks. She swore in her heart that as long as Xianxia was willing to be her boyfriend, she would give him full marks. The rules of the competition were, whoever designed the surgery would do it. This required that the surgery plan had to be convincing to the examiners and show that you had the ability to perform the surgery. You couldn't just draw a beautiful woman and tell them that this was your plan. That was impossible. The examiners would ask you to tell all the details and every step of the operation. To put it bluntly, you had to convince them. Soon, Xianxia's design was completed. He first handed the photo to the woman and said, "This is my initial idea." Then, he handed the drawing to the experts and explained the details of the surgery to them. However, at this moment, before Xianxia could say anything, the woman suddenly said excitedly, "It's him." All the experts were stunned. Was it necessary? However, when they took the design drawing, they were suddenly speechless. Is it a person? Isn't this feasibility too low? This candidate, please don't be so exaggerated. I think the feasibility is very low. Same here. +1. The woman was almost angered to tears by the experts. Why can't I be so good-looking? Who are you looking down on? Xianxia was not angry. He smiled and explained, "Let me explain the specific details of the surgery to the experts. First, the first step is the treatment of the eyelids. I chose the core surgical design of the two chiefs, Takatoshi Miyake and Lee Junji. First, we have to peel off the previous high adhesions to prevent them from sticking again. Then, we will use Lee Junji's unique orbital fat release technique. A new layer of fat will be placed in the tissues, and this self-fat can be chosen in the eye bags. This way, we can achieve better harmony, and here, I have decided to use the SMAS wrinkle removal technique." After hearing this, everyone was stunned. "Young man, your idea is very good, but what you said is the methods of these experts. You are the one who will perform the surgery. Can you do it?" "Yes, these surgeries are very difficult." "Are you sure?" Xianxia smiled slightly. "Of course." At this time, the female patient said excitedly, "Doctor, it's him. It's him, I want him." All the experts, "P.S. These 2 chapters are a little long. I just finished. It's a little late." At that moment, the venue was in an uproar. Most of the people who did not participate in the competition were still sitting on the stage. A few of the judges' team leaders and deputy team leaders sat at the side, discussing the details of the competition today. The other 50 judges, including Xianxia, had been sent to the scene to invigilate the competition. Although there were no first or second rounds, the plan in the morning was designed to eliminate most of the contestants, so everyone was used to calling it an elimination round. The team leader of the judges' team was called Xianxia. He looked at everyone and said, "Next, please look at the big screen. These are the 10 volunteer patients for the surgery in this competition. Every one of them was carefully selected by us. They are very representative patients, and each of these 10 patients can comprehensively test the standard and strength of a plastic surgeon." It had to be said that everyone present was an expert. Everyone's vision was very professional and unique. It did not matter if they looked good or not. The most important thing was whether they could be used or not, whether they were suitable for surgery or not. For example, at this moment, after everyone saw the photos, they immediately started to discuss. It was as if the 10 people in the photos were the champions of a beauty contest. Every one of them was very outstanding. They were so beautiful that one would never get tired of looking at them. Look at this eye, it's big and round. Look at this mouth, it's wide and flat. Yes, this is very good, it can transform space. She's a good candidate. She's a good candidate for plastic surgery. Well, looking at the professional introduction of the people below the stage, the experts were very satisfied. This was what the medical beauties should do. They did not need to look good because they had their own vision of slimming faces, beautifying skin, removing wrinkles, big eyes, filters. Of course, it did not mean that the medical beauties were blind, nor were they cameras. It just meant that they were more professional. Gaoanshuan said with a smile, everyone, quiet down. Let's look at the photos one by one and use professional vision to choose the surgery plan. Let's give everyone an inspiration. After that, the few experts began to discuss the embryo beauties one by one. It had to be said that experts were experts. Moreover, these people were team leaders. They had already reached the point where they had no restrictions in their hearts. Everyone quickly came up with a plan and described it on the demonstration board. This kind of communication method allowed everyone present to communicate and learn from each other. This kind of meeting was very meaningful. Soon, after the photos were taken one by one, it was time for the 10th group, which was Chen Song's group's beautiful embryo. Looking at this photo, even the experts fell silent. No one was willing to break the silence of this moment. Because, the difficulty of this task had skyrocketed. Compared to the other teams, it was clearly a notch higher. Perhaps this embryo didn't need surgery, but to become a new embryo, the difficulty level of this plastic surgery had skyrocketed. Even the audience attending the conference couldn't stand it anymore. This was making things difficult for the examinees. This woman is a little out of the ordinary. That's right. This test should be a head transplant surgery, right? Plastic surgery can't be done everywhere, right? Listening to the discussion of the crowd, Gaoanshuan smiled. Actually, this is the mission of the plastic surgery department. Everyone has the right to pursue beauty. They can't change their birth, but we can help change their appearance. Speaking of this, Gaoanshuan pointed to the big screen and said, we should be patient. Everyone, look carefully. If we divide her into several steps, let's do the eyes first. Mr. Takato Miyake might have a better idea. Miyake nodded. That's right, his specialty was plastic surgery in the field of eye surgery. He should have no problem. Thus, Takato Miyake nodded. He got up and brought up the photo on the big screen. Then, he picked up a marker and began to operate on the eyes. Everyone, look here, the lower eyelid. We can use liposuction to remove the eye bags. However, the most important thing is the canthus. We need to focus on it. Just like this, adjust the thickness of the fat, change the structure of the canthus. It had to be said that Takato Miyake's skill level was very high. Not long after, everyone was shocked. This operation really made a lot of changes. Then, Li Junji stood up and said with a smile, actually, her cheeks need to be filled with self-lifting fat. This model. Everyone, look, change the structure of the face and effectively fill it with self-lifting fat. Then, one after another, several experts began to show their skills. Everyone had something they were good at and everyone offered suggestions. They showed the audience what was called an all-star operation. Finally, Gaoanshuan stood up and said, actually, the most important thing for this patient is the facial reconstruction. If the facial bone structure is not changed, it will be difficult to fundamentally change it. Therefore, we need to use the bone grinding technique to change a few places. This is probably the most difficult part of the operation. Everyone, look, first is the change of the cheekbone. Then, the change of the upper and lower jaw, the change of the angle between the upper and lower jaw. These are all very important. At this time, the modern side of Samsung was shown. Gaoanshuan smiled and said, I would like to thank Samsung Group and South Korea's Jongmin Plastic Surgery Hospital for creating a digital simulation of plastic surgery equipment. The main thing is to input the patient's structure, then through our operation, simulate the final surgical effect. When Pater heard this, he frowned. He did not expect them to come up with such technology. However, they were already behind. After Pater Toby's previous fight with Chen Song, he felt the inconvenience of the computer. Now, he had begun to research and improve it. And Leonard Kong was very supportive of his project. He continued to invest in CIS Plastic Surgery Hospital for research and development. Therefore, when the experts entered the plastic surgery signal into the machine, everyone below began to look forward to it. After comparing the two faces, there might be a big surprise, right? The power of plastic surgery was just that magical. Thinking of this, everyone felt that with such an all-star lineup, what could not be solved? Very soon, when all the data was entered, a countdown appeared on the big screen. 10, 9, 8. The several expert review team leaders on the stage were looking forward to it. After all, this was considered a very difficult operation. Everyone's breathing quickened as they looked forward to it. Very soon, the countdown came to an end. Suddenly, a face appeared in everyone's line of sight. Everyone was stunned. Immediately after, the atmosphere became heavy. Even the Cheongsam hostess felt the temperature rise by a few degrees. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This is 2F** King Ugly. It's not as good as the original? Yeah. There was a lot of discussion below. No one had expected such an outcome. It seemed that this all-star lineup needed some adjustment. The experts on the stage were also dumbfounded. It looked good everywhere, but why did it turn out like this when put together? At this time, Peter suddenly understood. It was because they lacked a god's perspective. That's right, everyone was too focused on the changes in one area and neglected the overall effect, resulting in a different combination. This was taught to him by Chen Song. At this time, everyone below the stage sighed. Gaoanshuan and the others frowned and stood up. They stared at the generated image and began to think. Everyone below was talking about it. Look, actually. If you look carefully, the face shape is quite good, the eyes are good, the mouth is good. Everything is good, but it's a little distorted when put together. Yes. It seems that the most important thing in plastic surgery is to have a good overall effect, otherwise there will be a car accident. This was a typical example of going from one extreme to another. Gaoanshuan put the two photos together and compared them. He immediately fell into deep thought. It seemed not as good as before. Thinking of this, Gaoanshuan sighed. It's still too hasty. Maybe we have a better solution. How about this? Let's see how the contestants in this group come up with their plans. At this time, the plastic surgery hospital received the news and started a live broadcast. At this time, Chen Song was persuading a group of experts, and the final blueprint of his design plan instantly appeared on the big screen with the help of multiple cameras. Peter recognized it at a glance. This was Chen Song. Instantly, Peter's interest was piqued. Maybe Chen Song had a better idea. Sure enough, after seeing the design that Chen Song had sketched, everyone was stunned. Damn. Is this a person? It's too fake. This is deceiving oneself. How can such an operation be completed? Yes, it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Everyone below was discussing. At this time, the examiner on the scene also began to say that it was impossible. But at this time, Chen Song began to explain, I can completely restore every step. At this time, Peter's expression changed and he quickly said, open the simulator and enter according to what he said. Suddenly, several experts were stunned. This was a good idea, and they quickly got up and opened the simulator. At this time, Chen Song's voice was heard. First, we should make a high-level adjustment of the eyes. We need to inject self-fat here to effectively prevent adhesion. Li Junji was stunned. This is my technique. Takatoshi Miyake shook his head and frowned. No. It's our technique. Gaoanshuan, he combined Professor Miyake's techniques with Professor Li Junji's eye surgery. He has a good idea. Takato Miyake and Li Junji looked at each other and nodded. If his own eye plastic surgery combined with his own fat to prevent adhesion could also effectively relieve eye bags. This was simply a genius idea. Thinking of this, Takato Miyake's face lit up. At this time, Miyake hurriedly entered the data. Gaoanshuan looked at Chen Song's operation and said, what an impressive young man. He has a lot of ideas, but this kind of operation combined with the two professors, can he do it? Instantly, everyone sighed. That's right. This operation is too difficult. Although it's very useful and can effectively prevent adhesion, it's really too difficult. What a pity. Even if you can design it, you may not be able to do it. Pate had absolute faith in Chen Song. He believed that since Chen Song could think of it, he could definitely do it well. Pater said, according to what he said, enter the data first. Gaoanshuan nodded. Step by step, the various data began to be slowly entered. Soon, Chen Song began to sharpen the bones. Gaoanshuan suddenly said, he doesn't seem to have changed his lips. Everyone frowned. That's right, the lips were really a failure. If they weren't changed, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this time, Chen Song began to sharpen the bones. he took out another piece of paper and began to describe every step of the bone grinding process. After Xianxia heard this, he suddenly fell into silence. This was because he found that Chen Song's requirements for bone sharpening were too high. It was basically impossible to achieve. The angle was too tricky and the operation was too precise. This was simply beyond the precision of craniotomy. How was this possible? Xianxia, who had been immersed in this field for many years, said directly, "This young man has a lot of ideas and is really daring. His ideas are very difficult to achieve. I've been sharpening bones for so many years, but this is the first time I've heard of someone doing this. It's too difficult. However, it's undeniable that this guy's ideas are good. Let's continue to enter the data." After all the data had been entered, the machine entered the countdown mode. At this time, no one had high expectations. After all, the experts were all like this. Don't expect too much from others. At this time, the participants from China in the audience also saw Chen Song and felt sorry for Chen Song. It's such a pity for Xiaochen. Yeah. He's met such an extraordinary woman. At this time, the countdown was coming to an end. Everyone was looking forward to seeing what would happen. The big screen changed. Everyone casually glanced at him without a care in the world. Suddenly, they could no longer forget her face. The lips that they thought were a failure. At this moment, they became sexy and charming. Suddenly, the Cheongsam Missy felt the temperature rise again. Everyone present looked at this scene with their eyes and mouths agape. They were dumbfounded. Xianxia saw that everyone's expressions were similar to what they had just seen. History was always similar. He was about to turn around and say a few polite words. However, the moment he turned around, he realized that he seemed to have met the goddess of his dreams. It was as if this was his first love. This was too beautiful. Why? The few experts were dumbfounded. It was the same operation, but the other party's mouth did not change much. Instead, it looked better than theirs, including Peter. They looked at the scene with great interest and fell into deep thought. This kid had really become stronger. Peter thought of yesterday's meeting. Could it be? Chen Song learned these advantages and became what he was now. Thinking of this, Peter was stunned. Wasn't this too talented? No one expected this result. Suddenly, the entire venue was in an uproar. This was really too scary. This kind of plastic surgery was really a rebirth. However, at this time, Xianxia said, "Looks like this plan is really excellent. But, what I'm more worried about is, can anyone restore this plan? At least I can't do it. I'll be honest, I might not even be able to do the bone grinding." At this time, the examiner also asked Chen Song the same question. "Are you sure you can do it?" Chen Song smiled and said a few simple words. Suddenly, the few experts on the stage changed their expressions and quickly prepared to switch the screen. Suddenly, everyone present was stunned. Why did they not understand Chen Song's words? Indeed, Chen Song did not say this for the audience. He said it for the team leaders. Chen Song was talking about the steps that they had purposely missed. He wanted to tell the team leaders that he could do it, but he knew the depth of it. He only said a few words and did not point it out. However, this was enough to scare the experts. This was a job that depended on one's family background. How could they let Chen Song announce it to the public? It was fine as long as he knew it. Therefore, everyone was ready to turn off the big screen. Fortunately, Chen Song only said a few words and did not point it out completely. The few team leaders heaved a sigh of relief and quickly called Chen Song. "Tell him that he passed." Everyone below was dumbfounded. They did not know what was going on. On the other hand, Peter looked at the big screen with interest and smiled. This kid was amazing. Xianxia was eliminated. It seemed that there was no surprise. When he was eating with his colleagues, he suddenly realized that Chen Song had not returned. "Chief Wang? Xiaochen hasn't returned yet?" Xianxia asked curiously. When the chief physicians heard that, they stopped eating. They put down their bowls and chopsticks and stared at Xianxia. They felt their scalps tingle and their hearts tremble. "What are you talking about?" Xianxia was stunned. The chief physicians looked at Xianxia. "Lao Qin, tell us honestly. Why didn't you tell us that, Chief? Chief Chen is so amazing?" "Yes. Lao Qin, you're not being kind. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Xianxia was not stupid. He immediately understood what was going on. You're saying Xianxia advanced? Xianxia immediately beamed with joy and was a little excited. The chief physicians carefully checked Xianxia's information and found out that Xianxia was actually the champion of the National Cardiovascular Surgery Skills Competition. Moreover, he was the deputy chief physician of the Second People's Hospital of Danyang Province. He was only 27 years old, but he already had so many honors. This was definitely a matter of ability. No. This was not just ability, this was talent. Xianxia could not help but smile awkwardly. Actually, I didn't know that Xiaochen was so strong. I just wanted to bring him out to see the world. Director Wang rolled his eyes. In the end, you didn't expect that all of us here would be able to see the world when you brought them out. Right? As he spoke, Chief Wang recounted Xianxia's morning incident in detail. After he finished speaking, Xianxia was stunned. Wait. Chief Wang. You mean Xianxia really learned the skills of those team leaders? Chief Wang nodded firmly. That's right. I saw the eyes of those team leaders. They seemed to be hiding something, so we sat down and discussed it. So, there's only one truth. Chief Wang's glasses flashed like Conan's. That is, the skills that those team leaders talked about were hidden, and Chief Chen. He discovered it, found it, and even mastered their skills. When these words came out, Xianxia was stunned. The other directors also sighed. Director Qin, you've really hidden Xiaochen well. Xianxia said slowly, I really didn't expect this. After all, I was the one who helped Xiaochen get his plastic surgeon license. He's only been in this industry for 3 or 4 months. Everyone was stunned. After a long time, they looked at the bowls and chopsticks in their hands and hesitated for a long time. They were thinking of a question. If they threw the bowl and chopsticks at Xianxia's head, would they need to pay compensation? Preparations for the surgery in the afternoon began in a tense but orderly manner. Inside each operating theater, there were more than 20 high-definition cameras from multiple angles without any blind spots to observe the surgery. At this moment, several of the team leaders on stage were feeling uneasy. At the end of the morning, Xianxia's words had given them quite a scare. This kid, could it be that he had really grasped their technology? Of the 4 team leaders and vice team leaders, only Peter was sitting there very casually, as if he wasn't worried at all. The others were all waiting anxiously for the operation to begin. They were looking forward to it, but they were also afraid. They were looking forward to Xianxia's innovative surgery, combining the surgical essence of many experts. Perhaps they could learn other people's skills after watching his surgery. But they were also really worried. They were worried that Xianxia would accidentally show their core skills. Thus, the surgery in the afternoon officially began. The image on the big screen was an image of the operating theater. However, Gaoanshuan didn't hesitate at all. He directly switched to the 10th group, which was Xianxia's group. Suddenly, the people below started to discuss and boil. This was the surgery that everyone wanted to watch the most. Xianxia was seen calmly and began the operation in his hands. However, just because he wasn't panicking didn't mean that others weren't stressed. For example, the anesthesiologist and scrub nurse were really sad. They didn't expect to encounter a problem that was beyond their syllabus just by being an assistant. It seemed that this doctor had no chance of winning. Before the anesthesia, the patient even winked at Xianxia to encourage him. Xianxia panicked. He looked at the anesthesiologist and considered whether to increase the anesthesia. Prepare the anesthesia. The first thing to be done was the external canthus reconstruction surgery. Xianxia chose the Vanamon external canthus reconstruction surgery that Takato Miyake was best at. This was Miyake's core surgical technique. He cleverly solved the problem of high adhesion. Xianxia performed the surgery at the side, and the people present went crazy. Vanamon external canthus reconstruction surgery. This is Mr. Takato Miyake's best technique, a modified version. This is a live demonstration. We've earned a lot. Miyake was panicking. His core skills made him feel very insecure. But, he couldn't just switch, right? That would damage his reputation, and, most importantly, there would be their core skills later. When Miyake saw Chen-sung use his and Li Junji's techniques for the canthus reconstruction yesterday, he was already shocked. He knew that if he wanted to learn this, he had to see how Chen-sung would use Li Junji's autologous fat transplantation technique. The audience was silent. They took out their small notebooks and took notes. When they saw the specific steps of the surgery, they suddenly became enlightened. That's right, so this was a hidden technique. Everyone was overjoyed. The king of Ai, Wan Chen, was writing furiously, quickly taking down the key points. Even the experts were watching carefully with their eyes wide open. Soon, Chen-sung began to extract the autologous fat from the eye bags. This step seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult. The autologous fat facial reconstruction technique was done through a specific process of purification, and Li Junji, in order to maintain the fat's activity, used it on the spot. Chen-sung was very good at it. Then, he used a three-dimensional injection method to transplant the fat into the various layers of the face. The whole process was done with a very thin catheter needle. And at this time, everyone's eyes were wide open, waiting for the next step. Miyake, Li Junji, and the other team leaders were not relaxed either. This was Chen-sung's self-created technique. It combined the strengths of the two experts and complemented each other. He slowly used the orbital fat release technique and used a very thin catheter needle to evenly spread a layer of fat in the orbital tissue. This process was very precise, but also very nimble. The catheter needle in Chen-sung's hand seemed to be filled with spiritual energy, releasing the fat precisely and delicately, slowly. After the injection, a good repair foundation was instantly established between the tissues. Next, Chen-sung quickly started to repair the internal and external canthus. Everyone suddenly understood. At this time, if there was a layer of fat as a barrier, a better, more difficult, and more exciting repair could be achieved, and adhesion could be prevented. This was much more precise than Mr. Takatoshi Miyake's technique at the beginning. At this time, Takatoshi Miyake, who was on the stage, looked very excited. Even his palms were sweating. Chen-sung's surgical method was a completely new concept. It was too powerful. This was a completely new surgical method, and soon, Chen-sung completed the repair of the eye, the internal and external canthus, and the hidden and delicate repair of the cosmetic line. The entire eye was like plowed land, giving a new vitality to the orbital septum, full of vitality, beautiful yet seductive. The scene fell into a state of excitement and silence. Under their witness, Chen-sung completed a technical innovation and created a new, higher-level surgery for the internal and external canthus. However, after a long time, Li Junji suddenly said, "Maybe, this is what a genius is?" As soon as he said that, the crowd quieted down. That's right, maybe this is what a genius is. He had learned the essence of everyone in yesterday's meeting, and today he was able to apply what he had learned. Moreover, he was able to innovate and improve on the basics, making it his own. If this isn't a genius, what is? However, Li Junji continued, this kind of autologous fat transplant combined with facial modification is safer. There's no need for surgery, no scar, no foreign body, and no pain. However, the effect is much more exquisite than cutting open surgery. The slight modification of the internal and external canthus also loses the chance of adhesion due to the reconstruction of the orbital septum fat. This is amazing. Just as everyone was immersed in it, Miyake suddenly shook his head and said something that made everyone lose confidence. Everyone, it looks simple, but, have you seriously thought about whether you can do it? Or, can we do it? As soon as he said that, the crowd quieted down. Even Li Junji, Gawanshuan, and the others reacted. That's right, every step of Chen-sung's surgery was like a computer. The placement of fat particles was just right, achieving a high degree of integration of human aesthetics and mechanics. Could they do it with this level of skill? Peter couldn't help but laugh. This is Chen-sung, he didn't need to hide anything. He could openly announce the surgery to the public and even let them see the core of the surgery. He could even explain it clearly to them. But, you just can't do it, only he can do it. This is Chen-sung. After everyone saw this, they were silent for a long time. That's right, so what if they understood it? Do you have such delicate and dexterous hands? However, Peter couldn't help but say, everyone, don't have such high expectations of yourself. Chen-sung actually gave everyone a train of thought. You can completely follow this train of thought and research. Plastic surgery, or even surgery, a true expert can't be imitated. why bother with this? If we can't learn Xianxia, we can learn from Mr. Todo Miyake's internal and external canthus microsurgery. We can learn from Mr. Li Junji's autologous fat transplant and release. We can even learn from Mr. Gaoanshuan's bone grinding technique. Only then did everyone come to a realization. That's right, why should he compare himself to a monster? We can learn from these team leaders. Everyone below was overjoyed. The other team leaders' hearts sank. They glanced at Pater, smiled, and said, Motherf asterisk cur, this dog. However, he looked at everyone and said with a smile, Mr. Pater is right. Even if it wasn't right, there was nothing they could do. Xianxia had already announced it. At this time, Xianxia was watching Xianxia's surgery video and remained silent for a long time. This bastard, it turned out that he really knew how to do it. I actually didn't believe it. I actually used Xianxia's brain to figure out Xianxia's abnormality. Have I become arrogant? Next, Xianxia truly demonstrated what a genius plastic surgeon was. Her cheeks were fleshless and needed to be filled with fat. Just as Xianxia was about to fill in the wound, he suddenly put down the catheter needle in his hand and began to polish the cheekbone. This process was extremely meticulous: incision, stop the bleeding, muscle stripping, nerve separation, exposure. Under the cold light, Xianxia fully utilized every bit of the bone polishing machine to its fullest potential. The delicate swinging saw, the reciprocating saw, the curved drill, and other professional equipment were shining in Xianxia's hands. After polishing the cheekbone, Xianxia did not directly suture it. Instead, he used the wound to fill in the fat on both sides of the cheekbone. At this time, Gaoanshuan's breathing quickened, his eyes filled with anticipation. Perhaps this was the highest level of bone polishing. Perhaps this was the direction he was working towards. Takato Miyake suddenly asked, why? Why didn't Mr. Chen modify the jawline and the contour of the face first, then perform the autologous fat transplant? Everyone nodded in agreement. That was right, that was a problem. However, at this time, Li Junji and Gaoanshuan suddenly said in unison. Because he already saw the result in his eyes. Pater nodded. That's right. Mr. Chen's current operation is because he has a god's view of the human face. Every step is carefully selected. I believe that he will use the SMAS wrinkle removal technique in a while to complete the final touches. Time passed by, second by second. The surgeries of the 1st to 9th groups were completed one after another, but the group of experts did not pay any attention to them, because they knew that the champion had already fallen into the hands of the Chen family. From the beginning of the planning and design to the current surgery competition, under the surveillance of dozens of cameras, every tiny movement was magnified. It could be said that any person's movement, under such detailed observation, would have errors and errors. What a pity, Xianxia's hands were as steady as a precision machine, meticulous and meticulous. When the final bone polishing machine was completed, Xianxia smiled in satisfaction. At this time, not only did Xianxia not extract the fat, but he also made some slight adjustments to the face. This adjustment, instantly, everyone was stunned. Because the facial tissue that was modified just now was connected to the facial tissue that was modified, it was as if it was so natural and harmonious. Had the surgery really been done, if they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would have been filled with curiosity. Finally, Xianxia stretched the facial skin to remove the wrinkles. When the surgery was completed, even if it was only a half-finished product now, but, when the camera was fixed on the woman's face, a group of experts could not help but stand up. It turned out that she was even prettier than in the photos. Gaoanshuan muttered to himself, this is probably a genius, right? A surgery. At this moment, there was only one sentence in everyone's mind. This is probably what plastic surgery is, right? What was the highest realm of plastic surgery? It was natural beauty. This group of people actually found the so-called natural and harmonious beauty in such a beauty embryo that was beyond the scope of their standards. This was probably talent, uncanny workmanship, a miracle. The surgery was over. Everyone stood up and began to applaud. Warm applause resounded throughout the venue. Regardless of skin color, race, country, or province, this glory belonged to Xianxia, this plastic surgeon from China. At this moment, the most excited person was not Xianxia, because he did not know how to remind the 5 examiners that his surgery had been completed. He did not know how to remind them to stay away from him. Xianxia really wanted to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. He was worried that the patient would not let him leave after she opened her eyes. the most excited people in the venue were the plastic surgery team from China. How many years had it been? They could also say loudly in the plastic surgery industry, we are also champions. Excited, proud, no words could express their excitement at this moment. It was as if this glory belonged to all of them. Peter smiled. Chen Song, this young man, had really become stronger. Xianxia suddenly looked at everyone and smiled. Perhaps, there is no need to argue about the championship anymore. This Mr. Chen from China has shown us the charm of plastic surgery. He has shown us what plastic surgery is and what uncanny workmanship is like. In one surgery, he has improved many traditional and classic surgical methods and achieved true innovation. He has also opened the door for plastic surgery. He is worthy of this year. MVP. Suddenly, the audience shouted, MVP. P.S. Thank you for the 20,000 tip from QQ reading The Sky of 3,000 Worlds, 10,000 tip from TKVS, thank you for your support. Also, I am not lame in these few chapters. I am just trying my best to write about Chen Song's brilliance. If you still think that I am lame, I am very sorry. Plastic surgery is also one of Chen Song's methods. I cannot not write about it. Since I have written it, I will write it well. Of course, the main theme is still medical treatment. I will not be biased. I hope that other than the boring and touching medical treatment, there will be more interesting worlds that you do not know about, such as plastic surgery. I want everyone to have a better understanding of plastic surgery. The purpose of writing a book is to describe an industry or world that you do not understand. I want to write about the various emotions of life. If you like it, vote for me. If not, I can only say that I am sorry. My ability is limited, also. I am really not a sailor. I am not a sailor. After the examiners sent Chen Song off, they were overjoyed. No one knew Chen Song's surgery better than them. They knew all the details and techniques. They felt that if they went back and summarized it, they would be able to do it too. It felt good to learn from others for a while. It felt good to keep learning from others. It turned out that plastic surgery was not so difficult. Thinking of this, all of them were full of ambition and ambition. What Li Junji? What Miyake Takutoshi? Go away, we have learned all your techniques. We will go back and study it for a year. Next year, we will recommend ourselves for the competition. We might even get the MVP award. After the surgery, it was already afternoon. It was supposed to be a simple work lunch before they gathered at the venue to vote for the best plastic surgeon of the year. However, since it was still early, the examiners decided to invite Chen Song to a very high-end restaurant to eat and drink. At the same time, they asked Chen Song about Miyake and Li Junji's technical core. Chen Song did not hide anything from them. This made the examiners feel that Chen Song was a person who treated them with sincerity and etiquette. It was worth it. They felt that a high-end meeting was not bad. They even dined in such a high-end restaurant. Thinking that it was free, Chen Song did not stand on ceremony. Anyway, Samsung was a nouveau riche. He had even bought a Samsung phone before. It was considered a contribution to them. He did not expect that one day, he would be able to eat his phone back. Yes, he ate the same dish just now. However, these experts were very smart. They were not stupid at all. They felt that it was an honor to treat Professor Chen to a meal. They had to take a picture and hang it on the company's wall in the future. Eating with the 2019 Best Plastic Surgeon of the Year, Mr. Chen Song. How stylish. After returning home at night, Chen Song felt a little full. Chen Song sat in his seat. The surrounding experts and professors exchanged business cards with Chen Song. There were experts from different countries. Xianxia, who was watching from the side, felt jealous and envious. He suddenly felt that after all these years of plastic surgery, the most fulfilling thing was getting to know Chen Song. The rest of the time, he was fighting goblins in the newbie village. It was too embarrassing. Living on a dog's body, at this time, the experts were having an intense vote. There were 50 experts, 3 deputy team leaders, and 1 team leader. Each of the 50 experts had 1 vote, the deputy team leaders had 10 votes, and the team leaders had 20 votes. Xianxia said loudly, "It's time for the exciting voting. We are about to choose the best plastic surgeon of the year for this year." Unfortunately, no one was excited at all. after all, everyone already knew who the champion was. At this time, there was no point in creating an atmosphere. Instead, it was a little awkward. To be honest, it didn't matter how the experts voted. As long as 5 experts voted for one person, there would be 50 votes. The big screen began to count down. Finally, the screen changed. Chen Song's final tally was 88 votes, the other contestants received 12 votes. Let's invite the best plastic surgeon of the year, Mr. Chen Song, up here to receive his award. After Chen Song went on stage, he received the certificate of honor and a trophy. Gao Anshuan smiled and handed it to Chen Song. Congratulations. Chen Song smiled faintly. Thank you. Gao Anshuan was stunned for a moment. Can't you pretend to be excited? After all, it's an award. Gao Anshuan had no choice but to continue. Let's invite Mr. Chen Song to give his acceptance speech. Chen Song smiled. Fortunately, he was prepared. He turned on his phone. Xianxia, who was below the stage, was stunned. He suddenly realized something. When Chen Song was sitting yesterday, he seemed to be searching for an acceptance speech. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but gulp and mumble to himself. This kid, he even prepared his acceptance speech in advance. His preparation was really sufficient. His impassioned speech made everyone feel refreshed. If not for the fact that he had practiced plastic surgery for many years, Xianxia would have believed it himself. In the end, Chen Song looked at everyone and said with a smile, "Actually, this kind of meeting is very good. We can learn more from each other. For example, I learned a lot from yesterday's meeting. Now, let me tell you some more details of the surgery." Li Junji, MMP. Takuto Miyake, MMP. On the other hand, the crowd was overjoyed. Mr. Chen Song was a good person. After the presentation, Chen Song dissected Li Junji and Takuto Miyake's skills without any secrets. If not for the fact that the 2 experts were about to cry, Chen Song would not have planned to stop. Everyone's faces were filled with joy as they sighed with emotion. What a good doctor. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly heard the system notification frowny face ding. Your sharing of medical skills is considered to have completed the doctor's benevolence mission. Obtained skill points +2. Chen Song put down the microphone and was about to leave the stage. When he heard the system notification, he turned back, took a deep breath, and picked up the microphone again. Does everyone feel that the sharing just now was enough? Everyone shouted, enough. Dr. Chen is so good. Chen Song shook his head silently. No. I don't think it's enough. I feel that I should also share the techniques that the experts talked about yesterday with my own private work with everyone. Do you mind wasting everyone's time? Everyone heard that. Share, mind, of course not. Everyone was excited. He was indeed someone from a big country, a country of etiquette. His words and actions were so sincere. There was an old saying in China, a gentleman should be virtuous. Everyone was very emotional. Chen Song continued, actually, what the experts talked about yesterday was actually very good. Maybe I didn't use much in this surgery and only used 2 or 3 experts' techniques. Using this time, I will share with everyone the core techniques of the other experts. This is my own experience. I believe that everyone will improve after listening to it. The experts' faces were ashen. They thought that they had escaped, but, in the end, they did not escape this disaster. Chen Song spoke very carefully and tried his best to explain every detail clearly to everyone. The experts were very angry. F*CK, he understood it better than them. But they had to maintain a smile in front of the camera. The rest of the time became a lecture. Everyone wrote a lot of notes. They felt that this year's annual meeting was not in vain, but more than that, they were grateful to Chen Song. As soon as Chen Song's voice fell, the audience burst into applause. Mr. Chen Song was a good person for life MVP. China is indeed a country of etiquette. Dr. Chen is a gentleman. A gentleman should be virtuous. Chen Song heard the exclamations and was stunned. Not bad, it seemed that Korea and Japan's research on our national culture was quite good. Ding. Your sharing of medical skills is considered to have completed the doctor's benevolence mission. Obtained skill points +5. Chen Song spoke until his mouth was dry. This time, the meeting went on until about 11 o'clock. but everyone was willing to endure it. They felt that this was the most valuable annual meeting in history. No one felt that it was too long. Instead, they felt that time had passed so quickly. However, the group of experts was disheartened. Next year, the year after, as long as Xianxia spoke, they would not speak. How can you do that? Our little secrets have all been dug out by you. When the meeting was adjourned, almost everyone who saw Xianxia nodded gratefully to show their respect. Such a man was worthy of everyone's respect. Because he was selfless, sharing good things with others without hiding anything, such a person deserved to be outstanding. The one-day trip to Seoul ended smoothly. Xianxia was the mascot for the entire day, taking photos with the people around him. The next morning, Xianxia and Xianxia rushed to the airport. A group of Korean experts and professors personally sent them to the airport. When they reached the ticket counter, the group of people shouted, "Goodbye, Teacher Chen." Xianxia was pleased as he entered. Xianxia felt an unprecedented sense of pride. In the past, he had to attend conferences by himself. It was already so difficult for Xiaoxian to get to know Peter. But now, while waiting for the flight, Xianxia suddenly heard his phone ring. Xianxia looked at it. It was Zhang Zhixin. "Teacher Zhang, what's the matter?" Zhang Zhixin quickly shook his head. No. You will be Teacher Chen from now on. Teacher Chen, let me tell you. You have been called out. Zhang Zhixin was a little incoherent. Xianxia was a little worried about him. Was this a sign of a stroke? Teacher Chen, the news of you winning the Best Plastic Surgeon of the Year award has spread to China. Now, many official media are publicly praising you. They say that after you won, you did not forget to spread the news of your skills to the participants. Your unreserved spirit of teaching is worth learning. The official media are praising you for showing the spirit of modern China's doctors. Even the Korean media are saying that you are the most professional doctor with the most exemplary and moral character. Xianxia was stunned when he heard Zhang Zhixin's words. I am so outstanding. Xianxia hung up the phone. Xianxia could not help but ask curiously, "Xiao Chen, what's the matter?" Xianxia smiled awkwardly, "It's nothing. I was in the newspapers." Xianxia chuckled. Oh. Newspapers? I remember I was also in the Ammonium Yang Daily and the Health Daily. I was also in the Health Daily once. It was about skin diseases. Xianxia was still very proud when he said this. Right, what newspaper did you appear in? Xianxia shook his head, I don't know. I heard it from teacher Zhang Zhixin. I will ask him to send it to me. At this moment, his phone lit up. Xianxia looked at the message and said to Xianxia, "Oh. The People's Daily, China Youth Daily, China Education News. Oh. There's also a Global Daily. However, most of them only mentioned me. He definitely can't compare to teacher Qin." Xianxia's words almost scared Xianxia to the ground. What? Xianxia could not be blamed for being surprised. These newspapers were all top newspapers in the country. Although newspapers were not very popular in this era, there were not many people who read newspapers. But this had a special meaning. This was equivalent to being named by the officials and acknowledging your achievements. How could this be the same? Xianxia handed the phone to Xianxia. Look. Xianxia hurriedly took the phone and widened his eyes in disbelief. On what basis? But when he saw it, he was stunned. It was real. Xianxia's name was, "A gentleman carries things with integrity, is neither arrogant nor rash, shows the demeanor of a big country, in Korea, shows the outstanding character of our country, the nation of etiquette, the spirit and character of China's doctors." Although it was only mentioned in a few simple sentences, but the meaning behind this was not something ordinary people could compare to put it bluntly, this was a signal. Xianxia looked at the photo and was so envious that he cried. On the plane, Xianxia closed his eyes and was ready to enjoy the fruits of the harvest. Ding! Challenge mission completed. Successfully obtained the title of Best Plastic Surgeon of the Year. Obtained generous rewards, please choose one of them. 1. Perfect Facial Plastic Surgery Skill Pack. 2. Perfect Physical Examination Skill Pack. 3. Perfect Imaging Examination Skill Pack. Xianxia looked at the reward and was Stunned, perfect skill pack reward. It was really a little generous, but since it was a skill pack, it was definitely not a single skill. Chen Song eliminated the facial plastic surgery skill pack. He already had enough ability to complete many plastic surgeries. As for the nose and lip surgery, perhaps he could slowly supplement it in the future. He could not add more points. Now, he was conflicted about the physical examination skill pack and the imaging examination skill pack. In the physical examination, Chen Song had a perfect cardiac auscultation. In the imaging examination, Chen Song only had a perfect chest imaging examination. Both of them were very tempting. Which one should he choose? After thinking about it, Chen Song began to deliberate. In fact, as an emergency doctor in the clinic, the physical examination seemed to be more meaningful. The imaging examination had a report written by a specialist. Generally, the problem would not be too big. But, the physical examination could help him obtain a lot of useful information during the diagnosis process. Whether it was the emergency department or the outpatient department, it was very important. Thinking of this, Chen Song did not hesitate and directly chose the physical examination skill pack. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the physical examination skill pack. Obtained passive skill, perfect. Closing his eyes, Chen Song appeared in an empty room. The physical examination was the understanding of the human body's signals through visual touch and auditory perception in modern medicine. For example, auscultation of the lungs, percussion, auscultation of the heart, palpation of the abdomen, and so on. This was a basic skill that any medical student should have. There were also all kinds of nervous system reflexes, for example, the common Babinski sign, Koenig sign, Hoffman sign, meningeal stimulation sign, and so on. These seemed to be basic, but they were actually the most difficult to master. This was a skill that a doctor needed to learn for a lifetime. This was also why many famous doctors could diagnose diseases just by relying on their hands and a stethoscope. They could even get a lot of information just by relying on their gait, facial expression, and so on. Medicine needed to be explored constantly. Chen Song began to learn again and again. The plane flew slowly. Xianxia, who was at the side, looked at Chen Song with his eyes closed. He was calm, and his heart was already in turmoil. What a powerful young man, not to mention anything else, this wisdom was difficult for others to surpass. He had obtained such a great achievement, but he was not excited at all. Before Chen Song got off the plane, a group of leaders from the 2nd Provincial Hospital had already arrived. They were mainly the leaders of the Health and Wellness Commission, as well as experts from the city and the province. Chen Song receiving such a prestigious award was a huge improvement in the medical industry for Dongyang Province or Ammonium City. Moreover, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Chen Song gave a lecture at the end, which made the foreign media praise Chen Song highly. They said that he had good professional ethics and showed the Chinese nation's etiquette. This was the glory of the 2nd Provincial Hospital, and also the glory of Dongyang Province. Therefore, the reporters took the opportunity to interview Xianxia, and the leaders in the province praised Xianxia highly. He had a discerning eye. After all, a week ago, he had sacrificed himself to save the injured from the hands of the thugs and won the national cardiac surgery competition. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed, and he had gone to Korea to win the title of the best plastic surgeon of the year. He also took the opportunity to spread the style of our motherland and show our national prestige. This made the leaders of the surrounding hospitals so envious that they were about to cry. Zhao Shouping finally realized what Qian Liang had said, but it was too late to cry now. If he could turn back time, he would be willing to give Chen Song a department director, or even the deputy director. Qin Xiaoyuan looked at the new excellent plaque in his office. Suddenly, he realized that the proudest thing in life was not being a director. It was giving birth to a good girl. P.S. Thank you for the 100000 tip from QQ Reader. I have become the leader and will update for you. The trip to Korea has been a trap for a long time, and it is finally over. Act Tough King Chen has returned to China, and there will be more exciting news. Please look forward to it. It is still a familiar feeling. Chen Song's return was very welcome. The happiest were the group of rich women. That afternoon, when they learned that Chen Song had returned to the hospital, they rushed to the hospital with silk banners in their hands. After all, everyone knew that Dr. Chen was the world's top plastic surgeon, the man who won the title of the best plastic surgeon of the year. If they did not go now, they might not be able to get a spot. After all, plastic surgeons who were already worth millions before the competition were hard to find, not to mention how much it would cost to go now. What if they could not get in line? Moreover, their husbands had said that they could get closer to Dr. Chen. He was a man who was praised by official media like People's Daily. Although it was a little strange to see their husbands pushing them to Chen Song, but for the sake of the newly bought donkey brand, it didn't matter. Chen Song had just returned and wanted to rest at home, but he was called to the hospital by his father-in-law. Xianxia was also helpless. After all, the rich women had donated, and it was not a good idea to drive them away now. He could only call Chen Song over. When Chen Song arrived at the hospital, he immediately saw so many people holding silk banners thanking him. It was as if he was the reincarnation of Hua Tua. He was a little confused because he was very sure that these were not his patients. Qin Xiaoyuan then told Chen Song that these were all sugar moms who had donated. Chen Song was stunned for a moment and understood. He had been gone for 3 days, and he did not know how many people had donated. Thinking of this, Chen Song actually felt a little burdened. After all, they were all his channels, and they were all favors. When it was time to return the favor, he could not refuse. When Tian Xianglan saw Chen Song, she called him Chief Chen more smoothly than Li Baoshan. This made Li Baoshan very angry. This woman was greedy for money. Chen Song could not help but ask, "Head nurse, now, how much money has been donated? Do you have a list?" Tian Xianglan nodded and handed the printed information to Chen Song. She said, "Yes, we're going to make something like a charity list in the emergency department. Put these on it." When Chen Song saw the total amount, he immediately sucked in a cold breath. 8 million? Tian Xianglan nodded. Qin Xiaoyuan could not help but sigh. He now realized that his son-in-law was not an ordinary person. He could attract nearly 10 million yuan just by posting a few posts in his circle of friends. Just the thought of such a network was terrifying. Qin Xiaoyuan had worked hard in this society for so many years, so he knew the reality of this society very well. Don't think that there are a lot of rich people and that they don't care about money. In fact, they cared more than anyone else. None of the tycoons were fools. They knew better than anything else. However, it was precisely because of this that he was willing to donate so much money to Chen Song. This was precisely because he fancied Chen Song's ability. Qin Xiaoyuan asked himself, how many donations can he get? Qin Xiaoyuan glanced at Chen Song. He wanted to tell him these things, but when he saw Chen Song's serious eyes, he could not help but sigh. Perhaps Chen Song knew what was going on. Zheng's group, Zheng Wutan and Zhang Aixiang, 2 million, Tianhua Company, Xiao Tianhua, 5 million. There were also some unknown people who donated 300,000 and 200,000 yuan. They should be these rich women. Chen Song also knew what was going on in his heart. Qin Xiaoyuan looked at Chen Song and said, "Xiao Chen, now that the emergency department's charity fund for critically ill patients has been officially established, you are the chairman and the team leader of the fund. So, you have the absolute right to speak about the direction of this fund." After Chen Song heard this, he nodded and said, "Director Qin, I will do my best." Then, Chen Song found the group of rich women who were about to come to him for plastic surgery and said, "Chen Song sincerely thanks everyone for their donations. I will be performing a week of plastic surgery this Sunday. Everyone, please go to Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital to make arrangements in advance. This surgery is a charity surgery. All the expenses will be donated to our emergency department's charity fund for critically ill patients. The expenses do not need to be donated to the plastic surgery hospital. The amount of donation is up to you. Thank you, everyone." After that, Chen Song looked at Tian Xianglan and said, "Head nurse, help me contact the government and prepare a donation certificate for our charity fund. Give it to everyone who donated." Chen Song had thought it through very clearly. If he did not take action, the donations he called for would be useless. And now, the charity plastic surgery was a very good way. Moreover, it would also be a very large sum of money. After that, Chen Song directly contacted Su Ro and asked her to register. Then, he asked everyone to leave. When the rich women heard that Chen Song was going to do a charity plastic surgery, their eyes immediately lit up. This Dr. Chen was indeed a person of character. They were not stupid. Everyone's departure allowed the emergency department to return to its usual peace and quiet. Xianxia looked at Chen Song's systematic combination of punches and was very satisfied. He smiled, got up, and left. After Chen Song came back, the rescue team breathed a sigh of relief. With Chen Song around, their rescue team was really powerful. And the entire emergency department cheered for Chen Song's return. It was as if every honor Chen Song had belonged to the emergency department. This also gave everyone a sense of community and home. Chen Song gave out the gifts he brought to everyone. These were not all bought by Chen Song. Instead, they were given to Chen Song by the Korean experts when they were traveling. At the same time, Chen Song also bought some local specialties and gave them to the doctors and nurses in the emergency department. Everyone naturally shouted happily, "Thank you, Chief Chen." Sitting on the chair, Chen Song heard the system notification sound, ding. The emergency department's charity fund for critical patients is officially operational. It has a very positive impact on the development of the department. Test passed. Ding. The department system is officially activated. A crisp sound was heard. Chen Song suddenly saw a department interface appear on the virtual screen. After clicking on the department, everyone's name, level, and position appeared. Chen Song looked at himself. Chen Song, level 41, Deputy Chief of Department. Chen Song felt like he was in a gang in a game. He clicked on others to check their information, but, ding. Insufficient authority. Chief of Department can check. Chen Song was helpless. He could only see the level, but he could not see the specific information. The department system had two sections. One was clinical, and the other was research. After Chen Song chose clinical, an interface appeared. Clinical, score, 23, department skills, Chin suture method, appendectomy with a small incision, laparoscopic minimally invasive small wounds. Hint, after the department system is activated, department staff can increase their learning progress when learning related skills. Research, score, 3, research projects, none at the moment. Overall score, 26. Ranking, 319th in the country, 6th in the province. Chen Song finally had a direct understanding of their emergency department. It turned out that they were really trash. There were 780 tertiary grade A hospitals in the country, and they were ranked 319th. It was really embarrassing. However, looking at the 3 skills and the clinical skills, Chen Song was stunned. Weren't these the 3 skills that he had created? Why weren't there others? At this moment, the system notification sounded. Ding. The clinical skills of the department must be obtained through the department's scientific research. For example, through publishing papers and conducting clinical trials, you can obtain skills and treatment methods that have a definite effect on patients. Only then did Chen Song understand that his 3 skills were all effective skills obtained through publishing papers and researching clinical data. If the members of the department wanted to learn these skills, the progress would be much faster. This was actually equivalent to a gang skill. If they wanted to obtain gang skills, they had to do scientific research and develop skills through scientific research. Thinking of this, Chen Song suddenly realized that if the department wanted to develop, they had to rely on the combination of scientific research and clinical research. Ding. As the department director, deputy director, you will receive a gift pack every month. Hint, the higher the ranking, the better the gift pack. After Chen Song saw the ranking of more than 300, he sighed silently. The development of the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital had a long way to go. In the following period of time, Chen Song's life was back on track again. The only difference was that wherever he went, everyone respectfully called him Chief Chen and was even more enthusiastic. That's right. From the champion of the National Cardiac Surgery Skills Competition to the best plastic surgeon of the year, everyone realized that Chen Song was no longer someone they could compare to. Not to mention that he was the deputy director. Many hospitals even wanted to invite Chen Song to be the director. However, the work of the emergency department never seemed to let you do less work just because you were the director. In the afternoon, just as Chen Song came in from outside, he heard the head nurse looking at Wang Qian and reprimanding him angrily. "Dr. Wang, how many times have I told you? Can you use less gauze? And your iodophore, you poured so much at once. You are too wasteful. Let me tell you, the next time I find you like this, I'll tell the director to deduct your money. Also, look at what you've learned from directorin. Now, is the hospital owned by your family? Isn't suturing money? Isn't disinfecting equipment money? If you don't manage the house, you won't know that everything costs money. Wang Qian could not help but smile awkwardly. Mother Tian, I know. Don't be angry. You said that you were so angry that you had breast nodules. Didn't we do the surgery for you? It's not worth it. Tian Shanlan didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Wang Qian's words. When they saw Chen Song coming over, Wang Qian suddenly found a scapegoat. Hey! Mother Tian, Chen Song is even more wasteful than me. Aren't you going to scold him? Tian Shanlan rolled her eyes and sneered. Director Chen is the deputy director of the department, and he's also our department's god of wealth. If you can get 10 million yuan to donate, I'll buy it for you without hesitation, even if you need to use iodine and gauze to go to the toilet. The nurse at the side immediately laughed. Wang Qian could not help but feel wronged. Mother Tian, you have double standards. At this moment, the phone at the nurse's station rang. Lula picked up the phone, and after a while, she suddenly raised her head and said, Sir, I'm sorry. There's a call from the emergency center. There's an acute myocardial infarction patient in Xianxia Township Hospital. They want us to pick her up. Chen Song was stunned. What's the patient's condition? Lula roughly repeated the symptoms. Since she often worked in the emergency department, she had trained her ability to remember the patient's condition. The patient is an old woman, 71 years old. A week ago, she was sent to Xianxia Township Hospital for hospitalization because of an acute myocardial infarction. This morning, her symptoms suddenly worsened, and she had severe asthma. She requested the local county hospital to provide support for a consultation. However, after the other party went, they did not have a clear solution. Now, they have to send her to Amoniang City. However, the other party's doctor on duty does not have the ability to transport patients over long distances. They hope that we can cooperate with the rescue of the patient. After Chen Song heard this, he nodded. He had some guesses and ideas in his heart. The specific history of the disease was unknown. Moreover, in this kind of situation, it was useless even if you asked clearly. What was an emergency doctor? To put it bluntly, when the patient called 120 for help, regardless of whether it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, you had to go forward bravely. It would be an exaggeration to say that they were not afraid of death, but, who asked them to be emergency doctors? This kind of long-distance house call was like this. The journey was very risky. Chen Song had to go there a few times every month. Moreover, each trip was extremely thrilling. Wang Qian could not help but say, Xianxia Township Hospital? It's more than 100 kilometers from here, right? And there's also a mountain road. It's not easy to walk. Chen Song nodded. Yes, let's hurry up. The patient is recovering from an acute myocardial infarction. Now that her condition has worsened, there will definitely be complications. She might have to undergo surgery quickly. Let's hurry up and prepare the things. After he finished speaking, Chen Song turned and looked at little Lin. Little Lin, can you come with me? Chen Song liked Lin Ran very much. She had sharp eyes and quick hands. Compared to Lulu, she was much more lively. Chen Song often brought her along for house calls. Wang Qian suddenly said, Can I go with you? Chen Song shook his head. There are a lot of things to do in the department. You and Wen Fu might also have emergency surgeries. Wang Qian had no choice but to give up. Chen Song was not confident about going to the countryside. It was not because of anything else. It was because of a very practical problem. The distribution of medical resources in the country was extremely unbalanced. The overall quality of doctors went from expert authority to township doctors. Their theoretical knowledge and clinical ability were all declining. Chen Song had been in the emergency department of the 2nd Qingdu Provincial Hospital for more than 3 years. He often went to the emergency department at the grassroots level. He could be said to be very emotional about this situation. Thinking of this, Chen Song did not dare to waste any time. He had to bring the defibrillator, he also had to prepare emergency supplies. After thinking about it, he suddenly remembered Gui Yunfei's surgery in the car last time. Therefore, he said to little Lin, "Go and prepare a set of emergency surgical tools." Little Lin was very obedient and moved quickly. Not long after, the two of them got into the driver, Old Yang's car. When Old Yang heard about the Nanxiao Town Hospital, he immediately frowned and smiled. This journey is really not easy. After leaving the city, we have to get on the highway and turn to the provincial road. We still have to take a rural road and enter the mountains. We have to walk a few kilometers of mountain roads. It feels like a tourist. To be honest, if it's not a mission, it's a good choice to go for a drive. Chen Song could not help but smile. Old Yang, the driver, had driven the first aid ambulance all his life. He had been to more than half of Dongyang and was familiar with the roads of various hospitals. 2 hours later, the car successfully entered the Nanxiao Town Hospital. Chen Song hurriedly brought little Lin inside. P.S. I wrote a little late today. Thank you to Brother Xianxia for the 10,000 reward. Old Yang had been driving ambulances his whole life. From the Golden Cup Grace to the Mercedes-Benz 416, he had witnessed the development of EMSS in Ammoniang City over the years. This time, Old Yang drove the Mercedes-Benz 214. It was powerful and had a top speed of 200 km per hour. This kind of car was not cheap at all. An original Mercedes-Benz series ambulance cost more than $1.4 million, and that was the standard. Of course, it was not just the price of the car. It also included the oxygen supply equipment, air disinfection cycle support, ECG monitoring, ventilator, defibrillator, these professional equipment. Generally speaking, those that could make ambulances were not necessarily luxury manufacturers, but they were generally quite reliable. The domestic Golden Cup was also considered an old brand. However, the Mercedes-Benz 216's flaws were also obvious. The shock absorption was average, and it was very smooth to use in the city. However, this kind of mountain road made Chen Song feel like he was floating. The performance of the Mercedes-Benz could not be used at all. Even the steering and flexibility were not as good as the domestic Golden Cup. This kind of rescue on mountain roads was actually a very difficult test for the driver of the ambulance. It was fine for Xiao Lin to sit in the front passenger seat, but Chen Song sat in the back. After getting out, he felt like he was floating. The director of Nanxiao Town Hospital was already waiting at the door. When he saw Chen Song and the others coming down, he was immediately happy and hurried over to greet them. "Hello, specialist." The director was very enthusiastic. Chen Song was still a little unaccustomed to being called a specialist. After exchanging some pleasantries, they walked directly inside. The development of the town hospital here was quite good. The 4-story inpatient building looked quite decent. Chen Song followed the director upstairs. After Old Yang turned the car around, he was ready to move. Generally, if he and Chen Song were to make a house call, he would follow behind to help. Old Yang did not like to interfere in this kind of situation where there was no shortage of manpower. Xiao Lin obediently carried the first aid kit and followed closely behind Chen Song. After working in the emergency department for a few years, Xiao Lin's ability was no longer just that of a nurse. To be honest, Xiao Lin's rescue ability was probably above the director in front of him. The second floor was the cardiology department. After the group entered the ward, Chen Song finally saw the patient. It was a 71-year-old old lady. She was lying on the bed and the bed was being shaken. Her breathing was rapid and she was gasping for air. His sleepy eyes were closed the whole time, and his slightly rough and rapid breathing was not sure if it was snoring or something else. There was an oxygen tube in his nostrils, and his face was pale and in pain. At first glance, Chen Song felt that things were not as simple as he had imagined. Thinking of this, Chen Song was the first to think of the possibility of heart failure. Elderly patients with acute myocardial infarction may experience acute heart failure during the attack. The doctor in charge of the bed was a young man who was younger than Chen Song in terms of age, but looking at how greasy he was, he should have worked for a long time. However, Chen Song naturally didn't need to ask too much from them. After all, to be honest, there weren't many young people who could come to the hospital now. What else could he ask for? Chen Song originally wanted to ask about the situation, but after thinking about it, he walked to the old man's bedside first, lifted the quilt, and looked at the old man's legs and feet. The family member was a woman from the countryside. She should be the daughter-in-law, but she served the old man very well. Generally speaking, patients with right heart failure would have edema, but the old man didn't show any signs of edema. There were no swollen legs, and there were not many signs of edema on his face. Chen Song saw the old man sitting upright and breathing. In fact, he didn't feel like a patient with right heart failure at first. Instead, he felt more like a typical patient with left heart failure. After all, it was a typical case of breathing difficulties and sitting upright to breathe. Chen Song didn't continue to check. At this moment, the old man opened his eyes and smiled when he saw Chen Song. She was an old lady with a kind smile and a benevolent countenance. Chen Song looked at the old man and couldn't help but ask a few simple questions, such as how old he was and whether he slept well. The old man's answer was very clear. Chen Song nodded secretly. He felt relieved that the old man had a clear consciousness, a normal mind, and a clear mind. Only then did Chen Song continue to ask about the old man's medical history. 7 days ago, he suddenly had a heart attack and was sent to the hospital in time. Yesterday morning, he started to have difficulty breathing. He was able to lie flat, but this half-lying position was comfortable. However, he felt stuffy and short of breath the entire night. He couldn't fall asleep at all. Therefore, the old man seemed to be restless and anxious. Chen Song first comforted the old man, then asked the family member to tell the old man to lie down. Chen Song picked up the stethoscope and began to listen. He could hear typical systolic murmurs at the apex of the heart. There were also moist sounds at the bottom of the lungs. Chen Song immediately frowned. That's not right, these aren't signs of heart failure, right? At first, according to the old man's description and the family member's expression, all the signs were developing towards left heart failure. However, after Chen Song heard it, although he couldn't rule it out, this shouldn't be the main reason. Thinking of this, Chen Song got little Lin to measure the old man's blood pressure and blood oxygen. Blood pressure 12,080 millimeters of mercury. Heart rate 100 beats per minute. Blood oxygen 95. Chen Song looked at the old man. Has he ever had a heart attack before? Or high blood pressure? The old man shook his head. The daughter-in-law at the side also said, the old man's body has always been very healthy. He has 5 sons and 2 daughters. Chen Song was stunned. 7 brothers and sisters. Although it didn't prove anything, the old man's health should be good. Thinking of this, Chen Song turned to look at the doctor in charge. Give me the medical record. The doctor in charge was very cooperative. Okay. Please wait a moment. Not long after, he came over with the medical record. Chen Song saw that there were 7 or 8 electrocardiograms like this. They were done every day. When he was admitted to the hospital, there were 2 electrocardiograms. They were typical of ST segment arches and back elevation, typical of acute myocardial infarction. However, in the next few days, although the chest pain had subsided, the patient's ST segment did not fall. What was the situation? If he couldn't make a clear diagnosis now, he definitely couldn't go on the road. At this time, the old man's children also came. 5 men came in. Chen Song turned around and looked at the tall men. He suddenly felt that this was also the pride of a mother. Doctor, hurry up and send him to the hospital, the older man said. Chen Song shook his head. Wait a moment. The old man's condition is not stable now. The journey is long. I'm worried that there will be problems. We have to stabilize the symptoms first. At the very least, we have to make a clear diagnosis. When the family heard Chen Song's words, they did not say anything. In the eyes of the villagers, the provincial capital's experts were definitely right. They were not willing to be smart. On the contrary, it was more troublesome to use the weapon of Baidu to refute the doctor with half the knowledge. At this time, Chen Song placed his hand on the spot where the heartbeat was the strongest and continued to feel. There was a tremor? This signal immediately made Chen Song overjoyed. Chen Song quickly said, let's do an electrocardiogram. The doctor was very cooperative, and it didn't take long for him to do it. Chen Song looked at the electrocardiogram. After comparing it with the one from a few days ago, he gradually understood everything. However, Chen Song didn't say it directly. He still needed to confirm the diagnosis in his heart. Thinking of this, Chen Song quickly asked, when the old lady was first hospitalized, did she do a cardiac auscultation? After the doctor heard this, he suddenly blushed. This was because the admission record was written in the medical record, but it was basically pasted on a template, so it didn't have any meaning. Chen Song looked at the medical record and asked himself. Naturally, he knew what was going on, but he didn't point it out. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing in front of the hospital director and the family members. The young doctor looked at Chen Song gratefully and nodded. Of course I heard about it. Chen Song didn't doubt it because this was a routine procedure for doctors in the cardiology department. Perhaps they were too lazy to write it in the medical record, but they still had to do it when they were admitted. He continued to ask, "Oh, then did you hear any noise at that time?" When the doctor heard Chen Song's question, he frowned. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. No, she was fine when she came. Chen Song, what about yesterday? Did you do an auscultation? Was there any noise? The doctor didn't hide anything and said honestly, not yesterday. When I saw the old lady's condition, I thought it was acute left heart failure, so I used diuresis, but the symptoms didn't seem to improve significantly. I called the county hospital, but they didn't dare to take the old lady away because they couldn't figure it out. Speaking of this, the doctor was quite helpless. However, this was also a common thing. Most of the time, when the diagnosis wasn't clear, basic hospitals weren't willing to take the risk, let alone an emergency patient with acute myocardial infarction and unknown complications. If something were to go wrong, these 5 sons and 2 daughters would be in big trouble. After Chen Song heard the doctor in charge, the clues in his heart suddenly became clear. At this time, the director couldn't help but ask, "Expert comrade, what do you think is going on?" Chen Song pondered for a moment and said, "According to the old lady's electrocardiogram, her ST continues to rise. Even after using the medicine you've given her, there's no tendency for it to decline. I'm guessing that at this time, the patient has already developed a ventricular wall expansion tumor." As soon as Chen Song said this, the doctors looked at each other. A little confused, what is a ventricular wall expansion tumor? This term was simply a rare term to them in a basic hospital. They had never heard of it before. Thinking of this, she could not help but blush a little and sighed helplessly. Chen Song did not dwell on this issue, because it was not their fault. He took them out of the ward and into the doctor's office. He said, "When I was auscultating, I found a systolic murmur at the apex of the heart, and there were tremors of different degrees. According to what you said, there was no murmur before. The source of the murmur is very clear. I think it is caused by ventricular septal rupture after myocardial infarction. When the ventricular septum ruptures, the left to right shunt begins, changing the normal hemodynamics." The doctor in charge asked curiously, "Then, the patient doesn't have heart failure?" Chen Song shook his head, "It's not that there isn't. When the hemodynamics change, the amount of ventilation is insufficient, and the blood flow changes, leading to symptoms similar to acute heart failure." After saying this, Chen Song also concluded with a serious expression, "At present, the patient's condition is critical. She could die at any time." Chen Song's words instantly stupefied the surrounding people. The doctor in charge was even more confused. Although he had never heard of this illness, he had heard Chen Song's last sentence very clearly. It was clear as day, the patient's condition was critical, and she could die at any time. His words gave his sons, who had rushed over, a fright. "Doctor, you have to save my mother." "Yes. Doctor, don't worry about the money. Us brothers will raise it. Save my mother." At this time, the director was also stunned. He knew that the patient was definitely not that simple, but he did not expect it to be so dangerous. Thinking of this, he hurriedly asked, "Comrade expert, what should we do?" After Chen Song heard this, he began to think, at this time, he was the backbone. The grassroots hospitals might not have encountered such a situation at all. After encountering it, they were already at a loss. Acute myocardial infarction induced ventricular septal rupture. These 2 diseases were fatal. Chen Song had to make effective suggestions. If they stayed, they would not be able to save her at all. Not to mention other things, the township hospital did not even have a ventilator, let alone an extracorporeal circulator for surgery. Therefore, it was not feasible to treat it here at all. The local county hospital did not even have an operating theater for cardiac surgery, so it was unlikely to have an extracorporeal circulator. Now, there were only two choices in front of them: stay and wait for a miracle. They would wait until the old lady's condition stabilized. However, in this situation, the heart had already undergone organic changes. The treatment of internal medicine was limited. However, if they were to transfer to another hospital, how? Her condition was critical. The mountain was high and the road was long. She could die in the car at any time. At this time, the director and the doctor in charge understood Chen Song's meaning. However, the family members quickly said, "Doctor, let's transfer to another hospital, okay? Please?" "Yes, doctor, please save my mother. Looking at her suffering, our son is powerless. It really hurts my heart." Yes, listening to the men's pleas, Chen Song sighed. The choice was not up to him, but up to them. Thinking of this, Chen Song said, "We definitely have to save her, but we have to think about how to save her. The current situation is like this. The old lady's physical condition is very poor. She is old and her tolerance is limited. Now, she has to be sent to the province for surgery. However, there is something I have to tell everyone in advance. The success rate of surgery for the old lady is limited. Moreover, the mountain is high and the road is long. During the transfer process, her life may be in danger at any time. This is because the disease itself is unstable. Its development process is like this." After Chen Song explained it clearly, the 5 sons fell silent. They also began to discuss it. Chen Song took this opportunity to call Director Li Baoshan. Director Li's meaning was also very clear. He respected the family's opinions. At this time, Chen Song was actually not so conflicted. The old lady was too old. She was in her 70s. She had a myocardial infarction and a ruptured ventricular septum. Under such circumstances, on the operating table, to be honest, she might not be able to survive. If there was a change of luck, the risk was also very high. After Chen Song called his 5 sons, he told them the truth. When the 5 brothers heard Chen Song's words, they were a little depressed. The boss's eyes were even filled with tears. Finally, after a few minutes, the 5 of them discussed and made a decision. Transfer. We must transfer. The boss looked at Chen Song. Doctor, we must transfer. Even if something happens on the way, it's better than waiting for death here. Not only transfer, but also the surgery. Even if the surgery fails, we have to work hard to fight for it. At the end, the boss's voice was obviously choked. As sons, at this time, we all hope to do our best and not have any regrets in the future. Chen Song took a breath and nodded. Okay. I respect your opinions. You, follow us in the car later. The boss did not hesitate and nodded. He was the boss. He had to shoulder the responsibility of this family. His father was no longer around, so he was the eldest brother. It would not do if he did not have any ideas. Actually, in some villages, the concept of the eldest brother and sister-in-law was very strong. Chen Song also knew that after the old lady fell sick, it was the boss's wife who had been taking care of her. When Chen Song saw this scene, he could not help but sigh. In this family, the boss and his wife were really good. No one could find fault with them. After making the decision and preparing to change their luck, the daughter-in-law said something that made everyone stumped. The old lady often gets carsick when she sits in the car. Is she all right? Chen Song frowned. How could she be all right? P.S. Thanks to Buddha and Heart is afraid of you for the 10,000 tip. Thank you. Motion sickness, this seemingly ordinary symptom was something that many people would have in their lives. At a critical moment, it could become a fatal knife. When motion sickness occurred, the typical symptoms were dizziness, nausea, pale face, and vomiting. It could even increase the burden of breathing and blood circulation. The patient had a ruptured ventricular septum and secondary heart failure. If he vomited violently, it could even cause the burden on the heart to increase again. Once there was an electrolyte disorder, this ambulance could become a hearse at any time. This was not a joke. Sometimes, what were the responsibilities and tasks of an emergency doctor? Perhaps everyone was not very clear. The greatest ability of an emergency doctor was to perfectly transfer the patient to the hospital and then use all kinds of martial arts to stabilize the patient's life. When the patient's life was no longer in danger, they would transfer the patient to other relevant departments. This required emergency doctors to have enough ability, literacy, and vision to deal with all kinds of things that came with it. And the word perfect was the direction they worked hard for. They could not let go of any clues. Chen Song began to think. After a while, Chen Song said directly, "Little Lin, prepare a diphenhydramine and inject it intramuscularly." Little Lin nodded and opened the first aid kit that she carried everywhere. She began to prepare. At this time, the hospital director had also finished the transfer procedures. The man hurriedly looked for his brothers and hurriedly ran around to raise money. Fortunately, their families were all in the countryside and were not far away. Not long after, they carried a bag and prepared some daily necessities. After finding Chen Song, they asked in a low voice, "Doctor, how much do you need?" "I'll prepare it in advance." This question stumped Chen Song. "I really don't know how much it is." "Bring 10 or 20,000 with you. You can pay the bill when you go." "Don't worry." The man breathed a sigh of relief, scratched his head, and smiled. "I thought the emergency department wouldn't treat patients if they didn't pay." Chen Song did not care about chatting with the man and continued to talk to Little Lin. Glucose solution plus 10 mg of nitroglycerin to reduce the preload on the heart. Morphine 3 mg intramuscularly. Chen Song's goal was to keep the patient calm, sleep. It would be best if he could sleep soundly all the way without any motion sickness, such as vomiting. Of course, he didn't need to use too much morphine because the old man's body might not be able to tolerate it. Thus, a group of people carried the old lady downstairs. In fact, this kind of hospital without elevators might as well be built as a one-story bungalow. It would be more convenient to transport patients. Furthermore, the rural area was huge, so there was no need to worry about not having enough space. On the contrary, it was quite awkward to build such a building. After all the preparations were made, the old lady was sent into the ambulance. Chen Song and Xiao Lin went to the back. Because there were bound to be twists and turns along the way, Xiao Lin was a little nervous. He had already prepared the ball mask and a Miodoron and set them aside, ready to be rescued at any time. Everything was finally done. It was a difficult journey. Old Yang glanced at Chen Song and asked, "Are you in a hurry?" Chen Song shook his head. "Calm down." Old Yang nodded. After the ambulance started, the director and the doctor in charge of Nanxiao Township Hospital behind them breathed a sigh of relief. Such a difficult patient was really a burden for them. From yesterday to today, the two of them had spent a lot of effort. It wasn't that the two of them didn't want to work hard, but their abilities were really limited. When Old Yang drove, he had a good habit. If the road conditions were bad, he would inform Chen Song in advance. Xiao Lin's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He quickly set up the ECG monitor for the patient. In this trip, the three of them had to watch TV. On this small monitor, the pulsating values and curves were what the three of them were worried about. It was a 100-kilometer journey, and it would take 2 to 3 hours. The mountain road was rugged. They were worried when they went up the slope, and even more worried when they went down the slope. The old lady's eldest son put his mother's hand in his palm and couldn't help but sigh. This was the first time he observed his mother so seriously. It was also the first time he touched this pair of hands that had worked hard all his life so intimately. The back of her hand was wrinkled, and it was as rough as dry bark. Layers of calluses covered the knuckles of her palm. Her palm lines were full of wrinkles, and they were dull and full of the passage of time. "Doctor, do you think my mother can be saved?" The man didn't wait for Chen Song to speak. He sighed and continued speaking. It seemed like he wasn't asking Chen Song at all, but himself. She suffered her whole life. She was going to enjoy a few days of peace, but she didn't expect to get this illness. There are 7 of us. My father passed away early, and my mother raised us all alone. Everyone in our family is getting better, and we even have families and careers. This year, my youngest brother and sister are getting married, but I didn't expect the old lady to fall ill. Actually, we know that she's already an adult. She has a myocardial infarction and the rupture in her heart that you mentioned. The surgery might not be successful. But as her children, can we really leave her in the lurch? She farmed 15 acres of land alone to support her younger brother and sister's education. Now that they're all stable, she fell ill. I thought that letting her watch her 2 younger brothers and sister get married would also fulfill her wish. At the end of his speech, the rough man couldn't help but sigh deeply. His eyes were red and filled with tears. It was said that men don't cry easily, but the kindness of parents was as heavy as a mountain. So, regardless of whether the rescue can be successful or not, we have to treat her. It's fine to spend money, but we can earn money when it's gone. If she's gone, it's really gone. No matter what. Do your best. Xiaolin was a little touched by his words. He couldn't help but say, "Uncle, don't worry. Dr. Chen is very good. With him around, there will definitely be no problem." Chen Song nodded. However, the more worried he was, the more it would happen. There were no problems when he was driving on the township road. However, as soon as he got on the highway, the ECG monitor's alarm beeped, giving Chen Song and Xiaolin a fright. It still came. Chen Song looked up. His blood pressure plummeted, his heart rate increased, and his breathing began to quicken. Chen Song's expression instantly changed. What should come, he couldn't stop it. "Xiaolin, prepare the amiodaron." Xiaolin didn't panic and began to prepare. On the highway, the driver, old Yang's palms were sweating. When he heard the man mention his mother, he also sighed. Who didn't have a mother? His heart ached. He also prayed for the old lady in his heart. He changed lanes to the other side of the 60-kilometer road and stabilized the car's direction to provide Chen Song with a better environment for the rescue. The nearly 60-kilometer highway was a severe test for the few people in the car. The alarm on the monitor kept ringing. Chen Song's clothes were soaked through with sweat. Xiaolin's hair was also wet. They were all sweating profusely as they worked hard to save the old man. In such a cold winter day, the car was full of warmth. The man did not dare to make a sound, afraid that he would disturb the two. However, fortunately, the rescue was effective. When they got off the highway, the old man's vital signs finally stabilized. This time, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, Chen Song began to quickly contact the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital to open a green channel to complete the relevant examination as soon as possible and prepare for the surgery. The old man had already finished all kinds of physical and chemical tests in the town hospital. This was good news. They did not need to waste too much time. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the car stopped at the entrance of the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. A group of people quickly came out to prepare. After Chen Song entered the door, he quickly began to organize the medical orders in an orderly manner. Lei, take the family to go through the procedures first. Xiaoyan, prepare the medical report. Brother Qian, go to the operating theater with Wenfu and get ready. Xiaolin, call the color ultrasound room and do a bedside cardiac ultrasound. After Chen Song arrived, he first sent the patient to the resuscitation room. At this time, Tao Mi and Xia Gaofeng suddenly came down. Chen Song was stunned. Chief Physician Tao? Chief Physician Xia, why are you here? Tao Mi frowned. We were just performing surgery in the first hospital of Eastern University. Director Li told us that you brought in a patient with acute myocardial infarction and ventricular septal rupture. He asked us to come and see if he needed help. He was in surgery and couldn't take care of it, so we hurried over to take a look. Chen Song nodded gratefully. He did not waste any time and said directly, sorry to trouble you. The situation is like this. The patient is 71 years old, an old woman. 7 days ago, Chen Song explained the disease in detail. Tao Mi said directly, Xiao Chen, for acute injury like ventricular septal rupture, I suggest that we observe it for a period of time and then choose a date for surgery. Xia Gaofeng also nodded. Yes, this is also the reason why Chief Physician Tao and I came over. We were afraid that you're young and impatient, so you're in a hurry to perform the surgery. Now is the acute stage. Not only is the surgery difficult, but it will also significantly increase the risk and mortality of the surgery. Moreover, the patient is an old woman, 71 years old. She has a history of heart disease and acute myocardial infarction 7 days ago. It's too difficult for you to operate on such a patient now. I suggest that you wait for the scar tissue at the edge of the wound to form before you perform the surgery. Now, go to the cardiology department and stay in the hospital for treatment. Chen Song was silent. What the two chiefs said was right. It was very reasonable. At this moment, Li Baoshan called Department Director Niu Tianfu, the director of the cardiology department, over. The 4 chief physicians arrived at the emergency room and began to discuss the patient. This was not the time to be reckless. Chen Song was not stupid. The most important thing was to come up with the most suitable rescue plan, not perform an impulsive surgery. Surgery was just a way to treat the disease. Before the surgery, it was best for the patient to be prepared in a safe environment for the surgery. Soon, the results of the ultrasound came out. Chen Song also finished the CT scan of the heart. In the resuscitation room, Tao Mi looked at the patient's heart function and said directly, "Now the heart function is okay. The ejection rate can also meet the daily consumption. I suggest that it be stabilized first. I don't recommend surgery." However, Niu Tianfu shook his head directly. "Chief Physician Tao, look. Now that the acute myocardial infarction has occurred, whether it's interventional surgery or thrombolysis, the degree of risk is very high. If the ventricular septum ruptures, the heart function will only worsen. According to the old lady's situation, it will be gone in a few days. How can we afford to delay it?" Tao Mi immediately argued with Niu Tianfu. "If the cardiology department can't maintain the situation, the cardiology department will only have risks." Niu Tianfu said directly, "The patient's ventricular expansion tumor ruptured due to acute myocardial infarction. Once the disease occurs, it can lead to intractable heart failure, serious arrhythmia, and peripheral arterial embolism. The prognosis is very bad. How do you expect internal medicine to treat it?" Xia Gaofeng and Chen Song did not say anything. They listened patiently to the argument. Sometimes, the answer would appear in the argument. Research showed that when humans argued, the brain's reaction was several times faster than usual, especially when a couple quarreled. Women often performed better. After watching the two argue for a long time, Xia Gaofeng concluded and suddenly said, "Actually, it's not that the surgery is impossible. The patient has already undergone cardiac diuresis treatment. At this time, the heart function is still okay. If we use an intravenous drip of dopamine-positive inotropic drugs before the surgery to maintain the blood pressure and ensure coronary perfusion, it's not impossible." However, Chief Physician Tao is right. The surgery is indeed very risky. Now that there are risks on both sides, I think we should fully respect the opinions of the patient's family. At this time, Tao Mi calmed down. She looked at Niu Tianfu and nodded. Then, she said to Chen Song, "Xiao Chen, go and tell the patient and let him make the decision." Chen Song nodded. These old chief physicians were national treasures. With them around, it was like a ship with a route. They could tell all the risks and countermeasures in advance. Even if there was a problem later, they could guarantee the situation. This was to avoid and reduce the risk of the surgery. After a discussion, the old lady's son was already prepared to fight to the death. He signed the papers and prepared for the surgery. Chen Song stood up. Tao Mi and Xia Gaofeng looked at each other. "I'll go too." Niu Tianfu was washing dishes at home. He did not take off his apron. He took it off and put it on the nurse's station. "I'll go too." Chen Song could not help but nod gratefully. Tao Mi told Chen Song, "Xiao Chen, we can only remind you that you still have to do the surgery. The patient has a ruptured ventricular septum and a myocardial infarction. You must remember not to damage the coronary artery. The incision must be small. You must avoid affecting the left ventricular function." Tao Mi kept reminding. Chen Song also nodded gratefully. This surgery, because of the old lady's condition and the existence of complications, increased the risk and complexity of the surgery. As the difficulty increased, the risk increased proportionally. Chen Song was not confident in his heart. Perhaps, this was what surgery should be like. It was full of risks and uncertainty, no one could control life and death. All they could do was try their best. Even Tao Mi and Xiao Gaofeng could not guarantee the success of the surgery. The surgery began. The hypothermic extracorporeal circulatory machine started, and the heart officially stopped working. After the chest was opened, Chen Song looked at the old heart and frowned. The anterior wall was extensively infarcted. Now, he could see the change in the heart's color. Chen Song could not care about anything else. He could only carefully judge the surgical opening and scope. He tried his best not to damage the ventricles. This heart was already old, bruised, and lacking in oxygen. The left ventricle was the myocardium that pumped blood. If he damaged it again, the old lady would be gone. Chen Song knew how difficult it was. At this time, he had to judge the scope and extent of the myocardium damage and observe if there were any other injuries. Chen Song held the heart with his hand and explored the ruptured ventricular septum from the left ventricle. He tried to find a suitable opening to perform the surgery. The patient had ruptured ventricular distension caused by acute myocardial infarction. The effective surgery was better than conservative treatment. This was also why Chen Song decided to perform the surgery. Everyone around him stared at the heart. Now, he needed to find the most suitable opening to perform the surgery. Chen Song kept thinking in his mind. He touched the heart with both hands and looked at it for a long time. Finally, he found a place where the right ventricle met the atrium. This place could avoid the coronary artery. Most importantly, the damage to the left ventricle wall was minimal. Thinking of this, Chen Song took the scalpel and opened his mouth. Tao Mi and the others frowned immediately. Xiao Chen, is this place easy to use the needle? Xiao Gaofeng also frowned. Yes. The damage here is small and the side effects are small, but it's not easy to operate. Chen Song nodded. Let's give it a try. Thinking of this, Chen Song put the non-invasive double needle suture with a small gasket through the vital peripheral tissue of the ventricular septal defect and performed an interrupted mattress suture. He needed to be very careful during this process. He must not damage the already broken heart. Chen Song did not dare to shake his hands. It was not easy to use his right hand, so he had to use his left hand. The chief physicians widened their eyes at the sight. Left hand? The needle was inserted from the right ventricle with the needle holder. First, the ventricular septal defect and the posterior edge of the patch were sutured and ligated in the left ventricle. The whole process was completed with the left hand. Although it seemed clumsy, everyone could imagine the difficulties involved. The left hand itself was unstable, and this would increase the risk of the surgery. If it was not done properly, the loss would outweigh the gain. Therefore, Chen Song himself was very careful. The entire process had left them shaken to the core. Even Nurse Yuanyuan frowned a little. Was the left hand so powerful? The interrupted mattress suture with a small gasket was used on the right side of the anterior descending coronary artery, then through the right ventricle wall, the anterior edge of the ventricular septal defect patch, and the left edge of the left ventricular incision. Because of the opening, it had to be divided under the left hand's operation. Chen Song's sweat dripped down his head, drenching his cap and mask. He did not dare to breathe. He did not dare to move his right hand in the air for fear of hurting the innocent myocardium. Time passed by just like that. Chen Song felt that today's consumption was more than 2 to 3 times more than usual. Finally, when the suture was ligated, the ventricular septal defect and the left ventricular incision were completely closed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Song was a little impatient at this moment. After complete hemostasis, pericardial cavity flushing, cardiopulmonary resuscitation, the cardiopulmonary bypass was stopped, and the results were observed. At this moment, everyone was staring at the data on the ECG monitor, waiting for the signal of success. Anesthesiologist Lu Jian said, "The vital signs are all normal." At this moment, everyone's tense hearts relaxed. It was too difficult. This moment was really too difficult. Chen Song himself felt that it was really not easy. Lu Jian could not help but give Chen Song a thumbs up. "Chief Chen, the older you get, the more awesome you are. You are becoming more and more like a chief physician." The surrounding chief physicians also smiled and nodded with gratification. They had watched Chen Song grow up. It was just that, this speed was a bit like fast-forward X4. It was not the normal speed of growth. However, geniuses were always different from ordinary people. No one else could interfere in this surgery because once the left ventricular wall was damaged, the consequences would be very serious. If the coronary artery was damaged, it would be even more troublesome. Therefore, Xianxia could only ride alone for thousands of miles, at the moment when the surgery was successful. Everyone laughed. They realized that this young man was becoming more and more like a chief physician. However, all of them had a question lingering in their minds. When washing their hands, Taomi could not help but ask, "Xiaochen, is your left hand so good too?" Xia Gaofeng nodded. "Yes. I see that your left hand is very stable. Have you practiced before?" Xianxia pondered for a moment and thought of the young foreign female teachers who trained his left hand. He nodded. "Yes, I use it often." After hearing this, the chief physicians were enlightened. Sure enough, success was not by chance. How much effort did they put in? At this moment, everyone looked at Xianxia with eyes full of admiration. This young man was too demanding of himself. P.S. Thank you to Mo Chinsui and Xiaolei 1028 for the 10,000 tip. Thank you. Originally, I was about to upload half of it, but I decided to finish writing the surgery. It was comfortable to read, so I wrote almost 2 chapters. Also, it's the middle of the month. I want to ask for monthly votes. The gurus behind me are starting to show their strength, so we have to raise the price. So, I want to ask for monthly votes. I want to ask for monthly votes. I want to ask for monthly votes. Xianxia came out of the operating room. He was a little excited, because he saw a burst of golden light just now. Although he didn't know what it was golden. This meant that it was a perfect skill book or a legendary treasure. However, looking at the group of directors around him, Xianxia felt a little embarrassed to leave so early. After all, these directors had pulled aggro for him tonight and helped him kill the boss successfully. It was considered meritorious. However, Xianxia didn't expect that a lord-level monster could drop a golden item. He was a little surprised. Several directors followed Xianxia to the changing room. Taomi was still a little puzzled as to how Xianxia trained his left hand. He felt that Xianxia's operation today had broadened his horizons. This kind of left-handed operation might come in handy sometimes. Since the heavens gave you 2 hands, there must be a reason for it. The directors each had their own thoughts. Even if they couldn't learn it themselves, they could still teach it to their students after they understood the technique. After all, there was no harm in having more skills. Now, these directors understood that it was impossible for Xianxia to become their disciple. Rather than that, they might as well learn his successful experience and teach it to their students. Thinking of this, everyone was even more curious. Who taught Xianxia's left-hand technique? Who were the teachers that Xianxia mentioned? Therefore, when they came out, Taomi couldn't help but pull Xianxia and whisper, "Xiaochen, I have something to ask you. If you think it's appropriate, just say it. If not, don't force yourself." Xianxia looked at Taomi's serious face and nodded. "Director Tao, just say it." "What's the matter?" Taomi rubbed her hands and was quite embarrassed. "It's... Who are the female teachers you mentioned just now? I want to learn." "There, the teachers who taught your left hand." Xianxia was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't know how to explain it. Some of them had already retired, and it was impossible to find them now. However, he had an idea and said to Chief Physician Tao, "Chief Physician Tao, actually, this was taught to me by Qianlin." "Go back and ask him." Taomi's eyes lit up. "Qianlin? This little fatty still had this ability? Looks like he's not completely useless after all. I'll ask him tomorrow at work." "No, I'll ask him when I get home at night." After making up her mind, Taomi left with satisfaction. After Xianxia went out, he realized that it wasn't just the man. It seemed that the old man's children had also come. It was a grand sight to behold. It was really not easy for a woman to raise such a big family. Thinking back to that pair of hands that had experienced the vicissitudes of life, Xianxia felt that perhaps this was a mother. Fortunately, the operation was a success. For this big family, it was a blessing. After seeing Xianxia, the eldest son immediately stood up and said nervously, "Doctor." My mother." Xianxia nodded and smiled. "If it's just the operation, it's very successful, but the old man's condition isn't optimistic." As for the specific recovery, we'll have to continue observing. When everyone heard that the operation was successful, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The eldest son quickly said gratefully, "Doctor, we're already very grateful. We also understand that this is just one stage at a time. It can't be that she'll recover all of a sudden, but now that the operation is successful, the chances are higher. If it weren't for you today, my mother would have died long ago. Thank you so much, doctor." The man was even taller than Chen Song. His brothers and sisters behind him all bowed to Chen Song in gratitude. This sense of accomplishment was perhaps the greatest happiness of being a doctor, right? After sending the patient away, Chen Song returned to his office and sat down. He carefully opened his reward, ding. "Congratulations on repairing a level 70 lord. You have received a generous reward, 1. A gold skill book. 2. Level +1. 3. Skill points +2. Chen Song was a little surprised. It was really a gold skill book. After Chen Song hurriedly opened it, he immediately felt a dazzling golden light flash. Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard, ding. "Congratulations on receiving midwifery, perfect level." Chen Song was instantly stunned. His brain quickly turned into a blue screen, F***king. Midwifery, Chen Song really did not know whether to laugh or cry. What do I need this skill for? And it's a perfect level. People give birth in the hospital. I can't be the director of the obstetrics department, right? Thinking of this, Chen Song suddenly felt wronged and wanted to cry. Forget it, it was a perfect operation anyway. Chen Song thought of this and sighed. However, this skill was not completely useless. The emergency department was full of unexpected situations. Any patient could appear, and no one could say for sure. Moreover, if it really did not work, he could take care of his wife's child in the future. Thinking of little Licky Chin, Chen Song could not help but smile. In the future, with a perfect level of midwifery, there would definitely be no problem. Sighing, Chen Song could only comfort himself in this way. After leaving the emergency department, Chen Song called Chinyu. He brought her the gifts he bought from Korea. They were all facial masks, skincare products, cosmetics, and so on. There was also a makeup product from Mr. Takatoshi Miyake. Looking at the packaging, it seemed to be very precious. Chinyu was originally sitting at home, bored to death. When she suddenly saw Chen Song's phone call, she immediately stood up, changed her shoes, and ran downstairs. This set of actions made Lao Qin dumbfounded. "Honey, your girl is so familiar with this action. She can't wait." Ji Ruyun rolled her eyes. How can she not be fast? If my boyfriend was as good as Xiao Chen, I would be faster than her. This sentence made Lao Qin speechless for a long time. He huffed and puffed a few times before he calmed down. You can't be like this. What's wrong with me? How am I bad? Ji Ruyun sighed. Okay, don't take it for granted. Look at you. If it wasn't for Xiao Chen, would you be so successful this time? I didn't think that you would be directly appointed as the president of Dongyang Medical University. Lao Qin wanted to laugh when he said this. I was qualified and my ability was chosen by the leader. That's why I was given a suitable position. Moreover, I think it's just SOSO. Ji Ruyun suddenly widened her eyes. Hey. Qin Xiaoyuan, why are you so thick-skinned? Look at you. Who was the one who laughed in his sleep last night and woke up in the middle of the night? In the future, when I praise Xiao Chen, you should listen obediently and don't talk back. The old leader had just informed Qin Xiaoyuan that the president of Dongyang Medical University was about to retire next year. He was asked to be prepared. He might be transferred there, but it might take at least half a year. During this period of time, Qin Xiaoyuan was naturally flushed with success, and his face was glowing. Recently, he had become a popular person in the field of Dongyang health. Everyone who saw him was jealous and called him Dean Qin. There was no other way. Ever since Chen Song won the national cardiology skills competition last time, the provincial leaders directly talked to him and took the initiative to ask him about his work intentions. Lao Qin had worked in the land of ammonium yang all his life and had feelings for it. It was just that he was old and could not do clinical work every day. He felt that he should summarize the experience and lessons of his life. Therefore, the old leader recommended him a position at Dongyang Medical University. The emergency charity fund that Chen Song set up 2 days ago had become a model in the province and became the most successful charity fund. In fact, what was success? Was it not having more money? A charity fund with tens of millions was a golden signboard of the second provincial hospital, not to mention the award that Chen Song went to South Korea a few days ago. It was even named by the People's Daily as showing the elegance of a big country and the state of etiquette. In the past few days, many people had come to Lao Qin to talk about their ideals. After all, he was the one who promoted Chen Song. In the eyes of everyone, Lao Qin was the kind of person who had a discerning eye. This Chen Song kid was indeed not bad. If his wife praised him, then so be it. He would not refute it. Thinking of this, Lao Qin hummed the familiar song of taking down Tiger Mountain with wisdom. Seeing this, Ji Ruyun could not help but laugh. She was not happy because Chen Song was so outstanding. It was mainly because she saw that her daughter was quite happy now, and her husband was also happy. She was very happy. Lao Qin, do you think we should meet Xiao Chen's family as soon as possible? You often meet Xiao Chen. Why don't you urge them? After all, both of them will go to the capital next year. Don't delay this matter again. Lao Qin frowned. This kid. Does he have to wait for me to say it? He's too blind. Is my daughter, Qin Xiaoyuan, afraid that she won't be able to get married? No, no. I have to let them speak first. Ji Ruyun couldn't help but laugh. Only you are a treasure, but Xiao Chen isn't. Look at yourself. Xiao Chen is so outstanding now. Aren't you afraid that someone will take a fancy to him? The world is so beautiful now. What if there's a beautiful girl, a rich boss, or a leader's daughter who likes Xiao Chen? Lao Qin was not convinced and said, my girl is not bad either. Ji Ruyun mocked, it's not bad. Look at your wine and see if it's any less. When Lao Qin heard this, his expression changed and he hurriedly ran into the study. A few minutes later, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. This little thief. Hurry up and get married. If I stay here for a few more days, my foundation will be gone. On the other side, Taomi went home happily and took a shower. Thinking of Chen Song's words, Taomi was quite excited. It seemed that her money was not bad. At least he knew that she was working hard. Thinking of this, Taomi was also curious. What kind of teacher could teach her left-hand skills? So, Taomi called Qianlin directly. At this time, it was late at night. Qianlin was watching a video in his bedroom alone. He was shocked when his phone suddenly rang. It was the teacher. Why was she calling him so late at night? After hesitating for a while, Qianlin decided to pick it up. Teacher, it's so late and you haven't slept yet? Don't work too hard. Qianlin habitually flattered her. Taomi chuckled. This kid was really good at sweet talking. I'm about to sleep. I just came back from the hospital today and did a surgery with Xiao Chen. Qianlin was stunned. When he heard Chen Song's name, he was ready to hang up. He felt that the teacher was going to reprimand him again. However, at this moment, Taomi smiled kindly. Xiao Qian, I've been urging you because I want you to study hard. Qianlin was flattered. Did the teacher call just to praise him? That was rare. After a while, Taomi suddenly said, Little Qian, let me ask you something. Xiao Chen said that you have a way to train your left hand's proficiency, dexterity, and speed. I want to try it too. After Qianlin heard this, he was stunned. What do you mean? Taomi said in a low voice, Little Qian, it's not a good thing to keep secrets. Xiao Chen said that the videos of those female teachers can improve your left hand's proficiency. He also said that you gave him the videos. After Qianlin heard this, he was stunned. Damn, he looked at the 3 teachers on the computer screen and then looked at his left hand. He hesitated for a long time. Was this real or fake? This was the seed that he sent to Chen Song last time. Could it be? This was related to proficiency and hand speed, and the teacher. Was this appropriate? Thinking of this, Qianlin was a little nervous. After all, this kind of thing was rare even overseas. He opened the browser and typed, the teacher asked you for the seed. What should you do? But, Baidu didn't know either. This time, Qianlin was in a dilemma. At this time, Taomi saw that Qianlin was silent and thought that he was unhappy. She was a little angry. This? Little Qian, it's okay if it's inconvenient. It's okay. Qianlin quickly said, no, no, no. Teacher, I just don't know what kind of seed you like. For example, European or American? Or domestic? Or Japanese or Korean? Taomi was stunned. It was indeed amazing. It was divided into different countries. She had never heard of it. Thinking of this, Taomi said directly, I studied in Japan before. Let's go with the Japanese and Korean ones. When I watched Xiaochen's surgery today, his left hand was very dexterous. He said that he learned it from watching these movies. I said I want to try it too. Oh right, little Qian, you should also watch and learn from Xiaochen. Improve the dexterity of your hands. Qianlin was stunned. Perhaps this was the difference between him and an expert. Watching movies could be so professional. Teacher, how many do you want? Taomi was stunned. You have a lot? Give me one to try. Qianlin racked his brains and sent a bunch of seeds directly. However, after sending it, he still felt uneasy and hesitant. He still felt that something was not right. But he could not say it. Taomi suddenly said, okay, if you have time, watch those videos and practice the dexterity of your hands. This is very important for us surgeons. Qianlin nodded. Thank you, teacher. I'm watching now. Taomi nodded in satisfaction. Okay. Good, not bad. After that, she hung up. Qianlin felt that tonight was a little thrilling. He really did not know how to describe it. Thinking of this, he decided to call Chen Song to ask. Song my teacher asked me for seeds. What's going on? Chen Song was stunned. You gave it to him? Qianlin nodded. Yes, I gave him a set. Chen Song was suddenly sweating. Old Qian, if you can take it back, then take it back. If you can't, hurry up and find your uncle to see if there's any hope. After that, Chen Song told Qianlin about the matter. Suddenly, Qianlin felt like thunder in his mind. He suddenly felt like his 3 souls had left his body and his 7 spirits had ascended to heaven. Chen Song, you bastard. I'll kill you. Qianlin was trembling with anger. Chen Song sighed. You'd better think about what you're going to do. Qianlin hung up and panicked. He had already considered whether to turn himself in or not. After all, spreading was illegal. However, at this moment, Taomi called. That. Xiaochen, I can't understand the bunch of letters you sent me. Bring me the video next time. Qianlin heaved a sigh of relief. He suddenly felt like he had survived a disaster. Qianlin took a few deep breaths and said to himself happily, it's so damn good to be alive. Life is so damn exciting. Thinking of this, he quickly said to his teacher, Teacher, those are garbled words. Delete them. I'll bring you my hard drive next time. It's used to train the dexterity of your fingers. Taomi nodded. Okay, go to bed early, Xiaochen. Qianlin was relieved. Thank you for your concern, teacher. After hanging up, Qianlin felt that those few minutes were too long. The distance between life and death. He touched his bedsheet. It was soaked. He almost peed himself. His back was covered in sweat. After thinking about it, he picked up his phone and hesitated for a long time about whether he should delete Chen Song's message. However, it was better to search and download some exercises for his fingers first. P.S. Thank you to the leader LL0505 for your 250,000 tip. Update. Thank you to the 2 friends 20200215214856476 and Little Cool for their 10,000 tips. Thank you. Xinyu looked at Chen Song's terrified face and suddenly became curious. After hanging up the phone, he said, What happened? You were so scared just now. Chen Song also broke out in cold sweat. He never expected Qianlin to be so powerful. He really sent the seed to Chief Physician Tao. Fortunately, Chief Physician Tao didn't understand, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain today's matter. Qianlin might even be on Weibo's headlines tomorrow. By then, he would really be famous. this was really a fatty who could turn something rotten into something magical. How big a heart and a fat liver were hidden under a body of 200 to 300 pounds, Chen Song thought about it and felt a little scared. However, when he thought of Qianlin's frightened face, Chen Song couldn't help but laugh. Then, he explained the matter to Qinyu. After Qinyu heard it, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Qianlin was almost killed by you, Chen Song said confidently. I didn't expect Chief Physician Tao to want it. Besides, Qianlin is stupid. It's fine if we look at it ourselves, but he actually gave it to the teacher. Suddenly, Qinyu stopped talking. Instead, he stood there and stared at Chen Song with interest. Then, which teacher do you like to look at? When Chen Song heard this, he was suddenly interested. That depends on my mood. For example, if I'm more relaxed today, I like the housework teacher. If I'm more happy today, I'll look at the home classroom teacher. Chen Song suddenly realized something when he was familiar with it. No, this wasn't an academic exchange with Fatty Qian. This was his girlfriend. Chen Song quickly coughed and carefully glanced at Qinyu. I'm just kidding. Really, I have a girlfriend. Why would I look at that? My girlfriend is the most beautiful. Qinyu wasn't angry. Instead, he seductively whispered in Chen Song's ear, what do you like me to wear? Teacher? Nurse? Stewardess? Or? Chen Song shuddered. He was energized. This fellow actually had such a good thing. However, Chen Song was still a little nervous. He looked at Qinyu and couldn't help but gulp. He asked suspiciously, really? Qinyu narrowed his eyes and nodded shyly. Yes. Chen Song took a deep breath and felt a little uneasy. He did not expect that there would be a little demon with goat horns hidden in Qin Littlest's soul. For some reason, he felt a little excited. Chen Song's eyes were filled with lust and expectation. He couldn't help but rub his hands together. What a good thing, could it be? Today is the day for me to show off my skills. Thinking of this, Chen Song was a little excited. However, right at this moment, Qinyu whispered seductively into Chen Song's ear, as long as you pass, I'll agree. Chen Song was stunned. Pass? What pass? Qinyu whispered into Chen Song's ear, do your best. Have you completed your 50 minutes? Also, I'm almost 30. As long as you pass, I'll agree. Right at this moment, Qinyu suddenly said softly, let me know when you've thought of it. I'm going back. I heard that, it's easier to wake up early when watching porn. Be careful the next time you watch it. After saying that, Qinyu smiled and turned to leave. Chen Song was left standing there in a daze. As the cold wind blew, Chen Song was surprisingly calm. He had not completed his 50 minutes mission. Chen Song, oh Chen Song. You even dare to look at other teachers. Aren't you afraid that you can't serve teacher Qin? Thinking of this, Chen Song secretly made up his mind to reflect on this painful experience. This time when he went back, he would say goodbye to those teachers. However, 50 minutes? At this moment, Chen Song felt an unprecedented fighting spirit in his heart. Wasn't it just 50 minutes? Work hard, perform surgery, increase endurance. At this moment, Chen Song felt that he had a small goal. However, what did the last sentence, I'm almost 30, mean? Chen Song scratched his head and walked on the road with a suspicious look. He switched on his phone and searched, my girlfriend told me I'm 30. What does that mean? Baidu did not know, Chen Song sighed. Baidu, oh Baidu. You know everything the patient asks, but you don't even know when I ask you a basic question. Friday afternoon. This was the first time in his life that Director Chen went out for a consultation. He was a little excited in his heart. In the afternoon, Chen Song opened the door of the consultation room early and specially changed into a clean white coat. Just as he entered, he heard the system notification sound, ding. Triggered consultation mission, diagnose more than 3 patients. Chen Song sneered. Wasn't it looking down on him too much? 3 patients. Wouldn't it be easy for me, Director Chen, to do it? However, since work started at 2:30 in the afternoon, the corridor on the first floor was crowded. Only Chen Song's office still maintained a pure land, which made Chen Song feel a little pure, helpless. If he had known, he would not have pretended. He would have asked the director of the consultation office to register a few more patients for him so that he could familiarize himself and get used to it. No matter what, he was a director. If he did not have a single patient, it would be very embarrassing. He must not let anyone find out. Thinking of this, Chen Song wore a mask tightly, wanting to cover his face. Just as Chen Song was about to give up out of boredom, suddenly, a big sister came in. Chen Song's face was immediately filled with joy. It was time for business. At least there was someone here. Hello, please take a seat. The big sister was embarrassed. Doctor. Chen Song revealed a smile that he thought was very bright. What's wrong? Is there anything I can help you with? The big sister smiled awkwardly. Doctor, can I sit here for a while? There are so many people outside. There are no seats left. My waist hurts from standing. Chen Song realized that he was happy too early. After such a thing happened several times, Chen Song finally welcomed a patient. A young man of 17 or 18 hurried in and told Chen Song, Doctor, I don't feel well. Chen Song was delighted. Finally, a patient came. Sit down first. Where do you feel uncomfortable? The young man should be a high school student. He was wearing a school uniform. I don't feel well. Chen Song was stunned. Did he have heart disease at such a young age? Oh? What's going on? Is your chest tight? Or are you flustered? The young man took a deep breath and said with some disappointment, I feel uncomfortable. Chen Song frowned. Well, how about this? I'll take your blood pressure first. The young man wanted to refuse, but seeing how serious Chen Song was, he let him be. After the blood pressure was measured, Chen Song was stunned. It's very normal. 11,070 millimeters of mercury. That's pretty good. Why do you feel uncomfortable? Let me see if I need to do an electrocardiogram. The young man shook his head. There's no need for an electrocardiogram. Every time I finish an exam, I feel like there's a ball of fire in my heart. I feel especially angry and uncomfortable. I also finished my exam today. I didn't do well and had no one to vent it on. I passed by the second provincial hospital and saw you here, so I came to talk to you. Half an hour later, the young man stood up. Thank you, doctor. I'm leaving. Chen Song felt that his symptoms were as uncomfortable as the young man's. He was furious. Is it really okay for you to treat my clinic as a psychological consultation room? I chatted with you for the whole afternoon for 5 yuan. Thinking of this, Chen Song felt uncomfortable in his heart. He picked up the blood pressure monitor and measured himself. 11580 mmHg. Chen Song, who was bored, measured his right hand again. There was actually a difference of 5 mmHg. Let me look at my blood oxygen saturation again. Chen Song, who was bored to death, began to study himself. In the afternoon, a few people came one after another. A high school student who came to vent his emotions. An old man who came to sit for a while because he had nowhere else to sit. An auntie who could not get in line and came to ask Chen Song for a checkup. There was also a young lady who wanted to flirt with Chen Song because of his good looks. For the first time, Chen Song realized that outpatient consultation was not as fun as emergency treatment. Just as the long outpatient consultation was about to end, finally, a decent patient came. At the very least, she was really uncomfortable. It was an auntie who was almost 60 years old. After an afternoon of training, Chen Song was already at ease. Although he had heard that there were many weirdos in outpatient consultation, today was an eye-opener. No wonder people said that a doctor who did not go to outpatient clinics was not a complete doctor. After swiping the medical card, the auntie's information appeared on the computer screen. The auntie was holding a transparent bag that was not small. It was filled with all kinds of checkup and medical records. After the auntie sat down, she could not help but cough dryly. After a while, she finally calmed down. After the old auntie finished coughing, she was quite embarrassed. Doctor, I'm really sorry. I couldn't control my cough. Chen Song smiled. It's okay. If you were feeling well, you wouldn't have come to the hospital. Auntie, why are you not feeling well? The auntie was thin and polite. When she heard Chen Song's words, she could not help but smile. I've been coughing recently. It's been more than a month. Chen Song nodded and looked at the auntie's information. She was a teacher in Dongyang Province's Wan'an County. Wan'an County was not close to the hospital. It took about 3 hours to drive there. It was a poor county in the country. Winter in Dongyang Province was generally dry and cold. It was normal to catch a cold and cough. Chen Song did not care. As she spoke, the auntie took out a lot of checkup and medical records from the bag and handed them to Chen Song. Doctor, take a look. These are all my recent outpatient examinations. Here are the chest scans, here are the lung CT scans, and here are the laboratory reports. Chen Song looked at the large pile of scans and was stunned. You actually did so many examinations? Why didn't you go for a detailed examination? The economic development of Dongyang Province was average. Medical insurance would only reimburse hospitalization expenses, while outpatient expenses were generally self-funded. Therefore, when Chen Song saw so many tests, he knew that they must have spent a lot of money. Therefore, he kindly reminded them. The old auntie smiled. I'm in charge of an important class. The children are preparing for the college entrance examination, so I don't dare to rest at all. I only find time on Saturdays and Sundays to see the doctor. But I haven't seen any signs of improvement in Wan'an County for a long time. Now that I can't find the cause, I can only come to the province to take a look. It just so happens that it's Friday today and I don't have any classes. I asked my son to bring me to the provincial capital to take a look. However, I saw that Dean Chen's specialist number has already been booked and I can't get it now. I'm thinking of registering early when the queue number is released tomorrow morning. My son is filial. He stayed up all night to wait for the queue number to be released. Chen Song nodded. Xianxia was an expert in internal medicine, an expert subsidized by the state council, and a famous doctor in the country. The internal medicine of the second provincial hospital was very developed in the province, especially the oncology and digestive departments. It was not easy to get Xianxia's number. Although one number was only 50 yuan, there were only 100 numbers. It was very difficult for ordinary people to get it. Moreover, to be honest, registration in the hospital was complicated to begin with. For example, Xianxia had 100 numbers. Only about 30 of them would be released online, and about 50 would be released in line. The remaining 20 would be dealt with by the registration office itself. These things could not be managed at all. Xianxia could not do anything about it either. The higher-ups had their own policies and countermeasures. However, he turned a blind eye to it. At the very least, he could ensure that the people could get more than 80 numbers. As for the more than 20 numbers, not all of them were given to scalpers to deal with. Some of them were also given to the hospital's internal staff to do favors. These things could not be managed at all. Even Xianxia could not do anything about it. He could only increase the number of outpatient consultations every day. Usually, it would be about 120. Therefore, many patients from other places basically had to queue up at the emergency department's registration office all night. This was more common in any hospital with more specialized features. This was because Xianxia was amazing. He saw 100 patients a day. Many famous doctors and experts were limited to 20 numbers a day. You could not get it at all. Otherwise, why would it be hard? Hearing the auntie's words, Chen Song did not say much. He took the initiative to ask for a number or something. After all, the hospital had its rules. Chen Song could not control everyone. Chen Song picked up the chest film and the CT scan of the chest and looked at it. Fortunately, Chen Song was more professional in the interpretation of the chest film results. After looking at the chest film and the CT scan of the chest, Chen Song breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was normal. There was nothing wrong at all. Basically, the possibility of pneumonia, lung cancer, and other lung diseases could be ruled out. He also looked at the test results. The more Chen Song looked at it, the more shocked he became. Normal, everything was normal. This was a little unreasonable, wasn't it? A person coughing normally, no wonder the local hospital could not see it. After looking at several medical records in a row, Chen Song became more curious. All the diagnosis opinions were, pending investigation, unknown. However, when he looked at the history, there was high blood pressure. Chen Song suddenly asked thoughtfully, "Auntie, you used to have high blood pressure?" The old auntie nodded, "Yes, I have had high blood pressure for more than 10 years. I have been taking Anacin to reduce it." When Chen Song heard Anacin, he suddenly frowned. Now the regulations were very clear. The patient had no history of respiratory diseases, gastroesophageal reflux disease, abdominal distension, acid reflux, and no antihypertensive drugs that might cause dry cough. The cause of dry cough was unknown. What was going on? Thinking of this, Chen Song said, "Let me listen to your lungs." Speaking of this, Chen Song picked up the stethoscope and listened to the front and back of the lungs. He also listened to the breathing sounds. Suddenly, at this moment, Chen Song came closer and found that something was wrong. He suddenly asked, "Auntie, did you have hyperthyroidism before? Or thyroid disease?" The auntie was also considered an intellectual, so she knew about this. After hearing Chen Song's question, she immediately shook her head, "No." When Chen Song heard this, he immediately said, "Let me palpate your thyroid." Thinking of this, Chen Song began to check the thyroid with both hands. After this examination, Chen Song suddenly frowned. Bilateral thyroid enlargement, 1 degree of swelling on the left side and 3 degrees of swelling on the right side. You can touch multiple nodules. On the right side, you can touch a 2 cm nodule. It is hard. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly understood. Perhaps he found the reason. "Auntie, I suggest you go for a thyroid ultrasound. Hurry up and do it before you get off work. Your thyroid is swollen, and you can touch the nodules. I suspect that it may be a nerve invasion that caused the dry cough." Chen Song did not say one thing. He suspected that it was thyroid cancer. P.S. Begging for votes, I am being overtaken. Panic. Right at this moment, a young man walked in. "Mom? You're not done yet?" The woman turned to look at her son and said, "The doctor said I don't have a lung disease. It might be because the thyroid is pressing on my nerves, causing me to cough." The young man was stunned when he heard his mother's words. He glanced at the doctor and asked, "Doctor, what's wrong? The thyroid can cause a cough?" After Chen Song heard this, he nodded. "Yes, I just palpated Auntie's thyroid. I can confirm that both sides of her thyroid are swollen, and there are nodules. As for the specific situation, we still need to do an ultrasound to see." The young man was stunned when he heard Chen Song's words. He said, "Can I trouble you to give me a prescription?" Chen Song nodded and gave him a prescription for a thyroid ultrasound. The young man suddenly asked, "Doctor, can you give us a CT scan of our lungs? I'm afraid that Dean Qin won't recognize our scans when we go to him tomorrow." Chen Song hesitated for a moment and asked a question that was out of the question. "Does your mother take scans often?" The young man hesitated for a moment and said, "My mother is a teacher. She works at her desk most of the time. That's why she has been suffering from cervical spondylosis all these years. Last year, she had a lot of problems and had to go to the hospital frequently. That's why she took more scans of her cervical spondylosis. Also, her teacher coughs more than once. That's why she often does lung examinations." Chen Song sighed when he heard the young man's words. "How about this? You can go and do an ultrasound on your thyroid. You don't have to do a CT scan for now." The young man hesitated for a moment and said, We came here specifically to see Dean Qin for a lung disease. Can you help us?" Chen Song said, "The scans from Wannan County are fine. The machines are pretty good. You don't need to do any more scans." The young man stood up and left with his mother. Chen Song watched the two of them leave. Although he wasn't sure, he felt that the woman most likely had thyroid cancer. Radiation damage was very fatal to the thyroid. The thyroid was a relatively fragile gland. It was not protected by many things like other glands. Instead, it was located in the neck. Therefore, during radioactivity examinations such as X-rays and CT scans, it was easier to induce thyroid cancer if the thyroid was damaged by radioactive rays. Research even showed that radiation damage had become one of the factors with the highest proportion of thyroid cancer. Chen Sung looked at the time and saw that it was almost time to get off work. He hesitated for a moment and did not leave directly. He decided to wait for the two patients. Generally speaking, ultrasound doctors would not directly tell him that he had thyroid cancer. Most of them would only tell him to go see a doctor. Moreover, whether or not it was thyroid cancer would depend on the results of the puncture. The ultrasound doctor would not say such irresponsible things. There weren't many people in the ultrasound room in the afternoon, so it was done relatively quickly. At around 6:30 p.m., there was no one in the corridor. The only difference was that there was a long queue at the registration office. Many people had stayed up late to wait for tomorrow's registration. There were even some familiar faces. Chen Sung was bored, so he turned on his phone and searched for thyroid cancer surgery. Thyroid surgery was not difficult, but it required a lot of precision. The tissues, organs, blood vessels, and nerves in the neck were all messy, so they had to be very careful during the surgery. The requirements for the surgeon were also very high. In terms of difficulty, it was more precise, but it was not very difficult. At this time, the middle-aged woman and the man outside came back from last night's examination. They saw that there were very few people in the corridor. The doctors had all gotten off work, so they were a little worried. After all, they could not understand the report. They could only ask the doctor to take a look. Moreover, the ultrasound doctor told them that they must ask the doctor to take a look. Could they ask Dean Chin tomorrow? When they passed by, they suddenly saw that the door of Chen Sung's consultation room was still open. Immediately, they were happy. After the middle-aged woman came in, she immediately smiled. "Doctor, I'm sorry to keep you waiting." Thank you. But, doctor, what's written on the report?" The doctor in charge of the examination asked me to take a look. Chen Sung took the report and looked at it. It was signed by Department Director Bai. Ultrasound findings: bilateral thyroid gland is heavy, the envelope is not smooth, the parenchyma echo is thicker, uneven. Ultrasound findings: thyroid parenchyma echo is thicker, uneven. Multiple nodules are seen on the right side, T1 rads 4B. After Chen Sung saw 4B, his face suddenly changed. This meant that the probability of malignancy was very high. This was a commonly used indicator in the hospital. If the patient did not understand it, they could avoid unnecessary panic. But the doctor basically understood it. Generally speaking, if the thyroid nodules were classified, type 1 was normal thyroid, type 2 was benign, type 3 was probably benign, 80% benign, type 4A was malignant, 5 to 10% malignant, type 4B was malignant, 10 to 80% malignant, and type 5 was probably malignant, 80% malignant. Looking at 4B, Chen Sung understood that this might mean that the probability of malignant nodules was very high. In other words, it was a malignant tumor. Moreover, looking at the irregular nodules on the report, the blood flow was very good, and the echo was uneven. Although the ultrasound could not be confirmed, Chen Sung felt that he was only one step away from the diagnosis. Next, he had to think about how to communicate with the patient. If he told the tumor directly, he would definitely be worried that he would not be able to accept it. After thinking about it, Chen Sung said, "Auntie, you don't have to go to the clinic tomorrow. Go directly to the inpatient department. The thyroid report says that the nodules are very likely to be malignant. What we need to do next is to do a biopsy to confirm whether it is benign or malignant. Then, we can complete the relevant tests." Hearing Chen Sung's words, as expected, both of them were stunned. The old woman hesitated. "Doctor, are you talking about cancer?" In this era where people were afraid of talking about cancer, Chen Sung felt that delaying the diagnosis was more troublesome, so he said, "Don't worry, I only said that there is a possibility. Whether it is true or not, we still need to do a biopsy to confirm. Also, you don't have to be too burdened. The treatment for thyroid cancer is very effective now. The 10-year survival rate is more than 90%. Hearing Chen Sung's words, the old woman fell silent. Who knew that she would be diagnosed with thyroid cancer? Moreover, she was just lucky. If she had stayed in Wannan County, she might not have known until she died. When the man saw his mother's worried and frightened expression, he could not help but ask, "Doctor, my mother is usually very good. How did she get thyroid problems?" Chen Song thought about it and said, "My suggestion is that when you take a CT scan in the future, try to cover your neck with something. Try to take an MRI scan of your cervical vertebra instead of a CT scan. CT can cause great damage to the thyroid. P.S. The above sentence is also for everyone. This disease is more and more common now, and it has a lot to do with radiation damage." Chen Song sighed as he watched the two of them leave. Anyone who encountered such a situation would feel a little sad. Chen Song suddenly felt that Xianxia was really amazing. As the director of the Oncology and Internal Medicine Department, he had seen many patients, diagnosed many tumors, and witnessed many joys and sorrows. Perhaps this was the real cultivation of a director. Not only was his medical skills superb, but he was also cultivating his heart. Chen Song made a summary of his day as he washed his hands. First, he could not ignore the physical examination. This old auntie had been coughing for a month. Did no one notice her thyroid problem? Perhaps everyone thought it was unnecessary. Who would associate the thyroid with coughing? Second, he had to wear a mask when he went out to see patients in the future to avoid being disturbed by young ladies. However, when Chen Song heard the system notification, he suddenly felt that this young lady was not annoying anymore. After all, she helped him complete the mission of 3 patients. One was a heartbroken high school student, one was a love-struck young lady, and the last one was an old auntie who was either lucky or unlucky. Ding! Mission completed. First consultation of 3 patients. Reward, skill point +1. Consolation prize, acceptable. When Chen Song was about to get off work, he heard a familiar voice as he walked out of the door. "Mom. Why don't I ask Dean Qin tomorrow to add you to the queue? There are so many people now. I don't think there's a chance." The old auntie sighed, "That's good. I was worried that you wouldn't get enough rest if you lined up all night. You have to be on duty tomorrow. You can just sign up for another doctor." At this moment, Chen Song happened to pass by. After hesitating for a moment, he went forward and said, "Auntie, how about this? Go directly to the inpatient department on the 16th floor of the oncology department tomorrow morning. Dean Qin will change his clothes in the morning. I'll write you a note. You can go to him. Dean Qin will know what happened when he sees the note." The old auntie was stunned. Even her son was dumbfounded. They simply did not believe it. The old auntie quickly whispered, "Young man, you're too stupid. It's true that you're kind. Auntie appreciates your kindness, but how can you write a note to the director? Aren't you afraid that the director will be unhappy? He's the hospital director, and you're just a junior doctor. This is a mess. It's fine if the hospital director gave you a note, but you gave it to the hospital director. What kind of scandal is this?" The young man looked at Chen Song, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. In his eyes, Chen Song might really be inexperienced, but his intentions were really good. Chen Song was stunned for a moment. That was indeed the case. But, naturally, his relationship with Lao Qin was inextricably linked. At the very least, the bottle of good wine he gave to Mr. Miyake was given by Lao Qin. There was no way to explain it to them. After thinking for a while, Chen Song directly called Qin Xiaoyuan. As the family cook, Qin Xiaoyuan was about to cook when he heard the phone ring. He quickly asked, Yeah, who's calling?" When Qin Yu saw the caller ID, he was instantly dumbfounded. "Dad, who is this he? Qin Yu looked at the he on the phone screen and was a little confused. Who would be noted as he? Could it be adultery? When Lao Qin heard this, he quickly put down the things in his hands and picked up the phone. At this moment, Ji Ruyun was also curious. "Who was he? Lao Qin said, "Xiao Chen, oh, patient? Okay. Tomorrow, tell him to wait for me at the inpatient department. Yes, write a note for him. Okay, goodbye." Qin Xiaoyuan hung up the phone, and the two of them widened their eyes. "Qin Yu, Dad? He, is it Chen Song?" Lao Qin naturally nodded. "Yes." Qin Yu was confused. "What do you mean?" Lao Qin hesitated for a moment, and the wok in his hand hesitated. Literally. Chen Song took out a pen and wrote a note for the old auntie. He smiled and said, "Okay, I've told you. Come up earlier tomorrow at 7. The old auntie and the young man hesitated for a long time. They felt that Chen Song was lying to them. But there was no need to call in front of them, right? Could it be this young man was a special person? Otherwise, it didn't make sense at all. This young doctor was really amazing. After an afternoon of consultation, Chen Song was still not used to the boredom. At around 8 p.m., Wang Ji, the manager of the Zhang's group in Haiyan New District, suddenly called. "Dr. Chen, if you have time tomorrow or the day after, come over. The renovation of the room is almost done according to your wishes. As for the purchase of electrical appliances, see what brand you want. We will arrange it for you." When Chen Song heard this, his eyes lit up. The renovation was already done. Chen Song was also looking forward to it. "Thank you, Manager Wang. The day after tomorrow, I'll be there in the morning." Wang Ji nodded. "Okay, it's convenient. Just give me a call." The renovation of the house there was completed. He estimated that he could move in next year. But as for further studies, Chen Song was not sure. Should he go to Xianxia, or the emergency center? Or 301, Fuwai, or Anjin? These few hospitals were not bad. In fact, in the emergency department, the development of the emergency center was better. But Xianxia Hospital was the best overall hospital. Where should he go? Qin had applied for a doctorate in Xianxia Hospital. If nothing went wrong, it should not be a big problem. Chen Song suddenly felt that he should get a house in Beijing. After all, he was going to Beijing. Qin was also in Beijing. This way, renting a house would be more expensive. The two of them could also reduce the pressure on the rent. Yes, it was definitely financial pressure. Thinking of this, Chen Song's eyes suddenly lit up. He opened the map on his computer and looked at it. 301, Anjin Hospital, Fuwai Hospital. When Chen Song saw the distance between Xianxia Hospital and Emergency Center, he made a prompt decision to go to Xianxia Hospital. Xianxia Hospital was less than 2 kilometers away. This distance was still acceptable. Chen Song made up his mind. He would go there. Thinking of this, Chen Song sent a message to Qin. "I will rent a house for you. It is not far from Xianxia Hospital. It will be more convenient for you to get to and from work." When Qin heard this, he felt warmth in his heart. "Chen Song, I find that you are getting better." Chen Song smiled awkwardly and blushed. "Who are we?" Qin suddenly smiled. "But the rent in Beijing is very expensive. I don't have much money even if I don't work. I am afraid I can't afford the rent." "You are also going to Beijing. Why don't we rent a house together?" When Chen Song heard this, his heart started thumping. This girl is getting smarter. She was thinking of the same thing as me. "And I also think it is a good idea for us to live together. We can save on the rent." Xiaoyuan looked at Qin, who was smiling foolishly and could not help but sigh. He. These 2 days, Zhang Jixin was very busy. Ever since Chen Song won the Best Plastic Surgeon of the Year, Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital became popular. As the director, Zhang Jixin added fuel to the fire and was in a terrible state. He and Su Rou faced each other and placed the names of more than 30 rich women on the table. They were conflicted about who to operate on tomorrow. All of them had a lot of connections behind them, so it was impossible to arrange them casually. If it was in the past, Hu Chuanjin would definitely arrange for someone to operate on whoever he wanted. But now, old Hu had turned from a tiger into a cat and did not dare to say anything. After all, Chen Song was giving him face by coming here. Many people in the country and even the world were fighting for the title of the Best Plastic Surgeon of the Year. To put it bluntly, he came here because of Zhang Jixin's old friendship. Not to mention Jing Guotan and Leonard Kong, the 2 super big shots. Even Zhang Jixin was emboldened now. After thinking about it, it was not a good idea to drag it out. It would not be good to let anyone go, so he decided to draw lots. That would be fair. On Saturday morning, Chen Song arrived at the hospital early. After the car was parked, he entered the hospital and found that there were already many people in the hall. When they saw Chen Song arrive, they immediately stood up. Everyone knew that Chen Song was going to perform a charity surgery today, so naturally, there were some interviews. After Chen Song exchanged some pleasantries, he went straight into the office. When he came in, he was stunned. Yang Tao, Zhang Jixin, Qin Xiang, and the others were all in the room. Chen Song immediately smiled. That's good. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to handle it alone. However, Chen Song said, Teacher Zhang, come with me first. Chief Qin, Chief Yang, you guys rest first. You guys can go when Teacher Zhang is tired. Although they were unwilling, the two of them could only accept it helplessly. They were here to learn skills. Zhang Jixin smiled awkwardly. It's okay, I'm not tired. You two chiefs should rest more. However, Zhang Jixin did not expect that today's surgery would last for a long time. It officially started at 8:30 in the morning, and everyone only took a break at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The anesthesiologist had changed, and Zhang Jixin, who was the assistant, was exhausted. He had no choice but to switch to Qin Xiang. It started at 2 o'clock p.m. and lasted until 6:30 p.m. It was Yang Tao again. The operation was only completed at 11:30 p.m., the assistant changed 3 to 4 times, and the scrub nurse even took a turn. Only Chen Song insisted on performing the surgery from the beginning to the end. This shocked the other directors. They hurriedly asked Chen Song to rest. Chen Song managed to perform 9 out of the originally scheduled 5 surgeries. The rich women who did not draw lots were overjoyed when they regained what they had lost. He was extremely excited, and their husbands were waiting outside. Everyone fell silent when they saw Chen Song perform the surgery from 8 o'clock in the morning until 11 o'clock at night. What a ferocious person. In the end, the patient could not bear to let Chen Song do it. Even the scrub nurses could not help but feel sorry for Chen Song. The reporter seized this opportunity to praise Chen Song. To raise money for charity, he insisted on performing surgeries for 15 hours and resting for 2 hours in between. Isn't such a doctor worthy of our respect? Of course, Chen Song was tired. However, he felt that if he performed a few more surgeries today, the charity fund would receive more money. More people would be helped, and more lives could be saved. Therefore, he also used Bai Chuan's white coat to recover his body. He also used 2 bottles of medicine. It was not a loss. Chen Song's actions touched and shocked everyone in Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital. They swore that they would never perform surgeries with him again. Now, Qin Xiang and the other 2 understood why Chen Song said that they would take turns. The 3 of them looked at Chen Song in silence. They could not help but sigh and shake their heads. They wanted to say something but stopped. The next day, Chen Song brought little Licky to the house in Haiyan New District early in the morning. Wang Ji and the sales lady accompanied them. As soon as they opened the door, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. The entire house was decorated and styled to her liking. The bedroom was pink, with blue and white floor-to-ceiling curtains and elegant wallpaper. Even the smell of paint was not obvious. The decorator had put in a lot of effort and did a good job of handling the details. Chen Song looked at Qin Yu walking around and was very satisfied. He was also very happy inside. Of course, this was all thanks to Wang Ji. Manager Wang, thank you so much. Wang Ji could not help but shake his head and smile. It's within my ability. Oh right, take a look at what kind of home appliances you like. I asked Xianxia to write them down for you. When the time comes, I'll install them for you. It'll be a wedding gift. After looking around the house, Qin Yu took Xiaoya's tablet and began to choose furniture. He had to admit that the girl was very meticulous. She even thought of blankets and a crib. Renovation was a bottomless pit, and home appliances were even more so. However, this was just a drop in the ocean for the Zhang's group. Moreover, Qin Yu would not be so silly as to choose a 200,000 yuan water faucet. After choosing the furniture, Qin Yu also described the location of the home appliances. After sending Wang Ji and Wang Ji off, Qin Yu happily played around in the room. Chen Song. This will be our home from now on. Haha, I'll be the little tyrant of this house. When the time comes, I'll spread the carpet all over this place and roll around in the sun. Chen Song looked at Qin Yu's vision of the future and could not help but fall into fantasy. After a long time, Qin Yu was also tired. The 2 of them sat on the floor in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Separated by the thick glass, the warm morning sun shone on their faces and they were full of happiness. Below them was a park with a small river. It was winter and the river was frozen. There were not many people on the road and the trees were bare. However, in their eyes, all they saw was the lush greenery of spring, the chirping of cicadas and birds in summer, the falling leaves in autumn, and the white snow in winter. Qingyu leaned on Xianxia's shoulder and suddenly whispered, "Xianxia." Xianxia rubbed her head and asked, "What's wrong?" Qingyu did not say anything. She could not help but turn around and stare at Xianxia. She raised her hand and turned his face to face her. They just stared at each other. Xianxia could not help but laugh. "What's wrong?" Qingyu sighed. "I don't want to be separated from you. I want to live with you and have a child with you." After Xianxia heard that, he smiled. "Okay." Qingyu grinned and hugged Xianxia's head. "Let's get the marriage certificate soon. When we go to the capital, we can live together openly. I will serve you well and you won't have to look at your teachers." Time with Qin Shaolik always passed so quickly, and it was always so sweet. He did not know if it was the taste of her lipstick or the sweetness of love. Perhaps it was always like this when two people were together. Some professional love and life might be difficult to meet and difficult to part. Xianxia and Qingyu were in the same department. They saw each other every day, so it was still considered good. Many doctors' family members met less than 3 days a week throughout the year. They took turns to rest, and the night shift was all for the chief resident. These few shifts basically took up a lot of time. This did not include advanced studies, going to the countryside, studying, attending conferences, and so on. Basically, they spent more time apart than together. There were also some other service positions, such as military families, police, and so on. Perhaps when the profession was given a special mission, the family had to sacrifice for it. On Sunday, Xianxia took Qingyu to eat hot xiaolongan at noon. Satisfied, he carried 2 cups of milk tea to the cinema. Qingyu, who was not satisfied with the second scene, fell asleep immediately. Xianxia put a down jacket on her body. Looking at her long eyelashes, he could not help but laugh. After waking up, Qingyu was refreshed and full of energy again. She pulled Xianxia to go shopping, eat snacks at night, and go to the night market. At this time, Xianxia realized that he had not accompanied her for more than a month because he went abroad for competitions. Xianxia had just sent Qingyu home. Before he could rest, a call came in. "Chief Chen, come quickly. There's a special patient in the emergency department." Xianxia heard Leilei's voice and was stunned for a moment. "Okay, wait for me. I'll go right away." Xianxia hung up and ran to the hospital. There were many people standing at the hospital entrance. After Xianxia hurriedly squeezed in, he immediately saw Leilei waiting there, holding Xianxia's white coat in her hand. When she saw Xianxia come in, she quickly handed the coat over and carefully said in his ear, "Dr. Chen, it's a small celebrity." Xianxia was stunned when he heard that. No wonder those people outside were dressed so strangely. Outside the emergency room, there were a few middle-aged men standing outside. When they saw Xianxia enter, they hesitated for a moment. Leilei quickly said, "This is the deputy director of our emergency department, Chief Chen." The man heaved a sigh of relief. "Director Chen, please forgive us. The situation is special, and we don't want to attract too much attention and trouble." Xianxia didn't understand, but Lula said, "Director Chen, Director Qin and Director Li went to a meeting. Dr. Shi is on duty today." Xianxia nodded and entered the resuscitation room. At this time, he had to see the patient's condition first. After entering, he found a man lying on the bed with a monitor on his body. His face was pale and his breathing was rapid. Xianxia quickly asked, "Teacher Shi, what happened?" When Shirna saw Xianxia, she didn't know why, but she was relieved. He was sent to the hospital because of coughing up blood. After he was admitted, he began to faint and had difficulty breathing. He had 2 seizures in 10 minutes and recovered on his own. His temperature is now 39.2 degrees Celsius. Xianxia looked at the man and felt that he was familiar. Suddenly, he realized that he was a small celebrity who sang hip-hop music. His name was Yue. He looked very wild. A few years ago, he stood out in a program called China Has Hip Hop and gradually became popular. With his crazy shouts and roars, he attracted a lot of people's attention. Chen Song took the medical record and read it. Then he asked, "Is there any past history and family history?" Xianxia shook her head. "I don't know." He suddenly fainted before I asked. Chen Song calmed himself down. He lifted the man's clothes, picked up the stethoscope, and was about to listen to the diagnosis. Suddenly, he saw that the chest was obviously expanding. He was stunned. Expansion of the chest, accompanied by fainting, loss of consciousness, and coughing up blood, these were several important factors. When they were tangled together, it suddenly became very complicated. What was fainting? It was a symptom. It referred to a temporary, self-limited loss of consciousness, often leading to a fall. Fainting happened quite quickly, followed by spontaneous, complete, and rapid recovery. The mechanism was a temporary brain hypoperfusion. To put it bluntly, it was a sudden lack of blood in the brain. However, when coughing up blood and fainting were mixed together, it was more complicated. Coughing up blood was generally coughed up blood from the throat and the lungs and respiratory tract. Now the patient's vital signs were shortness of breath, 40 beats per minute, heartbeat was 95 beats per minute, blood pressure was normal, and body temperature was 39 degrees. Chen Song quickly asked, "How much is the volume of hemoptysis?" Xianxia shook her head. "Not much, only less than 20 milliliters, but the reason is still unknown." Chen Song pondered for a moment, lowered his head, picked up the stethoscope, and listened carefully. In addition to the accelerated heart rate, Chen Song found a typical arrhythmia. Within a minute, there was premature contraction and supraventricular tachycardia. At this time, Chen Song found a systolic pulsation between the second and third ribs on the left edge of the sternum. This was a closed vibration that touched the pulmonary valve. At this time, the alarm of the monitor suddenly sounded. Chen Song was stunned. Blood pressure started to drop. Why was there a drop in blood pressure? When he listened carefully, he found that the heart sound was weakening. The whole process was very complicated, and even Chen Song was a little confused. There were too many signs of the patient now. A lot of complicated manifestations were in Chen Song's mind, and he was overwhelmed. Sometimes, diagnosing was like solving a case. When the clues were unclear, it felt like they were at a loss. They couldn't grasp any accurate clues at all because any behavior could be a clue. Just as everyone was panicking, the blood pressure stabilized. Chen Song was stunned. It stabilized, although the blood pressure was low, at least it was stabilized. He suddenly lowered his head and looked at the apex of his heart. The heartbeat could not be seen. His heartbeat had directly reached 110 beats per minute. Chen Song suddenly checked carefully. Pericardial frictional sound. Chen Song immediately understood that there was a little pericardial effusion that blocked the heartbeat, causing the blood pressure to drop. However, why would the patient have pericardial effusion? Now, there was another clue. "Have you done a chest radiograph and CT scan?" Xianxia shook her head. "No, it was just sent here. I just had my blood drawn." Chen Song nodded and looked at Lulu. "Let the family in." Lulu quickly got up and walked out. The middle-aged man from earlier walked in. "I'm his agent." Chen Song nodded and asked, "Well, hello. I have a few questions to ask. I hope you can cooperate." The man hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Well, go ahead, Chief Chen." Chen Song frowned. "Can you sign it? The patient's symptoms are unclear now. He may need to be in critical condition." The man took a deep breath. "I'm his father too." Chen Song nodded. "Well, Lulu, bring the illness notice and the critical condition notice. P.S. Thank you to Playboy for the 20,000 tip. Thank you to Pen, Ink, Calligraphy, Painting and Hushangai for the 10,000 tip. This story is quite complicated to write and has been edited several times. It's a bit embarrassing to break a chapter. Continue reading tomorrow." Just as Chen Song was about to ask the man a question, a notification sounded in Chen Song's mind. Ding. Hidden mission triggered. The first part of the truth. Save UE. There are some clues behind UE. Please investigate it thoroughly. After the mission is completed, you will receive a generous reward. Current mission progress, 1%. Chen Song was stunned. Truth? What truth? Is there a clue to something special behind Yui? Chen Song was dumbfounded by the system's sudden chain mission. However, now was not the time to be entangled. The patient's vital signs were very unstable, so it was not the time to be entangled. However, what made Chen Song curious was that the man in front of him who said he was an agent was actually Yuyi's father. Chen Song nodded. At this time, Lulu brought the notice over. Yuingsai's hand trembled. Director Chen, is it really as serious as you said? Chen Song nodded. It seems to be more serious. The diagnosis is unclear now. The patient's vital signs are unstable, and the examination can't be completed. We have now asked the hospital's experts to consult, but the situation is special now. You still need to sign. After Chen Song finished speaking, Yuingkai did not hesitate and signed decisively. At this time, Chen Song asked, Does Yui have any illnesses? Yuingkai shook his head. No illness. It's just an occupational disease. He often has some throat discomfort, but it's not a day or two. It's been 4 or 5 years. Chen Song nodded and asked a more concerned question. Does he have a history of addiction? After Yuingkai heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He said with a serious expression, No. Absolutely not. I'm just worried that there are many bad habits in this circle, so I personally resigned to be his agent. Chen Song nodded. After asking a few more questions, he turned back to the resuscitation room. Sharna had finished the electrocardiogram at this time. Chen Song took it and looked at it. He frowned immediately. This electrocardiogram was very atypical. It could be said that it was without characteristics. It could not be used as a basis for diagnosis at all. Chen Song took a deep breath to calm himself down. Emergency doctors should calm their thoughts at all times and calmly analyze all the clues. The onset of the illness was sudden. For unknown reasons, his complexion turned pale, he had difficulty breathing, coughed up blood, and even fainted. There were typical convulsions, but it was not necessarily epilepsy. It could also be a sign of cerebral hypoxia. What could cause sudden fainting? Chen Song went through them one by one in his mind. Orthostatic hypotension. Hypertensive brain disease? His blood pressure was completely normal. The reason why it had decreased just now was because of the pericardial effusion, so it was immediately eliminated. Arrhythmia, myocardial infarction? If the electrocardiogram was normal, it could basically be ruled out. Cerebral arteriosclerosis? Cerebral hemorrhage? Vasovagal syncope. Out of the 3 possibilities, cerebral hemorrhage was the most dangerous. Cerebral arteriosclerosis was unlikely, but there was no time to check. Chen Song stood up, took out a flashlight, and checked the reflection of light in his eyes. Meningeal stimulation sign. They were all negative. A cerebrovascular accident could basically be ruled out. At this moment, the answer was obvious. Aortic stenosis, aortic dissection, or acute pulmonary embolism. When he thought of this, Chen Song's expression suddenly changed. If it was these 3 diseases, it could be life-threatening at any time. However, at this moment, Chen Song suddenly became enlightened. It was very likely to be an acute pulmonary embolism. The onset of the illness, fainting, hemoptysis, pleural effusion, pericardial effusion, and breathing difficulties. Moreover, this breathing difficulties were sudden. When he thought of this, Chen Song's expression suddenly changed. If an acute pulmonary embolism was suspected, the first step was to assess the clinical possibility. Chen Song quickly picked up the stethoscope and continued to perfect the relevant examination. At this moment, he heard a faint diastolic gallop and the hyperactivity of the pulmonary second heart sound. In this way, the probability of pulmonary embolism suddenly increased to more than 60%. If a diagnosis was needed, it would need to be done step by step to make a clear diagnosis. However, could the patient hold on until the angiography was done? If not, it would be even more troublesome now. What should he do? As the onset of pulmonary embolism was urgent, first aid treatment was needed, followed by anticoagulation treatment, and if necessary, surgery. At this moment, the door of the resuscitation room suddenly opened. Chen Song turned around and saw a few directors rushing in. Li Baoshan, Qin Xiaoyuan, Tao Mi, Niao Tianfu, and the others walked in. There was an annual conference held in the neighboring province this morning. They left in the morning and had only just returned. After entering, Xianxia asked directly, "Xiao Chen, what's the situation?" Chen Song was about to speak when suddenly, the patient's breathing became more intense. The patient's face turned purple and he was in a state of suffocation. The ECG monitor beeped again. Xianxia's expression changed. He hurried forward and looked at the patient's condition. After determining the vital signs, he immediately said, "Tracheal intubation." Chen Song was stunned. He immediately got up and began to prepare. How could this happen at this time? Chen Song was puzzled. Xianxia said to Lulu, "Prepare 15 mg of dexamethasone intramuscular injection and 1 mg of epinephrine intramuscular injection." Although Chen Song did not say much, he was stunned. This is allergic? When did the patient become allergic? At this moment, the laryngoscope was ready. Chen Song did not care about anything else and prepared to intubate. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there was indeed an allergic rash on the throat. There was even hoarseness and edema in the throat. If this continued, the upper respiratory tract would be completely blocked sooner or later. Suddenly, Chen Song's scalp went numb. What kind of patient was this? If Dean Qin did not come in time, Chen Song was thinking. How long would it take for him to react? This was the emergency department. They had to be prepared for resuscitation at any time. The patient was highly suspected of having a pulmonary embolism. If there was an allergic reaction that caused abnormalities in the respiratory tract, the mortality rate would be as high as 90%. After the emergency treatment, about 3 minutes later, the patient's breathing stabilized. Chen Song looked at Xianxia with some amazement in his heart. Maybe this was what a master was like. However, at this moment, Xianxia asked Chen Song, "What happened?" Chen Song explained Yi's condition. Finally, he said, "I highly suspect that it's a pulmonary embolism." Xianxia picked up the stethoscope and looked at the ECG. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "If you add the allergic rash just now, the probability is as high as 90%. Chen Song swallowed his saliva. Pulmonary embolism can cause allergic rash? Niu Tianfu said at this time, "Well, it's not impossible." At this time, a very serious problem was placed in front of everyone. If acute pulmonary embolism was suspected, how should they deal with it? Xianxia suddenly asked at this time, "How long has it been?" Yu Kai was at the door. He was shocked when he saw the emergency treatment. He looked at his watch. More than an hour. To be precise, it should be about 70 minutes. After Xianxia heard it, he frowned immediately. Many theories now believed that patients with pulmonary embolism, especially those who fainted, had a 60 to 70% chance of dying within 2 hours after the onset of the disease. However, it was very difficult to send the patient to the hospital for a definite diagnosis in such a short time. If the patient could effectively survive the initial stage of this crisis, he could be saved under the active treatment of internal medicine. At this time, it was usually necessary to do a pulmonary arteriography and a lung scan to confirm the diagnosis and understand the location and range of the embolus. A few chief physicians began to discuss nervously. 5 minutes later, they decided to perform a coronary angiography examination. However, before that, it was necessary to ensure the patient's safety. Atropine 1 mg. Intravenous injection. Dopamine 5 ug/min. Before the patient's examination and surgery, preventive measures must be taken to prevent accidents during the examination. After Chen Song heard these 2 medical instructions, he silently memorized them. Atropine was used to relieve coronary spasm caused by excessive vagal tension, and dopamine at this time could obviously prevent shock and correct the arrhythmia of low blood pressure at the same time. These 2 medical instructions were like shields, protecting the patient again. Of course, any medical treatment had a probability. No one could guarantee that there would not be an accident during the surgery. This was not impossible. Xianxia had already thought of all the measures and done everything that should be done. Yu Kai had no choice but to nod and accept it. At this time, the test results came back. WBC was significantly higher, so was LDH, and CPK was basically normal. It was not acute myocardial infarction, so it could be ruled out now. Chief Niu personally went out and began to prepare for the angiography. Time passed by minute. The entire emergency room was filled with a kind of colorless smoke. Rescue and war had something in common. He was an adrenaline rush. He felt something called passion permeating his body. Not long after, the angiography was done. The patient was diagnosed with pulmonary embolism. The patient had just been sent to the resuscitation room. Several chief physicians were overjoyed. Looking at the radiographic films, they could now prepare for treatment. Chief Niao began to give medical advice calmly. Lele had already started preparing the anticoagulant. Just as everyone heaved a sigh of relief and prepared to start the treatment, suddenly, Xianxia exclaimed, the patient's heart stopped. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. Cardiac arrest at this time, Old Cow was shocked. It was useless to use anticoagulation medicine at this time. Even Taomi looked flustered. Why did his heart stop? Is there ventricular fibrillation? At this time, if you have ventricular fibrillation again, these chief physicians are already prepared to give up on you. He already had a pulmonary embolism. If he had ventricular fibrillation, who knew if there would be any emboli? At this time, the fragile patient would really die if he were to be hit again. Without hesitation, Xianxia prepared to perform chest compressions. At this time, the chief physicians began to discuss crazily. What should they do now? The situation was not optimistic. Just as everyone was frowning, Taomi suddenly said, there's a way now. Qin Xiaoyuan's eyes lit up. What does Chief Tao mean? Niao Tianfu was the same. Could it be that the surgery department had a better way? Taomi said word by word, pulmonary embolectomy. As soon as she said that, the chief physicians frowned. In fact, there were differences in opinion about pulmonary embolism surgery so far. There was no consensus. When this kind of surgery appeared, everyone thought it was useless, because surgical treatment had no place in this disease, because the success rate of this disease was too low, the mortality rate was extremely high. All along, it had been used as a supplementary treatment for a huge pulmonary embolism accompanied by shock, systolic blood pressure lower than 100 mm of mercury, central venous pressure increased, renal failure, or failure of medical treatment or unsuitable for medical treatment. Under cardiopulmonary bypass surgery, the mortality rate was higher. But at this moment, everyone had no other way. Now that the heart had stopped and the systolic blood pressure was less than 90, how effective would medical treatment be at this time? Everyone was not sure. After discussing for a while, Qin Xiaoyuan looked at Taomi with a serious expression. Chief Tao, can you do pulmonary embolectomy? Taomi blushed. I haven't done it before. There are not many people who can do this surgery. When everyone heard that, they sighed. Their hope was extinguished again. At this moment, Xianxia's chest compressions were successful. The patient's heartbeat finally returned. Now, no one dared to do medical treatment. But they were even less confident about removing the embolus. Taomi did not know how to do it. At this moment, Taomi suddenly looked at Xianxia. Xiao Chen, do you know how to do pulmonary embolectomy? Xianxia was stunned. Even Qin Xiaoyuan and Niao Tianfu did not have any hope. They put their hope on a young man. Was it appropriate? They blushed when they thought about it. But it was not realistic to ask for a specialist. If they could not take effective measures within 2 hours, the patient's mortality rate would soar again. At this moment, Xianxia looked at his skill points. 25. Pulmonary embolectomy was a third-level thoracic surgery and an emergency rescue surgery. It required 4 skill points. It required 7 skill points to upgrade to master level. It required 11 skill points in total. Should he take it? Xianxia looked at Yui lying on the bed and took a deep breath. Moreover, he really wanted to know the truth. What was the truth? Although he was not very clear, Xianxia understood that the hidden mission would definitely bring important information and clues. 11 skill points. It was worth it to save a life and a hidden mission. I know how to. As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned. Taomi's expression was very rich. From confusion to shock to ecstasy, she could not help but wave her fist. Dean Qin, Xiaochen knows how to do it. Qin Xiaoyuan looked at Xianxia and also felt a sense of shock. In such a situation where everyone was at their wits' end, Xianxia suddenly stood up and took on the heavy burden. Just like when everyone was ready to give up, Xianxia successfully took on 4 people by himself. He knew that Xianxia was excellent, but, when there was suddenly hope in such a helpless situation, this feeling was really a pleasant surprise. Qin Xiaoyuan looked at Xianxia and found that He could not see through his son-in-law. After a few hesitations, Xianxia called the family members again. Xianxia's heart had risen and fallen several times today. He could not bear any more torment. He did not expect to encounter such a situation again. Xianxia said to Xianxia, "The success rate of the surgery is less than 20%. The success rate of internal medicine treatment is even lower. I hope he can make a decision as soon as possible. P.S. Thank Buddha and heart is afraid of you for the 10,000 tip. Thank you." The following story will be more exciting. When Xianxia heard the news, he was dumbfounded. How did it become like this? The highest recovery rate was less than 20%. This was a terrifying nightmare for Xianxia. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt a little scared and uneasy. Xianxia urged him for a while. Time is limited. Make a decision quickly. Thinking of this, Xianxia quickly nodded. Okay. I'll sign. Doctor, you must treat me, no matter how much it costs. Xianxia nodded. We'll do our best. After issuing the surgery notice, Chen Song took the initiative to call Jing Ran. At this time, the most reliable thoracic surgeon he could think of was Jing Ran. Young and energetic, at this moment, at 9:30 p.m., Jing Ran put down the phone and rushed over. Chen Song also began to arrange the relevant procedures in an orderly manner. Intravenous infusion of isopropyl adrenaline 0.5 to 5 μg/min to increase cardiac output. Infusion of colloidal solution to expand blood volume to increase blood pressure. High concentration oxygen inhalation to increase arterial oxygen partial pressure. Chen Song began to give all kinds of preoperative medical instructions to prepare. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. He realized that his son-in-law was really capable. In fact, it was rare for young people to have multiple pulmonary embolisms above the age of 50. Chen Song was already very good to be able to make such a judgment. Moreover, there were many symptoms of this disease that could be found. It was not very specific. And the key was that many tests were not obvious. Chest radiographs, electrocardiograms, and bedside Doppler ultrasonography were all basically the same as normal. Many of the abnormalities occurred after a long time. As for the symptoms, there were too many symptoms of pulmonary embolism. Different patients would have different reactions. Allergic rashes and laryngeal edema were not things that most people would think of. If Xianxia had not seen it with his own eyes for more than 30 years of clinical experience, he could not be sure. There were too many types of diseases. Who would be able to see it clearly? Chen Song only got the perfect physiological, biochemical, and clinical diagnosis from old Master Feng. Later, he got the perfect electrocardiogram and physical examination. It was already very good that he could think of pulmonary embolism based on these things. Chen Song's reasoning process relied entirely on his own accumulation. Moreover, even if the diagnosis was pulmonary embolism, how much did Chen Song know about this disease? The diagnosis seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult. The symptoms of every disease were specific, and they weren't the same. In the operating theater, the patient was lying on his back. Lu Jian fell silent after learning about his condition. Anesthesia at this time was a test for the anesthesiologist. The patient had suffered cardiac arrest before. If the tracheal intubation was performed now, it was very likely that the thoracic cavity would be stimulated during the intubation, causing the heart to stop again. Thinking of this, Lu Jian took a deep breath. Emergency partial external bypass was initiated. First, the femoral artery and vein were intubated under local anesthesia. After the bypass, the tracheal intubation was performed under general anesthesia. In this way, he could completely avoid any stimulation to his heart. The anesthesiologist's ability was directly related to the success of the operation. Therefore, one should never underestimate an anesthesiologist. Lu Jian had a very high status in the surgery department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Even if he was not the chief physician now, all the chief physicians had to welcome him with a smile. It was all because of his anesthesia ability. With Lu Jian around, the success rate of the surgery would increase by a lot. The person Lu Jian valued and respected the most was Chen Song. Lu Jian would basically appear whenever Chen Song performed a surgery, after the cardiopulmonary bypass was established. Chen Song directly blocked the ascending aorta to the coronary artery. Cardioplegia was injected and the myocardium was locally cooled to stop the heart. Soon, the heart finally calmed down. Chen Song looked at the heart and suddenly felt grateful to Professor Junior. If it were not for his research on the extracorporeal circulation machine, perhaps humans would not have been able to open the door to the heart until now. At this moment, Jing Ran walked in. Without any nonsense, she immediately began to change her clothes and prepare. On the way, she had already explained the patient's condition. Chen Song was the chief surgeon for this surgery, and Wang Qian and Jing Ran were his assistants. The surgery officially began. The surrounding chief physicians and Xianxia all looked at the operating table nervously and uneasily. They watched 3 young people perform this surgery with a mortality rate as high as 80%. They could not help but cheer for them. They were not confident in their hearts. The patient's condition was very poor. It would be an accident if she could last until the surgery, let alone the success rate of the surgery. Wang Qian and Jing Ran were both very outstanding. Chen Song did not know why Wang Qian left in the first place. Such an outstanding young man should be valued anywhere. The surgery went by minute. After a series of operations, Chen Song finally saw the embolus. The red name, embolus, could be clearly seen through the blood vessels. This undoubtedly saved Chen Song a lot of time. The most important thing next was to remove the embolus. Chen Song looked at the upper part of the pulmonary valve annulus for a moment. At this time, it was very important to cleverly remove the embolus. Not only did he have to avoid heavy bleeding, but he also had to prevent the embolus from being crushed, which would worsen the condition again. The whole process was delicate and worrisome. However, Jing Ran trusted Chen Song very much. He knew that he only needed to do what he should do when he was operating with Chen Song. Thinking of this, he took the hemostatic forceps and said, "Are you ready?" He saw Chen Song nod. The surgery began. In a flash, Chen Song held the raw scalpel and made a vertical incision of about 2 centimeters on the anterior wall of the pulmonary artery. Then, he took the common bile duct lithotomy forceps from Wang Qian and extended it into both pulmonary arteries. At this moment, everyone held their breaths. There was only one thought in their minds. Please don't let anything happen. The embolus was of moderate size, but it happened to be blocked on the blood vessel wall. It needed to be carefully removed with forceps without damaging the intima of the blood vessel. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly worsen the condition and even be detrimental to the later recovery. At this moment, Chen Song directly became the key to the surgery. His hand had to feel the texture of the embolus. If he used too little strength, he would not be able to remove it. If he used too much strength, it would be easy to crush it. The surrounding chief physicians saw Chen Song's operation and began to be on tenterhooks. This might directly affect the success of the surgery, right? Just as everyone was looking forward to it, Chen Song also felt a kind of pressure. He clearly felt that his right hand was not stable enough, and it was easy for the strength to deviate. It seemed that he still had to strengthen his training in the future. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, finally, Chen Song held the embolus and successfully removed it. Everyone suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The surgery was a success. However, success did not mean that the patient would definitely be fine. Generally speaking, in patients who did not have other important cardiopulmonary diseases and did not have cardiac arrest, the effect after the embolus was removed was satisfactory. They could quickly restore circulatory and respiratory function and maintain stability. However, there were still about 15% of patients, especially those who had cardiac arrest, whose cardiogenic shock could not be recovered in time. It was the first cause of death after the surgery. The operation was successful, and the extracorporeal circulatory machine was removed. Everyone was closely monitoring the arterial blood pressure, heart rate, heart rhythm, and central venous pressure. They were waiting for the first report. Finally, the patient's vital signs gradually recovered, and everyone was excited. The operation was a success, 80%. Chen Song hurriedly told the nurse to use inotropic drugs to support the circulation. At this time, Xianxia also began to contact the director of the ICU to prepare for monitoring. This patient was likely to be saved. For a moment, everyone was relieved. The patient was sent to the ICU, and Yuan Kai looked at Chen Song with gratitude. After returning to the office, Chen Song sat on the bench and looked at the system prompt message frowny face ding. Rescue UE mission completed. The first round of the mission is completed. Reward obtained, thermal burn treatment, perfect level. After hearing the system prompt, Xianxia was silent for a moment. But when he saw the details of thermal burn treatment, his face suddenly lit up. He thought to himself, good stuff. Because although this was not a surgical skill, he had a detailed plan for the symptoms, diagnosis, complications, and final treatment of thermal burn. Xianxia was very satisfied with this reward, not to mention it was perfect. This meant that Xianxia's treatment of thermal burn patients was the most suitable and cutting-edge treatment at the moment. However, just as Xianxia was happy, he suddenly frowned. He always felt that he had missed an important clue. But when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't think of why. Xianxia opened the mission and found that he hadn't triggered the next round of this chain mission yet. This was very abnormal. Xianxia clearly remembered that after completing the first mission at Jingguotan's place, the next round of the mission would be triggered. But now, it hadn't been triggered. Why? Thinking of this, he directly opened his mission list. Hidden chain mission, the truth, first round, rescue Yue, completed. Hint, there are some clues behind Yue's abnormalities. Please follow Yue's illness and investigate carefully. Current mission progress, 15%. Xianxia looked at the message and suddenly realized. The mission progress is not enough to trigger the next phase of the mission. Moreover, the mission prompt clearly stated that there was a hidden special event behind Yue's disease. Investigate the disease carefully. Xianxia frowned. Follow the disease investigation? How would they investigate? Thinking of this, Xianxia closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. He carefully thought about the reason. At this time, Xianxia was giving medical orders. Yue had been transferred to the intensive care unit of the ICU. Now, she needed to complete the medical records and examinations before sending them over. Nurse Lele was also in the room. Xianxia said to Lulu, "Lulu, help me tear up Yue's test report and stick it up." Lele nodded. "Sister Xianxia, what do you think happened to Yue?" Upon hearing this news, Xianxia's eyes lit up. That's right, Xianxia vaguely found a clue. Right, why did Yue get sick? Where did the embolus come from? What were the inducing factors for the occurrence and development of the disease? None of it was clear now. How could this be considered a cure? Surgery could only solve the problem temporarily. Thinking of this, Xianxia quickly got up. He felt that he should look for clues from Yue's father. At this time, Xianxia asked all the people in the company to go back and stayed in a nearby hotel. When he was about to rest, his phone suddenly rang. It was Xianxia. "Director Chen? What's the matter?" Xianxia suddenly asked. "Mr. Yu, I want to ask about the cause of Yue's disease. What are the inducing factors? I hope you can take it seriously. This is directly related to Yue's later recovery and state of recovery." Xianxia quickly said, "Director Chen, I understand what you mean. Let me think about it." After a long time, Xianxia slowly said, "Yue is a poor child. I divorced his mother when he was young. Yue was introverted and had an inferiority complex. Later, I started a business and made money. I wanted to give him better conditions, so I sent him abroad. It was at that time that he began to come into contact with hip-hop music. But at that time, he also came into contact with some bad culture and habits. He became addicted. After I found out, I was very angry and brought him back. At that time, he was very autistic and didn't speak. He locked himself in his room. But, this was 5 years ago. After he became famous, I also realized that there was a lack of effective communication and education for the child. I was worried that something would happen to him, so I handed over the company's affairs to a professional agent. I personally became his agent and accompanied him. Over the years, he has been getting better and better. His living habits are more regular and he rarely comes into contact with bad people. When he goes out, I will accompany him." After listening, Xianxia frowned. He found that there was no change in the progress bar. Xianxia asked, "Is it related to his history of addiction?" Xianxia didn't deny it. But it was difficult to prove that there was no problem. Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly asked, "Were there any signs of his illness today?" Xianxia thought about it and suddenly said, "Oh, because singing is very taxing on his throat, he often coughs. His friend sent some cough water from abroad." It's quite effective, so he often drinks it. But after the show today, he was very sleepy and wanted to sleep, but he couldn't sleep. I gave him a right Zopiclone tablet. Then, after sleeping for an hour, he suddenly fell out of the chair in the nanny van. It gave me a fright. He also woke up and felt very dizzy. He felt weak all over. I quickly sent him to the second provincial hospital. When he was in the car, his breathing became more and more rapid. Then, when he came to the hospital, he became like this. Chen Song's eyes lit up. He quickly said, "Send that cough water to the hospital. It might be related to this cough water." Yu Yingkai quickly nodded. "Okay, Dr. Chen. I'll be right there." After hanging up, Chen Song suddenly realized that the progress bar had reached 18%. Chen Song was delighted. It seemed that he had found the right clue. Soon, Yu Yingkai came with the cough water. Chen Song took a look. It wasn't domestic, but a cough water from the United States, and it was the kind that was approved by the FDA. Chen Song looked at the ingredients, but the side effects weren't clearly written. The only thing was that the content of codeine was very small. Chen Song suddenly remembered that Yui had taken a right Zopiclone tablet. Central nervous system suppressant drugs and codeine together would cause. Suddenly, Chen Song understood. He quickly picked up the phone and contacted the ICU's Chief Xing. "Chief Xing, this is Chen Song. Draw Yuyi's blood. Check the blood concentration of codeine and do an electromyogram test. P.S. Thank you to Memories of the Past 2018 for the 10,000 tip. Thank you." Chen Song didn't know what the truth was, but he felt that if he could figure out Yuyi's disease, the next part of the mission would appear. The next day, Chen Song went to work as usual. Yuyi's case was suppressed by Qin Xiaoyuan, not because of other reasons, but because he was worried that it would affect the normal order of the hospital. As a public figure, it was still very troublesome. If he was not careful, he would attract the attention of people from all walks of life. Maybe there would be all kinds of problems. Chen Song looked at the progress bar, which had been maintained at about 18%. This matter had become one of the things that Chen Song was most worried about recently. Chen Song felt that if he could figure out the cause of Yuyi's disease, the progress bar might really be completed, and the next part of the mission could be triggered, but now he needed to wait for the test results and reports. In the afternoon, Director Xing of the ICU called Chen Song and told him, "Director Chen, the test results of Yuyi's examination came out. Come and have a look." After Chen Song heard it, he finished his work and hurried to the ICU. At this time, Yui had already woken up. This made Chen Song a little more expectant. Maybe a direct conversation with Yui would give Chen Song more clues. However, he went to the doctor's office first. Director Xing was holding Yuyi's report and hesitating. When he saw Chen Song come in, his eyes suddenly lit up. "You're here. We were just discussing Yuyi's condition." Chen Song nodded and sat down. Xing Yongjun handed over the materials in his hand. "Director Chen, look, these are some of the tests you asked us to do, and there is also the muscle tension test. Xiao Zhao, tell us about Yuyi's situation." A thin man nodded and said, "Since last night, the patient had more than one muscle twitch. The reason is unknown, accompanied by arrhythmia, unstable blood pressure, and high and low blood pressure. At first, we suspected that it was the sequela of the operation, so we monitored it all night. No one dared to sleep. At about 8:25 a.m., the patient had convulsions and convulsions again. The reason is unknown. After the patient's condition stabilized, we're going to call the Department of Neurology for a consultation. However, our preliminary judgment is that it doesn't seem to be epilepsy. We still can't find the cause of the muscle twitching." Xing Yongjun nodded. "Director Chen, take a look at the electromyogram. There are obvious abnormalities." Chen Song nodded. After looking through all the reports, he suddenly nodded and said, "In fact, the main reason for the patient's convulsions, including the reduction of blood pressure and respiratory depression, may be related to the codeine in the cough medicine." When everyone heard this, they immediately looked up curiously. Xing Yongjun also frowned. "Director Chen, you mean," Chen Song continued, "the patient has been suffering from chronic insomnia and is often given sleeping pills such as alprazolam, diazepam, dexapoclone tablets. I just got the news from Yuyi's father last night, so I went back and looked up some literature. The results were that when codeine and central nervous system depressants are used together, it can aggravate central respiratory depression and produce hypotension, and even cause arrhythmia. As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, everyone suddenly understood. The combination of codeine and anesthetics had such an effect. In this way, Yu Yi's symptoms last night could be explained clearly. However, there was still a problem, Dr. Zhao asked curiously, then. Director Chen, why did he have an abnormal electromyogram? Xianxia was actually not very clear about this problem. He also stayed up late last night to look up information and did not find the specific cause, but he still had some guesses. Xianxia said, I have two suspicions. One is meningitis, and the other is cerebral infarction. But if it's meningitis, I checked the body yesterday and the meningeal stimulation sign was negative. If it's cerebral infarction, wait for the patient to stabilize and do a head MRI. After everyone heard this, they nodded in agreement. In the eyes of the ICU and the emergency department, diseases like cerebral infarction were too easy to treat. In their eyes, as long as it was not a life-threatening disease, it could be treated slowly. Was cerebral infarction troublesome? It was definitely troublesome, but cerebral infarction was not fatal. Moreover, the patient's positive signs were not obvious. The most important thing now was to monitor the patient's vital signs for 48 hours after the surgery. They had to get through the critical period. After Xianxia, Jing Yongjun, and the others finished their discussion, everyone now had a clear clue. However, Jing Yongjun suddenly looked at Xianxia and asked, Director Chen, why do you think Yui got this disease? This question made Xianxia fall silent. After hesitating for a moment, he said, the damage of the vascular endothelium should be the main reason. This sentence made Jing Yongjun suddenly stunned. Oh? Xianxia shook his head, I guessed. After hearing this, Jing Yongjun did not laugh. Instead, he nodded in agreement. Now that you mention it, I seem to have a clear clue. Yui has the condition for deep vein thrombosis, which is the damage of the vascular endothelium. In this case, the patient has been taking codeine and tranquilizers for a long time, and suddenly has arrhythmia. At this moment, Jing Yongjun's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said to Dr. Zhao, Little Zhao, did you do a 24-hour dynamic electrocardiogram yesterday? Dr. Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up, yes, but it was less than 24 hours. Jing Yongjun, how long? About 18 hours. Jing Yongjun, enough. Report out. See if there is atrial fibrillation. Dr. Zhao quickly nodded, got up, and hurried to get the device and report out. After about 10 minutes, Dr. Zhao said excitedly, it's out. Director Zheng, I got it. There is atrial fibrillation, and it happened last night. As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly became enlightened. Xianxia's eyes also lit up. Sure enough, there was strength in numbers. Now, the pathogenesis of Yu Yi's disease was finally discussed. The cause was found, damage to the vascular endothelium was the basis for thrombosis. And if the arrhythmia caused atrial fibrillation, it might be the cause of pulmonary embolism. The diagnosis and treatment of the disease, as well as the examination and testing, were very important. Many times, although the patient's disease was treated, the root cause was not clear. At this time, Xianxia and the ICU team completed a detailed disease inference process. At this time, Xianxia suddenly noticed that the mission progress bar had directly reached 25%. Xianxia was suddenly happy, but 25% was not enough for the next round, maybe. Xianxia's eyes lit up. When the patient's vital signs returned to normal tomorrow, all the results would be out, and the diagnosis would be clear, and the progress bar would be enough. After Xianxia left the ICU office, he took a deep breath. In fact, Yu Yi's vascular endothelial injury wasn't a guess by Xianxia. He saw it last night. During the operation last night, he clearly saw that the name of Yu Yi's thoracic vein was yellow. After touching it, the information indicated that the vascular intima was damaged. However, Xianxia naturally couldn't tell this news. He could only say that it was a guess. In fact, there were three main factors for thrombosis: stagnation of blood flow, high blood coagulation, and vascular endothelial injury. Modern research showed that endothelial injury played an important role in the formation of venous thrombosis. However, there was no way to test this thing, however, the viscosity of the blood and the blood flow speed could be checked. Yu Yi's plasma viscosity and circulating cysteine were relatively high, which meant that the patient had the possibility of developing cardiovascular disease. Chen Song came out of the office. Perhaps, when the MRI results of the skull came out tomorrow afternoon, the truth would be revealed. Thinking of this, Chen Song went to the ICU ward. Yui was lying there, her eyes blank. No one knew what she was thinking. He was expressionless when he saw Chen Song coming over. Chen Song said, "I'm your chief surgeon, Chen Song. I want to talk to you about your disease." Yu Yi's eyes lit up slightly. "Thank you, doctor." Seeing Yui like this, Chen Song asked, "I want to ask, other than Valium and cough drops, do you have any other drugs or special items?" Yui took a deep breath. He didn't expect that he would accidentally walk into the gates of hell. His father had seen him today, and he had been crying his eyes out. Yui thought for a while and said, "No, I've been living a regular life these years. I rarely take drugs and rarely get sick. It's just that my throat doesn't feel good. When I cough, I like cough drops." Chen Song nodded. "How long have you been using cough drops?" Yui, more than 4 years. After the first year of detoxification, I didn't stop. It's not poisonous, right? What's more, my product is certified by the US FDA. If it's harmful to health, I don't think it'll be on the market, right? Chen Sung looked at Yui, who didn't seem to take it seriously. He couldn't help but say, "Actually, although coughing water isn't a drug, if it's abused, it's not inferior to drugs. It's even more harmful. I believe you are aware of the problem of coughing water addiction. Long-term use may also lead to hypokalemia, epilepsy, toxic psychosis, and even life-threatening." At this point, Chen Song said sternly, "I'm telling you very clearly, if you continue to take cough drops, your pulmonary embolism will act up again. The US FDA has indeed certified it, but all drugs have side effects. You didn't use the drugs that were used as evidence of abuse. This in itself is abnormal use." Chen Song wasn't being an alarmist. Once large doses of coughing water were taken, it would cause hallucinations and the user would become addicted. Nowadays, some teenagers, especially foreigners, abused coughing water. Because it contained codeine, ephedrine hydrochloride, and other ingredients, large amounts could inhibit breathing and cause psychological dependence. Long-term use could also cause addiction and damage to the internal organs and nervous system. It could lead to confusion and toxic psychosis. The harm could not be underestimated. Chen Song also thought of Yu Yi's crying face last night, so he couldn't help but persuade Yui. Of course, whether he listened or not was another matter altogether. After that, Chen Song got up and left. As for celebrities, he didn't care at all. On Monday afternoon, something very shocking happened at the hospital. Xianxia and more than a dozen hospital leaders came to the courtyard. More than a dozen luxury cars drove into the hospital. Many rich people in Ammoniang City gathered here. They all publicly donated to the emergency department of the 2nd Chengdu Provincial Hospital. Everyone donated as much as 1 million yuan. This immediately alarmed the leaders of the health committee, who sent the deputy director, Duan Shuezhen, to the scene. The leader of the health committee wanted to personally help supervise and manage this sum of money and ensure that every cent was open and transparent, because at this time, the donation of the emergency department of the 2nd Chengdu Provincial Hospital had reached a total of 20 million yuan. This was already a very huge number. Anyone who saw it would feel incomparably shocked. However, when Duan Shuezhen said righteously, "The health committee will definitely do a good job in supervision and management," just when he thought that he would gain the trust of the rich bosses, everyone suddenly fell silent. One of the bosses, a captain, suddenly asked Qin Xiaoyuan, "Director Qin, who has the final say in this money?" Duan Shuezhen didn't react, but Qin Xiaoyuan's expression changed and he quickly said, "Of course it's the president of the charity foundation, Chen Song. He has the final say." Duan Shuezhen was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but glare at Qin Xiaoyuan. How can a director have the final say in such a big matter? However, just as he said that, everyone's expressions changed. "Director Duan, we're donating to Chen Song's charity fund. If he has the final say, we'll donate. If he doesn't, this money—" "I'm sorry, Duan Shuozhen was dumbfounded when he heard that. Qin Xiaoyuan quickly gave him a look. Everyone, don't worry. We've already discussed this matter. Chen Song has the final say. Only then did everyone leave with peace of mind. Duan Shuozhen stared at Lao Qin with a dumbfounded expression. Lao Qin. This, Qin Xiaoyuan sighed. Are you stupid? They came to donate because of Chen Song. You insisted that the health committee has the final say. Even I said that it doesn't. Duan Shuozhen was stunned when he heard that. He didn't expect Chen Song to be able to pull in 20 million yuan of charity funds. Wasn't that already more than a department-level cadre? Or, even higher, at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, Jing Yongjun called Chen Song to the ICU again. Xiao Chen. The diagnosis is clear. The patient has cerebral infarction. Director Du means that the patient is suspected to have endothelial damage. The embolus caused by atrial fibrillation caused both cerebral infarction and pulmonary embolism. Chen Song held the MRI scan and couldn't help but laugh. If that was the case, everything seemed to be clear. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly heard a system notification, ding. Hidden mission, truth, first round of mission progress, 30%. Triggering next round of mission. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Chen Song picked it up and was dumbfounded. It was Captain Zhang Kachin. Captain Zhang, what's going on? Zhang Kachin couldn't help but laugh. Director Chen, there's a very special criminal. I'll send him over. You can see what's going on. P.S. Thank you for the 100,000 tip from Nan Yuanli. Sister Nan is the sponsor of the first book in my life. After receiving the tip today, I was very excited. Thank you for the 20,000 tip from Bug V9 and the 10,000 tip from my old friend Half a Rose. Hee, this hidden mission is an interesting story. Please look forward to it. Zhang Kachin's words stunned Chen Song. Interesting criminal? How was it interesting? Chen Song sat in the office and looked forward to it with interest. Although he wasn't sure, he felt that this was the second part of the mission. Thinking of this, Chen Song was looking forward to this hidden mission series. What was hidden behind it? Chen Song looked at Lao Chen's expression and was a little anxious. Boss? You. What's wrong? When Qin Bingxing heard Chen Song's words, he was a little stunned and turned around. Sigh. I'm so tired from being both a father and a mother recently. Oh right, Xiao Chen, can you help me take over the day shift on Saturday? On Saturday, Guigua School is organizing an event. Let the parents go with them. I have to go and accompany her. Chen Song nodded, and, okay. Boss, where's your sister-in-law? Chen Bingxing sighed, your sister-in-law has been under a lot of pressure recently. Recently, their company's newly developed medicine clashed with the foreign companies. Now, they're hitting all kinds of obstacles in their bidding. This time, the research and development funds for the medicine are still very large. They've improved the traditional compound licorice tablets and completed the third phase of clinical trials. The results are very good, but they've been clashed with a foreign medicine. Now, all the major hospitals' bidding is somewhat declining. If this continues, I think the capital chain will be a problem. Speaking of this, Lao Chen couldn't help but say, your sister-in-law hasn't been home for almost half a month. This incident has been going on for 3 to 4 months. I'm ashamed to say that I can't help much with your sister-in-law's matter. Seeing how busy she is every day, I'm also helpless. Speaking of this, Lao Chen was a little dispirited. Xiao Chen, didn't I tell you at the time? Don't look for someone who's too much better than you. It's not just because of the gap, but because sometimes, when you see how busy she is, you can't help when she's in trouble. This feeling of helplessness is really frustrating. At this point, Lao Chen couldn't help but let out a long sigh. His ability was also limited. When he fainted on the operating table back then, it was because he was under too much pressure. The pressure of work, the pressure of life, and the fact that he wanted to help his wife out of her predicament made him unable to rest properly for a long time. When Chen Song saw Lao Chen's state, he couldn't help but say, Boss, if sister-in-law really needs money, I still have some here. Why don't you use it first? Lao Chen shook his head and smiled. No need. It's not a matter of money now. Even if it is, It's not something that can be solved with just a few million. At this point, Lao Chen looked at Chen Song and smiled gratefully. He packed up his things and prepared to get off work. Chen Song sighed. Actually, Boss Chen was really good to him. Gratitude for recognizing my worth, gratitude for nurturing me. 3 years was no less than an ordinary relationship between a master and a disciple. If he could help Boss Chen, Chen Song would be very happy to do so. However, Boss Chen didn't say anything, and Chen Song couldn't ask. Just let nature take its course. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help shaking his head. At about 6 o'clock, the 110 car stopped at the entrance of the emergency room. Through the window of the office, Chen Song could just see 2 police cars parked. 4 or 5 policemen got off the car, and a man was handcuffed. The man was less than 30 years old. He was dressed sloppily, and his hair was dyed gray. But the man didn't show any fear. He looked calm, as if he didn't take the people around him seriously. Chen Song suddenly became curious. After Wu Gang and a tall and strong policeman brought the man in, they asked him to sit down. Zhang Keqing took the lead and walked over. Look at him. Is he crazy? Chen Song was stunned. What do you mean? What's wrong? Zhang Keqing scratched his head and wanted to laugh, but he didn't. Today, the staff in Dongfu Street reported that someone robbed a gold shop with a knife. We set off immediately. After all, it was a robbery. It was a serious matter. But, after we arrived, we found something very embarrassing. When we were about to warn the man to put down his weapon, the man suddenly shouted to the staff with a knife, "Put down your weapon, I'm a policeman." Speaking of this, Zhang Keqing couldn't help shaking his head. The following process was very smooth. The man was surprisingly cooperative. When he left, he told me that he was actually a spy. He told us that he was now performing a secret task. During the completion of the task, he couldn't disclose the information. He hoped that we could let him go, so as not to miss the arrangement of the superior. He also told us his police number, who was the contact, which bureau he belonged to, and what tasks he had participated in and performed. Let me tell you, little Chen, with this level of trust, I almost believed it. When saying this, Zhang Keqing couldn't help laughing. Hearing Zhang Keqing's words, Chen Song couldn't help but be stunned. What's the situation? Zhang Keqing continued. Later, we checked the file and found that the man was not a spy at all. He was unemployed and had a lot of criminal records, such as fighting and hanging out in bars and nightclubs. I guess he was out of money today, so he came out to rob. After checking the surveillance video, we found that the man was indeed a robber. I suspect that he pretended to be a robber after seeing us. But, look at him, he was so calm. He really thought that he was a spy. Zhang Keqing played the surveillance video from his mobile phone. After watching it, Chen Song finally understood. After being arrested, the man told Zhang Keqing that he was actually a spy for the police. Today's incident was deliberately done for the purpose of performing the task. At this moment, the man suddenly stood up and was about to put on the white coat on the chair. Wu Gang was dumbfounded. Be honest. The man said seriously, "This is my coat. I'm a doctor here." Hearing this, all the people around were stunned. Even Wang Qian, who just came in, was dumbfounded. "This is obviously my coat." Wang Qian couldn't help complaining. The man shook his head. "No, you're a patient. Sit down." The man's serious words immediately made the few people dumbfounded. Wang Qian was dumbfounded. Damn. How did I become a patient? What's wrong with me? Wu Gang couldn't help saying to the man, "Didn't you just say that you were a spy?" The man was stunned and shook his head. "No, I'm a doctor. Hurry up and let me go. I'll have an operation later." The man spouted nonsense with a serious look on his face, which scared everyone to the core. Zhang Keqing couldn't help sneering. "Be honest and sit down quickly. Don't pretend. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking." The man looked up and stared at Zhang Keqing without fear. He pointed at Wang Qian, who was in casual clothes, and said loudly, "The patient's condition is critical now. He must have an operation immediately. Now every minute you delay me is the patient's biggest loss." Somehow, when the man said this sentence with righteous indignation, everyone almost believed it. Wang Qian was about to cry, damn. What did I do to deserve an operation? But Chen Song's eyes lit up. What a familiar plot. At this time, Chen Song heard the voice in his mind, ding. Hidden task, truth. The second round is triggered, task requirement, help Zhang Keqing to successfully diagnose the criminal Yuan Hui. After the task is completed, you will get the reward, liver tamponade suture. Master level, current task progress, 30%. After hearing the system's prompt, Chen Song analyzed several possibilities through several pieces of information. The progress of the serial task was shared. It meant that the progress bar reached 100% after the serial task was finished. In fact, the truth was the same thing. What was it? Chen Song didn't know. But according to the system's reward, the reward was very good. If the rewards for the first phase of the mission were already so generous, the final reward would definitely be even more delightful. This also meant that the difficulty would definitely be higher. Zhang Keqing couldn't help but look at Chen Song, Director Chen. Is this person crazy? Chen Song saw the prompt of the second task of the system, task requirement, help Zhang Keqing to diagnose the criminal Yuan Hui. There were two keywords, one was diagnosis, the other was criminal. It seemed that there was no relationship between the two, but there were two clues behind it. One was that Yuan Hui must be sick and needed to be diagnosed by himself. The second was that Yuan Hui must be a criminal. Anyway, Yuan Hui was definitely not an ordinary person. Chen Song thought for a while and called Director Du of the Neurology Department and Director Liu of the Neurology Department. After all, the task didn't need to be completed alone. With the help of these experts, it would be very fast. Director Du was a big shot in the neurology department. With his help, it would be much more convenient. In fact, Chen Song also knew that Zhang Keqing was suspecting whether Yuan Hui was pretending to be crazy or not. At this time, a patient suddenly came into the emergency room. After coming in, he began to gasp loudly with his hands around his neck, "Doctor. Help me, help me. I can't breathe." Chen Song's face suddenly changed. No matter whether Yuan Hui was a patient or not, he must be. Wang Qian saw that the clothes were held in the arms of Granny Gray. He had no choice but to take the man into the emergency room. After the examination, it was found that the patient was allergic to crayfish and his throat was swollen. After the anti-allergic treatment, the patient was stabilized quickly. But at this time, Wu Gang hurriedly ran into the rescue room. "Director Chen. Come and see, Yuan Hui." Chen Song saw that Wu Gang couldn't explain, so he went back to the office directly. He saw Yuan Hui lying on the ground with his hands around his throat. "Doctor. Save me. Save me. I can't breathe." Chen Song and Wang Qian looked at each other in shock. However, looking at his pained expression, it didn't seem like he was pretending. At this moment, Wang Qian's heart ached as he looked at the white coat that was rubbed against the ground by the granny ash. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. However, no matter what, he had to be sent to the resuscitation room first. What if it was true? As a doctor, he can't just say that you're a criminal and not treat you, right? This wasn't appropriate. However, Chen Song and Wang Qian carried the man to the resuscitation room and examined him. His blood pressure was normal, blood oxygen saturation is normal, his heartbeat was normal, breathing, hurried. It might be an act, because they couldn't find any clues. At this moment, Department Director Du from the Neurology Department walked in. Director Liu Xian from the Department of Neurosurgery also came along. Du Wanhong asked directly, "Xiao Chen, what's wrong with the patient?" At this time, Zhang Keqing and the others were also in the resuscitation room. They recounted today's matter in detail. They were Yuan Hui's witnesses. After speaking, Liu Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. What a familiar condition. Wang Qian came back from the office. He threw his white coat into the washing machine outside and then changed into a white coat. He complained about this granny ash and was annoyed. Du Wanhong suddenly asked, "Where's the patient?" Chen Song said, "He's asleep." "No, he's unconscious." However, his vital signs were completely normal. So was his electrocardiogram. This coma was very unexpected. Wang Qian mouthed, "He's faking it." Everyone couldn't help but smile. However, at this moment, Xian frowned and said, "Did you notice that he was imitating the symptoms of the people he saw?" Du Wanhong shook her head. No, no, no. He wasn't just imitating the symptoms. He was even imitating other people's occupations, personalities, and behavioral characteristics. He was even role-playing. When Zhang Keqin heard this, he frowned. So, Department Director Du, he's faking it? Xian suddenly thought of something and said loudly, "Mirror image syndrome?" At this moment, Wang Qian was also enlightened. Department Director Liu, are you talking about the mirror image syndrome in Dr. House? Xian had a sudden realization. That's right. I was wondering why I was so curious. This man imitated all the behaviors, personalities, and behaviors he saw. This is the mirror image syndrome mentioned in Dr. House. When Zhang Keqin and the others heard this, their eyes widened and their faces were full of disbelief. Mirror image syndrome? A smile appeared on Du Juanhong's lips. She shook her head and said with a smile, Department Director Liu is talking about Giovannini's miracle syndrome. It says that after the patient loses his memory after brain damage, he will instinctively imitate the people he meets at the time, including their occupations, personalities, and behaviors. When facing multiple people, he will tend to imitate the dominant person. When everyone heard this, they were stunned. It seemed like this was really the case. Zhang Keqin suddenly asked curiously, then, Department Director Du, this patient is really sick. He's not faking it? At this moment, Du Wanhong couldn't help but say, this illness actually didn't happen in reality. I've even searched the literature reviews and other medical records. It was actually made up by the scriptwriter. That's just a TV series. After all, it can't be seen as an academic study. Does mirror image syndrome exist? It actually exists in reality. It refers to maternal edema secondary to fetal or placental edema. The progression of maternal edema is related to fetal or placental edema. When the fetal or placental edema is improved, the maternal symptoms will disappear. This syndrome is named after the maternal symptoms and signs can mirror the fetal or placental edema. When I saw Dr. House, I specially looked up the information. Later, I found out that this illness was simply imagined. The scriptwriter created it through dramatic treatment. I didn't expect it to really exist in reality. After Du Wanhong said this, everyone couldn't help but want to laugh. Could there be people who really believed this? But what if the patient just lay in bed and pretended not to wake up? Zhang Keqin couldn't help but say, wake up, why are you still pretending? The doctor already said that you're addicted to TV series, aren't you? You came out to learn after watching TV? However, the man still didn't move. At this moment, Chen Song looked at the progress bar in his brain. It had suddenly reached 45%. It wasn't over yet. Was the patient hiding something? P.S. Thank you for the 60,000 tip from QQ Reading Money for becoming the leader of this book. Thank you. Indeed, at this time, most people believed in Professor Du's diagnosis. From their point of view, it was a very strange thing to act as someone else and speak and do things. Wang Qian also opened his eyes wide and looked at the robber inconceivably. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing in reality. At this time, the man really woke up. He was a little embarrassed. He covered his face with his hands and put his fingers in his hair, making it messy. In this case, he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Zhang Keqin said first, what else do you want to say? Yuan Hui. Wang Qian guessed that if he wanted to say something, he would say that the scriptwriter had harmed him. After all, he watched the scriptwriter as a professional TV series, but the scriptwriter fooled him. Yuan Hui didn't say anything. Zhang Keqin couldn't help but say, Wu Gang, take him back to the bureau. Well, directors, thank you for your diagnosis. I really troubled you today. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. After that, Zhang Keqin sneered, Brat, why don't you go? Are you addicted to staying in the hospital? The world was big, and there were all kinds of strange things. There were really all kinds of people in the world. Some time ago, some people thought that they were time travelers, and some even believed that they could travel to another world after being struck by lightning. Unexpectedly, TV had such an effect. Did they really think that they could pretend to be sick, this was not mirror image syndrome, but movie king syndrome. However, why was his progress bar still stuck at 45%? Was there anything else? Seeing that Zhang Keqin was about to take Yuan Hui away, Yuan Hui suddenly said, I really feel that I'm mentally ill. Yuan Hui lowered his head and sighed slowly. I don't know why, but I always feel that someone is talking to me. I even feel that I have hallucinations. I know it's hallucinations, but sometimes I can't control myself. Yuan Hui looked up and stared at Zhang Keqin. I know you don't believe that I'm a good person. I also have a lot of criminal records, but I'm telling the truth. I didn't want to rob anyone today, but to buy a fruit knife. But when I passed by a gold shop, I felt that I really entered the hallucination. I wanted to rob someone. If I really knew how to rob, do you think we would be so stupid as to go to such a busy street and gold shop? Zhang Keqin sneered, don't try to play tricks with me. Whether there's a problem or not, it's not up to you. If you're really mentally ill, I'll send you to a mental hospital. Hearing Zhang Keqin's words, Yuan Hui said helplessly, I'm telling the truth. After Yuan Hui finished speaking, Chen Song suddenly said, why do you have such hallucinations? Have you been sick before? Or have you taken any drugs? Yuan Hui turned around and looked at Chen Song. He suddenly pondered for a moment. After a few minutes, he said, I often go to nightclubs and occasionally eat balloons. However, these things are too expensive. I can't afford them. Later, I was brought to drink cough water. I didn't dare to touch any drugs, so I thought cough water was pretty good. Chen Song's eyes lit up when he heard the news about the cough drops. He clearly saw that the progress bar had increased by 2%, there must be a clue. Thinking of this, Chen Song suddenly said, cough water? What kind do you use? Yuan Hui said matter-of-factly, it's not domestic. We don't like domestic products. This is a foreign product, but it's sold in China now. It used to be brought back by a friend. It's called VOLB Company's cough water. After hearing about the company, Chen Song took out his mobile phone from his pocket and said to the man, do you think this is it? The man looked at Chen Song's mobile phone and immediately nodded, yes. Chen Song now understood. After hesitating for a moment, he glanced at Zhang Keqin, can we take his blood and test it? Zhang Keqin was stunned. They definitely wouldn't stop this. However, it depended on whether Yuan Hui was willing or not. Yuan Hui's eyes lit up at this time. He was not a fool. In the past, he didn't dare to come to the hospital for a checkup because he didn't have money. Now that someone took the initiative to check on him, how could he not be happy? Du Wanhong and Lu Xian also looked at Chen Song suspiciously. They were somewhat puzzled. When the nurse took the blood sample, Chen Song explained, I met a patient in his 20s yesterday. He didn't have any old history of STDs before, but because he took this cough water for a long time, he suddenly had a pulmonary embolism and acute cerebral infarction. Director Du, you've seen him before. Du Zhuanhong's eyes lit up, are you talking about Yui? Chen Song nodded, yes, he has been taking VOLB Company's cough water for a long time. I now suspect that long-term consumption of this cough water will not only cause hallucinations, but also have the possibility of damaging the vascular endothelial cells and forming emboli. As soon as Chen Song said this, Du Zhuanhong's eyes lit up. At this time, Chen Song opened the manual about VOLB Company's cough water in his hand. There were adverse reactions, contraindications, sequelae, and so on. There was no introduction about vascular endothelial damage, cerebral infarction, and myocardial infarction. One had to know that cough water was circulated on the market in the form of a drug, not simply as a pastime for these people. Most of the time, it was used to stop coughing. However, if the patient had high risk factors for cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, this cough water would undoubtedly aggravate vascular endothelial damage and induce cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. If this was the case, once this cough water spread, it would have a very negative impact on society. As for his hallucinations and long-term consumption, let's not talk about these first. After all, if you took a large dose, it was a mistake in itself. This had nothing to do with the drug itself. What Chen Song was concerned about. If this drug was taken in a normal dose, would it induce cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases? Thinking of this, Chen Song suddenly looked dignified. Perhaps, he knew what the truth of the system's hidden mission meant. It was very likely that the system guided him to discover and explore the shortcomings of the cough water. If this was really the case, Xianxia suddenly began to feel uneasy. The third patient was definitely related to the cough water, and it was produced by this company called VOLB. As for the specific research purpose, Xianxia was still not clear about the vascular endothelial damage or something else. Perhaps all this would be explained clearly when Yuan Hui's test results in the second round came out. After the blood draw was completed, Wang Qian and Wu Gang took him to do cranial MRI. The handcuffs could not be taken, so Wu Gang and a policeman accompanied him. When Wang Qian returned, he was holding the MRI scan and the results. As a criminal, Yuan Hui was very cooperative. He did not resist at all. Wang Qian said from afar, "He really has a cerebral infarction." "I'm puzzled. How old is he?" "He already has a cerebral infarction." Xianxia received the scan and put it directly on the monitor. Du Wanhong and Lu Xian also came over curiously. After Du Wanhong saw the scan, her eyes narrowed. "There is ischemia in the left anterior lobe and temporal lobe of the brain. There are multiple ischemic lesions in the brain. If we analyze these ischemic lesions, the patient might indeed have some psychological factors such as hallucinations or memory loss." Indeed, Chen Song had seen such a patient. It was the patient who came in on the 15th of July during the Chinese Lantern Festival. The old lady thought she had seen a ghost. In the end, after the MRI scan, she was diagnosed with acute cerebral infarction in the temporal lobe. There were abnormalities in her mental state, consciousness, and senses. In fact, how should one describe cerebral infarction? Young people nowadays lived irregular lives. It was normal to have ischemic lesions in the brain at a young age. Strictly speaking, this was actually a cerebral infarction. The main reason was that some blood vessels in the brain could not provide normal oxygen and blood supply to that tissue and area because of obstruction. This led to ischemic necrosis of the brain tissue, forming ischemic softening lesions. However, the brain was very big and there were many blood vessels in the brain. If the blood vessels were blocked in a small blood vessel in a very unobstructed area, there might not be any symptoms. However, if the blockage was in the brainstem or some important blood vessels, or even some large blood vessels, it would directly lead to a large-scale cerebral infarction. This problem was more serious. Generally speaking, an ordinary cerebral infarction mainly caused hemiplegia, speech impairment, and mental impairment. It was not life-threatening. However, if it was too serious, it could lead to death. At this moment, Yuan Hui's MRI results showed that there were many scattered ischemic spots in his brain. These were not serious. It might be related to his long-term nightlife. After all, young people stayed up all night. Their irregular lives could lead to poor blood supply to the brain, which could also lead to blood supply problems. However, it could only be said that it depended on where the plug was blocked. If it was blocked in the eye, you might not be able to see. Therefore, do not take any chances and play games with your body. Guess where it would be blocked. This kind of game was very dangerous. After looking at the scan, Xianxia was silent. Multiple cerebral infarctions. The most important thing now was to wait for the test results. The patient was not in a hurry to be resuscitated. The results could wait until tomorrow. Professor Du Wanhong and Professor Lu Xian also became more and more interested in the cough medicine. "Xiao Chen, this drug has been on the market for less than half a year. Although it has been approved by the FDA, we still can't be careless. Your research is very valuable." Xianxia did not hide anything. In his opinion, the more people who studied this thing, the sooner the answer could be found, and the more innocent patients could be saved. With big shots like Professor Du and Professor Lu joining, it would provide a lot of convenience. Moreover, Xianxia did not need to use this kind of thing to fight for glory. You can't do scientific research alone. Cooperation is essential. Everyone took the coughing water seriously. After all, in the medical field, even if the probability was 0.0001%, it was still very scary when the base number was magnified. Yuan Hui was still taken away. After all, his actions had already constituted a crime, and he would soon be handed over to the relevant departments to be dealt with. When Chen Song left, he glanced at the quest progress bar and was overjoyed. Sure enough, he was on the right track. Because the progress bar had directly reached 55%, according to the 30% progress bar of the first round of the mission, this round of the mission might be 60%. By the time the test results came out tomorrow, Chen Song estimated that the second round of the mission would be completed. Thinking of this, Chen Song became more and more expectant. Chen Song also attended the third meeting of the hospital. Recently, Xianxia was under a lot of pressure. After all, the emergency department's charity fund for critical patients was 20 million yuan. This money made many people very worried, and even worried to the point of breaking their hearts. Xianxia sat very upright this time, and his position was very firm. Even if the higher-ups had repeatedly said that even the deans wanted to join this organization to help supervise. Xianxia looked at the deputy deans present, as well as the staff of the health committee who had come to listen in on the meeting. He said firmly, the matter of the charity fund is related to the emergency department. No one can interfere in it. We have already negotiated with the provincial government, so everyone should do their jobs well. Chen Song, you have to worry more. This is the provincial government's document. Everyone, take a look. Xianxia knew that if this money was properly secured, it would be a rare good thing for the stable development of the emergency department of the second provincial hospital. It would even form a habit of public welfare. However, if someone with ulterior motives interfered and mixed up a pool of clean water, it would be troublesome. Therefore, Xianxia made up his mind that no one was allowed to interfere. This made some of the leaders and deans very dissatisfied. However, looking at the document on it, there was nothing they could do. After the meeting was dismissed, Xianxia asked Chen Song to stay. Be careful in the future. Don't let anyone catch you. Also, handle the money openly and transparently. Handle every single cent well. I'm afraid that some people will play dirty tricks. Chen Song nodded. He knew these things very well. Be careful. In the afternoon, the laboratory department called. Chen Song quickly logged into the system to take a look. The homocysteine metabolism was as high as 62.9. The viscosity of the plasma was also relatively high. The number of white blood cells in the blood had also increased. After reading all the reports, Chen Song pondered for a moment. Circulating cysteine was an independent indicator of cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. Normal people only had less than 10%, and the higher this indicator, the higher the risk factor of cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. Thinking of this, a research topic appeared in Chen Song's mind. Can Volkov water increase the risk of cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases? Chen Song felt that this topic was very valuable for research. At this moment, the system notification sounded again, ding. The second round of the hidden mission, Truth, has been completed, successfully helped diagnose the condition of the criminal Yuan Hui. Reward obtained, liver tamponade suture. Master level, searching for the third round of the mission, Chen Song was instantly stunned. So you haven't found it yet? Chen Song rolled his eyes helplessly. Actually, it made sense when he thought about it. The patients were not arranged by the system. The system was only helping Chen Song find patients who had abnormalities after taking the cough water. After thinking about it, this was still a system with a conscience. At least it was a system that served patients. The emergency department was a hodgepodge. No matter what you learned when you first came here, you had to learn everything. On Wednesday afternoon, a patient with a traumatic fracture came to the emergency department. Chen Song also had the intention to learn a little about emergency fracture surgery, so he simply followed Chief Physician Li Jianwei to the operating table. Orthopedic surgery was a man's world. Chen Song did not understand why Professor Sherna chose orthopedic surgery in the first place. Orthopedic surgery was done with knives, guns, and rods. From time to time, they would touch the thigh and adjust the body position. The sound of electric saws would be heard, and screws would be twisted into the bone. This was really physical work. Chen Song's hand strength was strong enough, but he felt that compared to Director Li's strong arm, he was still lacking a lot. Seeing that the surgery was gradually completed, Chen Song realized that he did not succeed in stealing, but he also learned a lot. Now, Chen Song had started to take the initiative instead of learning passively. He felt that if he wanted to form a unique emergency department system, he needed to understand the diseases in each department. Then, he needed to master them before he could summarize them. Li Jianwei was also very satisfied with Chen Song. He said to Chen Song, "Xiao Chen, release the air." Chen Song nodded. In general orthopedic surgery, in order to reduce bleeding during surgery, an inflatable tourniquet was often tied at the thigh. This was actually like the cuff of a sphygmomanometer. Once it was inflated, it would be pressurized, and the patient's blood vessels would be temporarily closed. Moreover, it could be adjusted at critical times. Generally speaking, the pressure would be continuously applied until the end of the surgery, and then the air would be released. Chen Song was about to release the air when he suddenly heard a crying voice. The voice was mixed with a hint of unwillingness and roaring. "Doctor! Please, don't give up. I still have a child. My wife is only 30. I have parents and children. Can you do me a favor and not give up on me?" Everyone was stunned and almost did not react. Generally, lower limb surgery was not done with general anesthesia. Usually, it was done with lumbar anesthesia, but most patients did not dare to watch the surgery. They were so bored that they fell asleep. However, this man was different. He stared at the doctors from beginning to end, making the anesthesiologist feel a little embarrassed. There were a few times when he had the urge to put him to sleep. When they heard the patient's words, they took a long time to react. Li Jianwei couldn't help but laugh. "Young man, we're not giving up on you. We're going to let the air out of your legs." The man really cried. Tears and snot were all over his face. "Doctor, I can't give up on my leg. I have a fracture. How can I give up? Please." The nurse couldn't help but roll her eyes. "I've already released him." When the man heard this, he almost fainted. In the end, after the surgery, the doctor in charge had to explain for a few minutes before he could explain clearly. Chen Song didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, orthopedic surgeries were relatively risky. During the operation, the X-ray camera would often be turned on to see the results of the operation. This was radiation for the doctor. Therefore, many orthopedic surgeons in their 40s would often have some minor problems. Recently, after Chen Song had a goal, he was quite busy every day. Apart from performing surgeries every day, he would also look up the research paper on VOLB cough drops and other information about emboli when he had time. If this cough drops could really increase the risk of cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, he had to figure this out. Although he was not sure when the third mission would be triggered, Chen Song said that it was better to be prepared. On this day, Chen Song was on the night shift. The driver, Old Yang, took 2 bags and came to chat with Qin Taishan, which was rare. The weather outside was getting colder and colder. It was already the 8th of January, and the Chinese New Year was coming. The weather outside was cold. Qin Taishan's security guards had happened to have an electric blanket, and he liked to chat while eating melon seeds. Old Yang was almost 5 years old this year, and Qin Taishan was almost 6 years old. The two of them were 10 years apart, but they could chat very well. Old Yang always liked to brag that his car had not reached 130 kilometers per hour for a long time, and Lao Qin liked to brag about how he personally saved a 27-year-old girl on the train back to his hometown. Every time they talked about this, Old Yang always laughed at Lao Qin, saying that he must have seen that the girl was pretty, and that was why he saved her. Lao Qin always scolded Old Yang angrily. They were the two people who worked the longest in the emergency department. Qin Taishan had undergone surgery when he was young, so he could not do physical work. At that time, hospital director Feng pitied him and arranged for him to be a security guard in the emergency department. He worked there for 30 years, and his child was already married. Old Yang, on the other hand, drove an ambulance his whole life. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Qin Taishan went out to buy 2 bags of drunkard's peanuts. When he came back, he scolded jokingly, "Damn it, the road outside is frozen, and I almost slipped. Old Yang, drive slowly when you go out." When Old Yang heard Qin Taishan's words, he immediately frowned. He was most afraid of winter. Every winter, it was because of this world of ice and snow that so many things happened. Old Yang took a deep breath. Don't go out today, no matter what. However, just as he finished speaking, he heard the urgent phone ringing from the nurse's station not far away. Old Yang and Lao Qin immediately looked at each other. After little Lin picked up the phone, his face suddenly changed. He said to Old Yang, who was munching on sunflower seeds, "Master Yang, a series of traffic accidents happened 200 meters down the intercity highway. Director, he asked us to leave immediately." After that, little Lin hurriedly ran to the doctor's office. After Old Yang heard it, he was dumbfounded. Damn it, what did I say just happened? Why am I such a jinx? Then, Old Yang stuffed a handful of peanuts into his mouth and said to Qin Taishan, "When I come back, I'll bring you a bottle of wine." After that, he wrapped his clothes, got up, and ran to his Mercedes-Benz 214. After Chen Song heard the sound, he also hurriedly got up. After preparing some bandages and other consumables, he hurriedly ran towards the ambulance. At this moment, their hearts were all stretched taut. A series of traffic accidents on the highway, who knew how dangerous it could be? It was very cold outside. Fortunately, the temperature in the ambulance was good, so Chen Song didn't feel cold in his white shirt. Glancing at little Lin, Chen Song couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you wear your jackets?" Little Lin shook his head. "We can wear them when we go out to get medicine. There's no rush. But if we go out, we can't wear them. They're too heavy and can't move at all." Little Lin's words made Chen Song laugh. He suddenly said, "Little Lin, do you have a girlfriend? Do you want me to introduce you to one?" Little Lin blushed. "Director Chen, you have to find me an honest one." Chen Song couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, the driver, Old Yang, said angrily, "Damn it, it's snowing at this time." It was snowing? The three of them fell silent. It was really dangerous to snow at this time. The car did not dare to drive fast at all. Moreover, it was the most dangerous time to snow. Because the weather was too cold, the ground was warm when the snow fell. It would melt soon. However, the weather was cold. Soon, a layer of ice would form on the road. This was one of the weather that all drivers feared the most. Chen Song did not say anything. He knew that Old Yang knew what he was doing. Just like that, the journey that usually took more than 20 minutes became more than half an hour and almost 40 minutes. By the time Old Yang arrived, there were already a bunch of ambulances surrounding the scene. However, if one looked carefully, they would realize that the position and angle of these ambulances were very convenient. This position did not affect the transportation of people or the driving of the surrounding cars. He Tong had also arrived at the scene. This surprised Chen Song. Chief, he was really a character. However, this was not the time. When he saw Chen Song arrive, He was delighted. "Xiao Chen is here." Chen Song nodded. "Chief He, which side should I be in charge of?" He said with a solemn expression, "Come in with me and take a look." As he spoke, he led Chen Song inside. The 4 or 5 cars in front of them were together. 2 cars flipped over. Chen Song saw that the fireman had already opened the door of one of the cars. He hurriedly ran forward to help the patient out. At this moment, the scene was chaotic. There were wails and cries. 5 ambulances had already started to operate. Chen Song and the fireman worked together. Just as they were about to help a man out of the car, suddenly, they heard a man crying not far away, "Save my wife." Chen Song's expression changed. He was also a little anxious. However, he still called Old Yang and the fireman to transport the patient to the side. At this moment, the most important thing was to transport the patient to a safe place. The scene of a car accident was extremely unsafe. At this moment, little Lin ran over with the stretcher. The few of them carefully carried him and transported him outside. The man's breathing was stable. There were no obvious wounds. Little Lin hurriedly measured his blood pressure. It was normal. It didn't seem to be very dangerous. Chen Song held the stethoscope. After listening for a while, he found that the heart was beating smoothly, and he did not hear any noise. At this moment, the man who was wailing just now continued to shout, "Doctor! Who can save my wife?" Chen Song's expression changed. He said to the doctor beside him, "Comrade, you take care of him first. I'll go and have a look." After Chen Song went over, he found a woman in her 30s stuck in the middle of the car, unable to move. However, most importantly, the woman's lower body was covered in blood, and she was pregnant. Instantly, Xianxia's expression changed. The man wailed loudly at the side, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. The sound of his kowtowing was very loud. "Save my wife, save her, I beg you, doctor," the man wailed loudly. Snot and tears flowed into his mouth, but he was completely unaware. The man shouted, "Is there a gynecologist here?" Department director. He was also very anxious. At this moment, the nearest gynecology hospital was performing a surgery. They could not afford to split themselves. If other hospitals came, they would need at least 40 minutes. However, the pregnant woman's condition was very poor. It was a problem whether she could last for 40 minutes. Tong quickly called the provincial and city hospitals, but the fastest ambulance from both sides would take more than 40 minutes. Now, Tong was panicking. Gynecology, which F*King emergency department would have a gynecologist. Thinking of this, Tong was so anxious that he wanted to throw his phone away. Watching one's life slip away before one's eyes was the most despicable feeling. When he saw Xianxia coming over, Tong slowed down his breathing. When Xianxia saw this, he did not care about anything else. He immediately called out to the surrounding emergency doctors who were at a loss. "Come over and cooperate with me. Let's get her out first." The doctors immediately nodded. At this moment, the car door was already broken, and the woman was stuck in the rear end of the car. When the firefighter saw the pregnant woman, he did not dare to move. Xianxia covered her stomach while the other two held her head and legs. The three of them worked together and finally got the woman out. Xianxia quickly said, "Send her to the ambulance first." The few of them quickly nodded. At this moment, the pregnant woman who had fainted suddenly woke up. With a weak breath, she begged for help. "Save my child. I beg you, please save my child." When the man saw his wife wake up, he had mixed feelings. "Honey, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I didn't pay attention when I was driving. Can I exchange my life with yours? I've let you and the child down." The woman was very weak. After the hemorrhage, her face was pale and her lips were blue. "Honey, save the child. Please, save my child. He's about to come out. I feel like he's about to come out." At this moment, the woman was really scared to death. When Xianxia saw this, he said, "Send him to my ambulance." Tong immediately frowned. "Xiaochen?" Xianxia did not even bother to explain and said directly, "I can deliver a child." When he said that, the surroundings immediately fell silent. Even Tong widened his eyes. "This? You can deliver a child," but at this moment, how could he be in the mood to doubt? He had to deliver the child. After the three of them sent the woman to the ambulance, Xianxia said to little Lin, "Disinfect and prepare to deliver the child." The emergency doctors widened their eyes in disbelief. But at this moment, the door was already closed. They did not have time to think or feel conflicted. The staff of the emergency department were exempted from liability and usually would not pursue the matter. But at this moment, outside the ambulance, the emergency doctors and Tong looked at each other. Department director Who is this? That's right. He can actually deliver a child? The doctors shook their heads and returned to their work to save the other patients. On the other hand, Tong had a confused look on his face. He looked at Xianxia in the car and shook his head. This kid really knows how to deliver a child. At this moment, Xianxia had finished the physical examination. One of the fetus's feet was already exposed. It was bluish-purple and the heel was facing up. There was a little fresh blood. They could feel the contractions, but the fetus's heartbeat could not be heard clearly. At this moment, the pregnant woman was very irritated. Her heartbeat and pulse were weak. Little Lin was a little flustered. She looked at Xianxia uneasily. "Dr. Chen. What should we do?" How could she know how to deliver a child? She also did not know that Xianxia could deliver a child. Xianxia said, "High-flow oxygen inhalation, raise the temperature, and prepare for surgery." Although little Lin was a little uneasy, after hearing Xianxia's words, she instantly felt confident. She quickly began to prepare for surgery. Time, 9:35 p.m., Chen Song looked at the pregnant woman and frowned. He realized that there might be other factors in the pregnant woman. What did that mean? Actually, the process of delivering a child was not difficult. The most difficult part was the various unexpected situations encountered during the delivery process. At this time, Chen Song's car did not have any drugs like oxytocin that could help induce labor. Therefore, Chen Song's entire delivery process was very dangerous. At this moment, the ECG monitor beeped. Chen Song's expression changed and he cursed silently. What I'm afraid of is happening. Dr. Chen, blood pressure is only 9,050 millimeters of mercury. Heart rate is slowing down. The patient is short of breath and has difficulty breathing. Blood oxygen saturation is only 85%. Chen Song's brows were tightly knitted as sweat continuously seeped out of his forehead. The obstetrics department was actually one of the most dangerous departments. The degree of danger was not inferior to the emergency department. Even taking into account doctor-patient disputes and the personal safety of the medical staff, obstetrics was really a high-risk profession. If one was unlucky, not only would they lose their lives, they might even lose their own. The pregnant woman suddenly started coughing, short of breath, and became restless. Then, she had difficulty breathing, cyanosis, convulsions, and fainting. Her pulse was fast and weak, and her blood pressure dropped. Chen Song's expression changed when he saw this. If this continued, she would go into shock sooner or later. Suddenly, Chen Song's expression changed. A term appeared in Chen Song's mind. Amniotic fluid embolism? Thinking of this, Chen Song felt scared. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Seeing that the patient was going into shock, Chen Song kept thinking. At this moment, Chen Song raised his head and looked at the time. 9:40. He could not delay any longer. Once the amniotic fluid embolism formed, the patient might not even survive, let alone give birth to a child. Chen Song looked at the mother and child who were in danger. Chen Song looked down and suddenly saw a lot of uterine bleeding. The blood was not coagulating. Chen Song suddenly thought of a possibility, early signs of DIC. Time was really like an hourglass. Chen Song couldn't even grasp it. Another minute had passed. Chen Song took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He knew that he couldn't hesitate anymore. If he delayed any longer, there would be no hope left. Shaolin, prepare 30 milligrams of heparin plus normal saline. Injected intravenously. At this time, there was no equipment in the ambulance that could provide them with too many diagnostic methods. It was impossible to perform a blood test, and the auxiliary equipment was not in place either. After Shaolin slowly injected the heparin into his body, Chen Song's brain kept thinking about how to resist shock. At this moment, the patient spat out a mouthful of sputum. Chen Song took a closer look, pink foamy sputum, his lungs were swollen. Thinking of this, Chen Song quickly said, Shaolin, prepare for tracheal intubation. Shaolin's expression changed, and he began to look for an intubation device. Chen Song and Shaolin both fell into a busy state of panic. Rehydration. Replenish your blood volume. Atropine. At this moment, the woman suddenly woke up and wailed loudly, It hurts. It hurts so much. Chen Song turned around and asked, What's the painkiller? Shaolin quickly looked for it. Pethidine, morphine. Chen Song's face lit up. Pethidine 50 to 100 milligrams intramuscular injection. Just like that, another 5 minutes passed. At this time, it was 9:46 a.m. Chen Song quickly began to prepare for delivery. Without the help of oxytocin, and with the woman's accidental delivery, the risk was extremely high. Therefore, the entire process was extremely difficult. The fetal position was out of place, so the difficulty of delivering the baby increased again. Such a difficult and complicated task of delivering a baby made Shaolin's scalp tingle. She never thought that she would one day help a patient give birth in an ambulance. At this moment, Chen Song dragged the child's foot with his left hand. He thought to himself, fortunately, the child's foot is facing down. If the child's buttocks were facing down, it would be troublesome. Generally speaking, which part of the fetus came out first depended on the fetal position at that time. Chen Song's elbow was supported by the iliac ridge, and his right hand's fingers were pressed together. During the contractions, they moved up and forward to support the sound. Using the interval between contractions, his right hand relaxed slightly, and Xianxia immediately touched the other leg. Surprise! At this moment, grabbing the other leg was even more exciting and surprising than winning a Maserati at the lottery. However, even under the effect of the pethidine, the pregnant woman still grimaced in pain. However, she seemed to know what kind of situation she was in, so she did not dare to move. Her teeth were tightly clenched, and her veins were bulging as she gripped the metal bed with both hands. When Xianxia saw that the pregnant woman had woken up, his face lit up. Exhale. Exhale as hard as you can. At this moment, the child's buttocks were about to appear, so he had to give it a push. His left hand helped to position the fetus and rotate it outwards. When he helped to deliver about 1/3 of the fetus, the umbilical cord appeared. Xianxia immediately became more careful. His right hand continued to protect the perineum until it came out of the shoulders, and his left hand rotated along the fetus neck. Throughout the entire process, little Lin was trembling in fear. This was too exciting. It was probably the first time in his life, and it might also be the only time. At this moment, the child finally came out. Xianxia could not help but feel excited. Little Lin, prepare the rapid towel. When little Lin saw the child, he was also overjoyed. This feeling was really magical. It was even more surprising than during the surgery. It was as if he had won the lottery. Xianxia held the fetus neck between his thumb and index finger, and his right hand held the lower limb from the buttocks. He lifted the ankle and carefully placed the fetus head down on the towel above. The entire process was surprisingly smooth. Xianxia never thought that he would be able to deliver a child one day with his hands. This was an inconceivable thing. However, the sense of accomplishment from delivering a child was far better than surgery to connect bones. It was too magical. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly felt that his mind was clear. He felt that the obstetrician was very suitable for him. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more excited he became. However, at this moment, Xianxia suddenly realized a very serious problem. The baby could not breathe. Suck the sputum. Little Lin, do you have a sputum suction device? Little Lin shook his head. No. What should he do now? A sputum suction tube had to be inserted into the throat to wash the liquid out of the child's respiratory tract. What should he do? At this moment, little Lin suddenly picked up an infusion bag and did a simple treatment. He cut off both ends. Dr. Chen, is this okay? Xianxia nodded. Yes. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly realized that things were not that simple. The child could not breathe when he was delivered. If he induced asphyxia in the newborn, it would be terrifying. It had to be treated urgently. However, the syringe could not be inserted. There was no way to suck the sputum. What should he do? At this tense moment, little Lin stuffed the simple sputum suction device he made into his mouth. When Xianxia saw this scene, he was shocked. He suddenly felt his heart soften. This was the most primitive sputum aspirator, but it was also the most simple and sincere, right? Little Lin exerted a little force and instantly felt an unpleasant liquid enter his mouth. The smell was nauseating and little Lin nearly vomited. His expression changed as he spat it out onto the gauze beside him. He took another puff. Xianxia looked at the slightly chubby little Lin. His eyes were filled with determination. Xianxia could not help but be moved. Awesome, little Lin was so tall. At this moment, the baby suddenly began to wail. His breathing also recovered. Little Lin hurriedly took out a plastic tube and rinsed his mouth with saline. Looking at this dirty and ugly child, Xiaolin could not help but shed tears. It could be due to excitement or agitation. It could also be due to the pungent smell. At this moment, it was 10:15 p.m. At this moment, many of the injured outside had been successfully transferred. However, there were still 4 or 5 people standing outside. Their eyes were fixed on Xianxia's ambulance. The snow was getting heavier. Amidst the snowstorm, a man's body trembled as he prayed in his heart. He had placed all his hopes on the ambulance. Please save his wife and child. As for Tong, he did not leave. His eyes were fixed on the ambulance. There was another fire brigade captain beside him. Their fire brigade was treating the ambulance to prevent any unnecessary accidents. When Old Yang saw that the few of them were silent, He could not help but take out his cigarettes and pass one to each of them. The few of them were slightly taken aback before taking it. Old Yang held a lighter and lit the cigarettes for everyone while the flames burned. Old Yang looked at the man leisurely and blew out a smoke ring. He consoled him, "Young man, let me tell you. Chief Chen is reliable." That one sentence made the man's trembling hand, which was holding the cigarette, calm down a little. He Tong hesitated for a moment and did not say a word. Instead, he took a deep puff and slowly exhaled. The few of them accompanied the man as they waited anxiously. The man seemed to feel the warmth as he felt uneasy and excited. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. The few of them were covered in snow. Right at this moment, a first-aid ambulance came whizzing over. Just as the car came to a stop, the back door opened instantly. 4 or 5 white-clothed women rushed over with all kinds of equipment in their hands. Their faces were filled with worry and anxiety. "Director He, the province's women and children are here. Director He, we're late. Where is the patient?" A few crisp female voices sounded, as if a savior had appeared. The man burst into tears. This was the first time he had looked forward to the arrival of a group of people. In the wind and snow, his white clothes were the same color as the snowflakes. A group of people ran over, their faces filled with warmth. This was rescue. She was a female first-aid soldier from the province's Women and Children's Department. He Tong was also excited. He quickly said, "Director Zhang, you came personally." A short-haired female doctor in her 50s nodded. "I'm really sorry that it took so long. Where is the patient?" When Old Ho heard this, he quickly said, "It's inside." After saying that, he quickly knocked on the car door. "Xiao Chen. Open the door. Women and children are here." At the end of the day, He Tong still didn't quite believe that Chen Song could deliver a baby. However, at that time, there was really no other way. To put it bluntly, he had no choice. Now, at this moment, Chen Song opened the door. Everyone stared at him. The man suddenly asked, "Doctor. Doctor. My wife, she." The man's expression was terrified. He was so scared that he couldn't speak. Chen Song smiled comfortingly. "It's okay. The mother and child are safe." "Oh right, it's a son." After saying that, Chen Song continued to look at the female doctors and nurses who ran over. Chen Song said, "Next, we'll have to rely on the teachers." Zhang Shuang looked up at the young doctor. Although she was a little puzzled, she still nodded. "Thank you for your hard work, young man." Chen Song nodded and smiled. "Little Lin, the teachers from the gynecology department are here. You can come down." There was limited space in the ambulance. It couldn't fit too many people. After Little Lin came out, Chen Song followed him in because he had to relay the patient's condition. Zhang Shuang and the others hurriedly took the equipment in and began an emergency examination. "Director. Blood pressure is normal, breathing is stable. The pregnant woman is basically normal except for postpartum hemorrhage." Chen Song said inside, before delivering the baby, the pregnant woman had an amniotic fluid embolism. There were signs of DIC, so I used. Then the child. After Chen Song repeated the situation, the doctors were a little surprised when they heard it. How did this young man complete this series of operations in such a simple and crude equipment? Seeing that everyone was silent, Chen Song said helplessly, "The conditions were limited. I had to take measures at that time." Otherwise, hearing Chen Song's words, everyone felt a lingering fear, because this was too terrible. Before Chen Song could finish his sentence, Zhang Shuang looked at Chen Song and praised him. "Young man, you did the right thing. You're also very outstanding. Amniotic fluid embolism is very dangerous. Similarly, newborn asphyxia is also very dangerous. Today's matter is really fortunate that we have you. Otherwise, when we came, the patient would really be gone." "Chen Song, this is what I should do." Next, the gynecologist and nurse hurriedly began the relevant examinations. 10 minutes later, they came to a conclusion. The pregnant woman's vital signs were relatively stable. The newborn's vital signs were completely normal. In such an environment, this young man and a nurse actually magically protected the mother and child's health. Even if the director of their province's maternal and child hospital came personally, they might not be able to guarantee it. Thinking of the situation just now, Zhang Shuang could not help but sigh. Thinking of this, Zhang Shuang asked curiously, "Comrade, which hospital are you from?" Chen Song smiled. "I'm from the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital, Chen Song." When Zhang Shuang heard this, she was shocked. "You're that Chief Chen from the 2nd Provincial Hospital?" Chen Song was stunned. "I'm actually that famous?" Zhang Shuang looked at Chen Song and could not help but click her tongue in wonder. Chief Chen is really amazing. He can even deliver a child in the obstetrics department. A few minutes later, Zhang Shuang made a decision. Old Yang drove the patient and them to the hospital. The driver, Old Li, sent Chen Song and Xiao Lin back to the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Zhang Shuang looked at the man and said, "It's all thanks to Chief Chen today. The mother and child are basically safe now. By the way, congratulations, it's a son. You should thank Chief Chen properly. If it wasn't for him, it would really be dangerous today." He Tong watched this scene and widened his eyes. He looked at Chen Song in disbelief. This kid really knew how to deliver a child? King strange. What else did he not know? At this moment, the driver, Old Yang, could not help but sigh. "I told you that Chief Chen was reliable, but you didn't believe me." Xiao Lin shivered in the snow. "Yes, Chief Chen is the best doctor I've ever seen." Zhang Shuang could not help but look at Xiao Lin. "Young lady, you're also very great. If you hadn't used your mouth to suck out the respiratory fluid, the child would be in danger now. You're also a hero." At this moment, everyone stared at Xiao Lin, their eyes filled with admiration. Perhaps this spirit was really the spirit of Nightingale. When the man heard this, he immediately knelt on the ground and was about to kowtow to the two of them. He would never forget this great kindness. This gave Xiao Lin a fright and she hurriedly helped him up. The man wailed. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't even know how I would live in the future." The young firefighter who was standing at the side also looked at Xiao Lin with admiration. On a snowy night, the doctors and nurses worked together to deliver a child. Both mother and child were safe. Time, 10:30 p.s. Thank you to Playboy for his 40,000 tip. He became the leader of this book. Thank you to every friend for your support. The drivers, Old Yang and Old Li, were chatting beside the car as they watched the medical staff working. Old Yang threw a cigarette to Old Li. "Slow down today." Old Li rubbed the pavement with his feet and glanced at Old Yang. "You too. I was so worried on the way here." Old Yang grinned. "I already told you that my Chief Chen is here. I told you to slow down." Old Li couldn't help but say, "I've been hearing you talk about Chief Chen every day. He's closer to you than your son." Old Yang blew out a smoke ring. "My son is so promising. I'm willing to do anything for him. Old Li, I'm telling you. Chief Chen and I have gone to the emergency department. We've been on the mountain roads and strange alleys. We've never encountered any problems. This is real comfort." Old Yang gave him a thumbs up and gestured. After that, the two threw their cigarettes on the ground and stepped on them. "Let's go. Get in the car and go home." Haha. Snowy night, rescue night, peace. Every night. Old Yang hummed a tune as he walked towards his car. Being an ambulance driver was like this. When he saw that the patient was fine, he was overjoyed. Chen Song took out the memory card of the car surveillance camera and handed it to Zhang Shuang. "Chief Zhang, our treatment process is recorded here. It might be helpful to you." Zhang Shuang nodded. "Okay, Chief Chen. If you have the chance, I'll invite you to give a lecture at our department." Chen Song grinned. "Chief Zhang, you think too highly of me." Zhang Shuang shook her head. "Haha, I'm not joking." After that, Zhang Shuang didn't bother with pleasantries. She gestured to her people and said, "Get in the car. We're going back to the hospital." At this time, little Lin was shivering in the snow. She didn't wear a jacket because she wanted to go to the emergency department. Looking at the fireman beside her, Zhou was very anxious. He thought for a while and suddenly remembered that there was a blanket in the car. He quickly ran back to get it. He scratched his head and said to little Lin embarrassedly, "This is for you. You're wearing too little. Put it on to warm yourself up." Little Lin turned around and looked at the tall and sunny Zhou Zheng. She couldn't help but blush. The captain of the fire brigade looked at Zhou Zheng and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "This, young lady, our Zhou Zheng is a good person. If you don't have a partner, you should consider him." Zhou Zheng smiled awkwardly. Chen Song also smiled. Seeing that Xiaolin was freezing, he simply said, "Director Captain Wang, will be leaving first. Don't let Xiaolin catch a cold. He doesn't have a partner yet. As the director, I have to take responsibility." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. He Tong nodded and smiled, "Yep. Xiao Chen, today I've really troubled you. And little Lin, you're a hero. Hurry up and go back. If you really catch a cold, I'll have to bear the responsibility." Captain Wang hurriedly stopped her. Wait. Miss, you don't have a boyfriend. Why don't you give me your number? Our Zhou Zheng is really not bad." In the ambulance, Chen Song looked at Xiaolin with a mocking expression. He couldn't help but say, "Xiaolin, what a coincidence. Speak of the devil? I just said that I was going to introduce you to someone and such a great young man came. I think this comrade Xiao Zhou is quite good. He's tall and handsome. Do you want to consider him?" Xiaolin chuckled and said embarrassedly, "It was too dark. I didn't see what he looked like clearly." "Director Chen, is he good-looking?" When Chen Song heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, you're tempted? He looks quite decent. He looks like he has affinity with you." Xiaolin was also a straightforward person. He said with a smile, "Actually, I have a military character. I like soldiers. They stand there with clang clang clang. How handsome. Also, firefighters are quite good too. They serve the people." Chen Song laughed. "Then I'll give him your number?" Lao Qin had been feeling uneasy recently. He couldn't find a reason to explain it. After thinking about it over and over again, he didn't feel like he had done anything wrong. But why did he feel so empty? What was going on? In the morning, Lao Qin sat in the director's office. As the director of the administrative department, Lao Qin was also the director of the oncology department. He was usually very busy. He had 2 outpatient consultations a week, one day for ward rounds, and one day for hospital opening meetings. Other than that, he was also very busy. Sitting in the office, there were constantly people coming in to ask the director for his signature. He was used to this kind of work. Today was the same as usual. Xiao had just completed the procedures for the new equipment in the department last year and came to ask the director for his signature. Qin Xiaoyuan smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries with him. He picked up a pen and signed casually. However, just as he finished signing and was about to leave, his expression suddenly changed. Because he realized that the name he signed wasn't Qin Xiaoyuan. Why did it look more and more like Chen Song? Xiao was stunned. He quickly turned back and said, "Director, you signed the wrong name." Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned. "What's wrong?" Xiao smiled helplessly and handed the document in his hand to Qin Xiaoyuan. "Look, why can't I see what you signed?" Qin Xiaoyuan took the document and was stunned. He blushed. "This? Director Xiao, please print another copy. I wrote the wrong name." After saying that, he tore up the document. After Xiao left, Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly understood. "I was wondering why I was so distracted recently. It was because of this little brat." After thinking about it, Lao Qin couldn't help but laugh. At noon, an old leader asked Qin Xiaoyuan out for lunch. He didn't refuse. He used to be the head of the transportation department. Later, he went to a prefecture-level city in the neighboring province and retired after a few years. It could be said that he had achieved a successful and stable landing. The most important thing was that his second son, who was also in the medical system, worked under Ji Ruyun. Qin Xiaoyuan was very clear. He guessed that he must be looking for his wife. However, the old leader didn't say it out loud. He only said it was a family dinner. But Qin Xiaoyuan had to understand, what was a family dinner? Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan went to pick up his wife after work and went to the restaurant together. Seeing that Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun were both here, the old leader also stood up to welcome them. Sure enough, the old leader's children were all here. No wonder the old leader said that today was a family dinner. The old leader was 65 years old this year. His eldest son was in the capital, his second son was in the health commission, and his third daughter was a girl. It was said that she was a doctor from Nankai University and would graduate this year. After entering, they naturally had to exchange greetings. Qin Xiaoyuan, old leader, you look good. Ji Ruyun looked at her third daughter and said, this is Xianxia, right? A girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. She's becoming more and more beautiful. Xianxia also smiled and flattered her sweetly. Thank you, Sister Ji. You look younger and younger. You haven't changed at all. After some pleasantries, the old leader suddenly said, Xiaoyuan, I heard that you are going to Dongyang Medical University? Do you have anyone in mind for this position? When Qin Xiaoyuan heard this, he frowned. Wasn't this too big of a leap? The old leader's second son was only a section chief. He was at most a deputy section chief. Now that he thought about it, it was definitely not that simple to become the director of the second provincial hospital. However, Qin Xiaoyuan wouldn't say it directly, leader, you're asking me a difficult question. I really don't know about the arrangements made by the leaders. But I heard that the other directors might be coming to change. Do you want to ask them? The old leader smiled. Well, I'll ask around. But when the time comes, you have to help me when I need a recommendation from the director. When Qin Xiaoyuan heard the old leader's words, he couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing. However, if he could act on his own, Qin Xiaoyuan wouldn't mind taking advantage of the situation. After all, how capable could he be? After they finished talking about business, the old leader looked at Qin Xiaoyuan with a smile. By the way, Xiaoyuan, I heard that there is a young department director in your hospital called Chen Song. When Qin Xiaoyuan heard this, he immediately smiled and said. Politely, yes, there is this young man. He is young and energetic and has great potential. Qin Xiaoyuan had been a leader for so many years, so he definitely wouldn't make a statement casually. However, after the old leader heard it, he immediately smiled and said, well, Xiaoyuan, I think your evaluation is more reliable. It's like this. Xianxia graduated from Nankai University this year. I'm going to let her work at Dongyang Medical University as a teacher. Our two families can also help each other. Qin Xiaoyuan was puzzled by his words. There was no need to use his connections to work at Dongyang Medical University, right? The old leader was deeply rooted in Dongyang province. Besides, Xianxia was a doctor from Nankai University, so it wouldn't be a problem for her to enter Dongyang Medical University. Old leader, Xianxia has a good image and education background. It's a waste of her talent to enter Dongyang Medical University. When the old leader heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. It's like this. I want you to do me a favor and set up Chen Song and Xianxia. This girl is studying pathophysiology. She went to the capital with her supervisor before the new year and happened to see Chen Song's cardiac surgery skills competition. I think he's good. I also want her to come back to Dongyang. Now that the job has been confirmed, we have to choose a good partner. I'm here today mainly because of this. Xianxia smiled as well. Lao Qin panicked all of a sudden, damn it, he can even agree to a job. But, why are you looking for me for this? Isn't this a classic case of kidnapping a bride? I absolutely can't agree. There is no room for negotiation. My Yaya's partner. Qin Xiaoyuan's face remained calm, but his heart was already in turmoil. He definitely could not agree to this kind of thing. At this moment, Ji Ruyun grabbed Qin Xiaoyuan's leg and signaled to him, we can't chat anymore. That's right. What was there to talk about at this time? There was nothing to talk about. In the following time, Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun were even more cautious. The food didn't taste good at all. Work issues, these were all negotiable. However, this was a matter of principle for Chen Song. This was the bottom line and principle of the old couple. There was no room for discussion. Lao Qin grasped this point very firmly. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan took a deep breath and waited for the meal to finish. After leaving the restaurant and returning to the car, Xianxia and Ji Ruyun looked at each other. Honey! A competitor has appeared. Before Ji Ruyun could finish speaking, Lao Qin's phone rang again. He was the director of the Provincial People's Hospital. Dean Qin, I have a personal matter to ask you. Xiaochen from your hospital's emergency department, Chen Song. Does he have a partner? I have a friend here that I would like to get to know. Qin Xiaoyuan hurriedly said, This, Director Li, Xiaochen is getting married soon. Oh. Of course it's true. Wasn't he preparing to get married before the new year? He asked me to apply for marriage leave or something. Yes, that's it. After hanging up, Lao Qin was stunned. Ji Ruyun's expression changed. She said to Qin Xiaoyuan, You better watch over Xiaochen. If he is snatched away by another woman, I will hold you responsible. Lao Qin was stunned. What does this have to do with me? What do you mean by don't let someone snatch him away? Who should I look for to reason with? Lao Qin looked innocent. The car arrived at the health committee. When Ji Ruyun got out of the car, she looked at Qin Xiaoyuan cautiously. You have to think of a way to deal with this. Let me tell you, Qin Xiaoyuan, even if you are snatched away, Xiaochen cannot be snatched away by anyone. When Lao Qin heard this, he didn't know why, but he actually felt sour, bitter, and satisfied. But, will someone snatch me away? I'm looking forward to it. On the way back to the hospital, Lao Qin kept thinking. For the entire afternoon, for some reason, 3 to 5 people came to Lao Qin one after another to ask about Chen Song. Lao Qin was stunned. Is today a blind date festival? For the first time, he realized that something more complicated than politics is love. When he reached home that night, Qin Xiaoyuan directly lay on the sofa. Honey, where is the girl? Ji Ruyun said casually, night shift. When Lao Qin heard this, he immediately sat up. Night shift. Night shift. Night shift. What time is it? Chen Song is about to be snatched away, and she's still on night shift. Ji Ruyun sneered. You want her to go to the emergency room. Qin Xiaoyuan was speechless. Qin Xiaoyuan looked helpless. Oh right, honey, let me tell you something. Today, a lot of people came to me to ask about Xiaochen's marriage. When Ji Ruyun heard this, she immediately became vigilant. What did you say? Lao Qin said confidently, Of course, I said that he's engaged and will get married soon. But when those people heard that he's not married, their tone. I won't act without seeing the rabbit. When Ji Ruyun heard this, she couldn't care less about cooking. How could she eat when the country was in danger? Now, the most important thing was to solve the problem of the current love rival. Let's not talk about other things first. This girl, Xianxia, was quite beautiful. The two of them sat on the sofa, holding pen and paper in their hands as they started to plan. After half a day, Ji Ruyun suddenly said, Lao Qin. We have to meet Chen Song's family as soon as possible. When Lao Qin heard this, his eyes lit up. Yes, that makes sense. Lao Qin stood up and paced around the room. Suddenly, he said. I think I have to talk to Xiaochen. This girl and he are going to the capital next year. Before they go, the two families have to sit down and meet. Why don't we do this? When the snow subsides, we'll find a weekend to invite Xiaochen to our house. At the same time, we can have a good chat with him about this matter. After all, marriage is a big matter. We can't be so hasty. The two children have known each other for 3 to 4 years. They have feelings for each other. Let's sit down and settle this matter. Then, we'll find an auspicious day to get the marriage certificate first. Ji Ruyun nodded. Yes, that makes sense. Otherwise, when they leave next year, they'll be there by then. Thinking of this, Ji Ruyun picked up the phone. I'll talk to Yaya about this. When Lao Qin heard this, he said, Can't you wait for the girl to come back first? Ji Ruyun rolled her eyes. Don't you know that long delays bring trouble? The call went through. Ji Ruyun said to Qinyu, Yaya, Mom wants to talk to you about something. Are you busy now? Qinyu said with a smile, I'm not busy. I'm sitting in the duty room. Mom, what's the matter? Tell me. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. When Qin Xiaoyuan opened the door, he was stunned. Xiao Chen? Why are you here? Chen Song stood at the door. Uncle, Auntie, are you all home? I have something to tell Uncle and Auntie. Ji Ruyun hurriedly whispered, yeah, wait a moment. Chen Song is here. P.S. Thank you for the 100000 tip from Alliance Master 20505 on QQ reading. Could it be the same person? Qin Yu was stunned. She didn't expect Chen Song to sneak into her house, moreover, and when she wasn't at home. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's eyes rolled. What was Chen Song doing at her house? Could it be, was he going to propose marriage? Thinking of this, Qin Yu's little heart thumped wildly. Excited, what would Chen Song say? Qin Yu sat in the duty room and began to imagine wildly. The more she thought about it, the more anxious Qin Yu became. She was dying of curiosity. However, she was surprised to find that her mother didn't hang up the phone. Instantly, little Licky Qin's heart started thumping wildly. She had a guilty conscience. After Qin Xiaoyuan opened the door, Chen Song came in with a lot of things. They were gifts specially sent by Li Junji and Gawanshuan from Korea. However, they were all beauty products for skin care. However, with all the bags, it didn't look like he was going to visit his mother-in-law. Instead, it looked like he was going to register. Qin Xiaoyuan hurriedly asked Chen Song to sit down. Ji Ruyun saw the things and said with a smile, Xiao Chen, look at you. You brought so many things that I can't even use them. Chen Song couldn't help but laugh. Auntie, it's okay. Actually, Dean Qin can use these facial masks and skincare products. When Qin Xiaoyuan heard this, she suddenly understood. I knew it, this kid would definitely remember me. Qin Xiaoyuan, treated him so well. I can't be ungrateful, but she always felt that giving a man facial mask was obedient. Ji Ruyun smiled and said, when you're home, you don't have to call him Dean Qin. Just call him uncle, right? Lao Qin chuckled. Do I have the right to decide? Didn't I say that you make the decision? However, he still agreed. After all, Chen Song was here. He couldn't lose face. He said honestly, yes. Just call him uncle. Dean Qin sounds distant. Qin Xiaoyuan took out his old tea and brewed a pot. The three of them sat around the living room. Qin Xiaoyuan smiled and said, Xiao Chen, is this your first time here? Chen Song instinctively shook his head. Of course not. Qin Yu had brought him here a few times and even drank wine, but just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly, he reacted. Yes, this is my first time here. He almost exposed. Chen Song heaved a sigh of relief. How could he say such a thing? On the other side, Qin Yu was also shocked. She thought to herself, luckily you're smart. Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun looked at each other. They felt that something was wrong. Ji Ruyun smiled and said, now that you know the place, come visit often. There are many things at home. Your uncle doesn't have any other hobbies, but he likes to make good wine and tea. Come and try his good wine next time. After a round of pleasantries, Chen Song took a deep breath. He felt that he should tell the truth. To be honest, he had mustered up his courage to come today. He felt that he couldn't let Qin Yu speak first, right? The young lady was thin-skinned. It was a bit too much to let her bring up such a big marriage matter. Some time ago, in the room in Haiyan New District, Chen Song felt that he had heard Qin Yu's voice. Thinking about it carefully, perhaps they should really consider each other. Chen Song was 28 years old this year. But Qin Yu was going to be 29 soon. She would be 30 next year. Once a girl reached 30, she would have a lot of thoughts. Chen Song thought about it. He couldn't wait until then. He felt that he should take the initiative and propose marriage. That was why today's matter happened. Looking at the smiling Ji Ruyun and Qin Xiaoyuan, Chen Song took a deep breath and said seriously, Uncle, Auntie, actually, I came here today because I have a very important matter to discuss with you too. Ji Ruyun became nervous for no reason. Usually, she would urge him, but at this moment, she was a little nervous and excited. Qin Xiaoyuan smiled faintly. He could see that Chen Song was a little nervous. He poured a cup of tea for him and said, have a cup of tea first and talk slowly. There's plenty of time. Chen Song smiled and said, "Thank you, uncle." After drinking a cup of tea, Chen Song calmed down a little. Xianxia was very happy that Chen Song could come today. He had already guessed the purpose of Chen Song's visit. After a moment, Chen Song slowly raised his head and looked at Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun with a sincere gaze. He said slowly, "Uncle, Auntie. I'm actually a little nervous when I come here today. But when I sit here, I feel very at ease. I have something to tell you. After I graduated from university, I went to Ming City Private Hospital. At that time, my dream was to earn money. But after I went there, I realized that it wasn't a place where I should be. There were many differences with my dreams. Coincidentally, I came to the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital and worked as a temporary worker. From then on, I was paid 2,200 yuan a month. I was very satisfied because I discovered my value as a doctor here. I also got to know Qin Yu. She's smart, cute, and graduated from a famous school. She's very educated and knows a lot. From then on, I felt that this girl was very beautiful and amazing. I thought that if I could marry her, how lucky would I be? I would definitely hold her in my hands and make her happy every day. But I also know that there's a gap between Yeya's family and my education, so I worked hard to improve myself and prove myself. I think I'm worthy of Yeya. I'm not saying this to say that I'm successful now. I'm amazing. I'm worthy of Yeya. I just want to tell Uncle and Auntie that although I've only been with Yeya for a few months, I used 3 years to get to know her, to understand her, to know that she likes fruit milk tea, to know that she likes to eat spicy hot pot, to know that now, I seem to have changed a lot. I've become a department director and won these championships and trophies. But Uncle and Auntie, I've come from the bottom of my life. I know that all of this doesn't come easily. I understand that the world is unpredictable. I feel that there's nothing wrong with suffering and being poor. This is my advantage. Actually, children from poor families also have their good points. People who have been poor since they were young are not pretentious and can endure hardships. In the future, I'll do the household chores. I'll carry the rice, I'll eat the leftovers, and I can repair the appliances at home. If Yeya marries me, I definitely won't let her suffer. I'll suffer all the hardships. I'll give her all the good points. In the future, whether it's hard times or happy times, I'll treat her well. At this point, Chen Song stood up and bowed deeply. So, Uncle and Auntie, I hope that the two of you can marry Yeya to me without worry. When Ji Ruyun heard Chen Song's words, she couldn't help but turn her head away and wipe away her tears. On the other hand, Qin Xiaoyuan took a deep breath and looked into Chen Song's eyes. They were filled with determination and sincerity. In the duty room, Qin Yu listened to what Chen Song said to his parents. Unknowingly, his cheeks were full of tears. Chen Song was a male chauvinist. When he was with him, he never told him about the hardships and bad things. Every day when they were together, it was just to make him happy. However, Qin Yu knew that it was not easy for Chen Song to get to where he was today. It was all because of his hard work. Listening to Chen Song talk about those years, Qin Yu cried with heartache. He picked up his phone and silently typed a text message. "Fool, I don't want you to eat leftovers. I don't want you to suffer. If you have no money in the future, I will support you." However, after he typed it, he deleted it. Listening to Chen Song's promise to his parents, although every sentence was very plain, Qin Yu felt very real in his ears. He knew every detail of his life. When he ate tomatoes, he would wash them clean. When he drank milk tea, he would buy his favorite flavor. It turned out that Chen Song knew every detail of his life. Thinking of this, Qin Yu felt that he was already the happiest person in the world. At this time, Qin Xiaoyuan took a deep breath and looked at Chen Song. He also told the truth. "Xiao Chen, I only have one most important treasure in my life, and that is Yeya. Therefore, you must also treat Yeya as your treasure for life." Usually, when a family asks you for help, the woman will ask the man. However, I will never say this to you. Because even if you are married, Yeya will be my treasure. Qin Xiaoyuan was a little emotional. While drinking tea, he wiped his tears. "I will not be unreasonable. How can there be no conflicts between husband and wife? However, you can make her cry, you can make her angry. I don't care about those small disputes between husband and wife, however, don't do anything that Yaya will look down on. I only hope that you won't do this. Xianxia sighed. We're all old. We'll take care of you for as long as we can. If we can't, I won't be able to take care of you anymore. I believe in you, and I also believe in Yaya's judgment. Actually, the moment you walked in today, I already knew why you came. I'll make the decision on this matter. I promise you. At this time, Xianyu listened to his father's words and burst into tears again. He didn't expect his father's personality to be able to say such emotional words. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't hung up, Xianyu would never have heard these words. At this moment, Xianxia continued. Of course, I agreed to it. Actually, as long as Yaya is willing, as a father, I definitely won't refuse. Xianyu couldn't wait any longer. Sitting in the duty room, he cried and said quickly, I'm willing. I'm willing. Unfortunately, no one could hear him. Ji Ruyun was wiping her tears, while Lao Qin and Chen Song were having a heart-to-heart talk. Hearing Qin Xiaoyuan agree, Chen Song was delighted. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, auntie. Qin Xiaoyuan looked at Ji Ruyun and couldn't help but say, you should say a few words too. Ji Ruyun sniffed. Xiao Chen, auntie will tell you the truth. Auntie has never despised you for being poor or anything. I don't care if you're poor or not. Yaya often talks to me about you. Auntie has been through this and knows that Yaya likes you very much. She's liked you for a long time, you're doing well now. You can earn money and you're capable. But auntie will say this. Even if you don't have money, house, or car, as long as you treat Yaya well, auntie will agree to it. If you don't have a house, auntie will buy one for you. If you don't have a car, auntie will buy one for you. These aren't problems. Auntie only has one girl. Who should I give the money to? Your uncle and I have earned a lifetime salary. We don't spend it recklessly. Who should we save it for? Isn't it for the two of you? Actually, auntie has always been selfish. I hope that she can find someone who likes her. But after thinking about it, I hope that she can find someone she likes more. Auntie is very happy that the two of you are so good. Ji Ruyun became more and more excited as she spoke. Finally, she looked at Chen Song and said, Xiao Chen, auntie also agrees to it. Chen Song was touched by her words. He didn't expect it to go so smoothly. He had a lot of things in mind. He had prepared the property certificate and savings in his pocket, but he was too embarrassed to take them out. Ji Ruyun took a deep breath and said, Xiao Chen, Yaya isn't young anymore. She's 29 years old. She'll be 30 in a year. If you didn't come, I would have talked to you. But you took the initiative to come today. To be honest, auntie is very happy. We're all medical students. We can say whatever we want. After a woman passes 30, she's going downhill. Pregnant women are at high risk of giving birth. Auntie also hopes that the two of you will get married soon and have children soon. Qin Xiaoyuan glanced at Chen Song and said, Xiao Chen, after the spring festival, you'll probably go to the capital to study in March. Yaya will also go to the doctor's. It's going to be the spring festival while we're talking. I'm worried about the two of you running around when it snows. But we can't afford to delay. What I mean is that you arrange for us to meet your parents and sit down to talk about the two of you. When Chen Song heard that, he immediately looked happy and nodded excitedly. Okay, uncle and auntie. I'll arrange it as soon as possible. In fact, my words are my parents' wishes. Qin Xiaoyuan shook his head. It's not the same. You are you. Your parents are your parents. There are some things that you can't decide. We also want to have a good talk with your parents. After all, they are elders. Marriage is a big deal. It's better to be careful. Chen Song quickly nodded. He really didn't expect it to go so smoothly. After watching so many TV shows and stories about meeting parents, Chen Song was already prepared. For a moment, Chen Song was pleasantly surprised. Qin Xiaoyuan looked at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock. He couldn't help but say, well, Xiao Chen hasn't eaten yet, right? How about this? Let's go out for dinner tonight. Wife, you don't have to cook. As he spoke, he picked up the phone and made a reservation at a good restaurant. After that, Xianxia got up and went to the study to get a bottle of good wine. At the same time, in the office, Qin Yu was dumbfounded. You two actually went to eat delicious food behind my back. At this moment, Ji Ruyun was suddenly stunned. She picked up the phone and looked at it. This wretched girl. Why didn't she hang up? What kind of habit is this? How much is the phone bill? Qin Yu said unhappily, the two of you actually, secretly sold me out behind my back. The three of them were ready to set off when they suddenly heard Qin Yu's voice on the phone. They were stunned. Then they laughed out loud. And you, Chen Song? What are you laughing at? Chen Song laughed even more awkwardly. P.S. Well, I wish all the lovers in the world a happy ending. On such a special day, I hope that everyone can be in love with each other even if they are thousands of miles apart. When Chen Song returned home, he called his parents and told them about what happened that night. After he finished, Chen Dehai and Yang Jiahui were stunned. Chen Dehai smoked a cigarette. You brat, although you did the right thing, but you were too hasty. What do you think you are doing? Why don't we all go together? Call you and sit down to talk. This is such a big matter. You should discuss it with me and your mother. We have been thinking about talking to you about this for the past 2 days. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. Then they discussed the matter. It was already Thursday. They looked at the time and decided to come to Yuyang next week on the 6th. The family would sit down and talk about this matter. Then they gave up. At night, when Chen Song was about to go to bed, Qin Yu sent him a message. Chen Song, I know that you are working hard and tired. I am afraid that you will be tired. Don't worry, I won't let you do the housework, and I won't let you eat leftovers. I can carry rice too, although I don't do a lot of things well, but I can learn and change. Don't worry, you don't have to be afraid. Even if you fall to the bottom one day, I will bring you up. If you don't want to earn money, I will support you. I will steal my dad to support you. Looking at Qin Yu's message, Chen Song thought of that naughty smile and couldn't help but laugh. What would Lao Qin's expression be if he knew? Then he sent a grinning emoji. Okay, I will be in charge of being beautiful, and you will be in charge of earning money to support the family. How about that? Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Okay, but you have to serve me well. For example, 50 minutes, right, you know. He. Demon. JPG. When chatting with Qin Yu, he couldn't help but laugh. This girl's skin came from the depths of her soul. The next day, Friday morning. Chen Song left early to take over Qin Yu's shift. He arrived earlier than usual. When he passed by the steamed bun shop downstairs, he bought 2 steamed buns and a bottle of soy milk. Chen Song opened the lid and added 2 more spoonfuls of sugar. The whole morning was very busy. Since it snowed the day before yesterday, there were many patients with external injuries today. Most of them were external injuries. First, the ambulance sent over a 72-year-old old man. While practicing Tai Chi in the park in the morning, he lost his balance and fell, fracturing his forearm. They were hurriedly treated and sent to the orthopedics department. Then, more patients with external injuries came one after another. The entire operating theater was full. There was no space at all. Helplessly, those that could be treated were carried out in the medicine changing room. Those that could not be treated were transferred to another hospital. However, it was obvious that the hospital was full today. It was Friday and Chen Song was doing his ward rounds. Before the ward rounds, they would basically deal with the usual medicine changing. However, there were so many patients with external injuries that needed urgent treatment that those patients who needed to change their medicine were simply too busy. Chen Song said straightforwardly, Lele, get the houseman who transferred to another department to change the medicine. When Lele heard this, he hesitated for a moment and nodded. After a while, Lele said, Chief Chen, some patients don't want the interns to change their medicine, especially that bed 12. When they see the interns coming over, they say that I'm hospitalized and can't let you practice. No matter what, I'm still a leader. Let your leader change my medicine. The brand of the interns in the second provincial hospital was different from that of the official doctors. However, at this time, the doctors were all busy dealing with the patients. How could they care about that? Thinking of this, Xianxia said directly, "Chief, where are your clothes? Get the interns to wear the chief's clothes and pretend to be you. I don't believe that he can recognize all of them. Oh right, change it to an old one or a young girl. If she's good-looking, there won't be anything to say." When Lele heard this, his face was immediately filled with black lines. However, he realized that the effect was quite good. After a slightly balding houseman wore the chief's clothes to change the medicine, Bed 12 praised him. "The chief is the chief. He's so meticulous in changing the medicine. It hurts. The chief's technique is very experienced." Ever since Xianxia became the chief, Li Baoshan also asked Xianxia to start making ward rounds to familiarize himself with and understand the patients. Ward rounds were the most awe-inspiring time for a chief, there was no other, at least, that was what Xianxia used to think. When you walked into the ward with 7 or 8 doctors and 10 to 20 interns, that feeling was extremely satisfying. It was already past 10 o'clock when they finally finished dealing with the patients. Xianxia walked into the office and said, "Let's make ward rounds." The doctors of all sizes also stood up and nodded. The houseman helped to hold the medical record clips and began to make ward rounds in a mighty manner. Ward rounds were the most testing time for doctors and interns. Because ward rounds would always ask some questions from time to time. However, this was also the time to truly improve their skills. These clinical questions were easier to accept than the knowledge in books. The group of interns looked at Chief Chen walking in front in high spirits. Naturally, they were very envious and impressed. Now, who in the entire 2nd Provincial Hospital did not know Chief Chen? He was young and promising. He was 27 or 28 years old and had a rich resume. He had won all kinds of awards and even attracted tens of millions of charity funds. However, the most important thing was Xianxia's strength. A doctor's strength was very easy to test. From physical examination to surgical research, it could reflect a doctor's true level. After Xianxia entered the ward, the patient sat down with the help of his family members. He smiled and said, "Hello, Chief Chen." Xianxia smiled and looked at the index on the monitor. He said, "Are you feeling much better?" The patient nodded. "Yes, I feel much better. By the way, Dr. Chen, my X-ray is out. Take a look." Xianxia nodded and took the X-ray. Speaking of which, reading the X-ray was one of the joys of a doctor. When an expert read the X-ray, he could see the terrifying skill at a glance. For example, at this moment, this chest X-ray in Xianxia's hands became a complete medical record. Xianxia directly read out the tuberculosis from decades ago. It had been completely treated, and there was also a special bacterial infection. He had even traveled to a certain area in Africa. This was Xianxia's unique skill, and it was also his specialty. This reading of the X-ray immediately stunned the entire audience. And these things were precisely what this group of interns admired the most. After all, looking at the patient's shocked face, they knew that Chief Chen was right. After reading the X-ray, the old man was stunned. "Chief Chen, how are you a doctor? Are you a god?" Even the patient on the next bed was extremely moved when he saw it. He hurriedly took out his X-ray for Xianxia to see. Xianxia turned around and pointed at an intern. He handed the X-ray over. "Young lady, take a look. What kind of X-ray is this?" The young lady was none other than Xianxia's classmate, Xianxia. She had just transferred to the emergency department. When she saw Xianxia staring at her, she immediately rolled her eyes and cursed in her heart. "This bastard, didn't I just let you drink a few more glasses at the last gathering?" He didn't know how to be gentle with women at all. Xianxia picked up the X-ray like an expert. "Well, this is a chest X-ray. It's taken quite well. Look at the bones, they're very clear. Yes, they're also very complete. There are no fractures. Look at this heart, it's pear-shaped. Yes." Xianxia really couldn't find anything unusual. She could only circle around the bone structure and retreat tactically, trying to stall for time. Xianxia directly said with a smile, "Well, get to the point. What kind of patient is this?" Xianxia hesitated for a moment. This is a female patient. The surrounding interns almost burst out laughing. The patient's middle-aged woman was a little surprised. Doctor. You can tell the gender from this? Chen Song was also stunned. Xianxia could actually tell the gender from the chest film. This was a profound skill. Sure, Lao Chen, and the others also stared at Xianxia blankly. They did not know how to judge. Only Xianxia's teacher, Wang Yong, could not help but blush. Hearing the middle-aged woman's words, Xianxia said matter-of-factly, yes. I can see it. Chen Song asked curiously, how did you see it? Look, here is the opening of the underwear. This row. Xianxia pointed to a series of underwear buttons at the back of the chest film and explained. This is obviously a woman's underwear. So it's a woman's chest film. As soon as Xianxia said that, everyone fell silent. It seemed that it made sense. Chen Song was stupefied. He could not help but look at the patient. Why were you wearing underwear when you were taking the X-ray? Didn't the doctor ask you to take it off? The woman smiled awkwardly. I felt embarrassed. Moreover, this is pure cotton. There's no metal, so I let him take it. Chen Song looked at the neatly arranged small metal buttons at the back and could not help but shake his head. Next time, don't wear anything with metal. There will be artifacts and it will be easy to miss the image. When the woman heard that, she quickly nodded. Everyone was willing to listen to the advice of an expert. When the same sentence was said by an expert, people would feel that it was authoritative and could be trusted. If you let a junior doctor say it, he might not necessarily believe you. This was how humans were. At this moment, Xianxia's face was full of pride. Chen Song could not help but shake his head and look at Xianxia. Look, what's the difference between these two lungs? The left and the right. Look carefully. Xianxia was silent. In fact, asking questions was just a way. Teaching was the goal. Chen Song could only remind her, look, isn't the right darker? Xianxia nodded. Chen Song continued, look, the right is all black. You can't see the veins, tissues, and blood vessels of the lungs. These are the essence of the lungs. Xianxia continued to nod. Chen Song said helplessly, what does that mean? Xianxia shook her head. Chen Song was speechless. Other than nodding and shaking his head, what else can you do? Xianxia, on the other hand, had a face that said, I'm a gynecologist, so I'm in the right. When Wang Yong saw that Chen Song's veins were bulging, he took out a pen and wrote pneumothorax on a piece of paper. Xianxia suddenly understood. Oh. Pneumothorax. Yes. In a pneumothorax, the black thing is the air. I can't see the veins in the lungs because they are crushed by the air. There is a vacuum between the lungs and the pleura. When he breathed in and out, his lungs would expand and contract on their own. However, if there was a lot of air in the vacuum chamber, the originally vacuum environment would have pressure. At this time, the air would pressure the lungs, and the lungs would not be able to complete normal breathing. Naturally, it would become difficult to breathe. This was called pneumothorax. Chen Song continued to ask, what should we do? Xianxia now knew. Insert a thoracic catheter and let the air out. Chen Song was helpless. He was the one who taught them this. Back then, it was Chen Song who taught them how to operate their skills. Now, they had forgotten it in the blink of an eye. He was helpless. After saying that, Chen Song asked the patient, how are you today? The auntie smiled. Much better. Chen Song turned to look at everyone and could not help but say, pneumothorax is actually a critical condition. In serious cases, it can directly endanger your life. In the emergency department, I don't need you to learn too many profound things, but you must understand those critical conditions. At critical times, you won't be flustered. Last year, I met a patient. At that time, I happened to be eating outside. Suddenly, a man had difficulty breathing and fell to the ground. When I saw that his chest had expanded and the ribs could not be seen clearly, I immediately took a pen in my hand and pierced his chest. Only then did the patient recover. The situation was critical at that time. If I didn't pierce his chest, he would probably be dead by the time he was sent to the hospital. Chen Song looked at the group of students around him and looked at the pen in his chest pocket. He was stunned. Could you not listen to the main point? Of course, I'm not asking you to use a pen to stab someone who has difficulty breathing. I'm telling you that at critical times, you have to learn first aid. After the ward round, Chen Song looked at Xianxia and could not help but laugh. Don't look at the cheat sheet next time. Xianxia blushed. I'm a gynecologist. Chen Song could not help but say, so what if you're a gynecologist? I'm an emergency doctor. I even know how to deliver children. Xianxia pursed her lips. Tisk, bragging. Chen Song smiled and did not explain. Lao Chen said with a suspicious look, Xiao Chen, were you the one who used a pen to stab him last time? Why do I remember that it was me? Chen Song smiled awkwardly. Ah, boss, that's not important. What's important is that you stab him. The emergency department was busy the whole morning. After work at noon, Chen Song guessed that Qin Yu had also woken up. He called her and asked her to wake up for lunch. After Qin Yu went downstairs, her face was full of joy. I have good news. Chen Song was stunned. What good news? Qin Yu shook her head. Go and buy me a cup of milk tea, and I'll tell you. Chen Song smiled and pulled Qin Yu to Xianxia Street. At noon, there were many people. Chen Song and Qin Yu walked hand in hand on the road, and naturally, they attracted a lot of attention. When the hospital staff saw Chen Song and Qin Yu, they could not help but greet them jokingly. However, these days, Chen Song and Qin Yu were very calm. They were about to be engaged, so what was there to be embarrassed about? As they spoke, Chen Song stuffed a cup of hot milk tea into Qin Yu's hands. Tell me, what's the good news? Qin Yu's eyes narrowed with a smile. We're going to save on the rent. Chen Song was stunned. What do you mean? Your parents agreed to let us live together? Qin Yu smiled and nodded. Not only that. Chen Song was curious. What else? Qin Yu tiptoed and whispered in Chen Song's ear, my parents want to buy us a house in the capital. As soon as she said this, Chen Song was stunned. Really? Qin Yu kicked the snow on the road happily. Of course it's true. I slept late last night, and I secretly heard them whispering in the living room. I listened carefully, and they were calculating the money. I heard from my dad that he wants to buy us a house in the capital. Chen Song was a little confused. Shouldn't I be the type of person who uses cheats to counterattack the father-in-law? How did I accidentally become a soft rice guy? However, this feeling is quite good, I'm just a little embarrassed, he. I'm really embarrassed, P.S. Thank you to Sunny Day who was hit by the dark clouds for the 10,000 tip. Chen Song hesitated for a long time about whether he should go to the clinic in the afternoon. He wanted to find someone to watch the door. After all, it would be a waste of time if there were no patients in the afternoon. No matter what, he was now under one person and above several people. It was also an excellent thing to send a few interns over. However, before he reached the hospital, Chief Lu Yu from the clinic office personally called him. This? Chief Chen, I didn't make any arrangements during the meeting last week. Today, I specifically told the registration office to arrange more patients for you. Chen Song was stunned when he heard that. This? Thank you, Chief Lu. I'm sorry to trouble you. Lu Yu smiled slightly. You're welcome. No matter what, you're the chief of the emergency department now. It's okay if you don't have any patients. Chief Chen, you're busy. I won't chat with you anymore. Oh right. When you go to the clinic in the afternoon, bring a few interns to give you medical advice. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it alone. Lu Yu's arrangements were very thorough. It was obvious that he was a thoughtful person. After hanging up the phone, Chen Song could not help but smile. To be honest, he was quite grateful for Lu Yu's favor. If he did not give it to him, he would not give it to him. If he gave it to him, it was really a big favor. After all, in the doctor's profession, reputation was very important. Even if you had great skills, you could not show them if you did not have patients. This reputation was spread by word of mouth from the patients. For example, Dr. Chen and Dr. Li were both very outstanding. The success rate of their treatment was 70%. However, if Dr. Chen treated 10 patients a day, Dr. Lee would treat 50 patients. In just 2 years, these two people's standards, identity, status, influence, and so on would be worlds apart. This was the problem of the base number. In fact, it seemed that the clinic did not have much power. Usually, it was a department that provided services to outpatients. However, this department was often together with the registration office. Many patients came to see a doctor and did not know which doctor to consult. The window would ask which department to consult or ask what illness they had. Then, they would recommend a doctor to you. This was actually an unspoken rule in the hospital. Therefore, when everyone saw a doctor, if they knew a good doctor, they had to say who to consult, not which department to consult. This way, many patients would be discharged. This is also why you will find a strange phenomenon when you go to the hospital. The department director usually had a lot of patients, and there were many people who registered, but there were relatively few other department directors. It was because the outpatient department had a close interest relationship with the department director. Of course, it was also arranged by the hospital. But that was basically the case. But, to be honest, as time passed, a virtuous cycle was formed. The more patients he saw, the more knowledgeable he became, and his standard improved. In addition, the department director was also the person who enjoyed the most resources in the department. Usually, he would participate in all kinds of academic exchanges. In this way, his standard was naturally high. This was also the reason why everyone wanted to be a director. However, there were many young and capable doctors nowadays. They were very motivated and had good skills. The key was patience. If you wanted to look for the department director, he would definitely be dismissed with a few words. After all, there were too many patients. However, you have to find a good attending physician. He doesn't have many patients, his standard is good, and he is young and patient. This way, the effect will be better. Therefore, he advised everyone not to blindly look for the director. If it was a minor illness, there would be a junior doctor. If it was a difficult and complicated disease, there would be a specialist. When Xianxia heard what Liu said, he estimated that there would be 20 to 30 patients in the afternoon. For a moment, Xianxia was looking forward to it. The aunt who diagnosed the thyroid cancer last time gave Xianxia 3,000 experience. In this way, the outpatient department was actually a very good experience dungeon. When he thought of this, Xianxia was still a little excited. Until now, Xianxia had understood the core elements of the system. In fact, the more he saved and helped the more patients, the more rewards he would receive. To put it bluntly, he would become stronger if he saved people. When he returned to the department, the doctors were all working, and the students were all sitting. In fact, there was a phenomenon in every department. The chairs in the office were specially prepared for interns and housemen. The doctors were so busy that they didn't take up much space. They had no time to sit down. As for the students, after they arrived, they consciously found a place to pretend to read a book. Otherwise, they would play with their phones openly. The doctors were too lazy to care about them. After all, no one would do anything that would cause trouble. Moreover, learning was based on self-awareness. Everyone was your parents, and they would force you to learn. Of course, this was only a part of it. Many people still ran around to change medicine, pick up patients, and so on. They were busy. At this moment, a patient happened to come in. He looked at the student at the door and asked carefully, "Doctor, why hasn't my medicine come down yet?" The student did not even look at the patient. He just skillfully said, "I don't know. I'm a student. I'm asking the doctor." Yes, there was nothing wrong with that. This was how most students did it. When Xianxia saw this, he could not help but shake his head. At this moment, Xianxia was still more proactive. She asked, "Which bed are you in? I'll ask for you." In fact, most of the time, many medical students still treated themselves as students. They were not doctors. When they really came into contact with clinical practice, they would realize that the experience they gained during their internship was really very important. Moreover, when they went to work, no one would teach them, because they were already doctors. In this kind of situation, there was only one result. When they met the patient they wanted to save, they would feel helpless and regret that they did not learn more. Chen Song did not say anything. After all, this was how people came to be. Su Dongdong had already graduated from the department. Now that Chen Song was the department director, no one followed him directly. After thinking about it, Chen Song said directly, Xianxia, and that student, both of you will come with me to the outpatient clinic in the afternoon. Chen Song pointed at the young man who was running around busily and said. After Chen Song said that, the student was immediately happy. However, the god of stools medical students turned a blind eye to it. In their eyes, they did not care who they were. They just needed to do their own things. They even felt that they were being dragged to do manual labor. It was not as comfortable as playing with their phones here. It was time to get off work and go back at night. What should they eat? In fact, this was a choice and opportunity. Opportunities were for those who were prepared. When the opportunity came, some people had a choice, and some people did not have a choice at all. For them, Chen Song took them to the outpatient clinic. For them, they could learn a lot. As for those medical students who liked the 3 in a row, Chen Song did not criticize them. He did not say anything. It was useless to say anything now. Xianxia was stunned. She glanced at Chen Song and nodded with interest. She admired this department director who was in the same class as her very much. The outpatient clinic was a place where a doctor's skills were reflected. With limited conditions and time, a doctor could make a diagnosis and then give a suitable treatment plan and suggestion to the patient. This was what an outpatient doctor should do. The other students' eyes also lit up. Okay, Department Director Chen. On the way to the outpatient clinic, Chen Song asked, "What's your name?" The man smiled shyly. "My name is Jiang Tao. I'm from the emergency department of Wannan County Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. I'm here for further studies." Chen Song nodded and smiled. This kind of doctor who joined the workforce was very enthusiastic about further studies. Chen Song nodded. "Okay, then you will follow me in the future. You will go in for surgery and out for outpatient clinics." When Jiang Tao heard this, his face was immediately filled with joy. Okay. Thank you, Department Director Chen." As they spoke, the 3 of them arrived at the door of the outpatient clinic. They immediately found that the door was full of people. Chen Song was stunned. Were they all his patients? Thinking of this, Chen Song opened the door and turned on the computer. A group of people immediately squeezed in. Chen Song was immediately delighted. They were all his patients. He smiled and said, "Little Jiang, help maintain order. Xianxia, you can write a prescription, right?" The 2 of them nodded and the outpatient clinic began. At this moment, Chen Song really felt Qin Xiaoyuan's hard work. Qin Xiaoyuan had 100 patients in the morning, from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. It was really difficult to diagnose a patient in a few minutes if you didn't have enough skills and experience. Chen Song's brain was working crazily the whole afternoon. He had to think about every aspect of the patient. Chen Song was in the emergency department. At that time, he wrote about miscellaneous surgical diseases, so there were all kinds of patients. It really took a lot of skill and effort to make a precise diagnosis. At this moment, an old man at the door felt very uncomfortable. He stood at the door and breathed heavily. Xianxia saw that the old man was uncomfortable, so she cut the line and brought him in. The old man didn't come alone. He looked to be in his 70s or 80s. He was skinny and had no hair. His daughter and son were by his side. After the old man came in, Chen Song immediately frowned because the old man's appearance was very special. He didn't feel normal at first glance. Chen Song saw him and immediately frowned. He said directly, "Hurry up and do a blood gas analysis. Do it as soon as possible." The old man's son immediately frowned. "Doctor, you didn't even look at him before doing a checkup. Isn't it a little inappropriate?" This sentence directly made the surrounding people look at Chen Song with a more meaningful gaze. Chen Song shook his head and said directly, "The old man's situation is more special now. It might be respiratory failure and carbon dioxide retention. Now, it's important to improve the diagnosis as soon as possible and then treat him in time." The man wanted to say something, but the daughter nodded and said, "Doctor, I'll have to trouble you." Chen Song directly picked up the phone and called the director of the respiratory department, Yang Xiaoming. Then, he looked at the woman and said, "After the checkup, go directly to the respiratory department on the 11th floor and find Director Yang Xiaoming. He's a respiratory specialist. The old man's situation is special. I think he needs to be hospitalized." Although the woman was curious, she still hesitated and agreed. After all, he had found a director for her. But she still felt strange. Wasn't it too early to come to a conclusion after one look? Chen Song shook his head and continued to see the patient. About an hour later, the woman hurriedly ran in. "Director Chen. Thank you so much. It's just that he's suffering from respiratory failure and it's quite serious," Director Yang said. "Fortunately, it wasn't delayed. Thank you so much." As soon as the woman finished speaking, the surrounding crowd began to discuss. Was that even possible? Wasn't this too godly? Was this a shill? Thinking of this, everyone looked suspiciously at Chen Song, who was inside the room. Even Xianxia was at a loss. She couldn't help but ask, "Director Chen, how did you know?" At this time, the surrounding patients also listened curiously. Chen Song said faintly, "There are signs of respiratory failure. It's obvious that you haven't read the internal medicine books properly. Their faces are very special. They are swollen, have difficulty breathing, are short of breath, and their eyes are bright. Remember this in the future: watery eyes, respiratory failure, and CO2 retention." As soon as he said this, Xianxia and Jiang Tao's eyes lit up. This was too awesome, and this matter directly strengthened the confidence of the other patients in seeing the doctor. After all, only by trusting the doctor could they better see the doctor. Next, an old auntie sat in front of Chen Song and stretched out her hand. She couldn't help but laugh. "Doctor, you're too amazing. What do you think, I'm sick?" The surrounding patients couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this just a joke? Chen Song didn't mind. He looked at the woman and couldn't help but smile. "Jia Kong, right?" As soon as he said this, the woman was instantly dumbfounded. "Doctor, aren't you too amazing? Is this even possible?" The surrounding patients and Xianxia all widened their eyes and looked at the woman. They couldn't tell how she was. Could it be that her illness was written on her face? The old auntie said with a look of suspicion, "Doctor, do we know each other?" Chen Song smiled awkwardly. "I know your illness, but I don't know you." The old auntie was immediately curious. The others were also waiting for Chen Song to explain. They suddenly realized that watching Director Chen treat a patient was more exciting than watching a movie. Chen Song looked at Jiang Tao and Xianxia and said, "Come and take a look. This patient is very typical. In the future, remember this sentence. A pair of embarrassed eyes looking at you and a pair of warm and moist hands. This might be hyperthyroidism. Look at his eyes. His eyes are protruding, and his thyroid is obviously swollen. Xianxia, feel auntie's thyroid. This kind of patient generally has an enlarged thyroid, is afraid of heat, and sweats a lot. You have to pay attention to every detail." Chen Song's words immediately made everyone come to a sudden realization. It's too amazing. Yeah, this Director Chen is really a genius doctor. The 5 yuan registration fee is worth it. It's good. Yes, your movie is good. Chen Song was helpless. Listening to the words beside his ear, he couldn't help but complain, "Are you here to watch a movie? Everyone, rest at the door for a while. There shouldn't be too many people in the consultation room. It'll affect other people's treatment." When everyone heard this, they reluctantly walked out. At this moment, the consultation room finally quieted down. When it was almost 7 o'clock, Xianxia couldn't help but stretch. So tired, she was too tired from the afternoon. Looking at Chen Song, Xianxia's eyes were full of shock. This Chen Song was too amazing, he was experienced and skilled. Could it be that he had memorized the entire book? He could grasp every detail. This was simply a miraculous person. For the entire afternoon, there were nearly 40 patients, and they only finished after 7 o'clock. How amazing was that? However, they learned a lot. After all, Chen Song was about the same age as them. Many of their personalities were more similar, especially those interesting words. It was really easy to learn. Things like eyes swollen, watery eyes, respiratory failure, carbon dioxide retention. Both of them had gained a lot of knowledge this afternoon, just as everyone was packing up and getting ready to get off work. At this moment, a woman came in. She was not old, only in her 30s. She was a little anxious and flustered. After coming in, she glanced at Chen Song in puzzlement. "Doctor, is this general surgery?" Chen Song nodded. "What's wrong?" The woman said embarrassedly, I'm late. I can't register now. Can you help me take a look? I'll pay you the registration fee." Chen Song smiled. "It's okay. Sit down. Why are you not feeling well?" The woman's expression was a little painful. She pointed to the left side of her chest. "There's an infection here. There's a broken wound. I've been having a fever for the past 2 days. I don't know what's going on. I've been taking anti-inflammatory medicine for 2 days, but it didn't work at all. I thought I'd come to take a look after work." Chen Song frowned. "Show it to me. What's the situation?" The woman nodded. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. There were only 3 people in the room, and they were all doctors. There was also a lady. This was nothing. After all, there was no need to be afraid of treatment. Moreover, she was a married woman. It was different. As she spoke, she unzipped her down jacket. Chen Song found a small papule and a broken black spot the size of a needle at the lower edge of her chest. Chen Song pressed it. "Does it hurt?" The woman shook her head. "It doesn't hurt." Chen Song thought about it. Should he prescribe some anti-inflammatory medicine, or some external medicine to break the ulcer and remove pus? Chen Song hesitated. The inflammation caused by such a small papule shouldn't cause repeated fever. Chen Song was suddenly stunned. Could it be an infectious disease? After all, in the field of infectious diseases, one had to consider the possibility of an infectious disease for an unexplained fever. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but ask, "Have you had any infectious disease before? Or here, have you been bitten by mosquitoes?" The woman was stunned. "Infectious disease? No. I don't know if I've been bitten before. After all, this place was covered. I didn't pay attention to it. But I can't rule out this possibility." Chen Song couldn't help but ask, "What do you do?" The woman said, "I'm a gardener. I work in the cloud forest garden in the southeast." Chen Song's eyes suddenly lit up. The answer was obvious. "P.S. Thank you to Xianxia for your 100,000 tip. Add 3 chapters, good luck, I'll eat first." There's still early morning. After Chen Song heard about the woman's profession, he actually had a lot of ideas in his mind. Unexplained fever was the most troublesome thing for doctors. Later, the development of infectious diseases made up for the lack of fever. If it was a bug bite, a fever for 2 consecutive days would definitely need to be checked. Before this, Chen Song still felt that he could not make mistakes based on experience. Chen Song got up and looked carefully. Then, he took out a pair of disposable plastic gloves. This kind of gloves was much thinner than plastic gloves. It was more intuitive and obvious to feel temperature, hardness, and texture. Chen Song used to work in the breast surgery department for a period of time. At that time, his daily job was to help the director expel breast milk for patients. Because of his special technique and skillful skills, he was often invited by family members to provide services. When he left, he could even give 100 or 200 yuan for his hard work. Thinking about it carefully, that was probably Chen Song's first freelance surgery in his life. When he came back from his internship and graduated, Chen Song told his roommates that he was once envied by everyone. They said that he had become a winner in life in advance. Chen Song was puzzled. Why was he a winner in life? He did not understand. However, at this time, Chen Song touched the ruptured wound at the fold. There were no symptoms of redness, swelling, heat, or pain around the wound, and there was only a papule-like black spot the size of a needle. Combined with the patient's garden work experience, Chen Song said, "Raise your arm." While speaking, Chen Song checked the patient's right armpit lymph node and touched it slightly. Suddenly, he felt the swelling of the lymph node. Generally speaking, the axillary lymph node was rich, so the detection effect was more obvious. After the examination, Xianxia said to the woman, "I suspect that it is Tsutsugamushi disease. How about this, you go to the emergency department and check for an exogenous reaction to confirm the diagnosis." Now, the outpatient clinic was off work, and the laboratory department no longer accepted tests. Only the emergency department provided services 24 hours a day. In fact, Tsutsugamushi disease looked like a mosquito bite, but it was still a relatively serious disease. The onset was relatively urgent, and symptoms such as fever and chills would appear quickly. There was also swelling of the lymph node, liver, and spleen. In the second week, the condition would even worsen, and the patient would fall into a coma. Although the woman said that she had only been feverish for 2 days, he still couldn't relax. It would be more convenient to diagnose it as soon as possible and treat it. Xianxia asked Xianxia to take her to the emergency room. At about 8 o'clock, the results came out. The Fe reaction was positive. According to the ratio of the test results, there was no doubt that it was Tsutsugamushi disease. Once the diagnosis was clear, the treatment process was very simple. Chloramphenicol had a special effect on Tsutsugamushi disease. Basically, it would be fine after a few days, but it couldn't be stopped early to avoid relapse. Jiang Tao and Xianxia benefited a lot from the afternoon's consultation. Many of Xianxia's memorizing methods were also refreshing. Tomorrow was Saturday, so he could have a good night's sleep. On the way back, Xianxia opened his experience bar and looked at it. His face immediately lit up. How rich! In just one afternoon, he had treated more than 40 patients, and he had leveled up by half a level, which was almost 50,000 experience points. It seemed that the difficulty of the disease was directly proportional to the experience points. The last one, the Tsutsugamushi disease, also gave him 3,000 experience points. Back at home, Xianxia tidied up. Seeing that the new year was coming, Xianxia probably didn't have to be on duty this year. After all, he had been on duty for 2 consecutive years. This year, he could go home and stay for a while. In the blink of an eye, it had been 3 years since he graduated. Lying in bed with nothing to do, Xianxia directly called his brother, Qianluo, and asked when he would be home. After the call was connected, Qianluo smiled, "Brother, are you free today?" Xianxia smiled, "When will you be home?" Qianluo was silent for a moment. "Brother, maybe I won't be home this year." Hearing Qianluo's words, Xianxia suddenly froze. "Oh? What's the plan?" Qianluo nodded. "Well, I recently contacted the original group leader. I'm going to train. I feel that I've made great progress in the past 6 months." Xianxia hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything. After all, Xianxia couldn't interfere too much in Qianluo's life. Everyone had their own development and future. As his brother, Xianxia could only help as much as possible when his brother really needed help. Tomorrow was still a busy day. There were still some surgeries left for the rich women last time. Xianxia decided to do the surgeries tomorrow. He also took advantage of this opportunity to make some money. At noon, when he heard Qinyu say that Lao Qin was going to buy a house in the capital, Xianxia was actually a little touched. Lao Qin was making money. Not to mention other things, the registration fee for a day's outpatient consultation was 5,000 yuan, and there was no bonus or anything like that. Xianxia estimated that although old Qin did not appear to be a prominent figure, he was actually a hidden tycoon. Not to mention other things, he had at least 10 to 20 million yuan. After all, he had been the dean for so many years, so it was no joke. If it was an ordinary director, he wouldn't have that much money. However, Lao Qin came from a business background. He had 6 oncologists under him, and as the director of the oncology department, he earned a lot of money throughout the year. It could only be said that Lao Qin kept a low profile. He had driven a 200,000 yuan car for so many years and had never changed it. At night, Xianxia called Qinyu to report his work. He told him about his daily schedule and the number of patients he had seen. Qinyu used to call Xianxia secretly, nesting in the balcony of his bedroom, with the stars as his companions. It was different now. Since Xianxia had done it once, he could lie on the sofa and chat with Xianxia while using Ji Ruyun's thigh as his pillow. In Qinyu's words, he was now following orders. The goal of the next stage was getting married with a child, thinking of living together in the capital for the next year. Both of them were very excited and clamored about how to live. Whoever cooked and who washed the dishes. Perhaps being in love was like this. Even a fart could be talked about for an hour. Ji Ryun suddenly said, I seem to be off next week. By the way, yeah, ask Chin Song if he has time recently. I want to make a face. Do this wrinkle removal before the new year. During the new year, when visiting relatives or something, I can also look beautiful. Ji Ryun lay on the sofa and said with a facial mask. At her age, she didn't have any burdens. She cherished her face more and more. Fortunately, Chin Song gave her a lot of facial masks, enough for her to suffer. When Lao Qin and Little Qin heard this, they immediately became excited. The two of them looked at each other, full of interest. Both of them wanted to see Chin Song's plastic surgery. After all, the entire hospital now knew that Chin Song was the most expensive doctor in Amoniang City. This made Lao Qin unconvinced. 1 million for a surgery. Why don't you go to heaven? Qin Yu was purely interested in Chin Song's breast augmentation surgery. At this point, Ji Ryun's face suddenly lit up. By the way, when I was working at the unit, I always heard the girls in the unit talk about Chin Song. They said that a top big shot has appeared in our ammonium yang plastic surgery industry. He's a world-class plastic surgeon. This master plastic surgery doesn't depend on money. It depends on fate. Even if those rich people came to him, he ignored them. If they hadn't donated millions last time, he would have given them plastic surgery. Ji Ryun suddenly said with a face full of excitement, when I heard them talking, I was very happy. I'm Xiao Chen's mother-in-law. I still want to do some minor surgery. When will I do it? At this point, Ji Ryun was extremely proud. It was much more impressive than saying that her husband, Xianxia Yuan, was the director of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. This made Lao Qin a little jealous. You brat, it's fine if you snatch my daughter. I can tolerate it. But now, even my wife is siding with you. This is a little too much. The more Ji Ryun thought about it, the more excited she became. She couldn't hold it in anymore. She sat up and said to Qin Yu, yeah, quick, give Xiaochen a call and see if he has time in the next 2 days. I want to have my wrinkles removed. I want minor surgery. I want to be the most beautiful 50-year-old woman. I'm also stupid. I don't know how to use such a resource. It's too stupid. Qin Yu looked at his mother. She was like a child. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He dialed Chen Song's number and handed it to Ji Ryun. You tell her. Ji Ryun rolled her eyes at Qin Yu. I'll tell her. After the call connected, Ji Ryun said directly, Xiao Chen, I'm your aunt. I have something to ask. Are you free tomorrow or the day after? Auntie wants to do the wrinkles on my face. Okay. Chen Song smiled. Okay, Auntie, any time is fine. How about this? I'll drive over to pick you up tomorrow. Let's go to the plastic surgery hospital together. Ji Ryun was immediately delighted when she heard that. This son-in-law was good. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. Thus, he agreed without hesitation. After hanging up, Ji Ryun suddenly asked, oh right, I forgot to ask how much it is. Qin Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom. You're giving him money, but you're talking as if he'd dare to take it. Ji Ryun narrowed his eyes. Why can't I? It's just a formality. When Qin Xiaoyuan heard this, he immediately felt his heart tighten. How did it turn from left hand to right hand? To be more precise, it should be from my hand to your son-in-law's hand. Qin Xiaoyuan looked at the mother and daughter, and suddenly a sense of sadness filled his heart. Why am I so bitter? So be it if the cotton-padded jacket is black-hearted. Even if there are holes in it, I will tolerate it. After all, it is something that will get married sooner or later. But, wife, have you forgotten who you are on the same side with? We're husband and wife who's been helping each other for the rest of our lives. When you tricked me, didn't you feel any pain in your heart? Thinking of this, Lao Qin inexplicably sighed. Buying a house in the capital, by my ass, he estimated that in less than half a year, the money for the room would be stuffed into Chen Song's hands by this pair of prodigal mother and daughter. The more Lao Qin thought about it, the more upset he felt. The next day, Chen Song woke up early and decided to curry favor, hence, he drove his Panamera to buy breakfast from a breakfast shop and sent it to Qin Yu's house. After Ji Ruyun opened the door and saw Chen Song's breakfast, she was instantly delighted. However, Chen Song didn't know why, but he seemed a little unhappy when he saw Dean Qin. Chen Song whispered to Qin Yu, "Your dad still has a morning temper? Why does he look so unhappy?" Lao Qin happened to hear it, and he was so angry that his blood pressure became a little unstable. "Damn it, you rascal, you're the one who has a morning temper. Last night, when I was sleeping, my wife was talking about you in her dreams. She even laughed as she talked." This made Qin Xiaoyuan's jealousy increase greatly. Ji Ruyun looked at Lao Qin drinking the tofu and asked curiously, "Lao Qin, you're not adding vinegar?" Lao Qin said indifferently, "It's sour enough." After going downstairs, Chen Song looked at Qin Xiaoyuan and said, "Dean Qin, will you drive? Or will you drive mine?" The group looked at the old Magotan and the Porsche Panamera. It didn't seem that difficult to choose, right? Without any accidents, Chen Song drove, Lao Qin sat in the front passenger seat, and Ji Ruyun and Qin Yu sat in the back. Along the way, Ji Ruyun was full of praise. "This Porsche is really different, it's so comfortable. I really didn't expect to sit in such a luxurious car one day." Actually, it wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but that such a family wasn't suitable for such a car. It was too ostentatious. One was a national civil servant, and the other was the dean of a public hospital. If they really drove a Porsche on the streets, there would be many people who would be jealous and cause trouble for them. However, Chen Song had no problem driving it now. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he had a car for every surgery. Ji Ruyun sat in the front seat confidently and felt very good. Lao Qin was still resting with his eyes closed and convincing himself. He had to work hard to adapt to this feeling. But, Lao Qin looked at Chen Song who was driving and suddenly understood. That's right, why would he be jealous of his son-in-law? So what if the car was good, wasn't he still his chauffeur? Lao Qin felt that he should change his mindset. People had to have the spirit of Akyu. As they spoke, they arrived at Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital. After parking the car, the group entered the hospital. Immediately, all the young nurses stood up. "Good morning, Dr. Chen." Qin Xiaoyuan's eyes lit up when he came in. The scenery was not bad. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed. This environment was too unfavorable for him. Su Ro walked over and handed Chen Song his white coat. "Good morning, Dr. Chen." Chen Song smiled. "This is my aunt. I told you yesterday to arrange for the surgery as soon as possible." Su Ro smiled. "This way, please." As she spoke, she led everyone to the office. Chen Song smiled and asked, "Auntie, what kind of surgery do you want to do? Is it a simple wrinkle removal or some minor plastic surgery?" "Oh right, Manager Su, can you introduce to my aunt what special care we have here? I'll go to the bathroom first." After Chen Song left, Ji Ruyun suddenly asked, "Manager Su, what better products or treatments do we have here? Can you introduce them to me?" Su Ro was very attentive and basically explained everything that could be done. In the end, she said, "Actually, the most unique person here is Dr. Chen Song. His plastic surgery is the best I've ever seen. Right now, booking one of Dr. Chen's surgeries costs at least $1 million. And his best surgeries already cost $2 million. As soon as she said that, Lao Qin and his family were stunned. "What surgery? Just $2 million? Ji Ruyun couldn't help but ask. As Su Ro spoke, she took out a photo and smiled. "Bare plastic surgery. Look, this is all Dr. Chen's work." After Ji Ruyun saw it, her eyes instantly lit up. Even little Licky beside her widened her eyes. It was really beautiful. Women actually had high standards for their own figures and physiques. This had nothing to do with age. Looking at the perfect proportions and bear-shaped structure in the photo, Ji Ruyun suddenly had an impulse. At her age, she was already sagging. Should she do it? Just as she was hesitating, Lao Qin's face darkened. "This. You can't do it." Lao Qin had been holding it in for a long time. P.S. Thanks to Muizi for the 10,000 tip. Thank you. Looking for votes. There are beasts in front and pursuers behind. Danger, looking for votes. Lao Qin felt that he could tolerate anything, but in this place, he couldn't back down. Moreover, no matter how he thought about it, it felt strange. At this moment, Su Ro smiled warmly. Speaking of which, Su Ro was also very capable. As a business manager, she was really amazing. She could smile dozens of different ways. Actually, to be honest, if there's a chance, I still think you should give it a try. After all, Dr. Chen is doing less and less bare reconstructive surgeries now. I don't even know if he will do it in the future. If I were you, I would definitely choose to do it. Auntie, you've maintained your figure so well. I think you can give it a try. Su Ro said, actually, it's not just a matter of size. Dr. Chen will design the most suitable proportion according to your figure, and, the most important thing is that it won't affect your daily life. Some time ago, there was a dance studio, and a few girls came to do it. The effect is very obvious. Lao Qin didn't say anything, but Ji Ruyan listened with great interest. Qin Yu, on the other hand, was deep in thought. Ji Ruyan couldn't help but say to Su Ro and Qin Yu, both of you, go outside and wait. I'll talk to your uncle. Yeah, be good. Wait. What are you holding in your hand? Girl, why are you holding this? Put it down. Qin Yu reluctantly put down the illustrated handbook in his hand, complained, and walked out. Why can you look at it? I can't look at it, I'm already an adult. Okay, I'm too embarrassed to complain about those videotapes in the drawers of Dad and your room. Humph. After going out, Ji Ruyan stared at Lao Qin with a smile. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Look at you, you're already an adult. How can you be like this? Qin Xiaoyuan blushed. How can this be the same? I don't agree. Ji Ruyan smiled. You're a medical student? Can't you look at this problem from the right perspective? When I gave birth to Yaya, who helped me with the delivery? When I had uterine fibroids, who cut it? When I gave birth and couldn't get breast milk, who did it? Aren't you being futile? Xiaochen is a doctor, and... Honey, I just had to work, and I only cut the nodules twice. It was already a little uncoordinated, and now it's getting more and more uncomfortable. Although I'm already so old, I don't care about these things. But, every time you see me, I feel inferior. I'm afraid that you'll despise me. Actually, a woman is proud of her lover. What about me? Isn't it all for you? Humans were like that. They would feel inferior about their physical defects, and this kind of inferiority would be magnified under certain circumstances. Many women were not confident about their bodies in front of their boyfriends. Lao Qin sighed. Seeing his wife like this, he nodded. Actually, when he thought about it carefully, it was nothing more than a treatment. If it could make his wife happy, it would be excellent. After convincing Lao Qin with great difficulty, Qin Yu and Su Ro walked in. When Su Ro brought Lao Qin to settle the procedures, Qin Yu whispered, Mom, look at these photos. They're so beautifully done. I want to do it too. Ji Ruyan's expression changed. No. When Qin Yu heard this, he said, why? You have double standards. You can do it, but I can't. Qin Yu was about to cry from anger. Ji Ruyan smiled awkwardly. No, it's not up to me to decide whether you want to do it or not. You have to ask Xiaochen. Xiaochen didn't say if he wanted to do it or not. When Qin Yu heard this, he immediately shook his head. No, he thinks it's pretty good. Just as he said that, Qin Yu's expression changed. He looked up and saw Ji Ruyan's teasing expression. He couldn't help but say, Mom, you're too much. You tricked me. Ji Ruyan couldn't help but laugh. She told Qin Yu about some adult matters. Compared to Qin Xiaoyuan, Ji Ruyan was more thorough in explaining many things. After all, she had been in the Family Planning Commission for a long time and had been in charge of family planning for a long time. Actually, when it came to sex, it was just that. The right idea was often more effective than avoiding it. Moreover, the more you avoided it, the more misguided it would be. On the other hand, effective and direct education would make children feel that this was a part of their bodies, and that they should use their bodies normally instead of exaggerating their influence. For children's education in this area, it should be strengthened and popularized. Reasonable education was the right way to go. If he blindly avoided talking about it, it would instead lead to some negative effects. Lao Qin thought about it carefully. Actually, it was just that. Yes, do it, do whatever you can, facial wrinkle removal, minor plastic surgery, photon rejuvenation. This kid stole so much wine from me and even wore my clothes, I have to take some of it back, and it wasn't just his wife who had to do it. Lao Qin looked at his own face. It seemed that he had some wrinkles too. Should he do it too? Ahem, thinking about it, he was looking forward to it. It wasn't suitable, it wasn't suitable. After Chen Song came back, Ji Ruyun said, Xiao Chen, when I was young, I did a few breast nodule resections. I also want to do bear surgery. Is that okay? Chen Song nodded. Of course, no problem. Auntie, you've been admitted today. After the blood test, I'll see what needs to be done. The surgery is tomorrow. You can stay here tonight. There's a ward here. When Ji Ruyun heard that, she nodded. At this moment, Zhang Jixin also came. When he heard that Chen Song had bear surgery to do, he quickly said, Xiao Chen, I'll help you. Just as he finished speaking, a stern voice sounded. No. Zhang Jixin was stunned. What did my surgery have to do with you? He turned around and was about to argue when he took a closer look. F***ck, it was boss. Director Qin, you're free today. Zhang Jixin smiled awkwardly. Zhang Jixin glanced at Qin Yu and then at Ji Ruyun. He suddenly realized something and slapped his forehead. I still have a surgery here. This? Associate Director Qin, please rest. Su Ro, please take good care of Associate Director Qin. After saying that, he got up and walked out. Just as he walked out, Zhang Jixin sighed. F***ck, I was scared to death. I'm going to do breast surgery for the director's wife. If I don't get scolded when I return to the hospital, I'll write my name upside down. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly said, Yeah, help Xiao Chen. Oh, Qin Yu replied. Ji Ruyun almost laughed out loud. This old guy hadn't changed at all. When she was doing breast nodule resection, they almost quarreled. Fortunately, Chen Song was family. After some reorganization, Su Ro settled down and specially found a young nurse to serve her. This kind of VIP treatment in a plastic surgery hospital was indescribable. Ji Ruyun suddenly felt very comfortable. Even the fruits were cut and served every day. It really felt like they were at home. The bedsheets and blankets in the VIP room were newly opened, so there was no need to worry about hygiene. At noon, Chen Song brought everyone to a nearby place for lunch. When he returned in the afternoon, he did a simulation and plan for Ji Ruyun. Qin Yu participated in the whole process. At night, Qin Yu stayed to accompany Ji Ruyun. There was a guest bed in the room, so it was convenient. However, Chen Song drove back and brought Qin Yu to pack his luggage and toiletries. He also sent Lao Qin home. When they returned, Qin Yu sat in the front passenger seat. He had a thoughtful look on his face as he asked casually, Sister Su Ro's figure is really good. Chen Song blushed with shame. He was already familiar with this kind of trap question. I think yours is better. It's just that you wear loose clothes every day, so it doesn't show off your figure. Qin Yu suddenly looked at Chen Song. Chen Song, seriously, am I a little small? Chen Song parked the car and rested his chin on his right hand. He pondered for a moment and said, It depends on the ratio. I haven't specifically looked at it, but when I saw you wearing a cheongsam that day, I think you're pretty good. The ratio is even a little bigger. When Qin Yu heard this, he immediately blushed and smiled. He whispered in Chen Song's ear, I was afraid that you would think it was small last time. Actually, I specially padded something. Chen Song was stunned and almost cried from laughing. The next day's surgery went very smoothly. Chen Song brought Qin Yu along personally. Chen Song's technique was very skillful. He was much more proficient in various surgeries than before. Moreover, Chen Song's SMAS wrinkle removal had improved a lot compared to the last time he had done a facelift. When Chen Song was dealing with it, he suddenly thought of Li Junji's fat transplant surgery. What if he could change the elasticity of the skin through subcutaneous fat and prevent skin adhesion? Thinking of this, Chen Song glanced at his mother-in-law and decided to give it a try. this idea was very valuable for research. Chen Song extracted and stored some of the excess fat in Ji Ryun's chest. Then, he began to slowly inject and arrange it on the face. This process was very delicate. Qianyu did not dare to breathe loudly. The process of the surgery was also very delicate. The surgery lasted for more than 3 hours. Chen Song did not install a prosthesis for the bare plastic surgery. After all, after giving birth, a woman's breast development was basically fine. He only needed to organize and fix the gland tissue and skin. After the surgery was completed, Qianyu was extremely impressed with Chen Song. On the way out of the operating theater, Qianyu whispered to Chen Song, "Chen Song, let me ask you a question." Chen Song nodded. "What's wrong?" Qianyu's big eyes rolled. "I think you're very happy." Chen Song was even more dumbfounded. "How am I happy?" Qianyu said with anticipation, "Look, you're so good at plastic surgery. In the future, if you ask me to do plastic surgery, I definitely won't be able to refuse." "In that case, won't you have to change brides every night?" Changing brides every night, Chen Song was dumbfounded by his words. "This girl, aren't you too naughty?" However, this was something with great research value. For example, some surgeries. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly felt that it was good to be a plastic surgeon. After Ji Ryun's surgery was completed, Chen Song performed surgeries on several wealthy women whom he had left behind some time ago. "Today, I worked overtime and made a few machines." After all, Chen Song couldn't really rely on his father-in-law to buy a house in Beijing, right? She would be going to the capital after the new year. Every inch of land there was worth gold. What would she do if she didn't save up? Now, Chen Song was considering if he should develop a side business after going to Beijing. After a busy day, Chen Song returned home and washed up a little before going to bed. Lao Qin lay on the bed, unable to sleep. He kept thinking about one question. After his wife's plastic surgery, she would definitely change her appearance. Thinking about it, he was both excited and nervous. This feeling was simply too wonderful. Monday was a busy day. After the weekend, everyone was forced to go to work reluctantly. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, a young couple brought a 6-year-old child into the emergency department. When Chen Song saw the child, he hurriedly went up to him. "What's wrong?" The child's mother said anxiously, "The child has had a headache for 2 days. It's even worse today. He even said that he can't see clearly. His vision is blurry." When Chen Song heard that, he immediately let the child lie on the bed and did a careful physical examination. There were no positive signs in the full-body examination. He went to the ophthalmology department and was fine. The neurological examination was normal. Chen Song was also curious. He randomly arranged for a head magnetic resonance imaging and electroencephalogram to be done. But, these results were normal. This stunned Chen Song. Could it be that they had encountered some difficult disease? Thinking of this, the entire hospital took it very seriously. After all, this was a diagnosis and treatment of a difficult disease. This was a high-scoring SCI article. The emergency department suddenly had an additional difficult disease. The hospital invited experts from the neurology department and surgery department to consult. Everyone started consultations and discussions, however, there was no result. This made Chen Song very curious. A simple headache might be neurological, but neurosuppressant drugs basically could not suppress it. There were no organic lesions in the skull. The most important thing was that his vision was blurry. It was impossible to find out the cause. This made the ophthalmology department chief, who was almost 60 years old, anxious. A sense of helplessness filled his heart. He decided to personally call the experts in the capital to come out. For the past few days, the old chief had worked overtime every day to check the literature for this child. Chen Song also personally became the doctor in charge of this young patient. Under all kinds of helplessness, Chen Song decided to diverge his thoughts. He should ask about the cause. Therefore, he found his parents and had a good chat. He learned that the young patient's parents were highly educated people. His grandparents were university professors. The entire family valued education very much. Other than going to school every day, this young patient arranged extracurricular classes after he went home. Even the weekends were full of classes. There was no rest time at all. 2 days ago, the young patient suddenly said that he was not feeling well after waking up in the morning. This made Xianxia curious. Perhaps, it was because he was under too much pressure and had a nervous breakdown. Was it a special syndrome of the nervous system? However, how old was the child? The pressure on children's studies now was too great. The young patient's parents had also been reflecting on themselves. They would never let their child work so hard in the future. After all, no matter how important studies were, they were not as important as the body. The 4 family members regretted that they had done so. They swore that they would never attend tuition classes in the future. The family was all high-level intellectuals. They all sighed and gathered in the ward. Xianxia then played with the young patient for a while. He took the opportunity to test her vision with colorful stickers. The result was great, her vision was normal. Suddenly, Xianxia was stunned. It confirmed his thoughts. This little patient might have contracted a strange disease. That was, controllable interstitial headache with selective blurred vision syndrome. This disease was not common, but it was very difficult to diagnose. When Xianxia told the parents the name, the young man also heard it and was very satisfied with the name. His parents were also stunned. They had never heard of this name before. Xianxia smiled and said softly, "Actually, to put it bluntly, he's pretending to be sick." This kid might be pretending to be sick and deliberately not go to the training class. In the end, he found out that he succeeded. Therefore, the smart boy began to repeat the same trick and decided not to go to school. He continued to succeed. Perhaps the child was annoyed that he was not allowed to watch TV or play with his phone in the room with his eyes closed. Xianxia also took a deep breath and deliberately told his parents in front of the child. "The child is very sick. I think we'll have to operate on him. First of all, we have to open his head. I suspect that something might be growing inside. We have to cut it open and take a look. However, after cutting it open, there will definitely be a scar on his face. He will have a scar for the rest of his life. Moreover, his eyes will never be able to see again, and his ears might not be able to hear. Think about it carefully." After saying that, Xianxia sighed deeply. When the little guy heard that, he was obviously shocked. He pinched his fingers anxiously and looked at his parents carefully. He was afraid that they would betray him. He wondered if he had faked it a little too seriously. When the child's parents heard that, they immediately sighed and accepted it. "Okay. Doctor, it's okay. Open it. How long will it take to prepare?" "We'll listen to you." Xianxia pondered for a moment. "Prepare as soon as possible now." At this moment, the child suddenly stood up. "Aya, Mom, Dad, my head doesn't hurt anymore, and my eyes can see clearly." When the child's parents saw the child like this, they were so angry that their scalps went numb. He had learned to pretend to be sick at such a young age. This trip to the hospital for 3 days cost more than 20,000 yuan. The 2 of them were so angry that they carried the child and left. Xianxia did not know the details of what happened after that. But, before he left, the little guy looked at him strangely. P.S. Actually, many children who pretend to be sick come to the emergency department. After they come, they often scare their family members and doctors until they are at a loss, and this method of intimidation is really useful after personally using it. It's just that when you leave, the way the child looks at you is a little strange. After sending off the brat, Xianxia looked at his hopeless eyes and sighed. Revenge breeds revenge. When will it end? Xianxia hadn't been to Eastern University's first hospital for a while. He wondered if he should go. After all, if he didn't go, what if they became arrogant? Should I go over and have a chat with him? While I'm at it, I can also shock Teacher Meng and increase his favorability. It was rare that he wasn't busy in the afternoon. When Xianxia returned to his office, Luo Zhou happened to be walking out. When he saw Xianxia, he suddenly smiled. "Lao Chen, I was looking for you." When Xianxia heard this, he immediately smiled. "What's wrong?" Luo Zhou couldn't help but smile. "Big Wave asked our dormitory to have a meal together tonight." Xianxia was suddenly curious. "Big Wave? When?" Luo Zhou picked up his phone. "Look at the WeChat group. We've been chatting for a long time." After Xianxia heard this, he picked up his phone and opened WeChat. Big Wave was Xianxia's university roommate. At that time, Chen Song's dormitory had 6 people. 2 were from the south and 4 were from Danyang province. After graduating from university, everyone went their separate ways. Chen Song came to the 2nd Provincial Hospital many times. Luo Zhou was a graduate student of the university. Big Wave and Chen Song were similar in nature. Their jobs had always been unstable. They worked in machinery for a year, ran a pharmaceutical factory for a year, and now seemed to have gone to a private hospital. Chen Song occasionally chatted in the group. Big Wave's full name, Zhang Chen. There was a big difference between the person and the name. Zhang Chen looked white and clean, but his heart was wild. After a long time, everyone just called him Big Wave. There was another roommate called Yang Pengwei. When they were in university, he was directly guaranteed a master's degree. When he was a graduate student, he was directly guaranteed a doctorate. He was a real bookworm and was now at the capital's Chinese Academy of Sciences. After Chen Song chatted in the group for a while, they decided on a location. It seemed to be a seafood barbecue restaurant. It was a little far away. Chen Song and Luo Zhou went out and took a taxi. Tonight was definitely not a health dinner. It was definitely a bloody fight. Driving was basically looking for trouble. When they arrived at the restaurant, Zhang Chen was already ordering. Seeing the 2 of them walk in, his face lit up with joy. "You're here. Take a seat." After graduating from university, they rarely got together. This time, everyone was very happy to see each other. When she was in school, she had always wanted to escape from the dormitory. But when she really came out, she suddenly missed the feeling of being in the dormitory. She felt like she was on vacation, waiting for school to reopen and returning to the dormitory. However, when she came to her senses, she realized that she had already graduated a long time ago. There were some days that he couldn't go back to. After they came in and wrote for a while, Zhang Chen poured white wine for everyone. It wasn't expensive, but they were familiar with the taste. When they were in school, everyone wanted to join in the fun. They were reluctant to drink good wine, so they bought apricot flowers that cost more than 10 to 20 yuan to satisfy their cravings. Once in a while, he would drink this yellow capfingio, which cost 30 to 40 yuan. It wasn't that he liked to drink, but he felt that if he didn't drink, the atmosphere wouldn't reach that point. Zhang Chen smiled. "Come on, let's have a go." Everyone raised their cups and downed the wine. He felt as if he had returned to the past. After a cup of wine, the 3 of them sighed. They sighed with emotion. Chen Song smiled. "Dalong, I saw your message in the group. You're not running anymore? You're planning to develop an ammonium yang?" Zhang Chen nodded and smiled. "I'm not running anymore. I can't run anymore. In the blink of an eye, I'm turning 30. I've been running for 3 to 4 years, but in the end, I still became a doctor. It's not that I'm not running anymore, it's that I can't run anymore." The 3 of them ate and drank. Luo Zhou couldn't help but ask, "Dalong, where are you now?" Zhang Chen smiled. "Ming City Private Hospital. I've been here for half a year. I didn't want to tell you guys because I was afraid that the provincial 3 grade A bosses would look down on me and refuse to play with me." When Chen Song and Luo Zhou heard that, they couldn't help but laugh. "You brat." After saying that, Zhang Chen suddenly smiled. "Do you know who I'm with now?" Chen Song was confused. Zhang Chen smiled and said, "Ma Zhiding. He's the one who disgusted you in the group. I didn't expect him to go to Ming City Private Hospital with me as a graduate student." When Chen Song heard Ming City, he was stunned. He had been to this hospital before. After half a year, he couldn't stay there anymore. It wasn't because of anything else. It was purely because of the difference in ideology. Every time Zhang Chen drank too much, he would talk a lot. "Let me tell you. After I went to Ming City Private Hospital, I really opened my eyes. Also, after half a year, I'm now Ma Zhiding's senior doctor. Can you believe it?" Luo Zhou was stunned. "Awesome. Boss Lang, am awesome everywhere. How did he do it? Isn't he a graduate student?" Zhang Chen smiled. "Graduate student? Haha. Old Luo, I'm not looking down on graduate students. To be honest, in this society, there's only one time when they look at your qualifications. That's when you take the job test. That's the stepping stone. But after you go in, who cares about your qualifications? It's about your ability. Look at Xianxia. He has a bachelor's degree and is now a famous person in Ammonium City. Even when I was in Ming City Private Hospital, I heard the boss talk about it every day. Chen Song studied in Ming City for half a year. The key is to adapt and be welcomed. It's the same whether you're in the system or in the unit. You might not be used to Ming City's environment, but for me, I think it's very acceptable. I'm now in charge of half a department, deputy director. Luo Zhou was curious. He couldn't help but ask, how did you do it? When Chen Song thought about Ming City's system, he couldn't help but smile. Indeed, perhaps Zhang Chen, who had rich social experience and been in sales for a few years, understood patients better than doctors. Zhang Chen smiled and said, after I went in, the director gave each of us a business manual and told us that we don't have patients here, only customers. The customers are God. They're not in the medical field. First, they're in marketing, then service, and finally medical treatment. Chen Song nodded. That was indeed the case. He recalled what happened in the past and said, when I first went to Ming City Private Hospital, there were a few patients. To be honest, it wasn't a big problem to go anywhere. Moreover, the patients didn't come on their own accord. They were brought in by the marketing department. At that time, I had a patient in the orthopedics department who had recovered. I prescribed 50 yuan of medicine and gave him some advice. A patient in the late stage of stomach cancer was prescribed 30 yuan of painkillers. The last patient was depressed. I counseled him and spent 10 yuan of registration fees. The director scolded me for a long time. When Zhang Chen heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Xianxia, you're lucky that the director scolded you. Otherwise, there would be many people scolding you. The marketing department wants a share of the profits for every patient they bring in. How are you going to split 50 yuan? Chen Song nodded. There was another time when a patient came in. She was a woman in her 40s who had undergone a subtotal gastrectomy. She looked very rich. I told her that she basically didn't need to take too much medicine. She just needed to rest. She asked me if I could prescribe some good medicine. I prescribed some expensive medicine to protect the stomach. It was more than 50 yuan a box. I prescribed 2 boxes. But when she went downstairs, she didn't even take the medicine. She just got up and left. Zhang Chen said, do you know why? Chen Song nodded. I didn't know at the time, but I found out later. At that time, I thought that maybe the patient felt that what I said made sense. She just needed to rest and didn't need to take medicine. Later, I thought about it carefully. It was because she felt that your 100 yuan prescription couldn't satisfy her psychological needs at all. That was Chen Song's biggest regret over the years. Going to Ming City Hospital was not a waste of time for him because Chen Song learned a lot of things that public hospitals could not learn. That was the placebo effect. Old Luo looked confused. It's also good for the patient. The medicine itself has side effects. Zhang Chen continued Chen Song's words. Old Luo, do you not understand? Let me explain it to you. If that's the case, she won't come to the hospital. Since she's here, it means that she has needs. She might not have a big problem physically, but she has psychological needs. She thinks that this is a big surgery, and she must use some medicine after the surgery. You only gave her a medicine that costs more than 100 yuan. For someone of her status, it's too easy to deal with. Xianxia said that she's very rich. She drove a BMW here. If you don't give her medicine or treatment that costs more than 1,000 yuan, she feels that you don't care about her illness, or that you're not good enough as a doctor. Old Luo was stunned. But, how do I spend 1,000 yuan? Zhang Chen smiled. You can prescribe some tonics and do some physical therapy. When you first arrive at the hospital, you will be given a list of medicine and treatment. You have to read it carefully. You can learn from each other. In a private hospital, you only need to do 2 things well. One is to understand the leaders, and the other is to understand the patients. As for the relationship between colleagues, it's bullshit. T. Zhangchun's words broadened old Luo's horizons. Unlike Chen Song and Zhang Chun, Luo Zhou graduated from a medical school and entered a public hospital. He did not even consider a private hospital. He did not understand the operating model of a private hospital at all. Tell me, Daolong. I'm quite curious. Zhang Chun nodded and smiled. Do you know the difference between a public hospital and a private hospital? Old Luo said without hesitation, it's more. This was the true thought of all the doctors in public hospitals. Chen Song was no exception. Otherwise, there would not be so many people going to private hospitals. Also, the technical requirements are not too high. Otherwise, you can't be king director. Zhang Chun was not angry. They were from the same dormitory, so they could talk about these things. Zhang Chun nodded. Yes, you're partly right. Private hospitals are not funded by the state. They have to earn all their own expenses. The hospital's equipment, salaries, and operating expenses are not small expenses. The public hospital had been operating for many years, and it had a deep impression in the hearts of the public. Everyone felt that the public hospital's technology was good and they spent less money. In fact, the private hospital's technology was improving, and the fees were decreasing. Why did the patients not acknowledge it? Therefore, a large number of patients have already started to receive it. Moreover, private hospitals are actually more competitive. Not only do they have to compete with public hospitals, but they also have to fight with private hospitals in the same industry. That's a real king fight. For private hospitals, it's fine as long as they do a better job. Everyone recognizes the necessity of their existence, and a large amount of money is invested in areas where it is more needed. We can only use legal and reasonable means to make money. When Chen Song heard Zhang Chun's words, he immediately nodded. Yes, Daolong has a very thorough understanding of this. Actually, Ming City Private Hospital is not bad. They have a lot of patients. Their philosophy is to use legal and reasonable, but unethical methods to earn money, but the most important thing is that the patients can accept it. Zhang Chun smiled awkwardly. My studies are not as good as old Luo's, and my skills are not as good as Lao Chen's. I rely on the experience of these few years to make a living. What private hospitals do is called medical marketing. What is medical marketing? Patients who come in BMWs need to be prescribed medicine that costs 500 yuan. Patients who come in a taxi can only be prescribed medicine that costs 100 yuan. Patients who come in bicycles can't be prescribed more than 50 yuan. You have to absolutely understand the patients. To exaggerate, if you're good enough, you have to ask patients who come in BMWs to ride bicycles back, but you can't ask them to walk back. If you ask them to drive a BMW back, that's called insufficient management. If you ask them to walk back, that's called excessive management. Only by grasping this scale can it be called reasonable management. Zhang Chun's words immediately made Chen Song and Zhang Chun look at him in a new light. They couldn't help but raise their glasses and toast him. Zhang Chun continued, of course, we can't just praise him. In the end, his goal is very simple. It's to make money. How to make money? It's to make as much money as possible within a reasonable range. When the patients come, they have to be fully interviewed. According to the system, they have to ask about their current medical history and past medical history. They have to do a systematic physical examination and expand the examination items such as laboratory tests, radiation, and ultrasound. This way, they can avoid misdiagnoses and missed diagnoses. Secondly, they can make more money. At this point, Zhang Chun said, let me tell you a core secret. The treatment in a private hospital, it must be effective 3 days before the treatment. If it's not effective, the patients won't come. After the effect is seen, they have to change the effective medicine. This can prolong the treatment. Of course, this is only for some chronic diseases. For critically ill patients, they have to be treated as soon as possible. This is to make as much money as possible within a reasonable range. That's why it's reasonable and legal, but it's not reasonable. Zhang Chun couldn't help but say, let me tell you something. Don't be too shocked. When I first came, the old chief brought me and there was a trauma patient. Do you know what they did? Not only did the anesthetics not stop the bleeding, but they even expanded the wound. They let the patient's family see the big wound and give them a bigger visual impact. At this time, they asked the patient to move his injured arms and legs. The patient definitely couldn't move. The patient's family would think that the patient's condition was very serious. This way, they could collect more money. Looking at Zhang Chen speaking frankly, Chen Song didn't interrupt. This society was just like what Zhang Chen said. Successful people sought the best way to survive within the rules. Zhang Chen's method might not be right or kind, but to Zhang Chen, he might be able to lead a better life than many people. Luo Zhou listened in confusion, but it was obvious that he wasn't moved. After all, everyone had their own path to take. At the end of the day, who didn't have a standard in their heart? For the rest of the time, everyone stopped talking about work. They started to talk about the past. They talked about who got married, who broke up, how they were when they got married, and how they would develop in the future. Standing outside, the three of them laughed as they walked. The wind blew and the snow blew. Suddenly, they felt that it was this variety of things that made up such a life. P.S. Everyone might not know much about private hospitals. I'll take this opportunity to share with everyone. When you make your choice, you should understand more. This is the so-called unspoken rules. Zhang Chen also had such a friend. In fact, many people in the novel had shadows in their lives. It was Chen Song's night shift on Thursday night. An old man walked in unsteadily. "Doctor, I want to buy some medicine." Chen Song was stunned and quickly got up. "What medicine?" The old man was a little out of breath as he spoke. Aspirin and enteric-coated tablets." The old man thought about it for a long time before he finally said this sentence. After saying that, the old man continued, "Oh right, I also want to do an electrocardiogram. I've been very anxious recently." Chen Song looked at the old man's face and was stunned. The old man was tall, but he was also quite fat. When he walked, he was not very stable. It was more troublesome to move step by step. However, that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the old man's face was yellow and swollen. His cheeks were dark red. This might not be considered a typical symptom in the eyes of others. However, Chen Song saw that the old man was short of breath and thought about how he wanted to do an electrocardiogram. He immediately frowned. Then, he looked at the old man's lips and his tongue's color was dark. A name was on the verge of appearing: rheumatic heart disease. It was also rheumatic heart disease. The old man's face was a typical mitral valve face. It was also known as rheumatic heart disease face. Chen Song hurriedly called out to Little Lin. "Little Lin, help the old man in with me." Little Lin put down what he was doing and nodded quickly. He helped the old man into the resuscitation room. The old man lay on the bed and heaved a sigh of relief. Chen Song could not help but ask, "Old man, have you had any illnesses in the past?" The old man took a few breaths. Little Lin was very observant and quickly brought oxygen. Only then did he say, I have a heart disease, rheumatic heart disease. It's been many years." When Chen Song heard that, he knew it was true. Then, Chen Song quickly picked up the stethoscope and placed it on the old man's apex to listen to his heartbeat. The old man's heartbeat was fast and slow, and the sound of his heart varied. Immediately, Chen Song frowned. The old man might have atrial fibrillation. Not only did he have atrial fibrillation, but Chen Song could also hear a rumbling murmur in the late diastolic stage. This was a typical auscultation symptom of mitral stenosis. Then, at this moment, Xiaolin pushed the ECG machine over. An electrocardiogram was pulled out. Chen Song looked at the electrocardiogram and frowned. This wasn't a good situation. Putting aside the issue of rheumatic heart disease, atrial fibrillation could cause serious complications at any time. Thinking of this, Chen Song hurriedly asked the old man, "Do you have diseases like high blood pressure and high blood lipids?" The old man nodded. "Yes, all of them. But he's been taking medicine, and it's under control. He was admitted to the hospital in the autumn for a cerebral infarction. After he was discharged, he's been taking medicine to maintain his condition." Aspirin. The old man's mind was very clear. When he spoke, although he spoke slowly, it was orderly. This was a good thing. His blood pressure was normal, but Chen Song felt that he should still remind the old man. But after the old man bought the medicine, he made up his mind and staggered home. Chen Song looked at the old man worriedly. Xiaolin said worriedly, "Dr. Chen. Will something happen to him?" Chen Song frowned. "It's hard to say." At about 9 o'clock, the emergency phone suddenly rang. "There's an old man in Unju District 9012 who suddenly has trouble speaking and moving. He needs immediate help." Chen Song hurriedly nodded. Xiaolin didn't stop at all. He quickly got up and went out. The second-string staff on duty also quickly got up to watch over Chen Song. Based on the patient's condition, Chen Song's diagnosis should be a cerebral infarction, but he couldn't rule out bleeding. As long as a cerebral infarction wasn't a blockage of the large blood vessels in the brainstem, it wouldn't be life-threatening. After the car arrived, Chen Song, Xiaolin, and the driver, Old Yang, went upstairs together. When Chen Song and Xiaolin saw the old man, they were stunned. "Wasn't this the old man who came to the emergency department to buy medicine?" His wife panicked. After Chen Song comforted her, he quickly rushed back to the hospital. Just as they were sent to the hospital, Chen Song suddenly heard a system notification. Ding! Chain mission, truth triggered, final round, save the old man and find the cause of the disease. After the mission is completed, you will receive rich rewards. Chen Song was stunned when he heard it. Was this the final round of the mission? At this point, Chen Song was no longer considering the rich rewards of the dungeon. He was also considering the truth. Was the VOLB cough solution the key cause of the disease? This time, the clues were very direct. The possibility of the patient having cerebral infarction was 70 to 80%. Moreover, high blood pressure, rheumatic heart disease. With so many primitive diseases, the possibility was too high. It was precisely because of this that it was even harder to make a judgment. Because even without the cough solution, the old man had a high chance of falling ill. However, now wasn't the time to worry about this. After Chen Song hurriedly sent the old man over, he directly sent him for an MRI scan. The results showed that the patient had multiple ischemic lesions in the brain, but these were all old. However, there was a new acute cerebral infarction in the right frontal lobe. Generally speaking, if cerebral infarction was suspected, the first thing to do was a brain MRI, nuclear magnetic resonance imaging. If hemorrhage was suspected, cranial CT would be preferred. These examinations were more targeted for diagnosis. Chen Song called Dr. In from the neurology department for a consultation. While treating, he also had to find the cause of the disease. When he learned that the old man had rheumatic heart disease, mitral stenosis, Dr. In also frowned. He directly told the patient's wife, the blood flow in the normal heart is smooth and unobstructed. However, when the mitral stenosis occurs, the blood cannot flow from the left atrium to the left ventricle at a normal speed. The blood stagnates and swirls in the enlarged left atrium, and the flow rate slows down. It may form small thrombosis, thus burying the hidden danger of stroke. At the same time, if the mitral stenosis lasts for a long time, it can lead to changes in the structure of the heart, such as the enlargement of the left atrium. The enlargement of the left atrium is closely related to atrial fibrillation, and atrial fibrillation is the most common cause of cardiac embolism. Now, the truth seemed to be out. The patient had viscous blood. When the mitral stenosis occurred, thrombosis was easy to form, and the onset of atrial fibrillation directly gave the thrombosis a place to go. Everything was a very reasonable explanation. At this time, Dr. In suddenly looked at Chen Song and said, "Chief Chen, what we're thinking about now shouldn't be acute cerebral infarction. Cerebral infarction just needs to improve the blood circulation in the ischemic area as soon as possible. Anticoagulation and thrombolysis can be done at the same time. But, the most important thing is the mitral stenosis. If the patient's mitral stenosis is not treated and the primary disease is not controlled, this cerebral infarction will occur again, and it won't be just once or twice." When Chen Song heard this, he nodded. Indeed, according to the old man, there had been 2 cerebral infarctions since autumn. After learning that Chen Song invited him for an emergency consultation, Department Director Niu Tianfu and Taomi rushed over from home. After all, it was only a few minutes to go back and forth, so they did not mind. To be honest, at this age, it was better to go to the hospital than to sulk at home and vent the dissatisfaction of menopause. While Chen Song arranged for the ultrasound examination, he asked the old man to contact the children and make a decision as soon as possible. It was common in the emergency department that the children were not satisfied with the old man's decision and came to the emergency department to make a scene. In the end, the family matter became a business matter, and the family unanimously boycotted the hospital. In fact, it would be good if there was no problem with medical treatment. Once there was a problem, no one would be able to recover. After the ultrasound was done, the old man's 3 children rushed over. Chen Song said directly, the old man's current situation is that he has more basic diseases, and mitral stenosis is the key cause. If the mitral stenosis is not solved, not only will he have a cerebral infarction in the future, but he will also have a myocardial infarction. These diseases. Moreover, to be honest, the old man's current situation is not very good. There are multiple ischemic lesions in the brain, and these are all old diseases. But now, he has 2 acute cerebral infarctions in 3 months. The risk factor has increased proportionally. My suggestion is to complete the surgery as soon as possible and perform mitral valve balloon dilation or valve replacement. When the family heard this, they basically agreed. After all, at this time, there was no value and meaning in discussing it. On the same day, after the patient completed the procedures, he was directly transferred to the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery. Moreover, he also needed a consultation from the Department of Neurology to actively perform thrombolysis and anticoagulation treatment to deal with the cerebral infarction. In fact, the occurrence and development of diseases were still very suitable according to the treatment concept of Chinese medicine. Treat the symptoms if it's urgent, and treat the root cause if it's slow. At this time, the old man had acute cerebral infarction and mitral stenosis. Of course, he had to undergo acute cerebral infarction treatment first before completing the surgery. However, Chen Song frowned at this time. He really did not know how to study such a complicated but very ordinary patient. Now, Chen Song's mission progress was only 66%. In other words, Chen Song's mission was only 6% completed so far. What did he miss? Chen Song really could not remember. After all, the old man's condition was very clear. Rheumatic heart disease was the main cause. Thinking of this, Chen Song suddenly realized that he seemed to have missed something. That was to ask about the inducement. Thinking of this, Chen Song's expression changed. The next morning, Chen Song did not care about the night shift. He went straight to the cardiovascular surgery department. Enemies were bound to meet. Chen Song saw Qianlin as soon as he got off the elevator. When Qianlin saw Chen Song, his expression immediately changed and he almost knelt down. Big brother, just how much hatred do you have for you to pursue me so relentlessly? I, old Qian, only have one son. Must you be so ruthless? Thinking of this, Qianlin didn't bother to say hello and turned to run. Student A was one step behind and was caught by Chen Song. Which bed was the old man who was transferred here last night? Classmate A saw that Qianlin had run away and couldn't help but be stunned. He smiled disdainfully. What a waste of 300 pounds of fat. What, fatty liver, too cowardly. When Chen Song arrived at the ward, he saw that the old man and his family were there. Seeing Chen Song come in, the old man was filled with emotions. He said directly, "Little doctor, I really should have listened to you. I didn't expect it to really act up." As he spoke, the old man sighed. After Chen Song comforted him, he went straight to the point and asked, "Old man, have you taken any cough medicine recently?" After all, at this point, the result was very obvious. This was related to the cough medicine. Since the mission was triggered, it was impossible that it had nothing to do with it. When Chen Song asked, the old man was stunned. "Little doctor, you can tell? I did drink it." Chen Song's eyes suddenly lit up. "What about the last time?" At this moment, the old man and his wife looked at each other and saw shock in their eyes. It seemed that his cerebral infarction really happened after he drank the cough medicine. Suddenly, the old man was a little surprised. "It shouldn't be, right?" At this time, the old man's son said, "My father coughs easily in autumn and winter. The effect of ordinary cough medicine is very ordinary. I saw this imported cough medicine. It said that the side effects were small, so I bought it." The old man also frowned and said, "I take it according to the regulations. It shouldn't be that bad, right? The side effects didn't say that there was a risk of cardiovascular and cerebrovascular disease. The old man's son also nodded and said, yes. This is certified by the US FDA. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Xianxia sighed. Was the FDA really reliable? Not necessarily. How many times in history had the FDA been slapped in the face? As the US Food and Drug Administration certification, it was to serve capitalism. It could only be said that it was done relatively fairly and wouldn't let people find fault with it. However, this certification itself was set by the FDA. It was a standard to escort them. Why couldn't domestic drugs be certified by the FDA? Why was it delayed until now? Was it really because it wasn't qualified? Of course not. Wasn't it because of the competition for the market? Because many countries in the world were using the FDA to regulate domestic drugs. In this way, once a drug was certified by the FDA, it could be circulated in many countries in the world. As for the drugs from India and China, were they really fake? Not necessarily. In the end, it was because of the protection of capital brought by the explosive profits. To put it bluntly, if there was too much money, wouldn't it be better to monopolize it? The old man then said slowly, I've been drinking this cough water for the entire autumn. I've been drinking it since October. Xianxia had recently looked up some information. According to the VOLB company's introduction of the cough water, it was very clear that it had changed the composition of the traditional codeine phosphate and reduced the number of organs affected. What did this mean? When a drug was used on the human body, it had many effects. For example, epinephrine. Epinephrine could enlarge the pupils, increase the contractility of the heart, and shrink the blood vessels at the same time. But if you only used it to enlarge the pupils, then increasing the function of the heart and shrinking the blood vessels were side effects. Actually, the side effects weren't really side effects. The drug itself had a series of mechanisms. The VOLB company's cough water claimed that it could be used to suppress coughing in the central nervous system and reduce dependence to a certain extent. From Xianxia's perspective, this modification seemed to have some shortcomings. After thinking it through, Xianxia made up his mind. Xianxia wanted to participate in the old man's surgery tomorrow. He wanted to see if he could rely on his cheat during the surgery to discover the shortcomings. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more he looked forward to it. P.S. Some things were written just to let everyone understand more about the medical field through this book. When it came to matters, they liked to squeeze together. Xianxia wasn't tired after the night shift. He called the outpatient office and pushed back today's outpatient consultation. After packing up at home, he drove back to his hometown. He made an appointment to meet with the Qin family on Sunday to talk about the marriage. Xianxia thought of Ji Ruyun's anxious face and couldn't help but smile. This mother-in-law was probably arranged in advance. It took 6 hours to travel from Ammoniang City to Jinyang City by train. It was a traditional green train and it was too tiring. It would only take about 3 hours by car. Chen Dehai originally decided to take the train with Yang Jiehui and didn't want to trouble Xianxia to pick them up. However, Xianxia wouldn't let him. Since he was off the night shift today, he simply drove back to Jinyang City. The road was basically the highway. Although Xianxia drove a Porsche, he was still a bit cautious when he got on the highway. He was repeatedly overtaken by other cars. However, Xianxia's mentality was good. Unfortunately, this mentality completely disappeared after half an hour on the highway. Xianxia, who had unleashed his nature, realized that this car could actually be driven so fast. Oh my god, he was used to driving a van at 60 to 70 kilometers on the highway. After all, the car would float if it was slightly faster. However, this car could be driven to 120 without any problems. If Xianxia wasn't worried that something would happen to him and call 120 to trouble his colleagues, Xianxia would definitely want to speed up. At such a speed, Xianxia realized that only 2 hours had passed when he got off the car at the Jinyang City Highway intersection. He saved half an hour. No wonder the rich liked to buy good cars. It was still different. It was very comfortable to drive at such a fast speed. However, what made people envious wasn't just the Palami's executive model, but the 66666 license plate number. Such a license plate would be the focus of attention anywhere. Xianxia was very careful on the road from Jinyang City to the village. After all, it was a mountain road. When the car reached the village entrance and turned into the village, it immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people. After all, this kind of car had never appeared in the entire town, right? Although he didn't know what brand it was, he could tell that it was expensive. Curious people followed the car over to take a look. Which family was so successful to have such rich relatives? However, when they followed him, they found that the car was parked in front of Lao Chen's house. Chen Song got out of the car. This time, everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't Lao Chen's son a doctor? How could he afford a sports car? Moreover, it was a 66,666 license plate. Could it be rented? No. Which car rental company would be able to get such a license plate? This kind of license plate was either rich or expensive. Others could forget about it. For a moment, everyone started discussing animatedly. Xiao Chen, this car is beautiful. You just bought it? Chen Song smiled. No, it's a friend's. I happen to have something to do, so I'm just using it. When everyone heard that it was borrowed, they were relieved. I knew it. How could a doctor afford such a good car? Was this a joke? Everyone was like that. They were all jealous. Chen Dehai, who was a chef, had a child driving a sports car. This was hard for everyone to accept. Seeing that Chen Song had returned, Chen Dehai and Yang Jiehui also walked out. Looking at Chen Song's car, Chen Dehai's eyes lit up. Chen Dehai was one of the earliest people in the village to own a car. However, after driving a van for more than 10 years, it became a yellow plate. Chen Dehai thought that the next time he changed his car, he would change it to a 7-seater. It would look bright and it wouldn't take much effort to drive on the highway. After Chen Song told him about the Porsche Panamera last time, Chen Dehai, who wasn't familiar with mobile phones, searched Baidu for a night and finally figured out what kind of car it was. However, he was still a little surprised when he saw it today. It was too beautiful. Both of them prepared a table of dishes. After eating together, they cleaned up and went on the road without resting. Along the way, Chen Dehai, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, was envious. Chen Song asked him to drive, but Chen Dehai was reluctant. After a long time, he couldn't hold back. When they arrived in Jinyang City, Chen Dehai finally couldn't hold back and sat in the driver's seat. Chen Song trusted Chen Dehai's driving skills. He was an experienced driver. When he stepped on the accelerator, the humming sound of the car made Chen Dehai a little nervous. The originally boring drive became lively with the noise of the family. When they arrived at the service area, Chen Song simply sat in the back seat and chatted with his mother. Mom, I'm going to the capital after the new year. The house in Ammoniang is renovated and the home appliances are ready. Do you want to move to Ammoniang? This matter had always been Chen Song's sore point. Now that the conditions were better, the first person he would think of was his parents. Yang Jiehui couldn't help but smile. We can't live together. It's closer when the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are separated. How can the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law not quarrel when they are together every day? I'm also impatient. If Yaya and I are unhappy, you won't be able to do anything. Who do you think you are comforting? If you comfort me, my wife will definitely be unhappy. If you comfort Yaya, you will feel sorry for me. Yang Jiehui said with a smile. Chen Song was helpless. This problem had been discussed too many times. Yang Jiehui said with a smile, your dad and I are still useful. You don't have to worry about us. Besides, we have lived in the village for decades. No one can adapt to a sudden change of place. We know everyone in the village. Your dad likes to brag and drink with that group of friends. He won't be used to living outside. The air in Ammoniang isn't good either. I'm used to the smell of the mountains. I think it's better to stay at home. Besides, your dad and I don't have a hard time. We don't have much pressure now. We eat clean and live happily at home. Why do you think we should move to Ammoniang? If you ask me, when Yaya has a baby, I'll come over to take care of her. When I'm really old and useless, it's good to be by your side. At least you can take care of me. I don't need it now. Chen Song hadn't sat down and had a good chat with his mother for a long time. Some time ago, he sent her a lot of skincare products. Recently, his skin had improved a lot. Yang Jiehui smiled and joked with Chen Song, Who would have thought that there would be such good days? I didn't even dare to think about it in the past. The facial mask you gave me. Every time I used it, your dad couldn't bear to throw it away. He would snatch it and use it. He said I shouldn't waste it. Chen Dahai was a little embarrassed. However, Chen Song thought about it carefully. It was indeed true. It was not necessarily a good environment that his parents were willing to live in. Moving to Ammonium was only because the medical and hygiene conditions were better than in the village. However, his parents were in good health now, and they were comfortable living in the village. There was no need for them to move there. When they were older and useless, they could just move there. After arriving in Ammonium, Chen Song replaced Chen Dahai. Chen Dahai was very happy along the way. Chen Song thought it through. He would take his father to buy a new car in the next 2 days. It could also be considered as fulfilling his father's wish. Humans, in fact, were all children at heart. If life didn't force you to be realistic and mature, who wouldn't want to be carefree? Yang Jiehui had been a chef for half of her life. When Chen Song gave her a facial mask, she rejected it verbally. However, she still washed her face every day. After applying a facial mask, she would also apply some skincare products. To put it bluntly, people followed the path of helplessness. Chen Song didn't take his parents home directly. Instead, he went directly to the bank. Chen Song's bank card was now under the direct service of the manager. With Yang Jiehui and Chen Dahai, Chen Song applied for a bank card for each of them. Both of them had 1 million yuan in their cards. This money was for no other reason than to let his parents feel more at ease. Money was the courage of a person. With it in your hands, you would feel at ease. Why do people like to save money? Isn't it because when you have money, you feel at ease? When you encounter something, you won't be afraid. Holding the bank card in their hands, Chen Dahai and Yang Jiehui felt like they were dreaming. Only now did Chen Song realize that he had unknowingly accumulated more than 20 million renminbi in his account. Suddenly, he was considered a millionaire. How many months had it been? In just a few months, Chen Song realized that he had the ability to catch up with his father-in-law. After leaving the bank, Chen Dahai and Yang Jiehui felt as if a lifetime had passed. The financial situation could really change a lot of things. Regardless of whether Lu Sun had said it or not, when one had money, one's worries would be greatly reduced. Seeing that Chen Song had arranged everything so well, Chen Dahai and Yang Jiehui were also deeply moved. At night, Chen Luo booked a 4-star hotel near the hospital. It was often used for meetings, so he was familiar with it. Chen Song did not hesitate and booked a presidential suite with 2 bedrooms. Looking at the price of the luxurious presidential suite, Yang Jiehui felt that it was a waste. Although Chen Dahai was a little reluctant, looking at the luxurious decor, he did not expect to have the opportunity to stay in such a high-end hotel. At night, Chen Luo hurried over. Seeing that his parents were here, he was also overjoyed. The family did not go out at night and booked a hotel room to deliver food. Chen Song did not ask Qinyu to come over. After all, the family was together for fun. If he asked Qinyu to come over, Xiaoyuan and the others would be coming soon. Tomorrow was Saturday, and Chen Song had to go to work to perform surgery on the old man with rheumatic heart disease and mitral stenosis. At the same time, he had to go to Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital to remove the gauze and see how it went. Therefore, Chen Song could not accompany them tomorrow. Chen Song arranged to meet Qin Xiaoyuan's family on Sunday, so the timing was just right. Suddenly, Chen Song smiled and asked, "Mom, I'm a master of plastic surgery now. Do you want me to do some wrinkle removal for your skin?" Yang Jiehui heard and immediately laughed. No, why waste the money? Chen Song could not help but say, "It's not expensive. I can do it myself. Why should I spend money? Yeya's mother did it last week. Why don't you see how she does it? If you like it, I can do it for you too." Yang Jiehui refused verbally and looked embarrassed, but she seemed to be moved. Chen Dahai and Chen Luo encouraged her for a long time, and Yang Jiehui was naturally reluctant. After all, which woman did not like to be beautiful? When the whole family was chatting together, they would talk about anything. There was nothing to be wary of. If Qinyu were here, things would be different. When Chen Luo mentioned that he wasn't going home for the new year, Chen Dahai sighed. Why aren't you going home again? Chen Luo scratched his head. I've made an appointment with a film crew and they happen to need extras. I want to give it a try. Yang Jiehui's heart ached and she was about to say something. Chen Luo smiled. Mom, I know what you want to say, but, my brother is my brother, and I am me. My brother is powerful now, and he can help me. He has talked to me about these things. But I can't say that I'll rely on my brother for the rest of my life. It's not easy for him either. It wasn't easy for my brother to beg someone to give me a chance. I have to be capable. Otherwise, it's fine if I lose my face, but I can't lose my brother's face too. Chen Song and Chen Luo had talked about Qingyun Culture Media. Qingyun Culture Media was considered a medium-sized company in the industry, and Jing Guotan was a local tycoon. If Chen Song really wanted their help, they would not refuse. However, what Chen Luo meant was that what he lacked now was not money, nor was it opportunities, but ability. The entertainment industry changed every 3 to 5 years. The Lu and Wu of the past had passed, and now the new generation replaced the old. To put it bluntly, it was the result of capital operations. However, how often would you see the veteran actor Chen Daoming pass? How often would you see Gu Yu, Su Jing, Huang Bo, and the rest being used? At the end of the day, what you lacked was not only opportunity, but also ability. Many people felt that they just did not have the opportunity, but they did not notice that opportunity was only temporary. Ability was the evergreen tree. Chen Luo had told Chen Song that it would not be too late to help him when his skills were good enough. Who did not suffer in life? If you did not suffer, how would you know that success was not easy to come by? If you did not work hard when you were young, you would not have a chance in the future. It did not matter how much money Chen Dehai and Yang Jiehui gave Chen Song and Chen Luo. This kind of nurturing of independence and self-improvement was very praiseworthy. After saying that, Chen Luo smiled. Dad, Mom, you should enjoy my brother's good fortune now. When I become a big star, I'll buy you a big villa by the sea. When the time comes, I'll ask the two of you to be my private chef, and my brother to be my private doctor. Then, you can watch the TV shows I make. When everyone heard that, they immediately laughed. Chen Luo had been naughty since he was young. Otherwise, he would not have made Chen Dehai angry so often. The next day, Chen Song was more busy. He had to go to Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital in the morning to remove his stitches, and he had to go for surgery in the afternoon. Originally, he wanted Chen Luo to take his parents to see the car. However, Chen Luo was also inexperienced. Although he was sensible, he still did not have much experience. After thinking about it, Chen Song found a suitable person. It was Su Ro. Su Ro was the marketing manager of Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital. She had a lot of resources, a lot of connections, and rich social experience. Most importantly, Chen Song was quite familiar with her. So, Chen Song called Su Ro. Manager Su, can I take up some of your time on Saturday? Chen Song smiled. When Su Ro heard that, not only was she not unhappy, she was even a little happy. Being able to help Chen Song was a good thing for her. Dr. Chen, you're too polite. Just say it. Su Ro smiled. Chen Song nodded. My parents are here. I want to get a new car for my dad. I have surgery tomorrow, so I can't leave. If it's convenient for you, can you take them to a 4S shop and help them pick a car? When Su Ro heard that, she immediately smiled. Dr. Chen, you found the right person. I know a lot of car dealerships. You might not know, but among the people you did plastic surgery on last time, 2 of them own chain car dealerships. If you make a phone call, I think it'll be much easier to use. When Chen Song heard this, he smiled awkwardly. Speaking of which, he did get to know a lot of rich bosses because of his plastic surgery, but he really didn't know what they did for a living. His business card was still in the pocket of his white coat. In fact, sometimes, a good doctor, no matter what field you were in, would have the opportunity to make a lot of high-level connections. Plastic surgery was a faster way to make friends with rich people. If it weren't for plastic surgery, Chen Song would not have so much money now. He would not have known so many bosses, and his rise would not have been so smooth. It was a different way. Chen Song couldn't help but say, then I'll have to trouble Manager Su. By the way, do you have a car? Why don't you drive mine tomorrow? Suro smiled. I don't dare to drive your 66666. I have my own car. It's okay. Leave it to me. Don't worry. Chen Song also told Suro about his parents' situation. The car was mainly practical. If it was too expensive, his parents would definitely not be happy. Suro smiled and said, Dr. Chen, I'm from the marketing department. I know all these things. Don't worry. Chen Song felt relieved and hung up the phone. Chen Song then talked to Chen Dehai about buying a car. When he heard that he was buying a car, Chen Dehai was surprised and happy. Yang Jiahui rolled her eyes. Okay. You can enjoy life with your son. Chen Dehai couldn't help but laugh and make a joke. My son must enjoy life. When the second son gets up, I might be able to change my car. The family was happy and harmonious. Qin Xiaoyuan could not sleep, he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. It was just like when Qin Yu was young and found out that he was going to buy new clothes, he was so excited that he could not sleep the night before. But, why was he so excited? Should he buy new clothes, not to mention a new wife? At most, he would buy new clothes for his wife. Lao Qin kept comforting himself, but he still could not fall asleep. He tossed and turned in bed. In his mind, Ji Ruyun was like Sun Wukong. She had become Zhao Yaji, Wang Meiling, Guan Jilin, Deng Lijun, Wang Zuxian. His wife would not become like that, right? Thinking of this, Lao Qin was neither happy nor conflicted. In short, it was complicated. His heart was not heavy, but it was not relaxed either. Digging deeper, there were several expectations and yearnings. The more Lao Qin thought about it, the more he could not sleep. Lao Qin turned over and lay on his wife's bed. He realized that he could not fall asleep either. If others found out that his wife had changed, would they say that he, Qin Xiaoyuan, was disrespectful? Looking for a mistress at his age, no matter what, Lao Qin still could not sleep. When he finally fell asleep, he had a dream. He dreamed that Ji Ruyun became Zhao Yaji and suddenly Sun Wukong with fur all over her body. Lao Qin woke up with a start from his dream. He had mixed feelings. In Qin Yu's room diagonally opposite, a small head was burrowing in bed, unable to fall asleep. She felt that she had to see how her mother's fur looked like tomorrow, and her face. Qin Yu lowered his head and squeezed with both hands. Everything was there, and it was not worse than the photos. Chen Song's parents were used to waking up early. The breakfast that Chen Song ordered had already been delivered. Chen Song ordered 2 extra portions. After eating with his parents, he drove to the hospital's residential building. He went to pick up his father-in-law and Qin Yu. However, no matter if it was Lao Qin or Lao Qin, both of them were a little dispirited and had a feeling of boredom. Could it be that the food in a 4-star hotel was not good enough? I'm eating quite well, aren't I? Chen Song said. Let's unwrap it for Auntie after dinner. Before Chen Song could finish, the two of them looked at each other, and their eating speed increased by 80 to 90%. Chen Song was dumbfounded. Qin Xiaoyuan skillfully got into the car and waited for Chen Song to start the car. For the first time, he realized that this kind of feeling was pretty good. What car was he driving? I have a driver, a luxury car, and someone to maintain it. Why should I spend that money? The more Qin Xiaoyuan thought about it, the more he felt that his current position was high. When Chen Song arrived at Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital, he saw that Su Ro had also just come out. There was a Mercedes-Benz C200 parked at the entrance. She smiled when she saw Chen Song. Dr. Chen, I'll go first. Su Ro smiled and greeted him. Chen Song nodded. Thank you, Manager Su. After the nurse helped Chen Song put on his clothes, the group rested for a while before going to Ji Ruyun's room. Lao Qin was a little uneasy, while little Qin was a little expectant. After entering the room, Ji Ruyun was even more expectant and excited. After all, this was also a brave step for her. She never thought that she would perform so many surgeries at once. Chen Song took the scissors. The nurse at the side looked at Ji Ruyun and the others who were a little uneasy and could not help but laugh. Auntie, don't be nervous. I might have to teach your sister when I unwrap it later. Her words made everyone laugh. The nurse continued, it's true. Those who have been operated on by Dr. Chen basically don't regret it. The only ones who regret it are those who haven't done it. Under the nurse's encouragement, the group of people also began to look forward to it. Chen Song cut the gauze and opened it circle by circle. The nurse prepared the cleaning materials, and another nurse prepared the mirror. After the gauze was opened, Lao Qin, who was standing at the side, was stunned. He could not help but swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva, his little heart pounded. This? Although it was different from Guan Jilin and the others, but this was still Ji Ruyun. Furthermore, it was Ji Ruyun too. 0, no, it was 3. 0 with the bottom, the upgraded version. The wrinkles on her face were much fewer, her eyes were more energetic, and her skin was fuller. Chen Song used his hand to touch Ji Ruyun's face, and his face immediately lit up. It was indeed useful. This fat padding technique combined with SMAS wrinkle removal was really unexpected. Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but become excited. From now on, he had another unique skill. Fortunately, there were no problems. Otherwise, the two people behind him would definitely not let him off. Lao Qin looked at Chen Song touching his wife's face and really wanted to take his hand away. However, since he was half a son-in-law, it was fine. As long as she did not move her chest when he removed it, after using a special sanitary pad to clean her face, Ji Ruyun looked at herself in the mirror and instantly raised her eyebrows, her eyes filled with excitement. This change was too obvious, she was so much younger. The elasticity of her skin, the treatment of her eyes, she looked so much more energetic. Instantly, Ji Ruyun looked at Chen Song with a more affectionate gaze. This child was really pleasing to the eye no matter how she looked at him. She then looked at Qin Xiaoyuan. This damn old man, he was not worthy of her. However, when Ji Ruyun looked at Qin Xiaoyuan's gaze, she knew that she was definitely good-looking. Instantly, Ji Ruyun was happy too. To put it bluntly, being liked by her own husband was what was really good-looking. She looked at Lao Qin's useless gaze. For a moment, Ji Ruyun's uneasy heart calmed down. Chen Song looked at Ji Ruyun and could not help but ask, Dean Qin, yeah, what do you think? Qin Yu's face was full of excitement. Mom, when we walked on the street, people said that we were sisters. Lao Qin made a rare joke. I don't have such an old girl. When Ji Ruyun heard that, she instantly sneered. Old man, you don't have to go shopping with us in the future. I don't want you anymore. I want to find a handsome guy. Lao Qin was not angry when he heard that. Instead, he looked at Ji Ruyun with a smile. The more he looked, the happier he became. Soon, it was her chest. This time, Lao Qin glared at Chen Song, warning him not to move. Qin Yu carefully and expectantly moved closer. Lao Qin looked at Qin Yu. After hesitating for a while, he wondered if he should send this little girl away. After all, although that place was your granary more than 20 years ago, in the end, it was still mine. I just did not want to lower myself to your level. Moreover, what is a girl like you looking at? Unfortunately, Qin Yu was unmoved. After Chen Song removed the gauze from the wound, he realized that although the wound could still be seen, it was much better. However, the outline of the wound could be seen. Ji Ruyun looked at the mirror and instantly became excited. Lao Qin was excited too. The effect of the surgery was too obvious, right? With the addition of her own body fat, the originally unbalanced body now became extremely harmonious. The effect of the entire surgery, everyone was very satisfied. The one who was most satisfied was Qin Xiaoyuan. Lao Qin finally understood why those people were willing to spend money on their wives for plastic surgery. In the end, who was the beneficiary? Thinking of this, Lao Qin felt sorry for Ji Ruyun. She had taken a knife for him. Sigh, I have to treat my wife better. Qin Yu's eyes were shining. He would do it even when he was old. Last night, Qin Yu wanted to test his ability. He looked at a lot of photos on the internet and found that he was quite outstanding. To be more precise, he was exquisite. There was no need for surgery. Even if there was a need for surgery, it would be done in the future. Besides, with Chen Song around, there was nothing to be afraid of. When they left the hospital today, the whole family changed their view of Chen Song. Chen Song found that the book he read was right. To conquer the father-in-law, one had to start from the mother-in-law. This was the core element, he understood it very well. When Lao Qin was about to pay, he found out that Chen Song had already paid. Suddenly, Lao Qin smiled and did not say anything. However, he had more plans in his heart. This house should be bought, at least this kid was sensible. On the way back, Ji Ryun kept asking Chen Song if he wanted to have lunch with Chen Song's parents. Chen Song thought about it and rejected. When he called just now, Su Ro was still shopping for cars. Chen Song did not expect Chen Dahai to spend more effort shopping for cars than a woman shopping. However, as long as the parents were happy, the children would be happy too. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, Chen Song sent Ji Ryun's family to the hospital and drove directly to the car shop. He accompanied Chen Dahai to look at cars. To be honest, when Chen Dahai looked at cars, the first thing he paid attention to was whether it was affordable, fuel-efficient, and durable. After all, Lao Chen had been driving in the village. There was no need to buy those luxury cars. He just wanted a car that was brighter and looked more stylish. He definitely couldn't bear to use this car to store pork, and he definitely couldn't bear to throw miscellaneous items into it. Chen Dahai wanted to buy a car and take Yang Jiehui to travel when the weather was good. Yang Jiehui was also very happy. After walking around for half a day in the morning, he didn't feel tired. He even tried the car. It was so expensive that Lao Chen couldn't bear to part with it. Although Alpha and Prado looked good and domineering, Lao Chen couldn't bear to spend hundreds of thousands on them. Lao Chen didn't want to spend a few dollars on the gas pedal. The Buick GL8 was hesitant but eager to try. In fact, there were only so many 7-seater cars. GS8, Dongfeng Scenery 580, Harvard H9. In the morning, Lao Chen visited 3 shops and tried 2 cars. With Su Ro's help, everything went smoothly. Chen Song took everyone to eat something good at noon, and then he went to the hospital early. Chen Song could tell that Chen Dahai had taken a fancy to Buick's GL8. However, the price of around 300,000 made him hesitate. Chen Song knew what Lao Qin was thinking. In the future, it would be convenient for the family to travel around. Chen Song's family of 4, plus Qin Yu and Chen Song's future children, there would be 7 people. If they were to travel around Jinyang City, this car could be filled to the brim. Chen Dahai didn't have many dreams. He was already so old, and his children were all grown up. Now, Chen Dahai's biggest wish was to take Yang Jiehui around. Every time he helped with other people's weddings and funerals, Chen Dahai's heart ached when he looked at his wife. She had been with him for a lifetime and worked hard without complaint. When he heard that other people were going to travel around the capital, Chen Dahai also wanted to take his wife around. His children were all grown up and had their own thoughts. He couldn't care too much. While he and Yang Jiehui were still in good health, Lao Chen also wanted to take his wife around the province or the surrounding provinces. If they had time, they could go on a road trip. It could be said that his life wasn't in vain. When the boss was done with his work, he would also perform surgery on his wife to make her happy. Now that everyone had gone to the restaurant, Lao Chen didn't run around anymore. He just needed to take care of his body and accompany his wife. In this life, as one walked, one would realize that the person who would accompany one for the rest of one's life was still one's wife. After Chen Song arrived at the 2nd Provincial Hospital, he didn't even change his clothes and went straight to the operating theater. The patient's surgery started at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Taomi had already arrived. After Chen Song packed up, he prepared to start the surgery. Qian Lin and classmate A were both there, but it was obvious that the 2 of them were here to gain experience. However, the way Qian Lin looked at Chen Song was a little strange. Chen Song shook his head and walked to Qian Lin's side. He whispered, "It's not good to be too vengeful. It's easy to get breast nodules." Qian Lin lowered his head and looked at his chest that was even better developed than a girl's. He immediately flew into a rage. This was intolerable. If I don't kill this child, I, Qian Lin, won't be able to get rid of my inner demons. In the future, when we ascend, the heavenly tribulation will be difficult. However, it was obvious that regardless of whether Sister Tian would be fine, today's surgery was definitely unavoidable. Chen Song looked at the mission progress. It was now 72%. Soon, the patient was ready. Chen Song spent 40 points of Teacher Meng's favorability to learn the mitral valve replacement. As a level 4 surgery, the mitral valve replacement was still a test of skills. Chen Song had spent 11 skill points and 40 favorability points for the hidden mission, truth this time. If there were no results, he would definitely suffer a huge loss. This made Chen Song feel insecure all of a sudden. Once he encountered a sudden surgery, if he did not have enough skill points and favorability points, Chen Song would still feel a little flustered. However, it was not like he did not gain anything. At least, he had obtained liver tamponade surgery last time. Unfortunately, the arrow had already been knocked and had to be released. The truth mission was already at the last stage. Chen Song wanted to see what kind of generous reward there was. Chen Song had a feeling that it would at least be a divine weapon. Yes, yes, yes. When he thought of this, Chen Song was looking forward to today's surgery. Actually, compared to surgeons, anesthesiologists had a very hard job. As long as there was a surgery, the anesthesiologist had to be there. They were the safety valve before and after the surgery was completed. With them around, the surgery could be guaranteed to be carried out safely. And Lu Jian was one of the best among them. Of course, behind any success was hard work. Before the surgery started, the prepared polarizing fluid would protect the myocardium. The polarizing fluid was a medicine that was prepared according to the ratio of insulin and saline to protect the myocardium. It was very effective in all major cardiovascular and cerebrovascular surgery. At the same time, the ratio would be adjusted according to the patient's condition. Then, the tracheal tube was intubated, the vein was suitable for fentanyl anesthesia. Cardiopulmonary bypass was established. The surgery officially began. P.S. Haha, does it feel like there's no end to it without P.S.? Haha. Non-invasive vascular forceps. Gauze. Stop the bleeding. During the surgery, Taomi personally assisted. Qianlin looked at Chen Song. He was angry, but he did not dare to say anything. However, his biggest enemies had successfully become two people. The first was his father, the second was Dog Chen. It did not mean that Chen Song was as important as his father. It was also not because his father was a dog like Chen Song. Anyway, this was the goal of Qianlin's life. Taomi liked to be Chen Song's assistant now. Even if she was the chief surgeon, she did not mind letting Chen Song do it. After all, she had to have some awareness of stealing from others. It was fine as long as she did not pay tuition fees. She could not still earn money, right? Ever since Chen Song learned how to perform cardiovascular surgery, Taomi always felt that she was the second beneficiary and learned a lot of good things. In the past, when the province consulted on surgeries, they always invited Xia Gaofeng first, then Taomi, but it was different recently. They started to invite Chief Physician Tao first. The outside world had already realized that Chief Physician Tao was a late bloomer. This made Chief Physician Tao very happy. However, there were not many good days left. When he thought about how Chen Song was going to leave after the new year, Chief Physician Tao was the one who was most reluctant to leave. However, he did not expect to be able to learn Chen Song's mitral valve surgery before he left. Although it was called learning, it was actually inspiration. Obtaining what he needed from other people's surgeries was what Chief Physician Tao needed. When the atrium was cut open and the right atrium was entered, Chen Song took the scalpel and cut the oval fossa vertically, expanding it up and down. Chen Song glanced at Qianlin and said, "When you extend it downwards, it's best to lean toward the inferior cavity. When you extend it upwards, you have to avoid leaning inward because this way, you can avoid accidental injury to the aortic sinus." This operation was also Chen Song's realization. It might be useless for Taomi to say. However, for Qianlin and classmate A, it was a rare experience. Qianlin suddenly came to a realization. The way he looked at Chen Song became gentler. Should he let him go? Qianlin hesitated. Actually, Chen Song was quite nice most of the time. Chen Song continued, "You have to lose some weight. After all, if your hands are too fat, it will affect your performance." Classmate A held it in, but he didn't dare to laugh. He farted to show his respect. Qianlin's hands trembled. "Where is my saber?" Taomi smiled. It was normal to joke around in the operating theater. Chen Song was still alright, but Zhang Youfu liked to tell dirty jokes. In the beginning, he often made the nurses blush. But now, the young nurses often told jokes to Zhang Youfu, and it made him blush. Mitral valve replacement surgery actually meant that the mitral valve had become narrowed. The valve had already contracted severely, and the disease under the valve was serious. It could not be repaired using the plastic method, and the valve had to be replaced. There were many valves inside the heart. Between the atria and ventricles, blood flowed through the valves. These were the doors of the heart. However, these doors were one way. Every time the heart contracted, they would open once, just like a machine. This was because blood could only flow in one direction, and it could not flow back. The function of the valve was to block the flow when it flowed back. However, the mitral valve was a one-way door from the left atria to the left ventricle. When the mitral valve was narrowed or not completely closed, the blood in the heart would flow back, and this would cause the disease of the heart. What Xianxia needed was to replace this valve with a new artificial valve. This way, it would have the same effect. However, there was still an extra mitral valve, but it was severely contracted and could not be used. Even if it was kept, there was not much point. Xianxia might as well cut it. This process was called valvulotomy, but he could not remove too much to avoid damaging the ventricular wall. When the surgery was carried out slowly, Xianxia was suddenly stunned. He found a problem. There were some small blood clots left on the left ventricle wall. Xianxia was immediately stunned. If one did not observe carefully, it would be difficult to find this problem. Moreover, it was only because Xianxia's eyesight was enhanced by 50% that he noticed it. What was going on? Then, Xianxia quickly looked at the original mitral valve. Suddenly, he realized something. If the heart was normal, the blood flow would be unimpeded. However, when the mitral valve was narrowed, the blood could not flow from the left atria to the left ventricle at a normal speed. Moreover, the blood would accumulate and spin in the enlarged left atrium. If the flow slowed down, it could form small blood clots. And these blood clots were all ticking time bombs. When it reached the coronary artery, it would be coronary heart disease. When it reached the cerebral blood vessels, it would be cerebral infarction. When the mitral valve was narrowed for a long time, it could cause the structure of the heart to change, such as the enlargement of the left atrium. The enlargement of the left atrium was closely related to atrial fibrillation, and atrial fibrillation was the most common cause of cardiac embolism. No wonder the patient had 2 cerebral infarctions in a row during this period of time. There was a reason for everything. However, this patient had a special condition caused by the mitral valve narrowing. What was the meaning of the cough water? That's right, Xianxia began to observe along the large blood vessels. No, Xianxia suddenly realized something. He might have gone astray. He had been associating the infarction with the cough water. As a result, Xianxia always associated the cause of the thrombosis with the cough water and ignored the direct cause of the infarction, that was atrial fibrillation. Suddenly, Xianxia had just realized this when he realized that the mission progress in his mind had suddenly increased by 5 points. This time, Xianxia was overjoyed. Could it be, this cough water was the cause of atrial fibrillation? Yes. It was very possible. Codeine phosphate itself was a drug that stimulated the central nervous system. Large amounts of it could cause adverse effects such as tachycardia. These were all acceptable. However, if you induced atrial fibrillation, this would not be acceptable. What was atrial fibrillation? It was the irregular and ineffective contraction of the atria, which changed the atrial rhythm. The ventricular contraction also became irregular, and atrial fibrillation led to ventricular acceleration. This could induce a series of serious diseases such as cerebral artery embolism, peripheral vascular embolism, pulmonary embolism, sudden cardiac death, and so on. Therefore, most of the time, the patient would feel panic. However, when atrial fibrillation frequently acted up, complications would appear. He thought of the first patient, who had a pulmonary embolism, who also had atrial fibrillation. The second patient also panicked, and atrial fibrillation induced multiple myocardial infarctions. Now, it was the third patient, and it was still an infarction. At first, Xianxia thought that the cough water might cause damage to the endothelium of the blood vessels. Now, it seemed that it was directly acting on the heart. Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly became worried. How many patients in the country had the original disease of infarction? If this cough water was prevalent, what would the outcome be? Everything seemed to have become so serious. The side effects of drugs were acceptable. However, when the side effects of this drug were more serious than the disease you were treating, it was undoubtedly like drinking poison to quench one's thirst. However, how should he start to study it now? Chen Song frowned. Right. Chen Song suddenly thought of a treasure. What he had to do now was to finish the surgery and go back to study it properly. Unexpectedly, Chen Song did not expect that today's surgery would give Chen Song so much inspiration. The surgery was carried out in an orderly manner, suture, implant, soon, the valve was successfully replaced. Next, he checked the function of the artificial valve to close and open it. The function was good. After that, Chen Song asked the nurse for more cold saline to reopen the heart cavity. He removed the emboli. This patient was really a high-risk group. He had 3 types of hyperglycemia, and the degree of damage to the blood vessels was relatively high. There were many sources of emboli, and because of the mitral valve stenosis, there were too many emboli in the atrium. These emboli could even move around with atrial fibrillation. These wandering and ganking emboli were a fatal blow to the blood vessels on the line. If he was not careful, he would die. The more he thought about it, the more Chen Song felt that when he went back later, he must communicate with the patient's family about the old man's situation. Before suturing the incision, he needed to vent. In fact, every step of the surgery was very important and indispensable. After Chen Song filled the left atrium and ventricle with normal saline, he drove out the gas. After the cardiac incision was sutured, Chen Song then vented at the left ventricle and the ascending aorta. Taomi, who was about to rest, suddenly saw Chen Song perform the surgery through the needle hole filled with cardioplegia. This time, Taomi quickly noted it down. Sigh, Chen Song's surgery was good in other aspects, but there was a lot of knowledge. The entire surgery required meticulous observation. Looking at Qianlin, who was standing at the side a little tired, Taomi sighed. Little Qian, it's not that I want to nag you, but you really need to lose weight. The surgery department has to stand for a whole day. How can you persist when you're so heavy? Qianlin covered his face and sighed. Why didn't you despise me for being fat back then? He even said that I have good stamina and can last for a long time. Now that Chen Song said that I was fat, they all changed their words. Snobbish, fence-sitter, just wait and see. I, Qianlin, am not. At this moment, Chen Song looked at Qianlin and said, Old Qian, you finish up. I'll help you. Qianlin looked up excitedly. Really? Chen Song nodded. Qianlin hesitated. He decided to give it a try. With the help of Chen Song, Qianlin successfully completed the final finishing work. This seemed to be the first time he had touched a heart with his own hands. Qianlin felt that his life had reached a high level as he felt the needle and thread shuttling back and forth. After the surgery, Chen Song left early. Qianlin smiled flatteringly. Teacher Chen, take care. Classmate A was dumbfounded. Bootlicker. It smells so good. Qianlin was stunned. Bootlicker? Who was it? It's definitely not me. Could it be the director? Thinking of this, Qianlin glanced at the dean and then at classmate A. Taomi was also stunned. Who was it? The 3 of them fell into deep thought. This was a question that was worth exploring. After Chen Song left, he hurriedly went to the pharmacy but could not find Valb's cough medicine. It was useless in the hospital. Returning to the emergency department, he opened his cabinet and took out the bottle of Yuyi's cough medicine. Chen Song returned to his office and directly took out the identification talisman from the virtual space. At first, Chen Song thought that it was used to diagnose difficult and complicated diseases. However, Chen Song wanted to find out if it could be used for identification, cough medicine. Identification in progress, identification complete, ingredients, codeine phosphate, ephedrine hydrochloride, codeine polyhydroxyphosphate. Looking at the identification results, Chen Song was instantly delighted. The result might be in this codeine polyhydroxyphosphate. This might be the VOLB company's improved cough water. By improving codeine phosphate, they hope to target the central antitussive effect. After the identification, Chen Song was surprised to find that he could see the specific molecular formula of the drug and the specific effects of the codeine polyhydroxyphosphate. Although the molecular formula was in the instruction manual, the specific effects of the drug were not comprehensive. Codeine polyhydroxyphosphate, central cough suppressant. It is usually used for dry coughs without phlegm. It has cough suppressant and analgesic functions. Its strength is 1/3 of that of morphine. It can stimulate the central nervous system of breathing. Drug reaction: if taken at normal doses for more than half a month, it will induce arrhythmia. There is a certain chance of ventricular fibrillation, which will increase the risk of heart disease. Adverse effects: if taken in large amounts, it will cause euphoria and hallucinations, dizziness, tachycardia, and other adverse effects. After reading it, Xianxia was stunned. So it was true. No wonder the cough medicine was so much more effective than traditional cough medicine. That was because the central cough and analgesic strength of codeine polyhydroxyphosphate was 1/3 of that of ordinary morphine. It was almost half as powerful as traditional morphine. Was this the effect of the improved version? However, at the same time, the side effects were arrhythmia, which increased the risk of ventricular fibrillation and led to various complications. Thinking of this, Xianxia took a deep breath. The truth might have been revealed. The system might have hoped that through his hard work, he could remove this immature drug from the market and give everyone a wake-up call. The only pity was that he had used up another treasure, appraisal card, quantity 2. Xianxia did not expect the appraisal card to have such an effect. The next step was simple. He just had to find a research institute and conduct animal experiments on the codeine polyhydroxyphosphate in the cough medicine. Xianxia thought of Valve's actions and could not help but feel disappointed. How could such a drug pass the FDA? The clinical trials must be incomplete, right? At this moment, Xianxia suddenly heard the system's notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the hidden mission, the truth. Completion rate is 100%. You will receive a generous reward. Ding! Congratulations, you have received rewards. 1. Special training card +1. 2. Received level +2. 3. Received medical statistics, perfect level. 4. Received clinical skills, vascular surgery, acute peripheral artery embolization, perfect. 5. Received enhancement medicine X2. Xianxia was stunned. Damn, was it that powerful? System, this is the first time you are so generous. Do you know? I still want the hidden mission. Can I? Ding. Follow-up mission triggered, exposing the scam of VOLB cough medicine. Mission completed, you will receive a generous reward. Xianxia looked at the new mission notification and pondered for a while. The system did not require him to complete it alone, which meant that he could find some helpers. For such a mission, his influence was too small. Xianxia was even worried that he would be killed by the assassins sent by the VOLB company, just like in the novel. Therefore, this matter could not be rushed. It had to be properly arranged. Xianxia had to find a few trustworthy people to carry out the research together, especially in terms of clinical data. Thinking of this, Xianxia went straight to the office and pulled out all the medical records of the 3 patients who had obstructed coughing water. He asked the nurse on duty to help him print out a copy. Xianxia planned to go back today and get the clinical data of the VOLB company's coughing water research results. However, this was definitely going to be very difficult. If he had the original clinical data, he could get some very useful clues. After thinking it through, Xianxia sat there and looked at the reward he had just received. A special training card, very good. However, what made Xianxia the most excited was the 3rd skill, medical statistics, perfect level. For the current Xianxia, this was the skill that he needed the most. With this, the research of experimental data would undoubtedly be like a tiger that had grown wings. One had to know that the publication of a thesis with high scores required the analysis of experimental data. If he had very good statistical skills, Xianxia could write a thesis with a high impact factor even if it was just a piece of *T in SCI. Xianxia instinctively bypassed the vascular embolization surgery and looked at the strengthening potion. What would it be this time? Xianxia's eyes shone with green light. It had to increase his endurance. It had to increase his endurance. Xianxia took a closer look and suddenly trembled. What the F***CK, strengthening potion, permanently increase nerve reflex speed by 50%. Xianxia's hands trembled. Nerve reflex speed. Xianxia almost vomited blood. Xianxia angrily wanted to put these 2 things in the warehouse and never use them again. However, he accidentally chose to use them both. Ding. Congratulations, your reflexes have doubled. 1 bottle could increase it by 50%, and 2 bottles would double it. Did this mean that he was particularly sensitive right now? Chen Song's hands trembled. This wouldn't reduce the time by half, right? Could there be even more? If that was really the case, Chen Song really wanted to cry but had no tears. At this moment, Nurse Lele patted Chen Song's body. Chen Song's delicate body suddenly shook. Ouch, it hurts. Lele was also shocked by Chen Song's charming voice. Director Chen, are you sick? I only patted you, don't be so coquettish, and it still hurts. Chen Song blushed. Did this mean that he was becoming more sensitive? If this was a surgery, any small operation might be very exquisite. It would definitely be beneficial for him to open the door to fine surgery, such as thyroid surgery and neurosurgery. However, with this increase in nerve conduction speed and sensitivity, did Chen Song feel that the same touch would double the feeling? Then, would the feeling of pleasure double? Chen Song was suddenly curious. He felt that he should go back and study himself. What benefits would there be? What were the disadvantages? Just as he went out, Chen Song heard someone shouting outside. The emergency department is selling fake medicine, and it's all side effects. You're really bullying us commoners. Chen Song's expression changed. He did not care about playing with himself and hurriedly walked out. He saw Luo Zhou explaining something to the patient. Chen Song hurriedly walked over. The patient was a middle-aged man. He was holding a box of medicine in his hand and staring at Luo Zhou. His expression was a little fierce. Chen Song quickly asked, "What's going on?" The man glanced at Chen Song and quickly asked, "Doctor, you can be the judge. By the way, where's your director? I want to lodge a complaint against him." Chen Song said lightly, "I'm the director. If there's anything, just tell me directly." When the man heard that, he quickly nodded. It's like this. My father is over 70 years old this year. He has coronary heart disease and cerebral infarction. He prescribed this medicine for us. In the end, after he went back and ate it, his gastritis started to act up again. Now, the old man feels uncomfortable everywhere. I told you that my father has chronic gastritis, but you still prescribed this medicine. Chen Song took the box and looked at it. Aspirin enteric-coated tablets. This medicine was enteric-coated tablets. How could it be bad for the stomach? Chen Song frowned. Moreover, this medicine was from an old factory. It was very cheap, only a few cents per pill. Luo Zhou was definitely not doing it for the commission. Then, if that was the case, Chen Song's mind worked very quickly. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Chen Song was also shocked by his rapid thinking speed. I'm really faster, agile. Thinking, my reaction speed is faster. My thinking speed is also much faster. Chen Song was instantly delighted. I'm faster again. Chen Song did not expect that his reaction speed and thinking speed were together. His thinking speed was much faster. Thinking of this, Chen Song looked up and asked, "How do you take this medicine?" The man did not look like he was deliberately making things difficult. Perhaps he was really anxious about his father's matter. It's like this. Dr. Luo told us to take this medicine on an empty stomach, but my father has chronic gastritis. We dare not let him take this medicine on an empty stomach. However, he also has cerebral infarction. The junior doctor told us to take this every day. I couldn't do anything about it. I asked our neighbor next door. He read a lot of medical books and knew a lot about medicine. He said that aspirin hurt the stomach and told us to take it after meals. My mother was also very careful. Every time after breakfast, she would give the medicine to my father, but his stomach was still so uncomfortable. Since the side effects were so serious, why did he prescribe this medicine for us? Can't he change the medicine? The man's words were reasonable, but Chen Song and Luo Zhou looked at each other and felt an indescribable helplessness. Chen Song now understood where the problem was. He looked at the man and said helplessly, "You guys are really foolish. The doctor told you to eat on an empty stomach. There's a reason for that. If you listen to others so casually, why do you need to see a doctor?" The man was stunned. Taking medicine after meals is less harmful than taking medicine on an empty stomach. Everyone says so. It's common sense, okay? If we eat it on an empty stomach, the side effects will be even worse. The man was really reasonable. There was no fault to be found. However, Chen Song could not help but laugh. He looked at the man and said, "Your thinking is wrong. Different medicine has different prescriptions. We all remind the patient to take the medicine according to the doctor's instructions. Only then will the side effects be minimized. You would rather believe the so-called neighbor than the doctor. In the end, there's a problem and you come to the doctor. What's the meaning of this?" When the man heard that, he immediately felt a little embarrassed. He was not a shameless person. When he saw that his father was not feeling well, he was anxious and ran to the emergency department. When he saw Luo Zhou, he could not help but say a few harsh words. "I was anxious. I was wrong. I apologize to Dr. Luo, but won't this medicine stimulate my father's gastric disease?" Chen Song shook his head. The reason why he did not explain before and pointed out the patient's mistake was to tell him that he was wrong, not the doctor. Some things were a matter of perspective. Chen Song stood very straight. "I can't let you come to the emergency department and insult us doctors just because you are a patient. We provide you with medical services, but we are not there for you to vent your emotions. Especially after you heard rumors, you did not follow the doctor's advice and instead caused problems to insult the doctor." The man was a little embarrassed by Chen Song's words. He was embarrassed. After apologizing, Chen Song explained, "Aspirin and enteric-coated tablets should be taken on an empty stomach. Taking medicine after meals will damage the gastric mucosa." The man was stunned and widened his eyes. "No way? How is that possible? How can eating after meals be bad for the stomach? This is common sense." Chen Song could not help but shake his head and smile. "What is common sense? You bought aspirin and enteric-coated tablets. This kind of aspirin has a thin film outside. This thin film itself will not be dissolved by stomach acid, so it will not have any effect on the stomach, and it will not be absorbed by the stomach. Since there will not be any reaction, why talk about side effects? If it is taken on an empty stomach, the stomach will be in an acidic environment without any contents. The thin film will not disintegrate in an acidic environment. It will enter the intestines directly and break down in the alkaline environment of the intestines. However, if it is taken after meals, the stomach will be mixed with food and affected by the pH of the food. At this time, the stomach environment will not necessarily be acidic. Moreover, there is friction with the food itself. The thin film outside the aspirin may break down in advance and diffuse in the stomach, damaging the gastric mucosa." The man's commotion had attracted many patients. When they heard Chen Song's words, the surrounding people were dumbfounded. It turned out that their self-righteous common sense was wrong. You just eat whatever the doctor tells you to. You're so full of yourself every day. You're using the 3 axes you learned from God knows where to compete with the doctor's professional knowledge. Isn't this clearly looking for trouble? Chen Song's words were simple and easy to understand. He was explaining the problem with reason and evidence. This matter was quickly explained to him. The man's face reddened in shame and he sighed. He turned to look at Luo Zhou and shook his head helplessly. "Dr. Luo, it's all my fault. It's my fault for causing you trouble. I'll send you a silk banner another day as an apology. I'm really sorry. I won't disturb everyone any longer." The man glanced at Luo Zhou in embarrassment and bowed to Chen Song with an apologetic smile. Then, he got up and left. The surrounding onlookers also took a deep breath. Looks like I can't listen to other people's nonsense in the future. Can't you just listen to the doctor's advice? After the crowd dispersed, Luo Zhou looked at Chen Song and smiled awkwardly. "I've caused you trouble." Chen Song smiled and patted Luo Zhou's shoulder. "This is my territory. Don't I have to protect you?" Luo Zhou smiled and nodded. In fact, it was precisely because Chen Song was his classmate that Luo Zhou was even more unwilling to cause trouble for him. He didn't want to make things difficult for Chen Song. As brothers and friends, they had to be more considerate of each other. Chen Song usually took care of him, so he couldn't cause trouble for him. Luo Zhou realized that he still had a lot to learn. How to deal with people, academic knowledge, the ways of the world, and so on. Although he understood a little about the aspirin and enteric-coated tablets just now, he couldn't think so thoroughly and explain it to the patient. As a doctor, he really had to constantly improve his skills. He had to communicate better and have a more solid theoretical foundation. In this way, he could better serve the patient. Patients and doctors shouldn't be on opposite sides. They should stand on the same front to fight against the disease. He was also to blame for this matter, Luo Zhou reflected and entered the office. When Chen Song was about to leave, Su Ro's phone rang. Hello? Manager Su, what's wrong? Su Ro smiled awkwardly. Dr. Chen, there's something I have to tell you. Boss Zhang of the Toyota 4S shop here is your customer. She knew that when your parents bought a car, she insisted on giving them a Prado. When Chen Song heard this, he was stunned. This couldn't be given away carelessly. A car cost hundreds of thousands. Thinking of this, Chen Song quickly said, Manager Su, send me the location. I'll be there right away, for S shops were usually outside the city. After all, they occupied a large area. The cost of land in the city was too high. After driving for half an hour, Chen Song stopped at a Toyota 4S shop. When Chen Song came in, Su Ro quickly greeted him. Dr. Chen, you're inside. Chen Song nodded. When he followed Su Ro in, he saw a familiar face. This was his product. When the woman saw Chen Song, she quickly greeted him with a smile. Dr. Chen, long time no see. Chen Song immediately smiled. He was familiar with this woman. Chen Song had come with Fu Yufeng for microsurgery. She was one of his earliest customers. At that time, Chen Song's price for plastic surgery was not high. It was only 200,000. Now, 200,000. He probably couldn't make an appointment even if he wanted to. The woman was 38 years old. She maintained herself well and was still charming. Chen Song smiled. Sister Zhang, long time no see. Your complexion is getting better. I didn't expect Sister Zhang to be so capable to open such a big shop. The woman smiled generously. What's so great about me? My ancestors were just lucky. You're the one who's capable. By the way, Xiao Chen, this is your fault. You didn't look for me when you wanted to buy a car. Is it because you don't like our car? Chen Song smiled and quickly explained. The woman said, if it wasn't for Manager Su, I wouldn't have known. It's like this, Xiao Chen. As your sister, I can't cheat you. I'll tell you everything. I understand the purpose of your father's car. Most of the time, he drives it in the village. Let's not talk about other things. Our Prado's off-road performance is still very good. The power is good, and the interior is big. The car is about 190 centimeters tall, 190 centimeters wide, 5 meters wide, 7 seats, 5 doors, front 4-wheel drive, high horsepower, 6-gear manual. Also, I still like this car when I go on a road trip. The driving experience is very good. The woman was very familiar with cars, so she immediately spoke. Chen Dehai was tempted. This kind of car was indeed much better than the Buick GL8, but it was twice as expensive. The woman couldn't help but say, Xiao Chen, the most important thing is that Buick is really unsafe recently. If you like Buick, let's talk about it later. I also have a friend who owns a Buick store. I don't have to lie to you, right? Chen Song really didn't understand cars. After a while, Chen Song and Chen Song both tried the car. This feeling was more domineering than Chen Song's Panamera. It would definitely consume a lot of fuel, but thinking that there were more environments to adapt to, the most important thing was the safety factor. Chen Song saw that his father really liked it, so he made a prompt decision. When the woman saw that Chen Song liked it, she suddenly smiled. Xiao Chen, you don't have to worry about the maintenance of the car. If there's a problem, drive it over. I'll find someone to fix it for you. You don't have to mention the cost. I saved so much money when I had plastic surgery. If I ask you for money again, it won't make sense. The woman didn't want money. She even gave a lot of things, including a 50,000 yuan fuel card from Sinopec. This made Chen Song feel embarrassed. After all, the car cost nearly 700,000 yuan. Including the miscellaneous items, she gave a lot of discounts. There was maintenance, repair, and even a fuel card. Sister Zhang had steeled her heart. When Chen Song was really embarrassed, the woman looked at Chen Song embarrassedly. Xiao Chen, I saw Fu Yufeng doing bear surgery last time. I want to do it too. How about you have time? The price is not a problem. Let's treat it as a favor. How about it? Chen Song nodded and didn't refuse. Politeness demands reciprocity. Chen Song asked Su Ro to make an appointment with Sister Zhang. She would take time to do it. Sister Zhang contacted the vehicle management office and asked Chen Dehai to put down the car. All the procedures would be completed within 2 days. She promised to choose a good license plate. Chen Song couldn't help but sigh. Opening a 4S shop wasn't something that could be done with money. Many of them were the children of leaders, however, these didn't have much to do with Chen Song. When he left, Chen Dehai's face was radiant. He was looking forward to it. He didn't expect it, he didn't expect to drive such a good car in his life. Prado had a domineering aura. Just by looking at it, it looked extremely valiant. This was similar to Chen Dehai's character. In Yang Jiehui's words, Chen Dehai was also domineering when he was cooking. She had taken a liking to Chen Dehai's strength. She didn't expect so many years to pass. P.S. Thank you to Bai Jingjing's husband for the 10,000 tip. Thank you, Sai. As someone who doesn't have a car, I really don't know much about cars. Don't blame me. After all, I can't afford a car. When I can afford one, I will probably know how to write one myself. After breakfast on Sunday morning, Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun went to the supermarket early and bought a lot of vegetables. Qin Xiaoyuan's dining room was connected to the kitchen. The dining table was quite big. It was not a problem for 7 or 8 people. The two thought that although the restaurant was convenient, it was not as comfortable as at home. Moreover, the most important thing was a matter of sincerity. They wanted to personally cook for Chen Song's parents. After all, to be honest, they would be in-laws in the future. They only had one girl. Whether it was Qin Xiaoyuan or Ji Ruyun, they both liked Chen Song. They also sincerely wanted to show off. The two were busy since 9 o'clock in the morning. They wanted to prepare a sumptuous lunch. Qin Yu came to the hotel early and chatted with Chen Dehai's parents. However, after Qin Yu saw Chen Luo, she suddenly smiled and said, "You look much better than your brother. You look like a big star." Chen Luo suddenly felt embarrassed and said, "Sister. You are so beautiful." Everyone also felt that calling sister was more intimate than sister-in-law, so Chen Luo directly called Qin Yu sister. At noon, Qin Yu brought the family home. It was not far away. It was less than 10 minutes from the hotel to the community. They also passed by the park. Chen Dehai was still a little reserved, but this state disappeared after drinking Qin Xiaoyuan's special Maotai. Yang Jiehui was dumbfounded as she watched Chen Dehai and Qin Xiaoyuan bragging. One said that he could drink 3 caddies of white wine alone, the other boasted that he could drink a box of beer and a bottle of white wine. Anyway, when 2 men were together, if they really drank too much, these words would really be out in the open. Lao Qin didn't care about the wine at this moment. He directly took out bottles one by one. "Lao Chen, let me tell you. If there is no wine in the future, tell me. I will let." "Who is this?" "Yes. I'll ask Chen Song to send it over to you. We don't lack wine at home. We have all kinds of good wine." Chen Dehai grinned. "Lao Qin, your cooking is a little lacking. Next time you come to my house, I'll stew my old hen and cook a few dishes for you. Let's pair it with that wine, it'll be more fragrant." Yeah, and I didn't say anything. "When the 2 of you retire, come and stay in the southern mountain village. I'll build a house for you. You can treat it as a vacation in the summer. The air in the village is good, the environment is good, and the food is clean." The 2 of them chatted one after another and sat down together. Yang Jiehui and Ji Ruyun also sat down and chatted. Seeing the 2 of them drunk like this in the middle of the day, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Qin Xiaoyuan couldn't help but wipe away his tears when he spoke of his feelings. Hugging Lao Chen's shoulder, he said, "Lao Chen, let me tell you, I'll only have one girl in my life. I just want to have a good in-laws. I'm so happy today. Really, after seeing you and sister-in-law, I'm really happy. You're all decent people. Look, Chen Luo isn't bad either. I feel much more at ease after seeing the 2 of you." Yu saw his father crying and felt a lump in his throat. Did Xiaoyuan drink too much? No, he only drank about half a liter of wine. But it wasn't that he was drunk, but he was drunk. With the help of the alcohol, he wanted to have a good chat about these things. If he was really a man, he would be embarrassed to say some things. How's my girl? I'm not biased, just like that, black-hearted cotton. A grown girl can't be kept at home. Now all her thoughts are on Xianxia. If I don't marry her off soon, my pants will be stolen by this girl. That sentence made everyone at the table burst into laughter. Yu was still a little touched, but when he heard that sentence, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiaoyuan glared at Yu. Don't talk. If you talk again, you'll say something wrong. Yu blushed and kept silent. He had nothing to say. Xiaoyuan raised his wine glass. Xiaochen, come, let's drink. I've always said that I'll drink with you, but I definitely can't outdrink you. But listen to me. Treat Yaya well. This girl is innocent and not scheming. Now she has her heart set on you. Don't let Yaya down. Before he finished speaking, Chen Dahai slammed the table and shouted, if he dares to bully Yaya, I'll break his legs. Everyone was stunned. Chen Dahai exposed his muscular upper arms and looked at Chen Song with righteous indignation. Yu was delighted. Uncle, have some tea. Xiaoyuan was stunned. Miss, where's my tea? Yu was stunned when he heard that. That's right. Dad is so thoughtful. He quickly got up and returned to the study room. He took out a few boxes of tea leaves and put them aside. That's right. Dad is so thoughtful. Uncle, take these tea leaves and drink them first. I'll get more for you after you've finished them. Lao Qin was stunned for a moment. He was a little confused. What's going on? What I mean is, you're pouring tea for your uncle but not for me, you little girl. I'm not asking where my tea leaves are. I know where they are. Can't you leave some for me? Lao Qin wiped his tears helplessly. This girl really can't stay. On the other side, Yang Jiehui and Ji Ruyun were chatting very well. The meal lasted until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Dahai and Xiaoyuan had drunk too much. They each took a bedroom and snored loudly. They only woke up after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Dahai personally cooked some light dishes for dinner. The family discussed the marriage of Chen Song and Qin Yu over the meal. What should be said and what should not be said had to be said. Talking about marriage was not about other things. They had to think about it more thoroughly, including the time to get the marriage certificate, the time to get engaged, and the time to get married. As for the house, Chen Song also had a house, so there was no need to talk about other things. Xiaoyuan also did not ask. After all, how much money could Chen Dahai have? Besides, he was looking for a son-in-law, not a nouveau riche. If he really wanted to find a rich man, Xiaoyuan could find 8 or 10 people who were richer than Chen Song. However, this was a marriage, not a business deal. The most important thing was to find a reliable person. As for the specific date of the marriage, the two families still wanted to wait for Chen Song to come back and get married. However, they could find a time to get the marriage certificate first. Chen Song and Qin Yu would be in the capital next year. It was not appropriate to not get the marriage certificate. It would be better if the child was really pregnant. It was only natural for them to get married. After all, they had to find a good date to get married. Dongyang did not have the habit of getting engaged. In fact, when the two families sat down together and decided on this matter, it could be considered as an engagement. It was equivalent to the affirmation of both parents. At most, they could find time to sit down with relatives and friends and have a meal together. There was no special ceremony. That night, everyone had made it clear to each other. He didn't encounter any problems. This made the two families happier. To put it bluntly, they hit it off. At night, Chen Song and his parents sent him back to the hotel. Qin Yu insisted on sending him back. Chen Song was helpless. In a while, he still had to send Qin Yu back. He had to make 3 trips back and forth. What was the point? When he came back to send Qin Yu back, the two of them were holding hands. Qin Yu said with a smile, I feel very grounded and happy now. Chen Song could not help but pinch her nose and smile. You'll be mine in the future. Xianxia giggled. When do you plan to get the marriage certificate with me? My household register is so hot that I'm about to have a child. Chen Song suddenly smiled and said, how about February 22nd, 2020? On Monday morning, Sister Zhang sent someone to drive the car directly to the hotel after the procedures were completed. It was a very considerate service. Lao Chen liked the license plate even more, East A, CY 999. Chen Dehai and Yang Jiehui's initials were 999, which meant forever. Lao Chen was bored staying here, mainly because he was worried about the thousands of yuan a day he spent on the hotel. He immediately decided to drive home for a spin. There was only half a month left until Chinese New Year. After Yang Jiehui saw Ji Ruyun's wrinkled skin, she chatted for a long time and was also very moved. Chen Song asked Su Ro to bring her directly to Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital. She would take care of her for the next 2 days and then prepare for the surgery on Wednesday. Chen Song went back to school, packed his things, and was about to leave for Hengdian. Before he left, Chen Song gave him Jin Qingji's phone number and chatted with him for a while. Jin Qingji also agreed very politely. Xianxia didn't go home these days, nor did she accompany Chen Song. Whenever she was free, she would go to Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital to curry favor. Chen Song's car was now basically in Xianxu's hands. After all, Xianxu thought that she was now the female owner of the car, so it was natural. People were like this, they were used to driving and couldn't stop. Suddenly losing the car was like losing something, so they were even more lazy to walk. Chen Song was now thinking about how to do animal experiments on the cough water. After thinking about it, he decided to ask someone. For this kind of drug experiment, it was best to find a university, an experimental base, or a pharmaceutical factory because these places had experienced personnel to do it. If it was a university, Chen Song decided to ask Qian Liang after work. However, if it was a pharmaceutical factory, Chen Song had already made one. That was Chen Bingxing's wife. After some free time in the morning, Chen Song found Lao Chen and asked, "Boss, can sister-in-law's pharmaceutical factory do animal experiments now?" Chen Bingxing was stunned for a moment. Yes, it shouldn't be a problem, but Chen Bingxing wanted to say that the company was about to go bankrupt, but an experiment didn't matter. At most, he could use his connections to get Xiaochen to do the experiment. Do you want to do a research project? I'll give your sister-in-law a call. Don't let her deal with the company now. Chen Bingxing shook his head helplessly. The company was on the verge of bankruptcy. Chen Song was stunned. The company went bankrupt? Chen Song shook his head. I don't do research. It's like this. After thinking about it, he told Lao Chen about the bulb cough water. After saying that, Chen Song frowned and said, I suspect that the codeine polyhydroxyphosphates drug reaction isn't clear, especially for patients with old diseases. It can induce atrial fibrillation, and this adverse reaction wasn't mentioned in the drug's description. He only emphasized that the drug's dependence on the drug should be reduced. After Chen Bingxing heard Chen Song's words, he was stunned. He said excitedly with both hands, Xiao Chen. What you said just now is true. Chen Song nodded. Yes, I'm very confident. After all, I've encountered a few similar patients one after another. This is very abnormal. Hearing Chen Song's words, Chen Bingxing's breathing quickened. The cough water produced by the Valb company was the same type of product as the compound licorice tablets produced by Chen Bingxing's wife, Dongyang Anson Pharmaceutical Company. In the process of competition, the two drugs repeatedly clashed. However, the Valb company's product had the upper hand every time. This was the power of the FDA certification. However, there were still some procedures for the FDA to market the drug. Of course, it was mainly the analysis and discussion of the drug's clinical data. After the final comprehensive judgment, it could enter the market. Now, Anson Pharmaceutical Company was facing a serious predicament. After all, they had invested so much manpower and material resources. If there were no results, it would be a heavy blow to the pharmaceutical company. Pharmaceutical companies were indeed very profitable, but the research and development costs were also very high. If 2 drugs failed in a row, even those big companies would be in serious trouble. Not to mention a small company like Anson Pharmaceutical Company. Under the strong impact of the Valve company this time, perhaps many domestic manufacturers would face such a situation. After Chen Bingxing heard Chen Song's news, he was very excited. He said to Chen Song excitedly, "Xiao Chen. This time I really have to thank you." Chen Song was confused. "What do you mean?" Chen Bingxing then said, "This time, after the Valve company's cough water went on the market, its efficacy was remarkable and very popular. Your sister-in-law's company produced it." After Chen Bingxing explained the ins and outs of the matter, the two of them smiled. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They didn't expect such a coincidence. However, after Chen Song heard it, he couldn't help but sigh. The improved codeine polyhydroxyphosphate's cough-suppressing effect was about twice as good as the normal one. It was equivalent to about 1/3 of morphine. The effect would naturally be very different. "Don't worry about this matter. After work, come to the house and let's talk about this." Lao Chen said quickly, "Your appearance now is simply a great thing. Xiao Chen, you really helped me a lot." Lao Chen had been anxious in his heart for the past few months. Seeing his wife busy every day, but he couldn't do anything, he was really helpless. Moreover, long-term scientific research itself was very expensive. Now that the company's capital chain was broken, many shareholders couldn't help but want to withdraw their investment. The entire Anson Pharmaceutical Company was like a candle in the wind, in danger. He didn't expect it, he really didn't expect it. At the crucial moment, he met Xiao Chen. Lao Chen was very excited. He could finally help his wife. Chen Bingxing quickly picked up the phone and dialed his wife Gu Xian's phone number. After a long time, no one picked up the phone. 2 minutes later, the call came back. "Hubby, just now. I was in a meeting." "What's wrong?" Gu Xian's voice was a little tired. After 4 months of struggle, Anson seemed to be exhausted. Many shareholders were ready to give up at today's shareholders' meeting. Moreover, they found their old rival, Dongxing Pharmaceutical Company. After Dongxing Pharmaceutical Company was annexed, it was very likely to be listed. If Anson Pharmaceutical Company's drug was successful, it would pass the market test and be allowed to be listed. But now, not to mention being listed, it was already on the verge of disintegration and being acquired. Chen Bingxing said excitedly, "Honey, there's hope. There's really hope." Gu Xian couldn't help but smile. "Hubby, it's okay. I'm also a shareholder of the company if it's acquired. When the time comes, I'll be more relaxed. I won't care about the company's matters anymore. I'll take care of the family. You don't have to be so tired." Gu Xian was really tired. If Dongxing Pharmaceutical Company was really acquired, her 40% shares would have no right to speak at all. After establishing Anson Group, after so many years of ups and downs, she didn't expect it to come to this day. Perhaps after this meeting, the company would be acquired. Chen Bingxing shook his head. "No, no, no. Honey, I'm not joking. Xiao Chen found a big problem with VOLB Company's drug. It's hard to explain over the phone. Don't be anxious." Gu Xian was stunned. There was a problem with VOLB cough water. They had already done animal experiments and clinical tests, hadn't they? How was that possible? P.S. Thank you to the Alliance leader, Liwen 521, for the 10,000 reward. Thank you, brother. Oh right, let's talk about something. I've discovered a new skill. I can upload photos in this chapter. When I write about the surgery. Ha 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 ha, everyone will have something to look at. I think it's very interesting. After Gu Xian hung up the phone, she looked out the window and hesitated. At this time, Ansu Pharmaceuticals was already in tatters and the shareholders' confidence had disappeared. When a company couldn't bring profits to the shareholders and couldn't be listed, it might have already reached the point of decline. The reason why Dongxing Pharmaceutical acquired Ansu was because of its formulas and perfect experimental base and assembly line. In fact, facing the impact of foreign pharmaceutical products was a very challenging thing for the domestic market. Reform and opening up was a good thing, but, when a large number of foreign medicines poured into China's market, it would be fine if they had the power to fight back. If not, the consequences would be really dangerous. The invasion of capital and technology was cruel. Ansu Pharmaceuticals was just one of many companies. This was a good thing and a bad thing. To Gu Xian, Chen Song's information was somewhat believable. It was completely based on the foundation of expectation. It was like a person who had fallen into a river grasping at a life-saving straw. Whether it was true or not, she had to give it a try. However, Gu Xian wasn't naive enough to think that Chen Song was telling the truth. Everything was up for debate. However, today's equity transfer meeting could be postponed. Anyway, it didn't matter if it was delayed for a day or two. Thinking of this, Gu Xian returned to the office. The office was in a mess. Seeing Gu Xian come in, Zhang Tianxun smiled. "President Gu, have you thought about it?" Gu Xian looked at Zhang Tianxun's victorious expression and wasn't angry. This was too common in business. Gu Xian looked at the other three shareholders. Each of them only had 20% of the shares, but together, it was 60%. "Everyone, I have some urgent matters at home today. Today's meeting is over. As for the equity transfer, I will give you the news in 3 days." When she first bought in, there was a condition that the original shareholders had limited purchase rights. As the chairman, Gu Xian was even more so. Zhang Tianxun was stunned. He smiled and said, "Is President Gu not satisfied with the price? You know the current market. Do you have to wait for Volb water to fully occupy the market? At that time Ensu will be even less valuable." Gu Xian sneered. Ensu Pharmaceuticals' market valuation reached 200 million at its peak. Now, including the factory equipment and various formulas, it was 40 to 50 million. Zhang Tianxun was undoubtedly robbing a burning house. With 20 million yuan for 60% of the shares, Gu Xian's 40% would not be a threat. The shareholders glanced at Gu Xian and hesitated a little. They had all come here together, so of course, they were willing to give it to Gu Xian. But now that things had come to this point, no one was willing to take over. However, 3 days was 3 days. So be it. Seeing that Gu Xian was ignoring him, Zhang Tianxun couldn't help but laugh. 20 million now, but 3 days later, it wouldn't be worth that much. Right now, Ensu Medical Bank had taken a loan of more than 10 million yuan. This 20 million yuan was actually just 60% of the shares plus the bank loan. As for Gu Xian's repurchase, that was impossible. Right now, President Gu had run out of ammunition and food. She had investigated all her details clearly. Her husband was just a junior doctor in the hospital. Now Gu Xian couldn't afford to buy back the shares of other companies. He also didn't have the money to settle the bank loan. 3 days, Zhang Tianxun got up and left with his secretary. At noon, Gu Xian drove to the restaurant, took the food she had ordered, and drove home. She didn't have time to cook, and she was also worried about the nanny. Every time, she would order a meal at a trustworthy restaurant and go home to eat for her husband and children. She was also using her own way to be a good mother and wife. After returning home and tidying up, Chen Song and Chen Bingxing came back. Without caring about eating, Chen Bingxing said directly, "Honey, sit down. I'll get Xiaochen to tell you." Seeing how excited Chen Bingxing was, Gu Xian couldn't help but be curious. "Xiaochen, what do you mean? Does Volb cough water have side effects or?" Chen Song took out a few medical records and said, "Sister-in-law, it's like this. I discovered it by chance. There are 3 medical records here, and the patients all have different degrees of." Chen Song began to tell her about his discovery. However, he naturally hid some things that he couldn't say. Gu Xian picked it up and quickly looked at it. These were possible, but this didn't mean that it was universal. It didn't have statistical significance. Further research was needed. Chen Song continued, "Sister-in-law, I suggest that we build an experimental model and then test it with Volb's cough water to see if there's a possibility of inducing atrial fibrillation." Gu Xian was also a little tempted. However, she also talked about the company's affairs today. In fact, if it weren't for Xiaochen today, the company's shares might have been transferred to Zhang Tianxuan's Dongxing Pharmaceutical. After Chen Song heard this, he suddenly had a few more ideas in his mind. He could also take the 60% shares. But the question was whether it was necessary. Chen Song suddenly fell into deep thought. If the effect of compound licorice tablets was really good, Chen Song could invest in such a company. 20 million was already the lowest price. If the company could continue to bring in benefits, Xianxia's 20 million would be idle. Thinking of this, Xianxia was very interested in this compound licorice tablets. If there was a problem with the VOLB cough solution, the improved compound licorice tablets would be able to compete in the competition. This was undoubtedly a matter of pros and cons. Xianxia thought of this and couldn't help but ask, "Sister-in-law, do you have your company's finished medicine at home?" Gu Xian nodded, got up, and took out a box of compound licorice tablets from the drawer. Actually, these medicines on the market are already mature. Like VOLB company, we are doing the same thing. At the same time, we are diagnosing and reducing dependence. The compound licorice tablets are still modified from the traditional formula. New chemical ingredients have been added. The current effect is obviously better than the traditional formula. It's a pity that we've encountered VOLB's cough medicine. Gu Xian couldn't help but smile. Xianxia nodded. After hesitating for a while, he decided to use the identification card to check it out. After all, if this was a very good medicine, it was a very good business opportunity for him. Identification. Identification in progress. Identification successful. Product: modified compound licorice tablets by adding camphor, star anise oil, and other ingredients, and changing the traditional medicine ratio. A successfully modified cough and phlegm medicine with obvious effect, adverse effects, slight nausea and vomiting. Ingredients: licorice extract is a protective cough suppressant and phlegm expelling agent. The improved ratio of opioid powder has a stronger cough suppressant effect and reduces dependence. Camphor and star anise oil can stimulate the bronchial mucosa, reflexively increasing gland secretion, diluting sputum and making it easier to cough out. Sodium benzoate is a preservative. The above ingredients form a compound preparation with the synergistic effect of cough suppressant and phlegm expelling. The result of the system's identification was a successfully modified cough suppressant and phlegm medicine. Xianxia hesitated. Should he buy it? 20 million, identification completed, recommended purchase. Chen was stunned. Damn, system, are you so humane? Xianxia suppressed the excitement in his heart. He thought about it carefully. According to the development of Xianxia Pharmaceutical Company, even if this drug was not as powerful as imagined. But as long as they survived the impact and difficulties of the VOLB company, the 60% shares bought with 20 million yuan would definitely appreciate. After all, it was estimated to be around 200 million yuan before the impact. And after so many years of development, there were many mature drugs on the market. Overall, it was still profitable. It was just that this drug that he invested in and improved with all his heart encountered such a situation. After pondering for a moment, Xianxia still felt that he should trust the system for the time being. It was a profitable business. Besides, if he won this business, he would be the boss of a luxury car and villa. If he lost money, he would serve the rich woman with breast enhancement and plastic surgery. He would do a few more surgeries. It was not a loss. Xianxia gritted his teeth and made a decision. At this time, Gu Xian said, "Xiao Chen, how about this? I'll get the director of the experimental center to come over in a while and get this done as soon as possible." During the meal, Gu Xian was obviously absent-minded. The bank on the other side of the phone also began to urge for a loan. Gu Xian also kept calling her business partners to see if she could transfer some funds. Xianxia hesitated for a while and said, "Sister-in-law, I can invest in your company." As soon as he said that, the room suddenly quieted down. Chen Bingxing could not help but say, "Kid, do you know how much money that is? 20 million yuan. Not 20,000 yuan. Xianxia nodded. "I know." Then, Xianxia said, "Sister-in-law, actually, I'm very optimistic about Xianxia Pharmaceutical Company, and I'm willing to take out 20 million yuan to buy the 60% shares of the company." Gu Xian and Chen Bingxing were really shocked by Xianxia's words. Because the fate of Xianxia Pharmaceutical Company was unknown, 20 million yuan was not a small amount. Chen Bingxing knew that Xianxia's money was hard-earned money. It was all served by rich women. This was Zhang Jixin's original words. However, this money wasn't going to go to waste. If it were not for the family business, Gu Xian might have wanted to withdraw herself. After all, under the impact of VOLB, many companies had already encountered problems. Therefore, When the two of them heard that Chen Song was still willing to take out 20 million to buy the shares, they were honestly touched. Lao Chen took a deep breath and looked at Chen Song. He smiled and shook his head at Gu Xian. He could not cheat Chen Song. In his heart, Chen Song was just a junior. He appreciated Chen Song's kind intentions, but, forget about the money. There were too many. Lao Chen was afraid that he wouldn't be able to pay up. Gu Xian also smiled and quickly refused. Xiao Chen, I accept your kind intentions, but, this is not a joke. The business world is cruel and heartless. It won't reward you just because you're a good person. This matter, Chen Song shook his head. Boss, sister-in-law, I'm sincere. If I'm really optimistic about Ansu Pharmaceutical, can I buy the shares? Gu Xian, you can buy it, but I need to buy it back and then transfer it to you. Chen Song nodded and immediately said, sister-in-law, let's go to the bank. That afternoon, Chen Song successfully transferred 20 million yuan. Gu Xian was filled with emotions as she held on to the heavy 20 million yuan. Then, Lao Chen returned to the hospital. Chen Song and Gu Xian went directly to the company's experimental base. After the old director of the experimental base learned of Chen Song's idea, he began to prepare. For animal experiments, first, they had to create some guinea pigs with high blood pressure, coronary heart disease, and other diseases. Then, they had to feed the drugs and test them. Chen Song did not understand the whole process, but he did not need to understand it. The professional skills should be left to the professionals. Chen Song suddenly thought of something and could not help but ask, sister-in-law, have you not done any research on VOLB? Gu Xian could not help but laugh. How could we not? Don't you know that the person who knows you the best might be your competitor? This drug has just been on the market, and we have already started to research it. We have done a few clinical trials and spent a few million, but there was no sound and no effect. Clinical trials were very expensive. A person participating in a clinical trial would cost 10 to 20,000 yuan per set. In fact, the hospital would often find some people to participate in clinical trials as guinea pigs. The price was very high, about 3,000 yuan a day. The price would fluctuate according to the different drugs. Usually, clinical trials would take about 4 days. There were even more overseas. Many cancer patients overseas, including the United States, could not afford treatment at all. Therefore, many pharmaceutical companies came up with a solution. Let these patients participate in clinical trials for free to test their anti-cancer drugs. This way, not only could they save the patient's treatment fees, but the pharmaceutical company could also obtain rich clinical data. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, this method was very common in the United States. Many hospitals would even recommend patients to be test subjects for certain drugs. Of course, if there were any problems during the period of taking the drug, the medical company would have to take full responsibility. However, this kind of situation was rare. They used this kind of data to obtain various side effects and observe whether there was statistical significance. Perhaps many people felt that it was inhumane, but drugs that could participate in the 3rd phase of clinical trials had basically been tested on animals countless times. It was relatively safer. Moreover, it was hard to say what was humane, so there was no need to talk about it. When Chen Song heard that Gu Xian had clinical data, he immediately said, sister-in-law, can I take a look at these data? Gu Xian smiled. You're going to be a major shareholder of the company soon. Why not? Thinking of this, Gu Xian immediately got up and went to the archives room to retrieve all the experimental results and data analysis. Chen Song looked at the densely packed data. Not only did he not have a headache, but he was also a little excited. It was really as Gu Xian said. They had done a lot of research on VOLB company, and they had also done a lot of clinical trials. However, generally speaking, clinical trials were conducted on healthy people. Perhaps this was also the reason why there were no abnormal data? Thinking of this, Chen Song contacted the director of the experimental base to find more guinea pig models, including guinea pigs with myocardial infarction, cerebral infarction, hyperlipidemia, hypertension, and diabetes, to conduct research on them. Instantly, the director of the experimental base was stunned. This would require a lot of money. The successful guinea pigs used for the experiment cost more than a few hundred to 1,000. The entire experiment would probably cost a few 100,000 to a few million yuan. when Xianxia heard that, he instantly felt the pinch. Scientific research was not a waste of money, this was burning money. Xian gritted her teeth. Director Wang, let's do it. Use all our stock. Anyway, the company was going to be acquired. If they kept it, they would only be keeping it for others. Xianxia did not idle around. When he left, he directly copied all the data and studied it at night, hoping to get some useful data. Do not underestimate these data. Through different analysis, different clues could be obtained. Xianxia felt that as long as there were abnormalities in the data, as long as he looked at it from different angles, he might really be able to find some missing information. After all, his medical statistics was now perfect. P.S. Thank you to a teller and Little Fresh Name for their 10,000 tips. Thank you, the plot is starting to unfold. Please support me. These 2 days, Xianxia suddenly fell into a busy state. As the department director, the department could not miss a single major surgery. After he finished his mother's surgery, he still had to go back and study the data. This was the first time in more than 20 years that Xianxia looked at his mother's face seriously. Wrinkles, brown spots, white hair, these things were like knives that pierced his heart. People would age, but Xianxia did not expect to age so quickly. He had always felt that his parents were still young and strong, supporting the family. Now, he suddenly realized that perhaps they were really starting to age. The hair at the temples was already graying, and the skin on her face was not as tight and elastic as before. The occasional brown spots made people sigh. Xianxia took a deep breath. Xianxia had done this surgery for a long time. He wanted to fill in every wrinkle with his heart and use his strength to smooth out the traces of time. He also did not want the knife of life to leave marks on her face. Unfortunately, people would eventually grow old. This was the first time in Xianxia's life that he looked at his mother's face seriously for such a long time. For some reason, he felt a little sad. After the surgery, Yang Jiehui was very embarrassed but also very happy. After the surgery, Xianxia called Su Rou over and asked manager Su to arrange some care for his mother's hands and body. Most of the time, plastic surgery hospitals did not only do surgeries. A large amount of income was regular maintenance, such as photon rejuvenation, face making and so on. The cheap ones were 1 or 2,000 yuan each time, and the expensive ones were more than 10 or 20,000 yuan each time. However, it was only 2 or 3 times a year. Now, many people were more and more accepting. After settling his mother, Xianxia got up and left. With the young nurses taking care of her, Xianxia was relatively assured. When he returned home at night, Xianxia began to look at a large amount of data and began to think seriously. Ansu Medical was already very professional, and the analysis of clinical data was also done very well. They spent a lot of money to study their opponent, but after spending a few million, they suddenly realized that the other party was really amazing. This was a very frustrating thing. But it was also something that had to be done. It was to find some of the shortcomings. There were thousands of data, and different indicators were analyzed according to different statistics. The safety factor analysis was basically done on blood, urine, and liver and kidney function. However, Ansu Pharmaceuticals was also considerate. They had specially done drug resistance, dependence, and heart rhythm tests. Looking at the results of each statistical analysis, Xianxia's mind was like a high-speed calculation, constantly thinking and calculating. No problem, there was still no problem. If they studied it according to the data, there really wouldn't be any problems. Xianxia couldn't help but close his eyes. If he couldn't figure out the abnormality of the VOLB company's cough water, the 20 million stock purchase would be his biggest loss. Now, everyone in Ansu Medical Company was in danger. The other shareholders couldn't wait to transfer the hot potato out of their hands. As the company's CEO, Xian only had 40% of the shares. After the bank's risk assessment, it would be very difficult for them to get a loan, but he had intervened. Xianxia took a deep breath and took out a pen and paper. He looked at the data and recalculated. If he could obtain some useful information through the ready-made data, it would undoubtedly save him a lot of time and effort. Atrial fibrillation, arrhythmia. Xianxia quickly looked at the results of an ordinary person's analysis. The results showed that arrhythmia could occur. Everyone knew this, but no one had atrial fibrillation. Moreover, no one would associate it with atrial fibrillation. Right at this moment, Chen Song suddenly realized something. That's right, he had fallen into a misunderstanding. Why did he have to look at the results of these ECG reports? Back then, the clinical data of the ECG were all there. He could have checked them one by one. Chen Song's ECG was perfect, his ability to discern was the strongest among them. Moreover, he could combine it with the analysis of the physical and chemical data of the blood draw to make a judgment. During atrial fibrillation, although the physiological and biochemical indicators wouldn't be too abnormal, the blood flow rate would change slightly. Even if there was no atrial fibrillation, there would still be some subtle differences. After thinking it through, Chen Song gritted his teeth and made a decision. Look at the ECG, wasn't it just tens of thousands of ECG? Chen Song went to Xianxia Medicine and directly moved the ECG to the on-call room. There were 7 to 8 boxes of ECG reports. Everyone in the office felt their scalps tingle. It was terrifying. Chen Song decided to analyze them one by one. There was a big difference between arrhythmia and arrhythmia. On Thursday morning, Xianxia Medicine officially held a meeting to announce the transfer of shares. Zhang Tianshan didn't hesitate today and directly lowered the price to 15 million. This made the other 3 shareholders' expressions change. They didn't expect Zhang Tianshan to be so ruthless. Director Zhang, isn't the price too much? A shareholder said angrily. Zhang Tianshan shook his head. I'm sorry, the money that Dongxing Medicine can take out is really limited. 15 million is the limit. How about this, I only want 51% of the shares. Why do I need 60%? The few CEOs sighed. They joined Xianxia Medicine to earn money. Now, they were transferring shares to avoid risks. To them, Xianxia Medicine had no feelings. It was just a money-making machine, only Xianxia. This was her company. Zhang Tianshan had Xianxia in his grasp. Now, she had no way to save Xianxia. Delay, every day she delayed, Xianxia's value would decrease. Could she afford to delay? Zhang Tianshan suddenly looked up at Xianxia. Director Gu. 30 million. I'll take it all, including your shares. If you're willing, we can do the transaction now. Xianxia, who was once glorious, had gone from its peak value of 200 million to 30 million after half a year of twists and turns. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little regretful. However, this was the business world. The other shareholders didn't care, but to Xianxia, this was her company. It was founded by her father. If it was handed to her, an older shareholder said, Director Gu, if you're willing to buy, I'm willing to transfer 6 million to you for 20% of my shares. The others echoed, yes. Director Gu, I'm willing to. Zhang Tianshan smiled. What was the use of their willingness? Did Xianxia have the money? At this moment, Xianxia took a deep breath. No need. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but sigh. In the end, their expectations were gone. Where could they get so much money now? However, at this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, 21 million. I'll take all of everyone's shares. 7 million each. When this was said, everyone was stunned. Who would have thought that Xianxia would be able to take out 21 million at once? Even Zhang Tianshan did not expect it. Dongxing Pharmaceutical was originally on par with Xianxia Pharmaceutical. It was just that without this setback, being able to take out about 20 million was already the limit. However, 51% was enough to control the shares. If they took over Xianxia and stabilized it for 2 years, they could basically go public. Hearing Xianxia's words, everyone was dumbfounded. Zhang Tianshan did not believe it, but he watched as the lawyer and bank staff began to go through the procedures with Xianxia. Could this be fake? The equity transfer contract was quickly completed. Zhang Tianshan saw this and was angry but helpless. He only sneered, President Gu is so bold. I want to see how much this 21 million will become in the future. After saying that, he turned around and left. Could Zhang Tianshan raise the price? Yes, but think about it, there was still a 10 million loan from the bank. After you bought the shares, this was also your responsibility. So, this was not just a matter of 20 million. Xianxia smiled, President Zhang, you don't have to worry. If it's really not worth it, I'll definitely give it to you cheaper when you come. When Zhang Tianshan heard this, he smiled and left. The other three shareholders looked at Gu Xian and said apologetically, President Gu, I'm really sorry. We can't hold on any longer. Sigh, let's work together if there's a chance. Gu Xian smiled and did not say anything. The shareholders were birds in the same forest. It was common for them to fly away in the face of a disaster. Now that they had separated, they would come back if there was a chance. Now, Gu Xian was most grateful to Chen Song. He bought back 60% of the shareholders' shares. Basically, the company was still surnamed Gu and not anyone else. They could still follow the original path. That was enough. 21 million was already cheap enough. Zhang Tianshan was obviously lowering the price. Gu Xian was the company's president. He knew what price was more suitable. 21 million was not much, however, in such an environment, it was already quite a lot. Moreover, the price was indeed not high, but it was not Gu Xian's shares. To put it bluntly, what did it have to do with Gu Xian? Here, the laboratory was urgently doing animal experiments. Chen Song led Lao Chen and the others to do an electrocardiogram examination. The entire emergency department was busy. Everyone came back to look at the electrocardiogram whenever they were free. Chen Song categorized each type of arrhythmia. However, it was not without benefits. At the very least, under the leadership of Chen Song, everyone's ability to read electrocardiograms had greatly improved. Time passed day by day. On Sunday morning, Chen Song arrived at the on-call room. The electrocardiogram had been concluded. So now, how was he going to research it? Chen Song kept flipping through books and literature to look for signs of atrial fibrillation or electrocardiograms that could induce atrial fibrillation. Since normal patients did not have atrial fibrillation, then, since it was like this, let me see if you can induce atrial fibrillation. Suddenly, Chen Song was overjoyed when he thought of this idea. It seemed that the drug that boosted his reflexes was really good. Now, his mind was much sharper. Chen Song suddenly thought of an awesome syndrome. Aura of atrial fibrillation, Bay syndrome. It was also known as Bear Grylls syndrome. However, this had nothing to do with Bear Grylls syndrome, who was at the top of the food chain. It was a big shot in Spain. Antonio Baez de Luna. How was atrial fibrillation caused? It was nothing more than a block in the conduction of electricity from the atrium to the ventricles. If the conduction of electricity was not good, it would cause convulsions. This was easy to understand, right? Any part of the conduction system of the heart could be blocked. Conduction blocks from the atrium to the ventricles, such as first-degree, second-degree, and third-degree atrioventricular conduction blocks, were very common. And Bear Grylls was such an awesome person. He combined the electrocardiogram, atrial arrhythmia, atrial fibrillation, and atrial fibrillation for research and really produced results. Atrial conduction block was not just an electrocardiogram phenomenon. It was closely related to common supraventricular arrhythmias such as atrial fibrillation and atrial fibrillation. And Bay syndrome was gradually used to describe the relationship between atrial conduction block and atrial fibrillation. When Chen Song thought of this, he quickly looked up the literature. He found a lot of good things. The more he looked, the more awesome he felt. The appearance of Bear Grylls syndrome directly shortened Chen Song's research time. Since someone had proved the signs, he would just use it directly. Thinking of this, Chen Song picked out the electrocardiograms of atrioventricular conduction block from the arrhythmias. Then, he performed a statistical analysis. Now, what Chen Song wanted to do was to prove whether the difference was statistically significant. In fact, any experiment needed a control group and an experimental group. To be honest, Chen Song was a little excited now. If it could be proven, it would directly prove that the VOLB cough solution could indeed induce arrhythmias and cause atrial fibrillation. Hypothesis established, U1 U2 0. 02, the difference was not statistically significant. The data analysis was carried out. Chen Song directly used the most basic test method at the beginning. The data began to be sent in again and again. Now that he had the help of a computer, it was very convenient. An hour later, the data was successfully entered. He began to calculate the difference. Soon, the results were out. 0.01. The difference was statistically significant. Looking at the results, Chen Song was a little trembling. Awesome, we have proven it. we are going to do something big this time. At this moment, Xianxia truly proved that the VOLB cough solution could induce Bear Grylls syndrome in normal people and cause atrial fibrillation. Xianxia was very excited. What can the FDA do? We can still find the shortcomings of the drugs that passed the review. We can find the side effects. Xianxia could not help but get up and excitedly throw a few punches in the air. Thinking of this, he did not relax at all and began to write a paper. This paper, Xianxia must give the FDA a slap in the face. Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but get excited. He opened Word and just did it. This was actually very convenient. With the original data, experimental results, and evidence, such an article should be very popular. Time passed by minute. Xianxia looked at the few letters on the screen and could not help but sigh. What the F***ck did I write? Look at other people's writing style and look at mine. Xianxia could not help but feel sorry. You want to publish this in the Lancet? You must be dreaming. Suddenly, he thought of his dear teacher Meng and opened the research option. There was indeed one, thesis writing ability, exchanged for 30 points. Xianxia gritted his teeth. He made up his mind. After this, he must go to Eastern University's first courtyard and shock teacher Meng. After all, there were only 10 points left. It was not enough. Helpless, after exchanging, Xianxia's mind was suddenly filled with the records of countless theses. Master level was indeed master level, just a few simple sentences, yet it was different from his. Just by listening to it, one could tell that it was a master. No wonder both of them checked the Xinhua dictionary. He wrote novels, while the other wrote ancient poems that had been passed down for thousands of years. Sigh, the gap. P.S. I uploaded a few photos today. Everyone, take a look. Haha, this is my first try. I estimate there are about 4 or 5 photos. Take a look and upload more beautiful photos in the future. Xianxia felt that although he only used one night to rush out a paper, the quality was still very reliable. After writing it, Xianxia made some changes and opened the email. Who should I send it to? Xianxia was a little hesitant. After thinking about it, Xianxia decided to call and ask. It was still early, so Xianxia called Gu Xian directly. Gu Xian was not resting now. The entire burden of Ansu Pharmaceutical was suddenly on her shoulders. The pressure was huge. The animal experiments in the experimental center were carried out in an orderly manner, and the results were out soon. After the phone rang, Gu Xian saw that it was Xianxia and immediately picked up the phone. Xiao Chen, what's wrong? Xianxia said directly, sister-in-law, have you heard of Bay syndrome? Gu Xian was stumped by this question. Bay syndrome, what is that? Xianxia explained directly, sister-in-law, it's like this. Bay syndrome is a kind of atrioventricular block syndrome that can induce atrial fibrillation. It's considered a precursor to atrial fibrillation. I looked at all the electrocardiograms of your human experiments at that time, and then reinterpreted the results of each electrocardiogram. After statistical analysis, the results were obtained. Although VOLB company's cough medicine did not cause atrial fibrillation in normal people, it did not cause atrial fibrillation in the future. However, in a sense, it induced the precursor of atrial fibrillation. This means that there must be a problem with the cough medicine itself. Xianxia excitedly explained to Gu Xian. This directly made Gu Xian excited. Was there really a problem with VOLB cough medicine? Thinking of this, Gu Xian could not help but feel a little excited. The usually intellectual and indifferent female CEO could not control her emotions now. If what Xianxia said was true, it meant that Ansu Pharmaceutical could be saved. No, not only could it be saved, furthermore, it was even a rebirth from the ashes. This was because Ansu Pharmaceutical's medicine itself had a certain degree of competitiveness. Although it could not be said to be the strongest in the industry, it was still one of the best in the industry. If they lost the cough medicine competitor, they would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. At the thought of this, Gu Xian could not help but say excitedly, Xiao Chen. Really? Are you sure? Xianxia nodded and smiled. Of course, sister-in-law, I'll go over now. Let's discuss what to do. Gu Xian nodded. At this time, Xianxia was the biggest shareholder of Ansu Pharmaceutical, with 60% of the shares. Gu Xian, on the other hand, only had 40%. However, when Xianxia signed the transfer of shares, he still hoped that Gu Xian would be the chairman and continue to run the company. Most of the time, Chen Song just participated in the dividends unless something important happened. Chen Song wasn't good at developing drugs, and he didn't know much about business management and operations. Therefore, it was most appropriate to leave professional things to professionals. As long as he could get dividends, that would be enough. If Ansu Pharmaceutical Company could survive this crisis, Chen Song would be the biggest winner. After hurriedly taking a taxi to Zhang Zhixin's house, he found that several directors and people in charge of Ansu Pharmaceutical Experimental Center had also come. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Chen Song expectantly. They all hoped that what Chen Song said was true. No one wanted Ansu Pharmaceutical Company to be acquired. They were not shareholders, but department heads. To put it bluntly, they were existences who were bound together for good or ill. They were generals who attacked and retreated together. Once they were acquired, they would be replaced quickly because their positions were too important. Chen Song opened his laptop and directly displayed the results of the SPSS software. Suddenly, the statistical results appeared in front of everyone. Chen Song explained to everyone about Bay syndrome. Everyone present was a professional in scientific research. Although they didn't know what Bay syndrome was, they knew the experimental data very well. However, after hearing Chen Song's explanation, everyone suddenly became enlightened. For a moment, the entire room was filled with excitement and revelry. There was nothing more encouraging than this news. Ansu Pharmaceutical Company's continuous downturn for more than half a year had gradually made many people lose confidence. However, this group of people who did research and development had never given up on their own products. Everyone looked at Chen Song with excitement. This young new boss was really admirable. No matter what happened in the past, however, today, it was Chen Song who saved Ansu Pharmaceutical Company. Chen Song looked at everyone and couldn't help but ask, "Sister-in-law, what should we do now?" Gu Xian thought carefully for a long time before calming down. She looked at Chen Song and said, "Xiao Chen, the most important thing now is not to publish the paper, but to contact the authorities. After all, the drug is directly related to the people. How about this, you send the paper to the authorities first. I have a friend at the Food and Drug Administration. I will contact him now. We will inform the Food and Drug Administration of this news in advance and then control the spread and circulation of this drug in the country. Secondly, we will contact a domestic and foreign journal, China Pharmacology Bulletin, and publish the paper. I believe that the country will first make relevant preparations for this matter. Finally, we will summarize the experimental data, contact a world-renowned journal, and publish it in a well-known foreign journal." Gu Xian's words were methodical. When this cough medicine appeared in the country, it would first harm the lives and health of the people. They were the most direct victims. According to Chen Song's initial idea, it was obvious that the paper would be published in a well-known journal like The Lancet. However, not to mention the impact, how long would the review process take, every day, how many people would take it and how many patients would have an accident. At this time, the power of the country was the most trustworthy. China Pharmacology Bulletin was the official journal and also the journal with the highest impact factor in the domestic pharmaceutical field. Contacting the State Food and Drug Administration to let the relevant departments of the country verify the truth and prepare for it might be the most efficient way. Thinking of this, after Gu Xian called her friend, the other party was also shocked. Once this kind of thing happened, it would bring immeasurable losses. Gu Xian and Chen Song did not care about sleeping. They drove through the night and rushed to the capital with their chauffeur. Xianxia was a department director at the Food and Drug Administration. He was mainly responsible for the approval of drugs. After suddenly receiving the news from Gu Xian, how could he be in the mood to sleep? The matter was too urgent. He directly called the staff of the technical department and came to the office in the middle of the night. Then, he started reading Chen Song's thesis and statistical analysis results. After reading it, the old department directors were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. If this was true, what kind of impact would it bring? This was simply too scary. The matter had blown up, and he could no longer make the decision. Xianxia made a prompt decision to contact the leaders. In the building of the Food and Drug Administration, the lights in the various offices were turned on one after another. Many people were woken up in the middle of the night. Even the director, Huigua, rushed to the office immediately and called the relevant department heads for an emergency meeting. That night, many people could not fall asleep. As the valve of the country's food and drug safety, they must protect it well. This was their responsibility. At the same time, on the highway from Ammoniang City to the capital, a car was speeding. After Gu Xian and Chen Song arrived, Xianxia brought them directly to the office. It was already 5:30. No one looked tired at all. Instead, they were full of energy. This was a serious matter. No one dared to slack off. They knew that many patients would have to pay with their health and lives if they slacked off at this moment. Responsibility and mission were heavier than anything else at this moment. When Huigua saw Chen Song and Gu Xian, he quickly invited them to sit down. Without much pleasantries, Huigua looked at the main character this time, which was Chen Song, and asked directly, "Chief Chen, how did you find out about the side effects of the cough medicine?" Chen Song felt very awkward being called Chief Chen by an old man who was almost 60 years old. He could not help but say, "Chief Ho, just call me Xiao Chen. I'm the director of the emergency department of the secondary hospital of Chengdu province. I found these patients by chance." Chen Song explained the ins and outs of this matter tirelessly. He said everything that needed to be said. There were many people in the office, including the leaders of the technical department and related experts. They were all gathered here. If Chen Song was lying, everyone would be able to tell at a glance. When he heard Chen Song mention the precursor of atrial fibrillation and Bayes syndrome, the director of Union Medical College Cardiology Department suddenly raised his eyebrows. It seemed that no one thought of this possibility. Bayes syndrome was still under research. It was a topic that had been emerging in recent years. However, the problem with the medicine was not a small matter. Every possibility had to be considered. After Chen Song finished speaking, Huigua looked at the surrounding directors and asked doubtfully, "What do you think of Xiao Chen's words?" Everyone nodded. "Chief Ho, I think we should consider it. It has a lot of research value." "Yes, although Bayes syndrome is still under research, we have to tighten the medicine properly. We can't relax. Xiao Chen, let everyone take a look at the medical record." Chen Song nodded. Before he came, he had already prepared all the information. After the medical records were copied in the office, they were passed to the various directors. Li Kaiji, the head of the cardiology department at Union Medical College Hospital, almost couldn't react after reading it. Because to be honest, to be able to discover cough drops from these clues was an extremely difficult task for a clinician. Not only did this require a good medical foundation and literacy, but it also required a sufficient understanding of the human body. Only through repeated exploration of pathology could the clues be transferred to cough water. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine that a pulmonary embolism or cerebral infarction had anything to do with cough drops. The more Li Kaiji watched, the more amazed he was. He couldn't help but look at Chen Song and say, "Young man, you're amazing." Chen Song smiled but didn't say anything. After reading it, Li Kaiji said to Huigua, "Director Ho, I think there's a reason to suspect that there's something wrong with the cough water. Do you still have the data from the clinical trial we did? My idea now is to recalculate the electrocardiogram we did at that time according to Chief Chen's idea." After hearing this, the other chief experts nodded in agreement. Indeed, what was the scientific research idea? First, you had to find the problem. Second, you had to propose a hypothesis. Third, you had to design an experiment. Finally, you had to analyze the results. Then you had to get a conclusion. Now that the problem had been exposed, the next thing to do was to establish a hypothesis. Assuming that Chen Song's idea was correct, everyone began to study the experimental data at that time again. This was the most important part. Huigua looked at Director Su of the experimental department. "Director Su, hurry up and tell the staff to hurry up. We must get the results today." The middle-aged man nodded heavily. "Yes." Then he got up and left. Li Kaiji got up and said, "Chief Chen, come with us. Do us a favor. Hurry up." Chen Song nodded and got up. Although Gu Xian was the chairman of an old company, at this moment, she wasn't as valued as Chen Song. Xianxia left with Gu Xian. The entire administration fell into a tense but orderly bustle. More than a dozen director contacts came to help. More than 30 cardiologists and doctors in the electrocardiogram room were involved in the interpretation of the electrocardiogram signal at the same time. However, at this moment, they discovered a shocking phenomenon. That was, Chen Song's reading speed was more than twice as fast as theirs. That's right, even Li Kaiji was a little shocked. He watched as Chen Song interpreted each electrocardiogram and handed it to another staff member in charge of statistics. Even Li Kaiji's speed wasn't as fast as Chen Song's. Li Kaiji couldn't help but frown and remind him in a low voice, "Chief Chen, be serious." However, after Li Kaiji finished speaking, before Chen Song had time to speak, the staff member in charge of the review said, "Director Li, Chief Chen is very accurate. None of them are wrong." At this moment, Li Kaiji was stunned. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. "I used to be in charge of reading electrocardiograms, so it's faster." When the dozens of people behind him heard this, they were stunned. They were all specially sent here by the electrocardiogram room. "Are you saying that we're slow?" Chen Song was helpless. His nerve reflexes were too fast. Coupled with the fact that the electrocardiogram was perfect, there was nothing he could do. Li Kaiji simply shook his head. "This kid is a little strange. Forget it, forget it." With the efforts of 30 people, tens of thousands of scans were all classified in less than 2 hours. The staff member in charge of recording the data had already entered the data and was ready to start calculating. Everyone was a professional and didn't need to be reminded. The calculation process was very fast. In less than a minute, the results were out, P0.05. The difference was statistically significant. It was indeed statistically significant. Suddenly, the entire office was filled with excitement. Li Kaiji and Director Su were so excited that they didn't even bother to make phone calls. They took the results and ran straight to Ho Weiguo's office. "Chief Ho. As expected. There's really a problem." "Yeah. The results are really abnormal. This cough water from Valve Company can really induce Bay syndrome." "It's confirmed." Ho Weiguo's eyes lit up when he heard this. Li Kaiji stood up and said, "Chief Ho, we should temporarily stop the sales of Valve Company's cough water and quickly conduct animal experiments to get the detailed results as soon as possible." At this moment, Chen Song's phone suddenly rang. "Chief Chen, you're very right. This cough water can indeed aggravate the induction of atrial fibrillation, especially for those with heart disease and hypertension. There's a statistically significant difference, but there's no statistical difference for cerebral infarction, hyperlipidemia, and diabetes." Chen Song was instantly delighted. This was the analysis of the animal experiment results by Director Wang of Anson Medical Laboratory Center. Chen Song was instantly excited. "Director Li, Chief Ho, there's news from our experimental base. The animal experiment results show that this cough water can induce atrial fibrillation in guinea pigs with heart disease and hypertension. The experimental data will be coming soon." Li Kaiji's eyes lit up. He didn't expect this young man to be so thorough. Ho Weiguo looked at Chen Song and nodded. "Okay." After that, Ho Weiguo immediately asked the experimental base to organize the relevant research and organize a staff meeting on the same day. After the meeting at 9 a.m., China Food and Drug Administration released a message. "Our bureau is conducting relevant research on VOLB cough water. At present, we've found. We're notifying all hospitals and pharmacies to temporarily remove VLOB cough water from the shelves." At the same time, they also sent specialized staff to contact the person in charge of Valve Company to inform them of the removal notice. They also contacted lawyers to compensate for the damages caused by the VOLB cough water to the people. The whole process was swift and decisive. No one expected it to be so fast. From the time they received the notice at 3 a.m. to the announcement of the decision, it was only 7 hours. A piece of news that shocked all pharmacies and hospitals was directly spread throughout the country through the relevant national agencies and was quickly implemented. This was the power of a big country. When the person in charge of Valve Company in China heard the news, he was instantly dumbfounded. P.S. Thank you to Heavenly Pig Kai for the 10,000 tip. I don't know why, but the photos I uploaded were actually deleted. Did they not pass the review? I'm curious. I'll try again another day. Once there was a problem with a pharmaceutical company, the amount of compensation they would face would be terrifying. Pfizer had already paid a high compensation of $2.1 billion. Johnson & Johnson, not to be outdone, had also set a fine of $8 billion USD. Johnson & Johnson had already received 13,000 lawsuits. Talcum powder products, including baby powder, caused patients to contract cancer and were fined $20 million USD. The highest fine in recent years was $8 billion USD. There were two things that pharmaceutical companies were most afraid of. One was the continuous failure of scientific research that would bring down the company. The other was the sudden adverse reaction of the medicine that would bring the company to tears. At this time, VOLB company panicked when they received China's sudden order to stop the coughing solution. They immediately called for a shareholders' meeting to think of countermeasures. At this time, China's actions were swift and decisive. After the overnight meeting, all levels of the health committee and government departments began to notify hospitals and pharmacies. On the other hand, Chen Song's paper wasn't published in any pharmacological journal in the country. Indeed, it was true that the paper was published in China, but it was not enough to alert the world. As an international pharmaceutical company, VOLB company would definitely sell all over the world. If there was a problem with the coughing solution, people all over the world would be in trouble. After Li Kaiji thought about it, he directly contacted his friend at The Lancet to ask if the paper could be published directly. The Lancet was a militant in the journal industry. He had always been domineering in this circle by being unconventional and maverick. Whether it was the Indian superbug incident or the support for Arafat's death from poisoning, The Lancet had never avoided its own political occasions. In other words, The Lancet was a magazine with character. It dared to love, to hate, to be tough on anyone, and to argue with anyone. Moreover, The Lancet was the least afraid of things blowing up. No matter what, they could use scientific methods to beat you until you had no way to fight back. This was The Lancet. It was a medical journal that was a sibling of Cell. However, this did not seem to go against The Lancet's original intention. Zhang Liang is the bright window of the medical world. After the call was connected, Daniel, the chief editor, was furious when Li Kaiji told him about the serious complications of VOLB's coughing solution that had not been listed in the instruction manual. He immediately went to the chief editor to add this information in the latest issue of the journal. Over here, Ensu's medical experiment data was all out. Li Kaiji said excitedly, "Director Chen, write this paper well. I'll contact Daniel. I hope that we can catch up with the same batch of journals and form a synergy." Chen Song nodded. Very attentive, he also felt that if the two papers were published together, from different angles, combined with human experiments and animal modeling experiments, there would definitely be a better result. At noon, Li Kaiji called Chen Song for lunch. Chen Song printed out the article and handed it to Li Kaiji. "Director Li, help me take a look. If it's okay, we'll send it directly to The Lancet." Li Kaiji was stunned. "Director Chen, this. Do you want to think about it carefully? After all, this is The Lancet, not some random journal." Indeed, it took less than 3 hours for Chen Song to finish his thesis. 3 hours to write a Lancet article. If you're not messing with me, then you're messing with the editor-in-chief of Lancet, but no matter who you're messing with, it's not fun. Chen Song hesitated for a moment. "Director Li, I think I've already written it very seriously. The data is ready-made, and I've also found a lot of literature in advance, so it's basically effortless." Li Kaiji couldn't help but sigh. This Director Chen, however, he still took it. He felt that he should have a good conversation with him. Everything had to be taken seriously. What was the use of being fast? Could being fast solve problems? Li Kaiji also stopped eating. He felt that Chen Song was a good seedling and needed to be carefully cultivated. He went into Chen Song's office and sat down. He thought about it. When he criticized Chen Song later, he couldn't go too far. After all, he was a director. He still had to give him face. Thinking of this, Li Kaiji opened the paper. Time passed by minute. When Xianxia opened the office door, he saw a strange scene. "Director Chen? Your usage of the term is so professional. And here, it's so well written. TSK, this structure, this choice of words, this argument, this is so classic." Xianxia was stunned. "What are you doing?" Li Kaiji's face turned red. He immediately coughed and stood up. Who knew that he would be asking for advice when he wanted to criticize him? However, he wrote really well. This paper could be seen that he had a lot of skills, a lot of preparation, and an extremely high level of English literacy. Professional English was absolutely reliable. The more Li Kaiji thought about it, the more emotional he felt. Who would have thought that this was a paper written in 3 hours? He carefully thought about the paper he had prepared for 3 weeks. After thinking about it, he still didn't take it out. However, the more it was so, the more excited Li Kaiji was. Was the Second People's Hospital of Danyang Province very strong in scientific research? A deputy director was so good. How strong was this hospital? For a moment, Li Kaiji's feelings were very complicated. He couldn't help but compare Concord with the Second People's Hospital of Danyang Province. The director of the cardiology department versus the deputy director of the emergency department. His ability to write a paper was a complete failure. His ability to read an electrocardiogram was a complete failure. The more he thought about it, the more curious Li Kaiji became. What kind of holy land was the Second People's Hospital? The deputy director was cultivated so quickly, it was too fast, too fast. He couldn't afford to offend them. Chen Song returned to Ammonium Sun that afternoon. Before he left, he had already submitted the paper to the Lancet. It would be officially published in 3 days. For this, the Lancet deliberately changed the cover content of the journal and moved it to next month. Chief editor Wood had already made up his mind. This month, he would criticize the FDA. As for Valb, he would definitely criticize it. However, in the end, it was still the FDA's problem. They had no standards at all. As the Food and Drug Administration that many countries in the world relied on, they had such low standards. Zhuan's Lancet was brewing its emotions. On the other hand, Gu Xian was very excited. Although she didn't sleep the whole night, however, it was all worth it. After going back, the company had to make arrangements for the removal of Valb's cough medicine and prepare for the upcoming battle. Moreover, this trip was very rewarding, and all of this was inseparable from Chen Song's help. Originally, Gu Xian was just grateful to Chen Song for helping to save Ansu Pharmaceutical. However, now it seemed that Ansu Pharmaceutical was relying on him. 3 days later, Chen Song successfully removed his mother's stitches. Chen Dehai had been running back and forth from Jinyang to Ammonium Yang like a child who had gotten a new toy. When Yang Jiehui removed the gauze, Chen Dehai held his breath. He wanted to see what his wife had become. With the disappearance of the gauze, Chen Dehai suddenly opened his mouth wide in shock. She looked so much younger. Really, he was stunned for a moment and couldn't react at all. His wife had become like this. Her appearance hadn't changed much, but the wrinkles on her face had basically disappeared. Most importantly, there was elasticity and luster. It seemed that the face that had been eroded by time was full of vitality again. Chen Dehai was as excited as a young man. "Honey, with a face like this in the future, I can't bear to let you cook." Yang Jiehui couldn't help but laugh. However, she had just finished the surgery and was still a little uncomfortable. She still needed a recovery period, so she didn't dare to laugh. The nurse looked at the family and couldn't help but leave. Yang Jiehui looked at the mirror and touched her face. She was really emotional. Suddenly, Chen Dehai said, "Honey, when the weather gets better next year, let's go take wedding photos. Then I'll take you around. Didn't you say you haven't been to the Great Wall? I'll take you there. I'll take you to see Tiananmen Square, the Great Wall, the Forbidden City." Chen Song smiled and couldn't help but leave. Perhaps his parents had something to say. Before his parents could finish their words, Zhu and Lancet finally began to speak. After the release of the latest journal, it immediately attracted worldwide attention. This made people realize once again that the Lancet had been holding back for the past 2 years. The Lancet had always been known for its outspokenness on important medical issues. And it bluntly criticized the World Health Organization, refusing to allow the efficacy of homeopathy to officially become one of the many treatment options. After criticizing the World Health Organization, it turned around and published the statistics of civilian casualties in the 2003 U.S.-Iraq War, severely criticizing the U.S. military. And now, after the latest cover that was full of sarcasm about the FDA came out, it immediately attracted the attention of countless people. DOLB company's cough water has serious complications. Is the FDA incompetent or the FDA sleepy? Does it deserve to be the world's largest food and drug administration? The two questions pointed directly at VOLB and the FDA. Soon, the problem of Valve Company's cough water received worldwide attention. Because the cough water had already been on the market a year ago, and at that time, the Journal of the American Medical Association had specially published the modified codeine polyhydroxyphosphate composition. Now, with the appearance of the Lancet paper, it was a slap in the face. What a pity. Only then did the venomous snake Xuan of the Lancet spit out its tongue. Chen King's two articles were like a sharp spear that went straight for the root of the problem. Even the editor-in-chief of the Lancet was full of praise after reading the two articles. He directly contacted Chen Song. Sometimes, an article could explain a principle very plainly. However, Chen Song's thesis, behind the rigorous academic atmosphere, was a perfect match for the Lancet. It was humorous and sarcastic at the same time. It had a unique British flavor that suited the reading experience of this group of people. Not only that, but the hundreds of thousands of fans of the Lancet also exclaimed after reading the article, these two papers were really well written. After the Lancet was published, it instantly caused a commotion in many places. The VOLB cough water that was already on sale in other countries was taken off the shelves. At the same time, all the major hospitals began to pay attention to the patients who had taken VOLB cough water. If there were any problems, the hospital would cooperate with the family and file a lawsuit against VOLB for compensation. The FDA was also helpless. The US government hated dealing with this group of literate people the most. When the Lancet published the estimated death toll of Iraqi civilians at 100,000 people, it was just 2 days before the US presidential election in November 2004. One could imagine how annoyed the US government was. It was clearly an academic journal, but it was always targeting them. This time, the US government learned its lesson. After all, they were very annoyed with Xuan, the top scorer in both the arts and sciences. They hurriedly asked the FDA to release a statement saying that this matter would be strictly investigated and that the quality of internal personnel would be improved. They hoped that this would appease the anger of the world. Valve Company bought back all of the cough water, and a large amount of funds disappeared in an instant. However, for the huge VOLB company, this was not enough to hurt them, but they also officially remembered the new star in the Lancet, Chen Song from China. This time, the matter developed very smoothly. The National Health Commission personally came to commend him. Lao Qin felt like he was living in a dream. After all, the leaders praised him in different ways during the day. At night, different ways. Cough cough, looking at Ji Ruyun in his arms, Lao Qin felt that he was definitely the male lead in a novel, holding the power of the world when awake and lying on the lap of a beauty when drunk. During this time, Lao Qin suffered from severe insomnia. It was really insomnia. There was not enough time to sleep every night. After work in the morning, he quietly passed by the pharmacy and bought a few boxes of 6-flavor Rehmannia pills. However, when he left, Lao Qin looked at Huiran Kidney Bao reluctantly. After hesitating for a long time, he got up and left. However, after walking for about 10 meters, he turned back and secretly bought 2 boxes. When he was paying the bill, the salesperson looked at Xianxia and smiled. Dean Qin, you're so old, but you're in good health. You're also energetic. Lao Qin was stunned and panicked, but he still smiled faintly. It's good, it's good. After he left, Lao Qin was furious. He would go to another pharmacy in the future, but he looked at the surrounding pharmacies. Which one of them did not know Qin Xiaoyuan? After thinking about it, he decided to go further away next time. However, looking at the products in his hands, Qin Xiaoyuan felt happy. Sigh, it was very tasty. Ever since he found Chen Song, his little life had been he. This name was really good. When he returned home, Qin Yu saw Lao Qin holding a bag in his hands and asked curiously, Dad, what did you buy? Lao Qin's face suddenly darkened. What do you know? You're just a kid. After saying that, he went back to his bedroom to hide. However, when he passed by Ji Ruyun, Lao Qin raised his eyebrows. Ji Ruyun also smiled charmingly and rolled her eyes at Lao Qin. Shameless old man. The two of them seemed to have returned to their youth. P.S. I don't want to write too much about business battles for the time being. It's not good to write too much. If you like this, you can read the old book, even the top student cheats. There's a lot of nonsense about pharmaceutical companies and the FDA in the back. However, the beginning is a bit poisonous, haha. The festive atmosphere on the streets was getting thicker and thicker. Chen Song's Panamera would soon be named Qin. Looking at the trunk filled with New Year goodies, it really felt like the new year. The bustling supermarket was full of people, everyone was preparing for the new year. Chen Song had applied for leave from his superiors this year. He wanted to go home and rest for a few days during the new year. After the new year, he would return to Beijing around the 7th or 8th day of the new year. Chen Song decided to work full shifts before the new year and rest after the new year. Chen Luo wasn't going home, so Chen Song wanted to spend some time with his parents. On the 3rd day of the first lunar month, old Qin's family would come to Chen Song's house for a gathering and a chat. When Wu Tongfu found out that Chen Song was coming to the emergency center for further studies, he was so happy that he drank 2 cups of wine at noon. He really liked Chen Song. The whole hospital started to prepare couplets. However, the closer it was to the end of the year, the busier the emergency department was. The human body's metabolism was slower in winter, and the body's defense system was slacking. This gave the virus an opportunity to take advantage of. There were more and more patients with colds, and everyone was looking forward to the next heavy snow. A cute 4-year-old girl came to the emergency department. When she smiled, she looked like a porcelain doll. Qin Yu liked her very much. He also gave Chen Song a mission. If Chen Song could not give birth to such a cute child in the future, it would be because of his bad genes. Chen Song was so angry that he wanted to look for Xianxia Yuan to reason with him. However, on second thought, what was there to be afraid of if he could do plastic surgery? What kind of child couldn't he do? Just like that, Chen Song sat on the bench and fell into deep thought. Was there a way to start with a baby and help with plastic surgery from a young age so that he would look better when he grew up? However, this topic was obviously limited and too difficult for him. However, it was not impossible. In the past few days, all the Volb cough drops had been taken off the shelves. With the help of the lancet, it was like a hot knife through butter. Ding. Mission completed. Exposing the scam of Volb cough drops. Generous rewards. 1. Level plus 22. Passive skill obtained. Human tissue structure 3-dimensional 4-dimensional judgment diagram. 3. Strengthening gem plus 2. Ding. Exposing the VOLB cough water scam, preventing many patients from falling into dire straits. Doctor's benevolence mission completed. Obtain 20 skill points. Chen Song was overjoyed. What the heck? Exposing the cough-stopping water scam actually gave him more than 20 skill points. This was too awesome. However, Chen Song was a little confused when he saw the reward notification after the completion of the first mission. The reward this time was a little complicated. Why didn't he understand it? What happened to the increase in IQ? What is a 3-dimensional mental map of human tissue structure? No gold equipment, no gold skills, level plus 2 and strengthening gem plus 2 were not worthy of such a reward, right? If that was the case, then the only good thing would be this 4-dimensional diagram, right? Chen Song thought about it and opened the strengthening gem. Enhancement gem, enhances IQ, increases IQ by 10, Chen Song was overjoyed. Both of them increased his IQ by 20 points. Chen Song was overjoyed. Good stuff. Good stuff. Surpassing Einstein was not a dream. However, this was not what Chen Song was looking forward to the most. According to the rules of the system, the more inconspicuous something was, the more precious it was. For example, the benefits that Beauty's Eye brought to Chen Song was leaps and bounds. Chen Song looked carefully. Frowny face, human tissue structure 3-dimensional 4-dimensional mental map, passive skill. Based on the patient's condition, use medical thinking to form a 4-dimensional mental map of the human body. It includes the human body's blood, bones, muscles, body fluids, and other movement patterns. Better judge the condition of the disease. Chen Song looked at the system notification and still felt a little confused. He thought of a possibility, but he was not sure if it was really like that. This reward was really too good. When Chen Song thought of that possibility, he felt it was a little unrealistic. 11:30 in the morning, when it was about time to get off work. The 120 emergency center's phone rang. After a while, the nurses at the station hurriedly shouted, "Director Chen, the glass factory sent a trauma patient. There are many glass wounds all over his body and he's bleeding a lot. He's in a critical condition. He'll be at the hospital in 3 minutes." Let's get ready. Chen Song's expression suddenly changed. Trauma from the glass factory? Chen Song did not have time to think. He hurriedly ordered everyone to get ready for resuscitation. Then, he contacted the operating theater and made all kinds of emergency preparations. To be honest, trauma from glass was a very troublesome thing because it was difficult to guess the depth of the glass and the situation of the penetration. It was very troublesome to deal with and had to be handled carefully. On the surface, the glass did not look deep and there was no bleeding. However, it was very likely that after pulling it out, it would cause a lot of bleeding. This was the most troublesome situation. About 3 minutes later, an ambulance stopped at the entrance of the emergency department. The gurney was carefully pushed down by everyone. At this time, the surrounding emergency department patients' expressions changed when they saw the patient. This was too scary. There were glass shards all over his body. His face, the corner of his mouth, chest, abdomen. Glass shards of different sizes pierced into his body. Blood gushed out and did not stop at all. Blood had already dyed the young patient red. Even the gurney had blood flowing down, dripping onto the floor. The surrounding onlookers could not help but gasp. Chen Song turned to the nurses' station and said, "Contact the blood transfusion department immediately. Prepare the blood. Draw blood for testing. Prepare the operating theater." Chen Song was also extremely nervous. To be honest, he had seen too many injured people. There were also many who were seriously ill. He had even seen those who were on the brink of death. It was not uncommon for them to be beheaded. Even if they had severed limbs, it would not be so terrifying. However, this kind of body full of glass really made Chen Song's scalp tingle. The glass shards were like flying knives, piercing into the patient's body. Chen Song also saw the patient's face clearly. Suddenly, his heart tightened. He knew this young man, the young man who was afraid of being charged for anesthesia. He was just 18 years old and followed his brother from the same hometown to work. At this time, the young man was lying on the bed and was in extreme pain. His hands were tightly gripping the edge of the bed. He wanted to move but could not move. That was because there were many wounds all over his body. After seeing Chen Song, the young man's eyes were full of pleading. However, he did not dare to speak because there was a piece of glass next to the corner of his mouth. His heart was cold. Chen Song felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. To be honest, facing this kind of patient was often more uncomfortable than facing those who had a heart attack because the scene was too vivid. The visual impact of this kind of blood and cruelty was unparalleled. Behind the patient, a group of people hurriedly ran in. They were all young, about 17 or 18 years old. The oldest was only in his 20s. Their faces were filled with fear and anxiety. One of them was so scared that his face was covered in tears. "Doctor! I beg you, please save him." "Yes. I will kowtow to you." The oldest young man was also helpless. He directly knelt at the door of the resuscitation room. His face was filled with anxiety and worry. The head nurse, Xianxia, happened to be there as well. She hurriedly ran out and looked at the group of young men in their 20s. She quickly said, "Young man, get up first. Where is your boss? Is he not here yet?" The older young man could not help but gulp. "He should be here soon. We have already called and contacted him. We must save him." At this point, even the young men were not confident. They were not sure if their boss would come. When Xianxia heard their tone, she felt a possibility. She was instantly furious. Compensation for work-related injuries was stipulated by the law. No one was exempted from it. However, many times, whether it was considered a work-related injury or not involved a lot of wrangling issues. This was especially true for small factories and workshops where the employees were all young people. The labor contracts they signed might have many problems. However, now was not the time to worry about this. It was more important to save the patient first. Xianxia hurriedly helped to settle the arrears procedures and let the big boy contact the patient's family. A few doctors in the emergency office hurriedly ran in. After seeing the patient, they could not help but feel their scalps go numb. Their hearts suddenly shrank. At this moment, the way Chen Song looked at the patient changed. He suddenly realized that a virtual human model had appeared in front of him. Chen Song looked at the model and was instantly shocked. This was because he could clearly feel that this model was the patient's current situation. He could clearly see how deep the glass pierced, what blood vessels were injured, and whether the internal organs were injured. At this moment, the patient's entire body structure and blood flow diagram, including breathing, heartbeat, liver, and intestine circulation, and so on, appeared in Chen Song's virtual four-dimensional diagram. At this moment, the patient suddenly began to breathe rapidly. The values on the ECG monitor showed that his blood pressure suddenly dropped. Chen Song's virtual four-dimensional mannequin quickly made a judgment. This was like Chen Song's clinical thinking model. That was right, Chen Song had a sudden realization. This four-dimensional diagram was a four-dimensional model that he had formed in his mind for the patient. When the patient's breathing quickened, the virtual map quickly changed. Chen Song could actually see that after the patient's thoracic cavity was pierced, air entered, and the negative pressure disappeared. The air was compressed in the lungs, causing breathing difficulties. The answer was obvious: pneumothorax. Yes, it was a pneumothorax. Looking at this virtual human, Chen Song suddenly felt a little excited. Wasn't this virtual four-dimensional map too awesome? To be able to accurately determine the patient's physical condition, was there any skill more powerful than this for an emergency surgeon? At this moment, there was no diagnostic ability that was more powerful than this four-dimensional map. Too awesome. Deity level. He was definitely at the god level. Thinking up to this point, Chen Song trembled a little. This passive skill might very well be his strongest skill at the moment. What a great prophet, really. Thinking up to this point, Chen Song felt a little excited. At this moment, little Lin said loudly, "Director Chen, the patient's breathing is rapid, it's reached 110 breaths per minute." Chen Song immediately reacted and said to Zhang Wenfu beside him, "The patient has a pneumothorax, prepare for thoracic puncture." Here. Everyone was stunned and looked at Chen Song curiously. Zhang Wenfu nodded and immediately prepared the drainage tube for thoracic puncture. Chen Song did not do it personally as he was still determining the patient's vital signs. Soon, the chest aspiration was completed and the patient's breathing stabilized. At this moment, everyone looked at Chen Song with admiration. To be able to make a judgment in an instant, what a sharp and accurate clinical judgment. Before the surgery, Chen Song had to ensure that the patient's vital signs were stable. He had thought of all the dangerous situations he could think of and controlled the amount of blood loss. Chen Song looked at the patient's blood pressure, breathing, heartbeat, and the patient's condition. Suddenly, he said to Wang Yong beside him, "Currently, the blood loss is about 900 to 1000 milliliters. The patient's bleeding rate is about 100 milliliters per minute. Tell the blood transfusion department to make all kinds of emergency preparations." Although it looked terrible, it did not hurt the large blood vessels. This was something to be happy about. Everyone looked at Chen Song in confusion. How could he make such a judgment? Chen Song continued to bend down and said to little Lin, "Cut the clothes, cut them all." Little Lin nodded and exposed the patient's body. "Prepare to change the bandage. Contact the ultrasound room." Nurse Lula quickly prepared. On the other hand, Chen Song began to clean up the glass shards on his chest. Only the one in the chest area was not removed quickly because this piece of glass had been pierced into the pericardium. It was very troublesome to deal with. Most importantly, this piece of glass had caused the pericardium to be hematopoiesis. Although it was not to the extent of cardiac compression, he had to be prepared before the surgery and perform a pericardial puncture under ultrasound. At this moment, Li Baoshan also rushed back to the emergency department. When he saw the patient, he was immediately shocked. There were many wounds on the patient's body. Even though Chen Song had already dealt with some of them, it was precisely because of this that the wounds and bloodstains on the patient's body looked terrible. At this moment, the doctor in the ultrasound room pushed the ultrasound machine over. Under Chen Song's command, most of the glass debris had been removed. This made Li Baoshan hesitate. After all, removing the glass debris was not an easy task. One had to accurately determine whether each piece of glass hurt the vital parts of the body, whether it damaged the blood vessels, and whether it would cause adverse effects after it was removed. For a surgeon, this was extremely difficult. One had to accurately think and judge the anatomical structure, and make an accurate conclusion through the detailed physical signs. It was too difficult. But, looking at the large amount of glass debris around him, Li Baoshan gulped. After removing so much, the patient's physical signs became more stable. This Xiao Chen was really amazing. In the entire resuscitation room, only Chen Tsung was talking. He accurately gave all kinds of medical orders. The doctors around him did not doubt him, and all of them carried out his orders in an orderly manner. The excess glass was removed, and many bleeding points were sutured by other doctors. The bleeding was getting less and less, and the patient was still very conscious. However, even with the anesthetic effect, it was still very painful. Seeing that there were still 5 or 6 large pieces of glass on the patient's body, Chen Tsung took a deep breath. Prepare for pericardial puncture under ultrasound and extract the pericardial effusion. Contact the operating theater and prepare for surgery. Li Baoshan was stunned. There's pericardial effusion? The doctors around also looked at Chen Tsung. Chen Tsung nodded. Yes, there is. Look, the patient's bleeding is now controlled, and his blood pressure is slowly decreasing. His breathing is still a little faster under intubation. Now, all the conditions can be ruled out. There is only one possibility, and that is that this piece of glass has been pierced into the pericardium, causing slow pericardial bleeding. Although it is not to the extent of pericardial compression, it is not conducive to the surgery. It needs to be removed in advance, and the surgery will be much more convenient later. I estimate that there should be about 50 to 100 milliliters of blood in the pericardial cavity now. Everyone was stunned. This could be determined. After the doctor in the color ultrasound room took a look, he nodded and said, yes, Director Chen is right. There is indeed blood in the pericardial cavity now, probably, between 75 to 90 milliliters. Chen Tsung nodded. The reason why he did not say 75 milliliters was purely because he did not want to be too exaggerated. It would not be good if his guess was too accurate. Suddenly, the entire room fell into silence. His logical thinking ability was too strong, right? How much did he know about the human body to make such a judgment? Li Baoshan looked at Chen Tsung's eyes with some surprise. This kid was getting weirder and weirder. This kind of clinical judgment, especially the grasp of the various organs and the circulation of the human body, could be so clear through every detail. This kind of clinical thinking was really too strong. Without decades of practice, how could he have such a cultivation? Li Baoshan had seen an old director who was so strong, but he was already in his 70s. But how old was Chen Tsung? Li Baoshan could not help but whisper, F***ck. Abnormal. P.S. Thank you to the Alliance Leader, by Jingjing's husband for the 80,000 tip. Thank you to October 25th for the 20,000 tip. That was right. To be precise, the human body was an extremely precise machine. If there was a problem in any part, there would be all kinds of systematic reactions. What appeared in Chen Tsung's eyes was such a possibility. When the patient was sent to the operating theater, his vital signs were completely normal. This was unbelievable to everyone. All of this was thanks to Chen Tsung. Li Baoshan looked at Chen Tsung. After hesitating for a long time, he said, I'll go to the surgery with you. To be honest, he had not seen Chen Tsung's surgery for a long time. He did not know if he had improved. In the operating theater, the patient could already speak. He had endured all the pain. Chen Tsung looked at him as if he was looking at his younger brother. The two of them were about the same age. It's okay. It'll be fine after the surgery. Don't worry. The young man looked at Chen Tsung's determined eyes. Thank you. Thank you, doctor. Chen Tsung smiled. The patient suddenly said, Doctor, I won't owe you money. When I'm better, I'll change all the money. I heard the head nurse talk about you guys last time. Indeed, when the man left last time, he turned back to the emergency department to use the toilet. He happened to hear the nurse scolding Chen Tsung and Yanjun. This made him feel extremely ashamed. Because of him, the doctor was criticized. This made him feel very embarrassed. He had sworn countless times that he would be a rich man in this life and have the ability to help others. When Chen Tsung heard this, he was slightly stunned. He could not help but shake his head and comfort him. Don't worry about the expenses. You're injured at work. Your boss will pay for it. We will definitely help you. This is stipulated by the law, Chen Song added. When the boy heard this, he smiled bitterly. It affected his wound and it hurt. If it's very expensive, I'll ask the boss to pay for it. If it's not expensive, I'll pay for it myself. Last time, one of our colleagues was hospitalized after a work injury. He asked the boss to pay more than 3,000 yuan. In the end, after a while, he was fired. After the man said this, the people around him were stunned. Nurse Yuanyuan said angrily, "Why are you following such a boss? There's no guarantee at all. Resign early and change jobs." When the man heard this, he was silent for a while. If he really had a job, he wouldn't have gone anywhere. In this world, there were too many things that could not be explained. After hesitating for a long time, Chen Song said, "It's quite expensive this time. The surgery fee is quite high. You should ask your boss to compensate for it. There's also the loss of working time, a lot of it. When you're better, I'll introduce you to a job." Chen Song couldn't help but ask. Indeed, he couldn't help everyone, but, if it was within his power to help some people, it was also possible. This time, Ansu Pharmaceutical Company was in danger for half a year. Many people had already resigned. Among them, there was no lack of manual labor. These needed people to do it, and the technical content was not high. When the young lad heard this, he couldn't help but shed tears. He didn't say anything for a long time. Beside him, Lu Jian took a deep breath. Hospitals were like this. What made people afraid was not only the disease, but also life. Time is never gentle. However, but the human heart is very soft, and the world is soft. At the beginning of the operation, Lu Jian anesthetized him. The man's injuries were basically superficial. His arms blocked some of his vital parts, but he looked a little ferocious. When Chen Song cleaned the glass pieces at the pericardium, it was much easier than usual. With the help of this magical four-dimensional map, Chen Song could clearly judge the depth of the surgery. On the other hand, Chen Song had just obtained this mystical skill. Everything was new to him. With the help of the four-dimensional map, the surgery was carried out smoothly. After the thoracic surgery was completed, Zhang Wenfu wrapped it up, and Chen Song began to deal with the liver. The capsule was neatly cut open, and the glass was inserted into the liver. There was not much damage, but the repair of the liver was very important. Li Baoshan looked at Chen Song's movements and could not help but sigh. The future belonged to the young. Chen Song had already spent 5 skill points to upgrade the liver repair from the incomplete version to the complete version. From the hemostasis of the liver, to the repair of the blood vessels, to the suturing of the liver, and to the removal of the liver, the entire process was very smooth. Perhaps, after next year, Chen Song would be even more amazing. Thinking of this, Li Baoshan could not help but look forward to it. When Chen Song returned from the capital, the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital might become a landmark in Dongyang Province. The surgery ended very quickly without any accidents. The patient was sent to the emergency ward and not to the intensive care unit. Firstly, it was too expensive, and secondly, it was not necessary. On the other side, his friend from the same hometown contacted the boss for a long time, but there was no response. Suddenly, the head nurse was a little angry. That was because it had been confirmed that the patient had suffered from a work injury. After a long time, the call was finally connected. The voice was lazy. It sounded like an old fox who was well versed in the ways of the world. "It's like this, Ma Chang. When you signed the contract, I already told you that I won't be responsible for work-related injuries. Other than any other problems, you will be responsible for them. Moreover, I also said that you can do whatever you want. If you don't want to do it, then forget it. You've been together for a long time. I've treated you well, right? We should all have the spirit of the contract, right? If you don't keep your word, I won't use you in the future." The boss's words sounded reasonable, but if one listened carefully, it was nonsense. Tian Xianglan took the phone and pressed the speakerphone. She said sternly, "I'm the head nurse of the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. What's wrong? The spirit of the contract? Are you bullying the children because they don't know the law? What era is this? There's still a clause that says that the company is not responsible for work-related injuries? Are you bullying people? This is an invalid clause. It has no legal effect. Indeed, Tian Xianglun had seen this kind of thing many times. There was a clause that said, if there's a work-related injury, the company will not be responsible. It was obvious that the employer was exempted from its legal liability and excluded the rights of the worker. It was an invalid clause. This clause had no legal effect. The man was stunned, but he was not angry. Head nurse, right? You don't have to worry about this matter. It's between me and my friend. What labor relationship? Alright, give them the phone. I'll tell them. The man's casual mention of a friend stunned the head nurse. The head nurse's face was livid. Let me tell you, I'm going to take care of this matter. You're violating the law and forcibly exempting yourself from responsibility. The man smiled and hung up the phone, ignoring Tian Xianglun. This kind of matter was at most a labor dispute. In the end, it would just be some wrangling and civil mediation. At most, this group of children would make a fuss and ask for some compensation. After all, where could they find a job, even if they went to the Labor Dispute Arbitration Committee to apply for arbitration first? Moreover, the arbitration committee would only help them deal with this problem. How would they coordinate? To put it bluntly, it was a private settlement. If they were not satisfied with a private settlement, they could go up and sue and make a fuss, but, if they really made a fuss and brought it to court, would they be willing to spend money to find a lawyer? Moreover, although the young men from the countryside were straightforward, they were still relatively simple. They would just comfort them and give them some money as compensation. It was much more practical than a messy pile of money. As for looking for the labor bureau, arbitration, or court, it was too troublesome. They did not understand these things. Wu Jianren was very familiar with dealing with this kind of thing. The law was the law. The human heart was the human heart, when Wu Jianren was recruiting, he was very good at it. He only recruited people from the countryside, and he liked to lead them. Occasionally, he would bring them to a restaurant for a meal. This way, they would become friends. Since they were friends, how could they trouble him when something happened? Moreover, you said that you wanted compensation. If you really caused a ruckus, you had to compensate. Fine, I'll compensate you. But, think about it. If I compensate you, your friends might lose their jobs. The young men in their 70s or 20s would drink some wine after work. It was the time when they were full of brotherhood. He, Wu Jianren, had a tight grip on them. On the other side, the head nurse was furious when she was hung up on. The group of young men sat in a row of chairs and did not dare to call home. Ma Chang was the oldest among the children. He had brought this group of people from the same village to work. He hesitated for a long time. He stood up and asked Tian Xianglun, Auntie, how much will it cost? Tian Xianglun's expression changed. Children, why are you so stupid? Your boss is obviously not afraid of you. He knows that you won't dare to cause trouble for him. Ma Chang blushed when he heard Tian Xianglun's words. We know. Tian Xianglun saw that the boy was still like that and felt disappointed. She said directly, it's tens of thousands. Think about it. It's estimated to be 60 to 70,000. It might not be enough. That was how it was. If the patient was not willing to cause trouble, there was nothing you could do. Ma Chang's expression changed when he heard that. 60 to 70,000, that was not a small number. He picked up the phone and walked out. Then, he called his boss again. Boss, it's me, Ma Chang. Wu Jianren was a little unhappy. Yes. Boss, Guzi's surgery fee is 70 to 80,000. We don't have that much money. Look. Ma Chang said. Wu Jianren was stunned when he heard that. What AF * King Black-Hearted Hospital? 70 to 80,000 for a few pieces of glass. Why don't they go to heaven? Wu Jianren began to stir up the emotions of this group of young people. He made them feel that the hospital was cheating them. It's obvious that the hospital wants to rip you off. Do you know that? You guys are too young and have no background. You guys are too young. I've seen everything. Wu Jianren simply said, how about this, I'll give you a suggestion. If I tell you, you just say that you have no money. Anyway, even if you owe them money, they will still treat you. During this time, Xianxia, accompany your brother well. I'll give you 3,000 yuan. Have a good rest. Anyway, the surgery has already been done. You can't do anything if you don't have the money. Just run away when you're done. Indeed, if he really ran away, the hospital could not do anything. Firstly, the patient did not have the ability to repay. Secondly, he did not want to fall out with the boss. There was nothing they could do even if they forced him. This kind of thing often happened in the emergency department. How should he put it? It happened from time to time. Last year, the emergency department of the 2nd Chengdu Provincial Hospital lost more than 3 million yuan. They owed 6 million yuan in fees, and about 2 million yuan had run away. Some of them were even incited by Li Baoshan to run away, because they were really too poor, they couldn't even bear to eat. Really, after being hospitalized for a few days, his parents slept on a bench and ate steamed buns with seasonings. Seeing that the ICU was receiving a large sum of money every day, Li Baoshan hinted that they had run away. As a result, the hospital's bonus for the whole department that month was deducted. However, when they really saw that kind of scene, most people would not be able to accept it. Taking the initiative to evade payment was really despicable. Wu Jianren's move was obviously like that. The hospital had a special department for arrears. It was like a debt collector. The arrears team would come to the door to ask for money. Most of the time, they would cooperate with the police officers to come to the door. However, when they saw that the other party's house was bare, how could they ask for money? In the end, they would still come back dejectedly. The hospital would not reimburse them for the travel expenses. After all, if the amount of arrears was high, they would definitely report it to the police immediately. However, since the other party wanted to run away, they were really not afraid of these things. Generally speaking, the department would be responsible for 30% of the money owed. On the other side, after Ma Chong heard Wu Jianren's words, he was suddenly a little angry. Boss, they have already paid us in arrears. They did not have the money, but they still gave us the surgery. We are already very grateful. We can't be heartless. Wu Jianren sneered. How much is a conscience worth? You guys. The hospital's income is billions a year. Do you think they care about your few yuan? After hanging up the phone, Ma Chong walked to the side of his brothers and said, should we sue him? The few of them were stunned, they immediately hesitated. Brother. You're already the team leader, Ma Chong shook his head and said through gritted teeth, that bastard surnamed Wu told us to run away in arrears. He even said that he would give us 3,000 yuan for food. Is this something a human would do? When the dog was covered in wounds and glass, that Wu guy was still with a group of women. Didn't the doctor save him? How much blood did he lose? I just can't take this lying down. Forget about those small injuries in the past, this time, the dog almost died. Today it's the dog. Who will it be tomorrow? We're not stupid. At worst, we can just quit and let him pay us all our salaries. We still lack a place to work. When the few of them heard this, they also made up their minds. Okay. Let's sue him. F*CK that be starred Wu. Ma Chong stood up and walked to the head nurse. Tian Shanlan was so angry that her chest was stuffy. When she saw a few young men walking over, she could not help but say, you guys go eat. That's the hospital cafeteria. Ma Chong shook his head and said firmly, Auntie, we've thought it through. We want to sue him. When the head nurse heard this, she was stunned. That's more like it. To put it bluntly, there are a lot of jobs with no guarantee. Where do you have to go? What's the point? Chen Song also walked out. He suddenly thought of someone. Tang Xiaohui, the kind boss of the construction company, had a lot of migrant workers under him. That time, he even donated 500,000 yuan and said that if there was a suitable young man, he could introduce him. The next day, Ma Chong went to the labor bureau. At the end of the year, the labor bureau was especially crowded. It was Tian Shanlan who greeted them and found someone to quickly complete the procedures. Holding the diagnosis and medical records from the 2nd Provincial Hospital, the staff of the Labor Bureau could not help but shake their heads when they saw Wu Jianren's name. This person had been registered more than once. You guys, hurry up and change places. This Wu Jianren is really not a good person. The auntie in the office could not help but sigh. We'll contact the staff of the arbitration council as soon as possible to find Wu Jianren and coordinate the work. But young men, you must grit your teeth this time. Don't always back down. Ma Chong nodded in agreement. To be honest, Wu Jianren didn't take Ma Chong and the others seriously at all. He wasn't a child, so he didn't care about scary words. He was just playing psychological warfare. He was guessing that these kids were just messing around. They might not even know the arbitration council, let alone sue him. They didn't even know where the Labor and Social Security Bureau was, so what was there to be afraid of? If they didn't sue him, he would save a lot of money. If they did sue him, he would just pay them honestly. Saying that there was someone at the top was just nonsense. He was just trying to scare them. That's right. Every time Wu Jianren got together with them, he would brag about how awesome he was and which leader he knew. It was nothing more than to scare them. The small factory had a total of 20 to 30 employees, so Wu Jianren had a better grasp of the situation. The glass factory wasn't a good place. It wasn't good for the body to begin with, and there were constant minor injuries. No one cared about it at all. Now, he also had a lot of important things to attend to. For example, he needed to get the money for this year's order as soon as possible, and he needed to finalize next year's order as soon as possible. It was the new year, so he had to go to various bosses' houses. His customers mainly made plastic steel doors and windows, as well as furniture stores. He couldn't do high-tech stuff. To put it bluntly, he was just a small boss. He relied on bragging to scare his employees and bootlicker to get orders. Just as he was chatting with a boss, his phone suddenly rang. He was stunned. From the arbitration council, Wu Jianren was stunned. Mother **Ker, did these kids really sue me? Thinking of this, Wu Jianren was furious. His first reaction was to get angry. Director Zhang, I have something to do at home, so I won't bother you anymore. This is an authentic Yangqing Lake Harry crab bought by a friend. I'll give you an early New Year's greeting, so I won't nag you anymore. I hope Director Zhang will take care of me next year. After saying that, he got up and left in a hurry. He was furious the whole way. It wasn't that he was afraid. There was nothing to be afraid of. Problems that could be solved with money were easy to deal with. However, he didn't expect these kids to really dare to cause trouble. But, why did the arbitration council send someone here so soon? It's only been a day. Thinking of this, Wu Jianren couldn't help but facepalm. The BMW X5 under his feet sped off. After arriving at the Labor Bureau, Wu Jianren met Ma Chong and Guzi, who were Go Fan's parents. After seeing Wu Jianren, the burly man immediately stood up. His whole body was full of muscles. He had worked at the construction site for a long time, so his body was very strong. Moreover, he was in his golden age of 40. When they went to the hospital and saw the wounds all over the child's body, the parents were so distressed that they trembled. The mother was so distressed that she cried. Which family's child wasn't a treasure? Although it was difficult, there was no need to bully others like this, right? The burly man immediately prepared to settle the score with Wu Jianren. So what if you have money? Who didn't have a reverse scale? Who didn't have dignity? How could a parent not be angry if you don't care about your child when he's in such a state? But Tian Xianlan quickly comforted her. After all, she had contacted the Ministry of Labor, and she should follow the legal procedures. The arbitration council staff member explained the patient's condition to Chen Song in detail. Wu Jianren quickly said, I'm really sorry. I'm too busy here. It's the end of the year, and I haven't paid the project yet. I have no choice. I was going to the hospital to see Go Fan. I didn't expect to be called here. Well, you're Go Fan's parents, right? What about this matter? I apologize. It's my negligence. You also know that it's not easy to support 20 to 30 people. In order to give them more money at the end of the year, I've been running orders and asking for money. Go Fan is a down-to-earth and reliable child. Don't worry about his matter. I'll definitely take care of it seriously. We won't miss a single cent of money. He just needs to recuperate properly. These words were sanctimonious. No one would have thought that Wu Jianren would say such a thing. Even the Arbitration Council staff members were dumbfounded. However, one of the older staff members from the Ministry of Labor couldn't help but laugh in his heart. This person, he's so cunning. He's really, too cunning. He's a classic example of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. When he meets the timid, he'll scare them and be done with it. When he meets the bold, he'll decisively admit defeat. He's really a student of the law of the jungle. However, he's really annoying. Go Fan's parents and Ma Cheng had seen such a scene before. They thought they had wronged him and were about to speak. However, the Ministry of Labor directly said, "Wu Jianren, it's like this. We've investigated and found that Go Fan did indeed suffer from a work-related injury. Moreover, your labor contract is illegal. Before it's amended and submitted for review, you can't recruit workers. Lastly, there's the matter of compensation." Wu Jianren was deeply aware of his mistake and quickly admitted it. Yes. It's my fault. I'll admit it. I'll definitely correct it. Don't worry, leader. The middle-aged man couldn't help but sneer. After we've agreed with the hospital, the medical expenses here, including hospitalization, resuscitation, surgery, medical expenses, accommodation, transportation expenses, living expenses, medication after discharge, and so on, are equivalent to 150,000 yuan. Due to the suspension of work and psychological damage caused by this injury, the total is 20,000 yuan. A total of 170,000 yuan. We demand that you fulfill it within 3 days. Otherwise, we'll submit an application to the court. Hearing the words of the man from the Ministry of Labor, Wu Jianren's face suddenly changed. He felt as if he had eaten shit. 170,000 yuan, why don't you go rob people? Just as he was about to speak, the middle-aged man continued, moreover, I've heard that all employees have experienced injuries during work. Now, we're somewhat suspicious that there are safety hazards in your factory. We've already contacted the relevant departments to investigate. As soon as this sentence came out, Wu Jianren really panicked. If one were to say that losing money was painful, this was really painful. Factory, which factory didn't have problems, safety hazards, this, sir. Is there a misunderstanding? Oh right, Go Fan's parents, right? I'll get someone to send the money over now. Don't worry. Although I, Wu Jianren, am not a hero, I'll speak my mind. But, sir, is the safety of this factory? At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. CEO Wu, the factory has been sealed off. They say that there are safety hazards in our fire protection, that the safety measures are not good enough, and that the environment is not up to standard. When Wu Jianren heard this, he was instantly dumbfounded. How could it be so fast? Who exactly did he offend? CEO Wu. Are you listening? What should we do? After settling the matter here, Wu Jianren hurried home. Just as he reached home, the phone rang again. He saw that it was CEO Zhang. Hello, CEO Zhang. This, CEO Wu, we heard that there are some problems with your company's products. So, let's talk about the cooperation later. After a phone call, Wu Jianren was instantly dazed. End of chapter 767. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.